As I, Lin Chen, the sole heir of a prestigious family in the cosmos, emerged into this world, our venerable ancestor prophesied that my future would be boundless. Yet, I found myself ensnared within the confines of my family for 18 years, until one fateful day when I awakened the Supreme Guardian System. Its mission was clear: incite the gravest troubles, confront the most audacious foes, and have my family clear the path for me. The rewards were substantial: a surge in cultivation, celestial-grade techniques, imperial artifacts, and an abundance of familial affection. Thus, Lin Chen embarked on a path where mischief was the only source of discomfort. Encounter a prodigious talent. A swift slap would suffice. Did your father never teach you the virtue of humility? Seize the opportunity of an ancient dynasty's prince. I would merely shrug. If you have the capability, summon your ancestor to confront me. What if I provoked an emperor? Out would come my communicator. Hello, grandfather, someone wishes to thrash me. Could you bring some company to bolster my defense? As the prodigies wept, my father, armed with a kitchen knife, would arrive. If he faltered, my grandfather would come, carrying a coffin board. And should my grandfather falter as well, our ancestor would emerge from the depths of the cosmic core, discarding the goji berries from his mouth, declaring, "Who dares to lay hand on my precious grandson?" Chapter 1. What is the meaning of this? I cannot comprehend. In the endless star sea, within the chaotic star domain, the Lin family's ancestral peak was shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a furious shout reverberated through the air, startling the birds into flight. Which scoundrel dares? The voice of Elder Lin Gahong was filled with seething rage. Who has stolen my 8 delicacies chicken? This marks the 8th occurrence this month. Do you think my alchemy chamber is a mere backyard garden? No sooner had he finished speaking than another equally enraged voice echoed from a distance. Who is it? Damn it, my purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng. That was a precious item I reserved for my breakthrough. The anguished roar of Elder Lin Chen carried a tone of despair, revealing the ginseng's worth far exceeded that of a mere chicken. In the next moment, 2 streaks of light, one blue and one purple, shot forth like arrows, following an elusive scent towards a common destination that I in midair. The blue and purple shadows intertwined, and Lin Gahong caught a glimpse of Lin Chen beside him, his expression momentarily frozen in disbelief before transforming into familiar resignation. Your belongings have been pilfered as well. Fuming, Lin Chen's beard bristled in fury as he nodded vehemently. Who else could it be but that little rascal Lin Chen? How many times must this happen? He deliberately targets us. Does he truly believe us to be easy prey? The 2 figures raced at great speed, reaching a small creek nestled within the mountain gorge in mere moments. By the stream, a youth clad in a loose white robe was lazily caressing his round belly, holding a thoroughly cleaned chicken bone. With a satisfying plop, he spat it onto the ground, sighing with contentment. Ah, Elder's 8 delicacies chicken has never tasted so exquisite. This youth was none other than Lin Chen, the scion of the Lin family. Just as he reclined to bask in the sun, he sensed 2 hostile gazes upon him. Slowly, he sat up, casting his eyes upon the 2 elders standing before him, their faces darkened with ire. Ah, uncle and granduncle, what brings you here? Lin Chen greeted them with a cheerful smile, his tone as casual as if they had merely crossed paths on a stroll. Lin Gahong pointed towards the pile of warm chicken bones on the ground, gesturing to a nearby blackened iron pot, and finally resting his gaze on the greasy smudge at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled with indignation. What do you think, Lin Chen? You must tell us honestly. Was it you? Lin Chen blinked innocently, raising his hands in feigned confusion. What is it? Uncle, I do not understand. He paused, deliberately letting out a soft belch, releasing a rich aroma of meat intertwined with spiritual energy. You did not? Lin Gahong's forehead throbbed with anger as he pointed at the incriminating evidence. What is this? The chicken bones, this pot, the grease on your lips. Do you think we are blind? Oh, you mean this? Lin Chen feigned realization, scratching his head. I merely found this down the mountain. With the weather so pleasant, I thought to start a fire and prepare a meal. I had no idea it belonged to you, uncle. Had I known, I would have returned it to you. He delivered this with utmost sincerity, his gaze as clear as that of an innocent youth who simply stumbled upon something unexpected. Watching Lin Chen's obstinate demeanor, Lin Gahong and Lin Chen exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. This little rascal possessed an unwavering tongue. With evidence stacked against him, he could still weave a web of deception. But what could they do? Strike him? The family head had long decreed that until he turned 18, the young master was to be left unscathed, under the pretense of nurturing his abundant spiritual energy. Punishment? This rascal had been pilfering for years. Any punishment, be it transcribing family rules or house arrest, he would execute with remarkable speed, rendering them utterly ineffective. Moreover, the fact that a junior could steal under their very noses without them noticing was, in itself, a testament to his talents. The two elders, filled with ire yet lacking an outlet, could only glare at Lin Chen before storming off. Their retreating figures radiated a sense of suppressed frustration, akin to biting the bullet and swallowing the bitterness. Lin Chen watched them leave in a huff and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had been in this world for 18 years. As the sole heir of the Lin family, a top-tier family within the endless star sea, he was meant to command respect and power. Yet, his father, that stern figure, insisted on keeping him confined until he turned 18, claiming his mind was still immature and forbidding him from stepping beyond the family's threshold. Lin Chen inwardly cursed his father's rigidity. Fortunately, he was not without his own means. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully enraged Elder Lin Gahong and Elder Lin Yunshan, triggering a minor protective event, granting 5 points of protective value. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lin Chen's smile deepened. This Supreme Guardian system was tailor-made for him, by merely causing mischief and having his family clean up after him. He could accrue protective value. Within the system, there existed a marketplace where protective points could be exchanged for treasures ranging from divine weapons to miraculous elixirs, and even celestial grade techniques. Just the thought of the dazzling treasures in that marketplace made Lin Chen salivate. Regrettably, he was still confined at home, only able to surreptitiously pilfer the elders' chickens and herbs, resulting in painfully slow accumulation of protective value. Causing trouble for the family also yields protective value, albeit in meager amounts. Once I turn 18, just watch as I pierce the heavens. Lin Chen patted his belly and leisurely stood, making his way back to his courtyard. As he ambled along, several Lin family juniors on the mountain path paled as though they had seen a specter, hastily retreating to the roadside while whispering urgently among themselves, quickly, that calamity has arrived. Good heavens, why must we encounter him today? Keep your voice down. Last time I merely glanced at him, and that very night, my new pants vanished from my bedside. Isn't that eerie? What of it? My spiritual hound barked at him once, and that night he sneaked into my yard. He slapped my dog twice, and now that poor creature runs away with its tail between its legs, completely spooked. Their murmurs were soft, yet Lin Chen's keen ears captured every word with clarity. He curled his lip, disdainfully uttering a scoff at a bunch of timid souls. Were they truly so frightened of him merely for having touched a pair of trousers and struck a dog? Once he stepped outside, they would find themselves in far more dire circumstances. Lin Chen strode confidently down the center of the path, his hands clasped behind his back, while those on either side pressed themselves against the rocky wall, barely daring to breathe, fearful of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed him in a golden glow, casting a long shadow that, coupled with the hushed crowd around him, indeed evoked the aura of a fearsome deity on parade. In the boundless sea of stars, within the chaotic star domain, lies the revered Lin family, a lineage steeped in antiquity. The mist-shrouded summit of the main peak, an irate roar suddenly reverberated, causing the birds of the forest to scatter in alarm. Who dares to steal my 8 treasures chicken again? The voice of Elder Lin Gahong seethed with barely contained fury. This marks the 8th time this month. Do they think my alchemical kitchen is their personal garden? Before his words could settle, another furious shout echoed from afar, equally piercing. Who is it? Damn it, my purple-rhythmed Dragon Emperor ginseng. That was a precious treasure I intended to use for my breakthrough. The lament of Elder Lin Yunshan was tinged with despair, revealing that the value of the ginseng far surpassed that of a mere chicken. In the next moment, 2 streaks of light, one azure and the other violet, darted like arrows, following an elusive scent toward a common destination. In midair, the azure and violet shadows interwove, and Lin Gahong caught sight of Lin Yunshan beside him, his expression shifting from anger to a familiar resignation. Was it your possession that was stolen too? Lin Yunshan, his beard bristling with rage, nodded vigorously. Who else but that little brat Lin Chen? How many times must we endure this? He deliberately targets us, thinking we are easy prey. The 2 figures surged forward with remarkable speed, reaching a mountain stream in mere moments. By the creek's edge, a youth clad in a flowing white robe languidly caressed his round belly, a clean chicken bone in hand. With a satisfying puff, he discarded it onto the ground, sighing in contentment. The cooking of Elder Lin has truly reached new heights. The young man was none other than Lin Chen, the sole heir of the Lin family. Just as he reclined to bask in the sun, he sensed 2 hostile gazes upon him. Slowly, he sat up, raising his eyes to meet the 2 elders' grim faces. Oh, Uncle Heir, Uncle San, what brings you here? Lin Chen greeted them with a beaming smile, his tone as casual as if they had merely chanced upon one another during a stroll. Lin Gahong pointed at the steaming pile of chicken bones and then at the blackened iron pot nearby, finally resting his gaze on the greasy residue at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled with rage. What do you think, Lin Chen? Be honest with us. Was it you? Lin Chen blinked innocently, raising his hands in feigned confusion. What do you mean? Uncle Heir, I don't understand. He paused, deliberately letting out a soft belch, the rich aroma of meat mingling with a hint of spiritual essence wafting through the air. You didn't. Lin Gahong's forehead pulsed with veins, pointing at the evidence. Then what is this? The chicken bones, this pot, the grease on your lips. Do you think we are blind? Oh, you mean this? Lin Chen feigned realization, scratching his head. I just found this down the mountain. The weather was nice, so I thought I'd cook something. I had no idea it belonged to you, Uncle Heir. Had I known, I would have returned it. His expression was that of an innocent boy who merely stumbled upon lost property. Lin Yunshin, watching this farce unfold, felt his blood pressure rise and could no longer restrain himself. And what of my purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng? I just noticed it was missing, and the aura led right here. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Uncle San, you mustn't wrongfully accuse me. Lin Chen's smile dimmed slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Your ginseng is far too precious for me to touch. Perhaps it was taken by the spirit monkeys in the mountains. Seeing Lin Chen's stubborn demeanor, Lin Gahong and Lin Yunshin exchanged glances, both recognizing the depths of their futility. This little rascal's tongue was sharper than a blade. Despite the evidence laid bare before him, he could still speak such blatant falsehoods. But what could they do? Strike him? The family head had decreed that no harm could come to the young master until he turned 18, insisting he must be nurtured to remain full of spiritual essence. Punishment? This boy had been pilfering from dawn till dusk since childhood. Even if they imposed a penalty of copying family rules, he could do it faster than anyone else, and if grounded, he would turn the confinement into a playground. After all, for a junior to steal right under the noses of two elders was an accomplishment in itself. The two elders seethed with frustration, unable to release their pent-up anger, and ultimately could only glare at Lin Chen before turning away in exasperation. Their retreating figures exuded a sense of biting the bullet. Watching them leave in a huff, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He had been in this world for 18 years. As the sole heir of the Lin family, a prestigious lineage in the boundless sea of stars, he should have commanded respect. Yet his father, the family head, insisted on keeping him confined, claiming he was too young and inexperienced to step beyond the family's threshold. Thus, he had been trapped on this mountain peak for 18 long years, and Lin Chen often cursed his father's rigidity in silence. Fortunately, he was not without his own means. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully enraged Elder Lin Gahong and Elder Lin Yunshin, triggering a minor protective event. Protective value 5. At the corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled into a broader grin. The strongest protective system he had awakened seemed tailor-made for him, by causing trouble and having his family clean up after him. He could accumulate protective values. The system housed a shop where protective values could be exchanged for treasures ranging from divine weapons to elixirs and celestial techniques. Just the thought of the dazzling items in the system's shop made Lin Chen's mouth water. Alas, for now, he was still confined at home, only able to pilfer from the elders' chickens and herbs, resulting in a painfully slow accumulation of protective values. That I can gain protective values from causing trouble at home, but it's a meager amount, he mused. Once I turn 18, just wait until I make the heavens tremble. Lin Chen patted his belly, rising leisurely to make his way back to his courtyard. Not long after he set off, several Lin family disciples on the mountain path turned pale as if they had seen a ghost, hastily retreating to the side of the road while whispering among themselves, Quick, quick! The calamity star is here. Heavens, why must we encounter him today? Keep your voice down. The last time I merely glanced at him, my new pants vanished that very night. Isn't that eerie? What's that? My family's spirit dog barked at him last time, and that night he sneaked into our yard. He slapped my dog twice, and now that dog runs away with its tail between its legs whenever it sees him, terrified out of its wits. The murmurs were not loud, yet Lin Chen's keen ears caught every word. He curled his lips in disdain and let out a dismissive taint at a group of cowards. Were they not merely groping a pair of trousers and barking at a dog? Why should they fear him so? Once he departed, they would surely find themselves in even more daunting circumstances. Lin Chen strode boldly down the center of the road, his hands clasped behind his back. The people on either side wished fervently to press themselves against the mountainside, barely daring to breathe, lest they provoke this formidable ancestor. The last rays of the setting sun bathed him in a warm glow, casting a long shadow that coupled with the surrounding crowd's palpable silence, truly evoked the aura of a dreaded star on the march. Chapter 2. The Destiny of the Void. As night deepened, Lin Chen lay restlessly on his grand bed adorned with clouds of brocade. Tossing and turning in a state of insomnia, extending his hand, he counted his fingers in the moonlight that streamed through the window, muttering to himself, 3 days left, wait. No, yesterday it was 4 days, today has passed, so it should be 3 days? The more he counted, the more confused he became, and in frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair. How many days until he turned 18? The mere thought of that day ignited a fervor within him, as it meant he could finally step beyond the Lin family gates and venture into the world. Lin Chen felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of attending the grand banquets of the talented youths across the realms. Relishing the idea of confronting them one by one, he yearned to seize the fortunes of those so-called children of destiny, delighting in their exasperation and helplessness. He envisioned knocking on the doors of ancient sects, indulging in their medicinal gardens and rare herbs. Just imagining these scenarios brought forth a cacophony of system notifications, and he couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. Once he was free, he would certainly strip away that protective value. With this delightful anticipation, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Chen sprang out of bed, forgoing breakfast, and made his way directly to the Zhanyu Hall where the family head resided. Upon arriving at the entrance, the guards bowed respectfully, greeting him, "Young master." Lin Chen waved dismissively and boldly pushed open the door. Inside, the room was furnished in an ancient style, and seated in the grand chair was a man clad in a dark patterned robe. He had a resolute expression, with sharp brows and eyes that conveyed an air of authority despite his youthful appearance, suggesting he was barely in his 30s. This was the current head of the Lin family, Lin Jianshu, who was also Lin Chen's adoptive father. Lin Chen bore little affection for this father figure. Had it not been for the decree he established that forbade anyone under 18 from leaving the family estate, Lin Chen would have long since explored the world outside. Dad. Lin Chen elongated his tone, feigning a hint of grievance. Lin Jianshu set aside the scroll he was perusing and looked up at him with calm indifference. Sure, is there something you need? Lin Chen stepped closer, attempting to mimic his younger self, hoping to conjure a pitiful expression. You see, I am about to turn 18. Could you not be a bit lenient and allow me to go out for a few days earlier? Just a few days, I promise not to cause any trouble. I merely wish to enjoy the scenery and breathe in the fresh air outside. Would that be acceptable? Lin Jianshu's gaze grew complex as he regarded his son. He understood all too well that confining Lin Chen to this small space for 18 years was indeed a hardship. Yet all of this was a consequence of Lin Chen's extraordinary constitution, the destiny of the void. This unique trait had not been seen in the Lin family for countless generations, defying the natural order. It bore no ties to fate, making it elusive to the paths of the great Tao. Even emperors attempting to divine the secrets of heaven would find it impossible to trace any aspect of Lin Chen. The so-called heavenly mechanism pavilion, which prided itself on its ability to perceive the laws of heaven, was rendered futile in Lin Chen's presence. In truth, even if Lin Chen stood right beneath the gaze of the Tao, it would perceive him as nothing but void, unable to exert any influence over him. This was a tremendous opportunity, yet concealed perilous dangers. Lin Jianshu and the other elders of the family regarded Lin Chen as a precious jewel. Their fears stemmed from his extraordinary constitution, apprehensive of the ancient forces lurking in the shadows, coveting his unique gift. It was known that outside, there existed a so-called list of prodigies, a manifestation of the will of the Tao. Any young talents of some renown were typically found on this list. However, Lin Chen was different. With his innate abilities, he would inevitably clash with those on the list once he ventured out. If he were to defeat a listed prodigy, the Tao would be unable to register him on the list due to his destiny of the void. The anomaly of someone capable of vanquishing the champions yet not appearing on the list would undoubtedly raise eyebrows among the ancient beings who had lived for millennia. Should they uncover the secret of Lin Chen's constitution, the consequences would be dire, even though the Lin family had endured for countless ages. Being termed an immortal imperial clan was no exaggeration, yet a tall tree attracts the wind, and no one could guarantee that unforeseen events would not occur. Patience. Lin Jianshu's voice lowered slightly, tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness. Just a little longer. Lin Chen pouted, wishing to argue further. But Lin Shu continued. It is not that I wish to confine you. It is simply that your constitution is unique, and the world outside is far more complex than you can imagine. The family merely wishes for you to remain safe a while longer. What Lin Shu did not voice was that when the rule was established, the family elders had debated for quite some time. Ultimately, the eldest elder made the final decision. Chen possesses the destiny of the void. He should not be constrained. A bird raised in a cage cannot become a mighty eagle. After he turns 18, let him venture forth. The experiences he must undergo cannot be avoided. Lin Chen observed the deep-seated concern in his father's eyes, and his earlier dissatisfaction began to fade. Though he often called him adoptive father with jest, he understood that his family had genuinely protected him well over the years. Fine, he muttered. I shall endure a few more days. After all, the wait would not be long. As Lin Chen turned to leave, his steps felt significantly lighter. With his father's assurance, he was confident that on his 18th birthday, he would indeed be free. The thought of the impending exploits filled him with glee, and a smile stretched across his face. With merely 3 days until his 18th birthday, Lin Chen seemed to have entered a mode of unrestrained freedom, stirring up chaos within the Lin family. The 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit in the spirit garden, which had just ripened, was halved overnight, leaving only a few clean seeds behind. The depths of the medicinal store, locked away, contained precious herbs. Anything that seemed suitable for broth or cuisine had been nearly cleared out. His storage ring, a gift from the family head, which had previously been empty, was now brimming with treasures. These spiritual fruits needed to be dried for snacking on the road. These few herbs, known for their mild properties, were perfect for stewing meat. And there was this. Lin Chen categorized the spoils, muttering to himself. What if I come across fine ingredients outside? How could I manage without these supplementary materials? In the years to come, my culinary skills should surely have room to flourish. Right? Aside from pilfering, he had also developed an infatuation with alchemy. This obsession was sparked one day when he overheard the second elder boasting about his remarkable alchemical skills. Lin Chen, filled with enthusiasm, immediately declared his intent to learn. The second elder, initially pleased, believed this mischievous rascal was finally taking something seriously, and he specially prepared a top-tier alchemy room, teaching him the intricacies of fire control, purification, and pill formation. Chapter 3, Second Uncle, let's do it again. And what was the result? Boom! The roof of the first furnace exploded, sending debris flying. Boom! The second furnace shattered into 8 pieces, scalding the second elder with hot dregs. For 3 consecutive days, the alchemy room was never at peace, with explosions echoing throughout the mountain, and the disciples had grown accustomed to the daily symphony of chaos. Eventually, the second elder's patience wore thin. He looked at Lin Chen as if he were a harbinger of disaster. Yet this boy still wore a serious expression. Second uncle, let's try again. This time, I will surely succeed. Success? You wish. The second elder clutched his chest, gazing at yet another ruined alchemy room, gasping with distress. I have taught countless disciples throughout my life, yet I have never encountered one who could cause so much destruction. You control fire like a seasoned master. Your purification skills are impeccable, yet once it comes to pill formation, you act as if you have a vendetta against it. As the third elder passed by, he couldn't help but revel in the misfortune of the second elder. Old Lin, if this keeps up, you'll have to relocate your alchemy to the foot of the mountain and set up a tent. The second elder shot him a glare, better than being robbed. Your precious Yin, Long Huang, Shen didn't disappear, did it? If you're so capable, why don't you get it back? The third elder fell silent, begrudgingly rubbing his nose. In recent days, the younger members of the clan have been carefully avoiding the vicinity of the alchemy chamber, fearing the repercussions of any residual explosions. The task of clearing the rubble and transporting medicinal herbs, which should have been handled by the lower-ranking disciples, now falls solely on the shoulders of the second elder. For who would dare approach that notorious alchemist? As he toiled, moving stones, the second elder gritted his teeth, muttering, "Once that little rascal is out, just wait and see." Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous noise erupted from the direction of the alchemy chamber, causing him to fumble and drop the stone he was holding. Forget it. Exchanging glances with the third elder, a sense of relief washed over him. Soon, this troublesome ancestor would be unleashed upon others. Just imagine. The alchemy chamber that would be blown up would belong to another family, and the spirit herbs that would be stolen would be from another S repository. Simply delightful. That afternoon, Lin Chen was crouched by the stream, roasting a leg of a spirit deer he had pilfered from one of the elders' residences. The oil sizzled, filling the air with an enticing aroma. A figure approached slowly. It was Lin Jianshu. "Father," Lin Chen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly tore off a glistening piece of deer leg and offered it. "Freshly roasted. Would you care to try?" Lin Jianshu observed his son, whose face was smeared with grease, and with a slight twitch at his temple, he waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You eat it yourself." He sat beside Lin Chen, gazing at the gently flowing stream. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Our ancestor has predicted that around your birthday, a secret realm will open in the Meteor Valley to the east." "A secret realm?" Lin Chen mumbled through a mouthful of deer leg. "Yes, it is said to be the site of a fallen ancient emperor brimming with opportunities," Lin Jianshu replied. "The news has spread, and soon the young prodigies from various factions will gather there." He paused, looking at Lin Chen. "You should go as well. It will be a good chance for you to broaden your horizons and engage with those so-called prodigies." "Really?" Lin Chen leaped up, nearly spitting out his food, his eyes sparkling like twin stars. "I can go to the secret realm? I get to fight those prodigies?" Lin Jianshu nodded. "Indeed, your granduncle will accompany you." "Yay!" Lin Chen exclaimed, exuberantly hugging Lin Jianshu. Without waiting for a response, he rubbed his grease-stained face against his father's dark robe, leaving a large grease mark. "Father, you're the best." He grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, resembling a sly fox that had stolen a chicken. Lin Jianshu glanced at the grease stain on his robe, then at his son's excited demeanor, and a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. He then stood up. "All right, take your time eating. I must be on my way." With that, he turned and left, his steps seemingly quicker than before, as if he were trying to escape. Watching his father's hurried retreat, Lin Chen scratched his head. But soon his thoughts were consumed by the impending secret realm and the prodigies. The prodigy ranking? The ancient emperor's secret realm? He licked his lips, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Just wait, the young master is coming. That night, Lin Chen lay in bed, tapping his knees with his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. He could intuitively sense that for this journey, the family would surely send powerful guardians to accompany him. Not to mention, given his unique celestial body, the ancestors would likely be on high alert. Concealed protection? Huh, that's just splendid. Lin Chen stroked his chin, a glint of cunning in his eyes. With the ancestors watching over him, he felt emboldened to stir up trouble. Safety? What does that even mean? With the ancestors present, he had nothing to fear. The mere thought of facing those so-called prodigies and the potential notification from the system sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Meanwhile, news of the impending emergence of the Emperor's secret realm in the Meteor Valley spread like wildfire across several vast worlds. The ancient sects, immortal empires, and secluded families were all abuzz with excitement. The Emperor's secret realm held treasures that could drive cultivators to madness. Even more astonishing was the sight that graced the skies that very night. Countless meteors, trailing long tails, fell towards the eastern ridge, as if the entire cosmos was bowing to that land, leaving countless beings in awe. One omen. This is a sign of the Emperor's secret realm's emergence. Let us hurry to the eastern ridge, the Meteor Valley. We must seize the opportunity. Numerous powerful beings and prodigies, some riding flying boats, others wielding magical treasures, and even some capable of tearing through space, raced towards the eastern ridge with utmost haste. At dawn the following day, Lin Chen sprang from his bed with a sudden burst of energy. Normally, he would still be lost in dreams at this hour, but today was different. Today, he would finally step beyond the Lin family gates. He rummaged through his belongings and found a moon-white brocade robe, crafted from celestial silkworm ice threads. Not only was it lightweight and breathable, but it also emitted a faint spiritual glow, accentuating his already handsome features. Standing before a bronze mirror, he meticulously adjusted his collar and swept back the stray hairs from his forehead, admiring the spirited young man reflected back. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Dear prodigies, are you ready to welcome the young master? Here I come." After preparing himself, Lin Chen strolled leisurely towards the family square. Along the way, he encountered several early rising members of the Lin family, who paused in their tasks, astonished at the sight of him. "Hey, isn't that the young master?" One of the servants whispered to his companion, "Why is he up so early today? Usually, at this hour, he is still dreaming. Have you not heard? The young master is leaving the family today." Another disciple replied, wide-eyed, "They say he hasn't been outside in 18 years. This time he is going to that Meteor Valley secret realm. Is that true? Those outside are in for trouble." The murmurs were not loud, but Lin Chen heard every word clearly. Feeling unusually cheerful today, he did not feign ignorance like usual. Instead, he raised his chin and called out cheerfully to the disciples. "Good morning." The young men were startled, nearly dropping their tools, exchanging incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. "The young master actually greeted us? Has the sun risen from the west?" Lin Chen paid no mind to their astonishment, his steps light as he reached the square. By now, a number of young Lin family members had gathered, all excited and eager to join him in the secret realm, most of them around 20 years old, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the center of the square stood two composed elders. One, clad in a green robe with a gentle demeanor, was the fourth elder, Lin Zhao. The other, dressed in a star-patterned robe with sharp eyes, was the fifth elder, Lin Xingyi. These two were leading the expedition. Fourth uncle, fifth uncle. Lin Chen approached respectfully, tempering his usual mischievousness. Lin Zhao and Lin Xingyi exchanged glances and smiled. "Chen has arrived?" Lin Zhao stroked his beard, his eyes filled with affection. "It seems you can hardly wait." Lin Xingyi also revealed a rare warm expression. "Since everyone is here, let's set off." The surrounding Lin family members gathered around, bowing to Lin Chen, affectionately calling him Brother Chen. "Good morning, Brother Chen. Be sure to look out for us on this trip." Lin Chen waved his hand with a radiant smile. "Fear not. With me around, no one dares to bully our Lin family. As for whether he would bully others, that was a different matter entirely." Lin Zhao cleared his throat. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Let's depart." As his words fell, he swept his sleeve, and a verdant flying vessel, 100 zhang in length, glided gracefully from his storage ring, hovering above the square. The craft exuded an ancient and majestic aura, its hull inscribed with intricate runes that emitted a subtle yet imposing pressure. Aboard the ship, with the command of the fourth elder, Lin Chen was the first to leap aboard. Casting a glance back at the Lin family S-Mountain Gate where he had spent 18 years, a flicker of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. The outside world, here I come. With a flash of light, the flying vessel soared into the sky, carrying aboard a cargo of aspirations and ambitions, dashing toward the eastern Ling realm. At the moment of takeoff, Lin Chen observed his fellow disciples, each seemingly invigorated. Some retreated into the cultivation chambers for meditation. Others gathered at the deck's edge, gazing into the distance with eyes full of longing for the secret realm. He, however, remained unhurried, hands clasped behind his back like a lord surveying his domain, leisurely strolling across the deck. Though called a vessel, it resembled more a condensed airborne fortress. The deck was as spacious as a plaza, its edges etched with defensive runes that shimmered with a faint golden glow under the sunlight. The ship housed dozens of chambers, besides cultivation rooms. There was even a spiritual spring pool, a small herb garden, and an elegant tea room where a kettle warmed fragrant spiritual tea, the aroma wafting gently. Indeed, a testament to the family's wealth. Lin Chen stroked his chin approvingly, plucking a fist-sized red flame fruit from the herb garden and popping it into his mouth without wiping it clean, the sweetness causing him to squint in delight. Reaching the bow, he casually produced a reclining chair from his storage ring, placing it at the deck's center, along with a small table. From the ring, he poured out a heap of freshly acquired spiritual fruits, translucent ice crystal grapes, fiery red dates, and creamy jade marrow fruits, all rare treasures that commanded exorbitant prices outside. Here piled as common fare. He flopped onto the chair, propping his feet on the table, leisurely munching a date as he pondered. Tapping his knee to count the levels of the conjure realm, his gaze carried a hint of nonchalant confidence. Could such a level command renown elsewhere? According to family lore, reaching the 5th level of the conjure realm at his age was a prodigious talent unseen for millennia. Yet Lin Chen knew, well, his true confidence stemmed not from his realm, but from the Chaos Hongmeng art gifted by the system's novice package. This cultivation technique was extraordinary. Its opening verse proclaimed, "The method arises from chaos. The energy originates from Hongmeng. When cultivated, the spiritual energy, demonic energy, even the power of stars flowed into his meridians as if endowed with legs." requiring no guidance. More astonishingly, it was compatible with myriad techniques. Whether the sharpness of sword cultivation, the gentleness of alchemy, or the dominance of demonic cultivation, all could be fused in mastery, making his combat style a veritable bazaar of moves, diverse yet devastatingly powerful. Recently, he sparred with a cousin at the 7th level of Kangja, who wielded a life sword. Relying solely on this technique, Lin Chen withstood the sword's aura and countered with a single punch that sent the cousin sprawling. That cousin was hailed as one of the Lin family's century's sharpest sword prodigies. So what use was a high realm? Lin Chen scoffed, popping an ice crystal grape into his mouth. When facing the young master himself, even the mightiest must kneel. The flying vessel did not linger in the mundane realm, but plunged directly into a spatial tunnel. Outside, the scenery instantly transformed. Blue skies and white clouds warped in a streaming light. Countless star phantoms rapidly receded on both sides, and the drone of spatial rifts filled the ears, though the ship's runes steadfastly shielded them from disturbance. Such spatial leaps could unsettle ordinary cultivators, but Lin Chen watched with relish, occasionally pointing at a passing star phantom to wager. That one looks bright, perhaps it hides treasures. 10 days quietly slipped by as Lin Chen ate, slept, wandered, and occasionally bantered with passing elders. Ding, approaching the Eastern Ling realm, preparing to exit the spatial tunnel. A gentle alert emanated from the ship's formation core. Lin Chen suddenly sat upright, clutching the railing to peer outward. The streaming light abruptly parted, revealing the vast outline of the Eastern Ling realm's continent. Growing clearer in his view, the vessel's destination was a mist-shrouded valley in the continent's eastern region. That must be the Meteor Star Valley, Lin Chen squinted. From afar, the valley resembled a chasm cleaved by a colossal axe, crisscrossing and bottomless. Gray-black mist perpetually swirled within, with occasional golden streaks flashing out and vanishing instantly, exuding a domineering yet desolate aura that pressed heavily on one's chest. Meteor Star Valley, huh? The voice of 5th Elder Lin Zhengyi came from nearby, suddenly appearing on deck, his gaze grave. Legend told that in ancient times, a star imbued with imperial Tao laws fell here, carving the valley, and thus earning its name. He paused before adding, later, a great emperor passed away here, hiding the secret realm within the star's core. For years, the valley's spiritual and demonic energies have intertwined, yielding ancient herbs, demonic beasts tainted by dark energy, and the emperor's lingering pressure. Ordinary cultivators who enter have an 80% chance of perishing inside. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. How thrilling! As they spoke, the vessel slowly descended onto a plain at the valley's periphery. Upon landing, a clamorous voice greeted them. The plain teemed with people. Cultivators in varied attire gathered in groups of 3 or 5, flying vessels, war chariots, and even sects projecting their mountain gate illusions hovered overhead, radiating imposing momentum. They're the Wan Sword Sect's people. Their sect leader's mount, the Zhantian sword vessel, is here. Isn't that the crown prince of the Xian dynasty? Surrounded by experts, and secluded by Chow Hall, they brought many antidote pills. They must have prepared well. The murmurs rose and fell as Lin Chen cast a glance, a smile tugging at his lips. With so many prodigies gathered, there would certainly be much to experience. In the void, a streak of azure light tore through the clouds. The 100-jan-long flying vessel, wrapped in a faint dragon aura, gradually became visible. The Lin family's ancient insignia etched on its hull shimmered under the sunlight, as if alive, emanating an oppressive aura. Is that the Lin family's vessel? Someone shouted from the square, silencing the crowd momentarily. Countless eyes turned skyward. Indeed, the Lin family. Even the ancient Lin family has arrived. Tisk if they're involved. It seems this great emperor's secret realm weighs beyond imagination. I heard the Lin family's direct bloodline has a precious prodigy. Could they be coming this time? The renewed discussions carried more reverence. The ancient Lin family's name was a trump card in Wu Jinxing and surrounding star domains, an ultimate existence. Ordinary factions dared not rival them, and even top powers yielded to their might. The flying vessel settled steadily at the square's edge. On deck, 4th Elder Lin Shi Zhao and 5th Elder Lin Zhengyi stepped forward first. Their azure robes and star-patterned deist garments fluttered in the wind, though their auras appeared calm. The surrounding air seemed to stiffen perceptibly. Lin Chen followed behind, still clad in his moon-white brocade robe, hands tucked in his sleeves, eyes darting about like a newly freed bird, curiously surveying the square. The other Lin family disciples stood tall and upright, though less casual than Lin Chen. Their sharpness was unmistakable. Being chosen for the secret realm was an honor reserved for the family's elite peers. The vast square, seemingly artificially cleared, bore faintly etched formation patterns, clearly arranged to accommodate the multitude of factions. Already, nearly 1,000 people crowded the area. To the east, a group of white-robed cultivators bearing long swords gathered, their sword tassels marked conspicuously with the Wan character, members of the Wan sword sect. At the forefront stand a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, a sword subtly sheathed at his waist, hinting at a dragon-esque roar. He is undoubtedly the current heir of the Wan Jianzong. To the west, a group draped in dark dragon robes surrounds a stern-faced youth, the crown prince of the Xian Yin Huang Chao, flanked by several solemn elder figures, evidently the court's esteemed advisors. In a corner, a few cultivators, clad in humble linen garments and bearing medicine baskets, converse in hushed tones. The green glow emanating from the medicinal tokens at their waists identifies them as members of the Bai Chao Tang. They are surrounded by numerous alchemy bottles, clearly prepared to counteract the toxins within the secret realm. Alongside them are the crimson-robed practitioners from the Fun Tiangong, enveloped in an aura of flames, while the nuns from the Shui Yuan, dressed in pure white, hold rosaries, exuding an ethereal grace. Even the notoriously ruthless Shui Yinglu has sent a few masked figures in black, silently lurking in the shadows. Indeed, there is a considerable gathering. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if selecting prey, pondering which among them might be listed on the Tian Jiaobang. As he observed, several streaks of light descended, heralding the arrival of latecomers, including the formidable Man Shun tribe, known for their physical prowess, with muscular men bearing runes etched upon their bare skin, and the Sukong Gu, adept in spatial techniques, their groups seemingly able to vanish into thin air at will. However, some anticipated powers have yet to make an appearance. Whispers among wandering cultivators suggest the Wushang Shun Chao has not arrived. Their crown prince is reputedly ranked high on the Tian Jiaobang, so it seems odd for them to miss this event. Perhaps the Wushang Shun Chao considers this secret realm beneath their dignity? There is also the Tai Chu Shangdi, rumored to have their saintess in seclusion to break through to a new realm, hence their absence, along with many other factions whose prodigies have not shown up. Lin Chen listened, curling his lip. Their absence is preferable, sparing him the need to measure the strength of potential adversaries, even though he had no intention of doing so. At that moment, leaders from various factions approached Elders Si and Wu, their faces adorned with polite smiles. Elder Lin Zizao, Elder Lin Xingyi, it's good to see you. An elder from the Wan Jianzong clasped his hands and smiled, expressing surprise that the Lin family also harbored interest in this secret realm, stating that their presence brings much reassurance. Elder Lin Zizao responded with a faint smile. Elder Wang is being too kind. Opportunities in the secret realm belong to those fated to seize them. My Lin family is merely here to partake in the festivities. The advisors from the Xian Yin Huang Chao also stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Elders, this secret realm is fraught with danger. We might need to rely on the Lin family's reputation. Elder Lin Xingyi waved his hand dismissively. It is merely our duty. As long as no one provokes Lin family disciples, we shall coexist peacefully. Though his words appeared benign, they carried an undeniable pressure. Those nearby understood the implication. The Lin family would protect their own, and anyone daring to harm their kin would face the consequences. Lin Chen listened intently, feeling amused. Look, even before any confrontation, the family's presence had already been asserted. Once he truly stirred up trouble, wouldn't these elders unleash chaos? His gaze fell upon the sword at the waist of the Wan Jianzong's young master. Its spirit radiated an impressive aura, clearly not an ordinary weapon. That sword is rather impressive, Lin Chen mused, an idea blossoming in his mind. If I were to seize it, I wonder if the young master would cry for his father? Chapter 6. Is the Tian Jiaobang ranking 189 really impressive? Just as he pondered, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone collectively looked up to see the clouds above the meteor valley swirling, forming a massive vortex, At its center, golden streams of light cascaded downward, and the aura of the world surged violently. It has begun. The secret realm is about to open. Someone shouted, and the atmosphere in the plaza instantly erupted with excitement. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, his fists clenched in anticipation. The show is about to commence. The golden vortex in the sky spun faster and faster, and the raging aura surged down like a tidal wave as an invisible transport screen gradually unfolded beneath the vortex, emanating a soft luminescence. Brother Chun, the passage to the secret realm is stable. We should proceed, murmured a youth clad in silver-white armor beside Lin Chen, with a handsome visage and sharp gaze. He exuded a refined presence, being one of the Lin family's prodigies, Lin Chen. Before their departure, Elder C had specifically instructed him to watch over Lin Chen, ensuring this little ancestor did not suffer any losses upon his first venture outside. Aware of Lin Chen's unique status, Lin Chen stayed close to him throughout the journey. Lin Chen nodded, casually popping the last jade spirit fruit into his mouth and clapping his hands. Let us go. Let's take a look. No sooner had he spoken than the young master of the Wan Jianzong and the crown prince of the Xian, Yin Huang Chao, leapt forward, transforming into streaks of light as they dove into the transport screen. Other prodigies followed suit, and soon, the air above the plaza was filled with figures rushing toward the secret realm. Brother Chun, I'll accompany you, Lin Chen declared, attempting to match Lin Chen's pace. However, before he could close the distance, the transport screen erupted with a powerful suction force. Lin Chen felt a blur before his eyes, as if pulled by an unseen power. In the next moment, the surroundings transformed entirely, and Lin Chen's figure vanished, leaving Lin Chen alone in an unfamiliar forest. Ah, a random teleportation, Lin Chen mused, unperturbed. After all, with his ancestor secretly protecting him, even if he was separated from the main group, he would be fine. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the lush vegetation, towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves carried a faint spiritual essence, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of grass and earth. Strange flowers and herbs adorned the ground, some with glistening dew upon their petals, clearly not of ordinary stock. This place is rather splendid. Lin Chen's interest peaked as he followed a faint path ahead. After walking for about half an hour, he suddenly emerged into a broad expanse, revealing a vast orchard. The garden was teeming with fruit trees, some bearing bright red fruits that exuded an enticing sweetness. Others were emerald green, their surfaces radiating a gentle spiritual glow. One tree bore several golden fruits, each the size of a fist, brimming with spiritual energy. Rare gene, one Xian Tao. My goodness! Lin Chen's eyes widened, nearly drooling. He dashed forward, plucking a gene Wen Xian Tao and taking a large bite. The sweet juice burst his mouth, the spiritual energy sliding down his throat, warming him entirely. Delicious. As Lin Chen savored the Xian Tao, a thought suddenly struck him. Didn't he father give me a small pocket realm? If I could uproot these fruit trees and take them back, I would have an endless supply for future feasts, and could even plant some others. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He promptly retrieved a pitch-black shovel from his storage ring, an item he had previously borrowed from the Elder's artifact refining room, made of mysterious iron and exceedingly sharp. Time to dig. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, aiming for a fruit tree laden with Qi Yingua, and with one scoop, he uprooted it along with the surrounding soil. With his considerable strength and the shovel-esque sharpness, extracting the tree proved effortless. Soon, he had stowed one tree, roots and all, into his storage ring. Let us go for another. Lin Chen grew increasingly enthusiastic, gathering Jin Wen Xian Tao trees, Bing Jing Pu Tao vines, and Yu Sui Gua trees. Anything he deemed delectable was not spared. One by one, the orchard's trees vanished, leaving behind a series of varying depths of soil pits. Unbeknownst to him, for hours had passed. Lin Chen collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his storage ring packed to the brim, while the once densely populated orchard now lay barren, save for a multitude of empty pits. He picked up a Bingjing Pu Tao, munching on it while grumbling. What a workout, but totally worth it. My small pocket realm will become my exclusive orchard. He even began to dream. In the future, he would capture a few prodigies to water and fertilize the plants, allowing them to watch him feast on the fruits. Just the thought of it made him chuckle. At that moment, footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by a somewhat haughty voice. Who is making a ruckus here? Lin Chen looked up and saw a young man dressed in the azure robes of a sect approaching. This youth appeared to be around 20 years old, with an arrogant demeanor and a contemptuous glance sweeping over Lin Chen. Upon noticing Lin Chen's cultivation at the Conja Fifth Realm, a smirk of derision deepened at the corners of his mouth. The young man was Huang Su, a core disciple of the Qingfeng sect, and ranked 189 on the talented youth list, having already achieved the Yuan-Chu realm. Although the Qingfeng sect was not a top-tier power, it was still a significant force in the Dongling realm. Huang Su was accustomed to being pursued and admired wherever he went, which had fostered his haughty disposition. As he passed through an orchard, he intended to search for opportunities, but was taken aback to find Lin Chen sprawled on the ground, indulging in fruit amidst the numerous dirt pits scattered around. Kid, what were you digging just now? Huang Su approached Lin Chen, looking down at him with an authoritative tone. Where are the treasures you unearthed? Hand them over. He did not recognize Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had not left the Lin family's gates for 18 years. Even among the top-tier powers, few had seen his face. To Huang Su, Lin Chen dressed plainly, unbeknownst to him that it was a Tian Bingxi robe, and with only the cultivation of the Conjure realm, seemed to be nothing more than a cultivator from a minor sect, hardly worthy of his attention. Lin Chen chewed on a grape, glanced at Huang Su, and leisurely replied, Who are you? Does it concern you? Huang Su was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such audacity from a Conjure realm cultivator. His expression darkened instantly. Impudent. I am Huang Su of the Qingfeng sect, ranked 189 on the talented youth list. Hand over the treasures you dug up. But do not blame me for being unkind. As he spoke, the aura of the Yuan-Chu realm emanated from him, attempting to pressure Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, swallowed the last grape, dusted off his hands, and stood up. Ranked 189 on the talented youth list? Is that impressive? Chapter 7. Is this it? So weak? Lin Chen initially thought to quickly dismiss this youth and continue searching for rarer spiritual plants nearby, as he had just finished excavating the orchard and had not yet quenched his thirst for treasure hunting. However, upon hearing the words ranked 189, his eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, his previous languid demeanor vanishing, replaced by a playful smile. Oh, the talented youth list? Lin Chen flexed his wrists, the joints emitting a subtle crack. He had heard much about the talented youth list, though he had never encountered anyone from it. Today seemed like the perfect opportunity to test the waters. Huang Su, noticing Lin Chen's fearless demeanor and eagerness for a challenge, became more convinced that Lin Chen had unearthed treasures and was attempting to resist through brute force. The thought of potential rare herbs quickened Huang Su's breath, and he wasted no time, launching himself forward like an arrow, his right palm coalescing with faint azure spiritual energy, striking toward Lin Chen's chest. This was the Qingfeng sect's signature technique, Qingfeng Palm, which even ordinary Yuan-Chu realm cultivators would avoid. Come on, Lin Chen exclaimed, stepping forward instead of retreating, unleashing a casual punch. There were no dazzling lights or overwhelming force, but at the moment their fists collided, Huang Su felt an unimaginable force surge forth. As if struck by a mountain, crack! A sharp sound echoed as Huang Su felt his right arm shatter. His entire being sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing into an ancient tree and causing its leaves to rain down. Lin Chen remained rooted in place, not even a flicker of his clothing disturbed, merely curling his lip in disdain. Is this it? The talented youth list cultivators are this weak? Huang Su, clutching his agonizing right arm, struggled to rise, his complexion pale and ashen. He had indeed not given his all, but he had never anticipated that a Conjure realm cultivator could send him flying with a single punch. He attributed it to his own carelessness in underestimating his opponent's brute strength, gritting his teeth as he spat. You dare to deceive me. With that, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing a surge of azure light that coalesced into sharp wind blades aimed at Lin Chen. This was the Qingfeng sect's deadly move, the Qinglin wind blade, capable of slicing through metal and stone with ease. Lin Chen did not even blink as the chaotic Hongmeng technique quietly activated within him. Having thoroughly learned the secret arts from the Lin family's scripture pavilion, while others would take years to master a single technique, he faced no such conflicts. His chaotic Hongmeng technique could harmonize with all methods, and with a casual wave of his hand, A dark golden barrier appeared before him. Boom! The wind blades struck the barrier, leaving not a single ripple, vanishing without a trace. Before Huang Su could react, Lin Chen flashed and appeared before him once more, delivering another punch straight to his chest. Poof! Huang Su spat a mouthful of blood, his body once again hurled backward, this time crashing directly into the pit left by Lin Chen's earlier excavation, struggling to rise as fear finally seeped into his eyes. He wanted to flee. Huang Su, forcing himself through the pain, concentrated the last vestiges of spiritual energy at his fingertips, preparing to employ his secret technique to escape. However, Lin Chen was faster, stepping to the edge of the pit and ruthlessly stomping on his wrist. With a crack, the excruciating pain of a shattered bone elicited a scream from Huang Su. Thinking of fleeing? Lin Chen peered down at him, his tone icy. Tell me, which sect do you belong to? Huang Su trembled in pain, too frightened to hide the truth. He stammered, I am from the Qingfeng sect. My father is Huang Tianxiong, the sect master. If you harm me, my father will not spare you. He attempted to invoke his father's name to intimidate Lin Chen. Qingfeng sect? Huang Tianxiong? Lin Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a long moment before exclaiming with disdain, never heard of it. So it's just a minor sect. Huang Su's anger made his vision blur. And as he prepared to retort, Lin Chen, already impatient, raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to his head. Bang! Blood splattered, and Huang Su let out no sound, his life extinguished. Lin Chen crouched down, rummaging through Huang Su's belongings, finding only a few ordinary healing pills, some spiritual stones, and a few conjure-level artifacts. He scoffed, what a miser, not even a decent treasure. He casually tossed the items into his storage ring, brushed off his hands, and turned to continue exploring the secret realm, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, all eyes were fixated on the talented youth list hovering in midair. The name Huang Su, once ranked 189, suddenly dimmed at a visible speed before disappearing entirely with a hum. According to the rules of the talented youth list, when a person perishes, their name is automatically removed. Strangely, however, it was customary for the one who killed Huang Su to take his place, ascending to the 189 position. Yet, after a fleeting moment of vacancy, the cultivator ranked 190 automatically moved up to become the new 189, with no new name appearing on the list. What is going on? Huang Su is dead? No new entrant? Was he not killed by someone? It was highly likely he had fallen into a trap within the secret realm. Given the dangers of the Emperor's secret realm, the crowd buzzed with speculation, concluding that Huang Su had met with an unfortunate accident. Only within the Qingfeng sect's group did a middle-aged man in a purple robe, bearing a dignified visage, suddenly rise, fixating on the name that had vanished from the list. His eyes turned crimson as he roared, Su, my sewer, how could you die? This man was Huang Tianxiong, the sect master of the Qingfeng sect. Through bloodline sensitivity, he could sense his son's life and death, and in that instant he had distinctly perceived his son's aura dissipate completely. The atmosphere in the square grew tense, and everyone understood that the Qingfeng sect would seek a scapegoat. In a corner, Elder Lin Zizao and Elder Lin Xingyi exchanged glances, seeing the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. Aside from that young scion who had just emerged from the mountains, who else could have killed someone on the talented youth list without the heavenly Tao recording it? It could only be that young scion. The two individuals remained silent, subtly shifting to the side to avoid being caught in the impending wrath of Qingfeng's own. After all, the troubles caused by their young master would ultimately fall upon their shoulders to rectify. Lin Chen circled the desolate orchard twice, observing the numerous pits scattered across the ground. Unable to suppress his pride, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, not bad, not bad. This masterpiece is quite conspicuous. Anyone who visits this place will know that the fruits here belong solely to me. Satisfied that not a single fruit pit had been overlooked, he pocketed his abundant spoils and strolled leisurely deeper into the valley. The secret realm was vast. Surely it held more treasures beyond this mere orchard. Having walked a short distance, the sharp clashing of weapons and the explosive surge of spiritual energy reached his ears, mingled with the shouts and curses of both men and women. A lively scene to behold. Chapter 8. Where's my Zixia Xianzi? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and he lightened his steps. Instead of rushing toward the commotion, he activated the Lin family's concealment technique. instantly suppressing his presence to the point where even his shadow became faint, allowing him to approach stealthily, hiding behind a sturdy ancient tree. Lin Chen peeked out to observe the clearing where a man and a woman were engaged in a fierce battle. The woman, adorned in a pale pink gown, wielded a long sword shimmering with watery, spiritual light. Her movements were as graceful as a butterfly, each strike imbued with a gentle yet fierce aura. This was Xie Lingshu, ranked 182nd on the Tianjiao list, hailing from the predominantly female sect, Shuyu. The man, clad in dark attire and wielding a spear, struck with the ferocity of a dragon, forcing Xie Lingshu into a series of retreats. He was Luo Yunshin, ranked 183rd from the Liatan spear sect. The animosity between them, rooted in their sects, ideologies, and their rankings, intensified the confrontation. Luo Yunshin, do you dare to strike with lethal intent? Xie Lingshu shouted, parrying his spear with her sword, which caught the edge of her gown, leaving her flustered and furious. Xie Lingshu, the Tianjiao list ranks solely by strength. Do you truly think I would show mercy simply because you are a female cultivator? You are unworthy of the Zixia Xianzi, Luo Yunshin retorted, thrusting his spear with a piercing sound that ripped through the air. Following their gazes deeper into the valley, Lin Chen spotted a piece of azure stone, atop which grew a half-foot-tall spiritual herb, its entire body a rich purple, with faint glimmers of dawn light surrounding its leaves. The spiritual energy, so dense it seemed nearly tangible. He scratched his head, pondering, what is this herb? I have never seen it before. Yet, it must be something extraordinary if it can incite such fierce competition among the Tianjiao. The thought of a prized possession sparked excitement in Lin Chen's eyes as he quietly retrieved the iron spade, formulating a plan. Once they were sufficiently weakened, he would stealthily claim the herb without a trace. The battle escalated. Xie Lingshu's sword danced like a tempest, forming a barrier of watery light to barely fend off Luo Yunshin's relentless spear strikes. With each passing moment, Luo Yunshin became increasingly aggressive, his spears sweeping and thrusting, driving Xie Lingshu into retreat. Lin Chen, hidden behind the tree, watched with rapt attention, unable to resist offering low-key commentary. Tisk, Luo Yunshin is utterly ungracious, attacking a lady with such ferocity. He'll surely struggle to find a wife. Seeing Xie Lingshu being forced back, he grew anxious. Xie Lingshu, can you hold your ground? Stop holding back. Use Shuyu An's ice sealing technique. Freeze his spear. As if she heard his offstage guidance, Xie Lingshu gritted her teeth, twirled her sword, and instantly enveloped herself in layers of icy mist that surged toward Luo Yunshin. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly retreated, but a corner of his garment was still touched by the icy mist, instantly freezing into shards. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily locked in combat, Lin Chen crouched low, stealthily slipping near the azure stone platform. Casting a glance around, he noted that the two were too preoccupied with their duel to notice him. Now was his moment. With deft movements, he brandished the iron spade, digging into the earth at the base of the Zixia Xianzi, carefully extracting it along with its roots, fearful of damaging even a single tendril. Swiftly, he flipped his wrist and placed the spiritual herb into the small spatial pocket his father had given him, where the spiritual energy was abundant, perfect for nurturing the freshly unearthed fruit tree. Having completed this task, Lin Chen dusted off his hands, elated. Perfect. Time to slip away before I draw any attention. Just as he intended to retreat behind the ancient tree, a furious roar from Luo Yunshin erupted. Where is it? Where's my Zixia Xianzi? It turned out that, after narrowly evading Xie Lingshu's ice sealing technique, Luo Yunshin's peripheral vision had caught sight of the azure stone platform, now devoid of the Zixia Xianzi, leaving only a shallow pit in its place. Xie Lingshu was also taken aback, following his gaze to the empty platform. Disbelief etched on her face. The two halted their battle, both scanning the surroundings with eyes filled with shock and fury. Luo Yunshin's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the area surrounding the ancient tree, and he barked, "Who is hiding there? Show yourself." Lin Chen, concealed behind the tree, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had been discovered. He rubbed his nose, contemplating, well, there's no escaping now, so why not just face them? After all, if it comes to blows, there's always the elder to rely on. What is there to fear? Xie Lingshu, staring at the barren pit where the Zixia Xianzi had once been, let her sword fall with a clatter, disbelief written all over her face. After exhausting her spiritual energy in battle, the very item they had fought over had been stolen. What was the point of their struggle? Cursing inwardly, she glanced at Luo Yunshin, her eyes now devoid of enmity, replaced by a shared fury at the unseen thief. Luo Yunshin, trembling with rage, glared at the pit for a moment before suddenly spinning around, forming hand seals. Spiritual energy surged around him, and a spear forged from this energy materialized, hurtling toward the trees surrounding the pit. Mischievous rodent, come out! Boom! The spiritual spear collided with the ancient tree where Lin Chen was hiding, causing the trunk to explode. Splinters scattering in all directions. Lin Chen, who had not managed to escape in time, found himself caught in the residual force, causing his concealed presence to dissipate. And he stumbled out, bits of wood dust clinging to his white robe. Hello there. Lin Chen stood his ground, rubbing his nose, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Yet his eyes remained calm, even glancing behind Luo Yunshin and Xia Lingshu, wary of any other potential arrivals. Luo Yunshin, upon spotting Lin Chen, was momentarily taken aback, but as he registered the youth cultivation at the 5th level of the Conjure realm, and recalled his own peak at the 9th level, his fury ignited. It's you? Hand over the Zixia, Xianzi. Hand over what? Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I merely thought the herb looked appealing, so I casually dug it up. It's not like it's a priceless treasure, so why all this fuss? He paused, stepping forward, his aura suddenly expanding. It was not the pressure befitting a 5th-level cultivator, but rather an imposing weight characteristic of the Hongmeng technique, causing both Luo Yunshin and Xia Lingshu to instinctively hold their breath. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to leave, Lin Chen suggested casually. Yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. I fear that should we engage, I might inadvertently end your lives, and I would rather not soil my hands. He genuinely did not wish to squander time here. While he had been extracting the spiritual herb, he had sensed a richer spiritual energy fluctuation to the west, hinting at potentially more valuable treasures. Luo Yunshin, infuriated by Lin Chen's words, nearly burst into laughter. 5th-level Kanja? You dare utter such words before me? You must be tired of living. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he unleashed his full power, invoking the secret technique of the Lighthearted spear sect. Countless fiery spear shadows surged toward Lin Chen like a raging inferno, the air sizzling with heat. A full-force strike from a peak 9th-level cultivator was more than enough to easily crush opponents of the same realm. Xia Lingshu, observing from the sidelines, felt Lin Chen was overstepping his bounds and instinctively took a couple of steps back, preparing to witness his inevitable demise at the hands of the spear shadows. Yet, in the next moment, her pupils constricted in shock. Lin Chen stood still, raising his fist and unleashing a powerful strike that shattered the layers of gunfire like a massive boulder plunging into a sea of flames. The crimson shadows of the guns dissipated instantly, leaving no ripples in their wake. With a resounding thud, the force of his punch struck Luo Yunshin squarely in the chest. Chapter 9. Striking it rich. Luo Yunshin felt an immense force jostle his internal organs, causing him to taste blood in his throat. He soared backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing onto the ground several meters away and struggling to rise. As he looked up at Lin Chen, anger was replaced by fear. How could someone at the Kong Jie 5th level possess such formidable strength? Recognizing the futility of his situation, Luo Yunshin, knowing he was outmatched, forced himself to his feet and fled towards the valley's exit, not daring to utter a single threat, cursing his parents for not granting him 2 more legs. Xia Lingzhu watched Luo Yunshin's retreating figure, then glanced at Lin Chen's impassive demeanor, shivering slightly. If Luo Yunshin, at the peak of the Kong Jie 9th level, could be so easily defeated, what chance did she, at the Kong Jie 8th level, have? She abandoned thoughts of the Zixia Xianzi, hurriedly bowed to Lin Chen, and sprinted after Luo Yunshin, her speed surpassing that of her usual training. Lin Chen observed their retreating forms and smirked, acknowledging their wisdom. He harbored no compassion. Eliminating these two would be as effortless as crushing ants. However, the potent aura of spiritual energy grew increasingly distinct, and he feared that lingering would attract other prodigies seeking treasures. Thus, he had used his fist to intimidate them and hasten their departure. To the west. That must be the direction. Lin Chen discerned the path and moved with ghostly swiftness toward the source of the concentrated spiritual energy, the edges of his white robe trailing like a phantom in the wind. After traversing westward for approximately the duration of a stick of incense, he stumbled upon a spacious clearing. In the center stood a solitary, half-human-tall tree with a dark golden trunk, its leaves resembling finely carved jade. Most strikingly, atop the tree rested a fist-sized fruit, a brilliant red hue adorned with faint golden patterns, exuding an aura so rich it seemed on the verge of condensing into droplets. Is this the Qi Jin Pan Tao tree? Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he dashed forward. He recalled that Elder Sin cultivated one in his medicinal garden, which he cherished as if it were his own life, nurturing it for decades, yet it had only grown to the size of a fingertip without ever blooming. In contrast, this tree stood robust, and its Qi Jin Pan Tao appeared fully ripe and lustrous. Striking it rich, Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, disregarding any semblance of politeness, and rose on tiptoe to pluck the Qi Jin Pan Tao. As soon as the fruit touched his hand, a warm sensation enveloped him, and the rich aroma of the fruit filled his senses, tantalizing his appetite. He bit into it, and the sweet juice erupted in his mouth, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy cascading down his throat, coursing through his limbs and opening his pores as if they thirst to absorb this vitality. Delicious. 100 times better than that from Elder San's tree. Lin Chen devoured the Pan Tao with fervor, leaving no trace, even discarding the pit into his storage ring, hoping it might yield a sapling in the future. After finishing the Pan Tao, he retrieved a mysterious iron spade and began to dig at the base of the Qi Jin Pan Tao tree. Such a miraculous tree deserved to be planted in his small cave world, where it might bear even more fruits in the future. Before long, he had successfully uprooted the Qi Jin Pan Tao tree, soil and roots intact, and secured it within his cave. Upon completing this task, Lin Chen felt a surge of energy swelling within him. The potency of the Qi Jin Pan Tao exceeded his expectations, racing through his meridians and nearly overwhelming him. He needed to assimilate it quickly, lest it be wasted. Lin Chen wasted no time, finding a clean stone to sit upon, crossing his legs, and engaging the Hongmeng chaos technique to begin absorbing the medicinal power within him. Meanwhile, not far from the clearing, 3 young men clad in dark combat attire hovered in the air. The leader, with a stern visage and wielding a silver spear, was Chun Su, a prodigy of the Lai Tian Chong sect, ranked 165th on the prodigy roster. Beside him stood 2 others, one robust and the other with a sinister demeanor. Identified as Gu Yu and Su Mo, ranked 169th and 173rd respectively. All 3 were core disciples of the Lai Tian Chong sect, having ventured into the secret realm with the intention of collaborating to seek treasures. When Luo Yunshin initially discovered the Zixia Zhangzi, he promptly contacted them, expecting an easy acquisition. However, they were met instead with his disheveled appearance. Whoosh! Luo Yunshin staggered into view, his dark attire smeared with dust and blood, his complexion pale and hands trembling as he clutched his spear, clearly suffering from significant injuries. Chun Su was the first to approach, his brow furrowed tightly. Junior brother Luo, what has happened? Have you encountered a ferocious beast in the secret realm? Or were you unable to procure the Zixia Zhangzi? When they received Luo Yunshin's message, they had anticipated an effortless acquisition of the Zixia Zhangzi, but never imagined he would return in such a state. Luo Yunshin steadied himself, using his spear for support, his expression grim. The Zixia Zhangzi was intercepted by someone. What? Chun Su, Gu Yu, and Su Mo's expressions shifted dramatically, with Gu Yu exclaiming in outrage. Who dares to be so bold? They would even snatch something our Lai Tian Chong sect has set its sights on. The Lai Tian Chong sect was a renowned and powerful faction, one that ordinary forces would not dare provoke. Now, with one of their disciples' prized spiritual herb stolen, it was an affront to their honor. Luo Yunshin hung his head, his voice tinged with humiliation. I do not know his name, nor have I seen him. I only know he appeared to be at the Kong GF 5th level, yet his strength far surpassed mine. I cannot withstand even a single punch from him. At this revelation, Chun Su and his companions were momentarily stunned. A Kong Jia 5th level individual had bested Luo Yunshin at the peak of the Kong Jia 9th level? How could this be possible? Guyu attempted to inquire further, but Chen Su halted him. Observing Luo Yunshin's pale complexion and visible injuries, he recognized that Luo Yunshin was not lying. Though ranked lower, his strength was formidable. Someone capable of defeating him was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Enough for now, Chen Su said gravely. Tend to your wounds first. We will remember this matter. Whoever dared to steal from the Lighthearted sect will surely pay the price, regardless of their identity. Gu Yu and Su Mo exchanged glances, suppressing their anger. If Luo Yunshin could not overcome this adversary, they, despite their higher ranks, had no assurance of victory against this mysterious figure. Further questioning would only heighten their embarrassment. The four stood in the clearing, the atmosphere thick with tension. Unbeknownst to them, behind a nearby blue stone, Lin Chen was digesting the medicinal power of the Qijin Pantao while eavesdropping on their conversation, a playful smile curving his lips. The Lighthearted sect? They wished to seek retribution against me? As he felt the energy within him gradually stabilize, he sensed an impending breakthrough into the Kong Jie 6th level, bolstering his spirits. Just wait, your reckoning will soon arrive. Chapter 10. Breaking through 3 minor realms on the blue stone, Lin Chen's spiritual energy surged violently, forming a visible vortex around him. The medicinal power of the Qijin Pantao was thoroughly unleashed, racing through his meridians and crashing against the barriers of his realms. The barrier of the Kong Jie 5th level crumbled like paper, followed by the 6th level, then the 7th, until the 8th level, at which point the torrent of energy began to subside. A breakthrough. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, golden spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips. Feeling the substantial increase in power within him compared to before, a smile gracing his lips. From the Kong Jie 5th level to the Kong Jie 8th level, he had consecutively broken through 3 minor realms, and rather than feeling any instability, the unique properties of the Hongmeng Chaos Technique had solidified his foundation like bedrock. If it were any other cultivator, not to mention achieving consecutive breakthroughs, even digesting the medicinal properties of a single Qijin Pantao would necessitate a seclusion of at least 10 days to half a month. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. While others toil for years in their cultivation, I merely consume a fruit and achieve the same result. What a delightful sensation. Lin Chen stretched lazily, the joints of his body emitting a crisp sound, his white robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. And his aura had become significantly more formidable than before. Without further delay, he took a step forward, his form darting like an arrow into the depths of his secret realm, where the fluctuations of spiritual energy grew denser. There might be opportunities even more precious than the Qijin Pantao, and he could not allow others to seize them first. As he ventured deeper, the cacophony of voices grew louder. Just as Lin Chen navigated around a cluster of stone formations, he spotted a clearing ahead, bustling with a number of people. Among them, a few familiar figures caught his eye, disciples of the Lin family. He hastened towards them, intending to greet them. But his gaze was drawn to a young man in the corner of the crowd. This young man, clad in the Lin family garb, bore a somewhat frail physique. It was none other than Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen had his head bowed, his face marred with bruises, and dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, while his arm trembled slightly, clearly having just endured a beating. Lin Chen, lift your head. Lin Chen approached, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Startled, Lin Chen looked up to see Lin Chen, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he instinctively recoiled. What are you hiding for? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, reaching out to steady his arm. How'd you get those injuries? Who struck you? Lin Chen stammered, his gaze evasive, struggling to articulate a coherent response. I'm fine, Chen, I just tripped. Tripped? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, playfully tapping Lin Shan's forehead. You can't even lie properly? Is it possible to trip and end up with such bruises? Speak. With this light reprimand, Lin Shan felt compelled to confess, pouting in grievance. It was Lei Clan's Lei Zheoran. He claimed we took the spiritual herb he had his eye on and attacked me first. I couldn't hold my own against him. Lei Clan? Lei Zheoran. Lin Chen's expression turned icy in an instant, his fingers gently stroking his chin. The Lei family, a member of the Immortal Emperor clan? A surge of anger ignited within him. How dare they lay hands on someone from the Lin family? Did they truly believe the Lin family to be pushovers? Although the Lei clan was indeed a formidable force within the immortal Emperor clan, the Lin family not only belonged to the same tier, but also boasted a legacy that far surpassed theirs. In terms of heritage, they were certainly not to be underestimated. The other Lin family disciples, having overheard the exchange, gathered around, each brimming with indignation. Good Chen, Lei Zheron has gone too far. Not only did he strike Lin Chen, but he also stole the Bingpa grass we discovered. Indeed, he even claimed that we Lin family disciples are worthless, only fit to scavenge the leftovers of others. Good Chen, let's seek revenge. We must confront him. As their fervor mounted, they yearned to confront Lei Zheron immediately. Lin Chen, however, raised his hand, delivering a gentle yet firm rap on the forehead of each disciple, causing them to wince. What are you shouting for? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. I understand your desire for vengeance, but are you all foolish? Lei Zheron is a celebrated talent of the Lei clan, undoubtedly formidable. Charging in now would only be delivering ourselves as easy targets. He paused, surveying the group with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Revenge requires patience. We must let him bask in his perceived victory first. When he believes he has the upper hand, we shall strike decisively to reclaim our dignity and perhaps even acquire some spoils in the process. Lin Chen's mind was already formulating a plan. Since Lei Zheron was a renowned talent, he was likely to be listed among the top ranks. This confrontation could serve not only to avenge Lin Chen, but also to earn him respect and recognition. Perhaps the Lei clan would even send someone to settle the score, allowing Lin Chen to call upon the elders of the family for assistance, thereby garnering even more prestige. This was a splendid opportunity indeed. Observing the confidence radiating from Lin Chen felt a significant portion of his grievances dissipate, and he quietly inquired, Good Chen, what shall we do now? First, we shall find a place to regroup and search for any treasures. Lin Chen clapped his hands. As for Lei Zheron, let him wait. It won't be long before he learns the consequences of attacking someone from the Lin family. A playful glint flickered in his eyes, as if he could already envision Lei Zheron nursing his bruised ego, begging for mercy. The disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting the anticipation that with Good Chen at their side, they would undoubtedly deliver a thorough lesson to Lei Zheron. Just as Lin Chen was about to lead the group to a concealed spot for recuperation, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind him, accompanied by the venomous shout of Luo Yunshin. There he is. Don't let him escape. Upon turning around, Lin Chen was taken aback to find Luo Yunshin trailing behind three muscular cultivators, pointing at him in outrage, his face still bearing the remnants of swelling. Standing beside him were the trio from the Lighthearted sect, led by Chen Su, who held a silver spear, his gaze as frigid as ice. The most striking figure among them was the young man clad in a purple robe adorned with lightning patterns. Surrounded by a faint aura of thunder, it was none other than Lei Zheron, the very one who had assaulted Lin Chen. Good Chen, it's Lei Zheron. Why is he with the Lighthearted sect? Lin Chen clenched his fists, a hint of tension in his voice. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, quickly piecing together the situation. Lei Zheron and Chen Su were acquaintances. After Luo Yunshin had suffered a loss, he sought Chen Su's assistance, who in turn brought Lei Zheron along, forming a coalition to seek retribution. Luo Yunshin dashed to Chen Su's side, pointing at Lin Chen with urgency and resentment. Senior brother, it's him. This little brat not only stole the Zixia CNG I intended to present to you, but he also beat me to a pulp. His emphasis on the word present was a deliberate attempt to ignite Chen Su's fury, as the Zixia CNG was meant to curry favor with him. Its theft was a blow not just to Luo Yunshin, but to Chen Su's pride as well. As expected, Chen Su's expression darkened instantly. The silver spear spinning in his grip, its tip now directed at Lin Chen. His tone bore an undeniable pressure. Brat, hand over the Zixia CNG and sever an arm in atonement, and this matter will be forgiven. Otherwise, neither you nor these Lin family disciples behind you will leave this secret realm alive. He ranked 165th on the talent rankings, accompanied by two fellow disciples. With Lei Zheron backing him, he clearly regarded Lin Chen and his companions as inconsequential. Meanwhile, Lei Zheron stood to the side, arms crossed. Casting a D, his complexion was as dark as could be, resembling the despair of one who has lost their mother, so gloomy that it seemed water could drip from it. However, Lin Chen remained utterly unconcerned. He withdrew his finger and brushed off the dust from his clothing, his tone dripping with disdain. What is wrong with cursing you? If you have the ability, go ahead and hit me. All right. You can only bully disciples of the Lin family. You probably lack the capability to strike me, right? He deliberately provoked Lei Zheoran, hoping to incite this young man to strike first. If his opponent acted first, Lin Chen would feel justified in retaliating. And when the Lei clan and the Lai Tianchong sect came knocking, the elders of his family would have a legitimate reason to defend him. Chen Su, witnessing Lin Chen's blatant defiance and provocation of Lei Zheoran, felt his own fury rise. He coldly exclaimed, "You are courting death. Since you refuse to hand over the items and 1T take your own life, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Lin family." No sooner had his words left his mouth than his silver spear transformed into a streak of silver light, piercing toward Lin Chen's heart with astonishing speed, accompanied by a sound that tore through the air. As Chen Su's silver spear surged forth, its cold glint nearly touched Lin Chen's chest. The onlookers believed Lin Chen would at least have to dodge clumsily, if not suffer injury from the spear's tip. In the next moment, all eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chen stood his ground without flinching. With a mere flick of his wrist, a fleeting shadow was all that remained, followed by a resounding clap that echoed across the open space. He had actually countered with a slap that landed squarely on Chen Su's face. The momentum of the silver spear abruptly halted, and Chen Su was sent flying as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing to the ground with a thud. One side of his face instantly swelled, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The air became thick with tension. The gathered cultivators gaped in astonishment, forgetting to breathe. The 165th ranked on the Tianjiao list, a core disciple of the Lai Tianchong sect, had been slapped away, on the face no less. This was not merely a defeat. It was outright humiliation. Brother Chun is incredible. A disciple from the Lin family was the first to break the silence, followed by a wave of cheers from others. The frustration they had felt under Lei Zheoran and the Lai Tianchong sect's oppression transformed into exhilaration. Lin Chen shook his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Ah, the feeling isn't bad, though the face is a bit hard." His words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, struck Chen Su and the disciples of the Lai Tianchong sect like daggers. Standing beside them, Lei Zheoran's expression darkened to the extreme. As a close friend of Chen Su, Lin Chen slap to Chen's face felt like a slap to his own. It offered no face to the Lei clan or the Lai Tianchong sect, yet the speed and power behind that slap made him hesitate to act immediately. "You dare strike my senior brother." Gu Yu and Su Mo were the first to react, their faces flushed with anger. They instinctively blamed Chen Su's carelessness for allowing this young man to launch a surprise attack. They immediately summoned their spiritual power. The secret technique of the Lai Tianchong sect, the Burning Sky Spear technique, was unleashed in an instant. Two fiery spear shadows surged from either side, bearing down on Lin Chen. "Come on," Lin Chen thought, his gaze unwavering. Within him, the Chaos Hongming technique flowed quietly, and he casually raised his hands. Dark golden spiritual energy coalesced into two barriers, perfectly intercepting the spear shadows. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact resonated as the fiery spear shadows disintegrated. Gu Yu and Su Mo felt a tremendous force travel up the spear, their arms tingling as they staggered back several steps to regain their balance. Their eyes reflected a newfound fear. How could this young man possess such profound spiritual energy? Chen Su scrambled to his feet, half of his face swollen and aching, his eyes burning with resentment and murderous intent. He glared at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Lin Chen, you seek death." He wiped the blood from his mouth and prepared to charge once more, but Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him. "What is the rush?" Lin Chen chuckled, deliberately raising his voice so everyone could hear. "I'm not afraid of you. To be honest, my ancestor has already bestowed upon me a treasure that can obscure heavenly secrets. Don't even think about defeating me. Even if you killed me, I would be recorded on the Tianjiao list. Those behind you wouldn't be able to trace me either. If you have the guts, go and argue with my Lin family's ancestor." The crowd fell silent. Then disbelief washed over their faces. A treasure that obscures heavenly secrets? Do you truly believe such a thing exists? Even if the Lin family's ancestor dotes on his grandson, he wouldn't gift something so outrageous. He's clearly frightened and is trying to scare us. No one took him seriously, dismissing Lin Chen's claims as a desperate attempt to find an escape. Yet only Lin Chen knew he intentionally said this, shifting the blame for not being on the Tianjiao list to his ancestor-esque treasure. This way, even if he killed many prodigies and remained unlisted, others would attribute it to the power of the Lin family's treasure rather than question his own innate abilities. Passing the blame to his family was utterly perfect. I truly am quite clever. Chen Su, however, did not believe him. He sneered. Stop trying to scare us with your Lin family ancestor. Today, I will ensure your downfall. With that, he charged once more, this time with heightened caution. His silver spear danced in a flurry, the spear shadows overlapping and even more ferocious than before. Gu Yu and Su Mo followed suit, forming a triangular encirclement around Lin Chen. Other disciples of the Lai Tianchong sect also gathered, their long spears aimed at Lin Chen, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yet Lin Chen remained relaxed, even waving to the disciples of the Lin family behind him. Step back, don't get splattered with blood. He stretched his wrist, the joints cracking audibly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. 3 together? Perfect. It saved me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Come on, let me see how formidable the prodigies of the Lai Tianchong sect truly are. Chapter 12. Hongmeng's Shattered Heaven Fist. Kill. Chen Su's fierce shout sliced through the air, and the silver spear ignited in a blazing inferno. The spear tip condensed into a flame that stretched out for a full yard, radiating waves of heat that warped the surrounding air. This was the Lai Tianchong sect's secret technique, the scorching sun-burning sky spear, one of his trump cards. Gu Yu and Su Mo were equally resolute, unwilling to show any signs of slackness. Gu Yu was enveloped in crackling thunder, his spear transforming into a black lightning bolt. The spear's shadows raining down in a torrential assault, a manifestation of the swift thunder spear technique. Su Mo's expression was grim, his spear tip enveloped in a gray mist, exuding a bone-chilling aura, the soul-devouring spear that could erode the soul itself. 3 distinct phenomena intertwined. Crimson flames soared, lightning flickered, and gray mist swirled, converging like 3 massive nets, pressing in on Lin Chen from 3 directions with a terrifying force. The surrounding cultivators recoiled in fear, wary of being caught in the aftermath of this spiritual power. Their eyes widened in shock. 3 peak cultivators at the 9th level of the Void Tribulation joined forces, employing their sect's secret techniques. Such a display would send even mid-stage Origin Realm cultivators fleeing. Yet Lin Chen stood at the center, entirely unfazed. The Chaos Hongmeng technique surged within him, dark golden spiritual energy pouring forth like a tidal wave, forming a translucent barrier around him. Then, he clenched his right fist, the dark golden fist radiating outward, meeting Gu Yu's lightning spear head-on. With his left hand, he shaped it into a palm, a gentle watercolored spiritual energy swirling within, temporarily borrowing the Lin family's water-based secret technique, precisely striking at Su Mo's spear tip engulfed in gray mist. With a light push from his toes against the ground, he floated up like a willow seed, effortlessly evading Chen Su's blazing spear. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding impacts occurred almost simultaneously. Gu Yu felt an immense force travel down the spear, his arm going numb as he barely retained his grip, staggered back 3 steps by the force. Su Mo's soul-devouring mist dissipated upon contact with the watercolored spiritual energy, the spear tip swept by the gust of Lin Chen's palm, its energy thrown into disarray, losing much of its striking power. Meanwhile, Lin Chen gently spun in midair, landing gracefully on the ground, his white robe untouched by even a spark, and he casually brushed off the dust from his clothing. To stand against the combined secret techniques of 3 prodigies without losing ground was truly remarkable. What on earth is Lin Chen? What an anomaly! Among the onlookers, someone involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Lin Chen had only reached the 8th Void Tribulation realm. To face 3 opponents at the pinnacle of the 9th Void Tribulation realm and still appear so effortless? Who had previously claimed he failed to enter the Tianjiao list due to insufficient strength. Step forward. Another voice promptly retorted, filled with admiration. I believe he simply despises the Tianjiao list. It likely cannot contain him. The disciples of the Lietian spear sect paled progressively, each clutching their spears tightly, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Senior brother, Brother Gu, and Brother Su united, yet they could not even graze Lin Chen's garment. If news of this spread, the Lietian spear sect's reputation would be utterly ruined. Chen Su also sensed the piercing gazes around him, the ridicule and doubt pricking his heart like needles. As the leading figure of this generation in the Lietian spear sect, ranked 165th on the Tianjiao list, failing to defeat an obscure Lin Chen today would subject him to mockery wherever he went. The sect's prodigy could not even overcome an 8th Void Tribulation Realm opponent. He could not afford to delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, a ruthless gleam flashed in Chen Su's eyes as his spiritual energy surged wildly toward his silver spear. The 3 zhang long fiery spear aura abruptly expanded to 5 zhang, and within the crimson flames at the spear's tip, a faintly shimmering, illusory sun appeared. An oppressive aura engulfed the entire clearing, making even breathing arduous. This was Senior Brother's most formidable technique, the Blazing Sun world-breaking spear. The disciples of the Lietian spear sect cried out in astonishment, their faces finally revealing anticipation. Chen Su had once employed this move in the sect's grand competition, where it shattered the defenses of a primary stage source origin realm cultivator with terrifying power. The surrounding cultivator's expressions shifted dramatically, many exclaiming, "Such an overwhelming momentum. I doubt even a source origin realm at the 5th stage could withstand this spear. Lin Chen is truly in peril this time, no matter how strong he is. He cannot endure such a lethal strike, can he?" Lei Zheron stood aside, arms crossed, a cold smirk curling his lips. He was eager to see how Lin Chen would continue to act arrogantly, yet observing the fiery spear aura capable of incinerating all before it. Lin Chen merely raised a brow lightly. No trace of fear gleamed in his eyes. Instead, a casual disdain flickered. High realm, intimidating technique, but alas, the foundation is shallow, and the spiritual energy circulation flawed. You think you can control me? Far from it. He had no intention of employing any complicated secret arts. Slowly raising his right hand, a dark golden spiritual energy condensed in his palm, growing denser and heavier. The most fundamental power of the chaos primordial Tao art, compressed to its utmost. "Since you are so eager to lose, I shall oblige." Lin Chen's voice was soft but clear enough to reach Chen Su's ears. Chen Su's pupils contracted sharply, an inexplicable sense of crisis surging within him. Yet his Blazing Sun world-breaking spear was already fully charged and could not be withdrawn. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the spear aura to its extreme. Die. The 5 zhang long fiery spear aura, imbued with the power to annihilate all, thundered down upon Lin Chen. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as the dark golden spiritual energy in his palm suddenly surged, transforming into a fist shadow approximately 1 zhang in size. The secret technique derived from the chaos primordial Tao art, primordial chaos heaven-shattering fist. The fist shadow bore no ostentatious spectacle, but carried an overwhelming crushing weight, like the first force born at the dawn of chaos. Colliding directly with Chen Su's Blazing Sun world-breaking spear. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The crimson spear aura was instantly torn apart by the fist shadow, flames scattering, and a spiritual energy shockwave swept across the surroundings, cracking the earth with several deep fissures. Chen Su trembled violently, the silver spear clattering to the ground. Blood spewed from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. The onlookers saw the flames dissipate, and Chen Su still standing, prompting some to loudly cheer. Brother Chen is truly formidable. No wonder he ranks 165th on the Tianjiao list. He did not disappoint. Chen Su, his face swollen and reddened, forced himself to lift his head, wearing a proud expression as if victory was assured. Yet only he knew the terrifying power in that punch. The dark golden spiritual energy had infiltrated his body along his arm, shaking his viscera and fracturing several meridians. Without 3 months of recuperation, he would not recover. Keep pretending. Lin Chen curled his lips, sneering inwardly. He had held back his strength earlier. Otherwise, that punch would have pulverized Chen Su into a bloody pulp. Now, it was merely a means to prolong his opponent's dignity. Chapter 13. The miniature world. At that moment, a cataclysmic phenomenon suddenly erupted deep within the secret realm. The sky abruptly darkened. The sun and moon lost their radiance. Faint starry illusions emerged across the heavens. Then, dense, inescapable spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave from the depths, coalescing into flowing rivers of spiritual energy that surged ceaselessly in the air. More terrifying still, countless golden runic symbols of Lam manifested in the void, seemingly alive, revolving around the depths and radiating an awe-inspiring imperial aura. What is that? Someone pointed tremblingly toward the depths. Within the void appeared a translucent spherical body, dozens of zhang in diameter. Inside, one could discern mountains, rivers, vegetation, and even wisps of mist resembling a condensed miniature world. Even more astonishing, a faint golden light shimmered on the sphere's surface, the aura possessed only by a great emperor. It is a great emperor's miniature world. An elderly white-haired man exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Legend holds that after a great emperor's passing, if their lingering will remains, their essence and part of their laws condense into a miniature world. Within lies the great emperor's essence source, and the spiritual energy is at least 100-fold denser than the outside world. At these words, the entire assembly erupted in excitement. Great emperor's essence. 100-fold spiritual energy. This is an unparalleled opportunity for cultivators to break through realms and comprehend fragments of the imperial Tao. Seize it, quickly. No one paid heed to the feud between Chen Su and Lin Chen anymore. All eyes reddened as they surged toward the miniature world, deploying flying boats and secret arts. Desperate not to lag behind, Lin Chen's eyes also brightened. 100-fold spiritual energy, perfect for cultivating fruit trees and medicinal herbs in his small heavenly realm. Though his realm was excellent, its spiritual energy was insufficiently concentrated. If he could seize this miniature world, nurturing fruit trees and refining spirit herbs would become substantially more efficient. This treasure shall be mine. Abandoning all pretense, Lin Chen's dark golden spiritual energy surged again as he unleashed the primordial chaos heaven-shattering fist once more. This time targeting the Lietian spear sect disciples surrounding him. Bang, bang, bang. Screams of agony rang out continuously. The disciples near Lin Chen barely had time to react before being struck by the fist shadows, some exploding midair in a clouds of blood mist. Others fortunate enough to remain intact but lifeless upon landing. In mere moments, more than half of the Lietian spear sect disciples lay dead. Only Chen Su, Guyu, and Su Mo remained standing, their faces pale as paper, trembling violently. Now it was time to settle accounts. Lin Chen strode toward the three, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of showing mercy to these defeated foes, launching punches left and right, aiming squarely at their faces. Smash! Guyu's left cheek swelled grotesquely. Smash! Su Mo's right cheek bore a fresh bloodied gash. Smash! Smash! Chen Su's already swollen face was battered into a bruised mosaic, his eyes encircled with dark rings. Before long, the three were beaten black and blue, bloodied, hair disheveled, barely recognizable, even by their own mothers. Lin Shan, come here. Lin Chen called out. Lin Shan hurried over, clutching the ropes he had just confiscated. Bind these three tightly. Don't let them escape. Lin Chen nodded toward the three, groaning on the ground. We'll deal with them later. All right, Brother Chen. Lin Shan acted decisively, swiftly binding Chen Su and the others like parcels. Clapping his hands, Lin Chen's he followed the stream of people forward and soon caught sight of a familiar purple figure. Lei Zhaoran was surprisingly among the front ranks, charging towards the great emperor's small world with unparalleled speed, evidently eager to seize the opportunity first. Hey, quite the runner, Lin Chen scoffed, his feet moving swiftly as he activated the Hongmeng escape technique, gliding through the crowd like a wraith in pursuit of Lei Zhaoran. Thinking of snatching my belongings? Did you consult me? Lin Chen executed the Hongmeng escape technique, darting through the throng with electrifying swiftness. However, Lei Zhaoran seemed well prepared, his aura surging with lightning, increasing his speed further and keeping him ahead. To Lin Chen's dismay, a Lei clan cultivator accompanied Lei Zhaoran, emanating a calm demeanor and evidently a source of initial realm strength, clearly dispatched to protect Lei Zhaoran, with a guard to block the crowd. It was no wonder he could run so fast. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, a mischievous smile curling his lips. Heh, don't blame me for playing dirty then. He swiftly formed hand seals, chaotic spiritual energy surging within him as faint spatial runes materialized at his fingertips. This was the Qinkan transfer technique, learned from the Lin family scripture pavilion, capable of exchanging the positions of two individuals over a short distance. Nearly impossible to guard against if one's cultivation did not vastly exceed the other. Transfer, Lin Chen shouted, and the runes blazed to life. In the next moment, two figures momentarily blurred in the air. Lin Chen vanished from his spot, while the Lei clan guard suddenly appeared in the position Lin Chen had just occupied. Huh, wasn't I just following the young master? The Lei clan guard was momentarily dazed, having just regained his footing when two figures charged towards him. It was Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan. The two had long received Lin Chen's subtle signal and, at this moment, moved in perfect harmony. Lin Yuchen delivered a swift chop to the guard's neck, with Lin Shan following closely behind, striking him with a heavy blow to the head. Thud! The guard let out a muffled grunt, stars dancing in his eyes. Just as he attempted to resist, the two pinned him to the ground. Lin Yuchen was responsible for subduing him, while Lin Shan deftly searched his person, rummaging through his storage ring, his waist jade pendant, and his lightning-patterned armor. Anything that appeared valuable was extracted, until he was left with nothing but the guard's outer robe and inner garments, reduced to mere shorts. Brother Chen said, "Not a single valuable item can be overlooked." Lin Shan stuffed the gathered items into his embrace, finding a vine to securely bind the guard. Dragging him over to Chen Su, Guyu, and Su Mo. At this moment, the four were a sight to behold. Chen Su had half of his face swollen like a bun, while Guyu and Su Mo sported panda eyes and a nosebleed. The Lei clan guard had a lump on his head, and all four were stripped down to their undergarments, tied in a row beneath an ancient tree. Their faces a vivid mix of purple and blue, resembling four bullied little girls. Any passerby would be hard-pressed to suppress their laughter. Having dealt with the guard, Lin Chen utilized the Qinkan transfer technique to catch up to Lei Zheoran. The two were no more than 3 feet apart, and as Lei Zheoran's hand was about to touch the luminous barrier of the great emperor's small world, Lin Chen wasted no time and kicked Lei Zheoran's rear end with great force. Bang! Lei Zheoran was caught off guard, rolling forward like a ball, landing face first in the dirt, his chin scraped and blood spilling forth. Who? Lei Zheoran spun around, spotting Lin Chen's smirking visage, and instantly realized what had transpired. His teeth ground together in fury. Lin Chen, you seek death. He struggled to rise, his body enveloped in surging lightning, his hair standing on end, clearly infuriated. Yet Lin Chen ignored him entirely, striding directly towards the great emperor's small world. Seizing treasures took precedence, and wasting time with this madman was pointless. Lei Zheoran glared at Lin Chen's retreating figure, then at the great emperor's small world within arm's reach, his eyes turning crimson. He had nearly touched the barrier, but was kicked away by Lin Chen, losing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Damn it! Lei Zheoran cursed furiously, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. You knocked me down, and now you wish to claim the treasures for yourself? In your dreams. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. He abruptly pulled a black lightning orb from his storage ring, its surface swirling with eerie purple lightning. Indeed, a forbidden item of the Lei clan. The explosive thunder orb. This object possessed immense power, capable of instantaneously detonating the spiritual energy of a source realm cultivator. Even the barrier of the great emperor's small world might be cracked by its explosion. Clutching the explosive thunder orb, Lei Zheoran charged at Lin Chen's back, a frenzied smile creeping onto his lips. Lin Chen, prepare to accompany me to the afterlife. Whoosh! The black explosive thunder orb hurtled towards Lin Chen's back with a sharp whistling sound, its body crackling with purple lightning. Before it could approach, a chilling wave of explosive pressure swept through the surroundings, causing nearby cultivators to retreat in fear of being caught in the blast. I knew this mad dog would resort to underhanded tactics. Lin Chen was prepared, having anticipated the commotion behind him. He swiftly sidestepped while simultaneously activating the Hongmeng escape technique, his figure moving like a wraith several feet away. Boom! The explosive thunder orb struck the ground, erupting instantly. A purple-black thunderstorm surged skyward, forming a thunderous sphere with a diameter of over 10 feet. The ground was blasted into an unfathomable pit, debris and lightning scattering in all directions. Even ancient trees in the distance were severed in half by the force, demonstrating its terrifying might. Even though Lin Chen had evaded quickly, He still felt the residual shockwave of the thunderstorm, the hem of his white robe torn with several holes, and his arm adorned with a few narrow blood streaks. Damn it, this electric beast. Trying to self-destruct. Lin Chen glared at the wounds on his arm, rage surging within him as he pointed an accusing finger at Lei Zheron. Having missed his attack, Lei Zheron was already seething with anger. Seeing Lin Chen still daring to scold him only exacerbated his fury. His body crackled with surging lightning once more. He formed hand seals, countless purple lightning blades coalescing, raining down upon Lin Chen like a torrential storm. Lin Chen, if I do not kill you today, I vow I shall not be human. Kill me? Do you even have the right? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, his chaotic Hongmeng formula operating at full speed. Dark golden spiritual energy coalesced into a massive shield, blocking the lightning blades while he formed the fist shadow of the Hongmeng shattering fist in his right hand, exuding an overwhelming force as it barreled towards Lei Zheron. Bang! 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 The lightning blades collided with the energy shield, dissipating instantly, while the Hongmeng shattering fist surged forth, smashing through Lei Zheron's lightning defense. Lei Zheron felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, his defense crumbling like paper. He coughed up blood, staggering backward. He was already no match for Lin Chen, and the energy spent on the explosive thunder orb left him at a distinct disadvantage, rapidly retreating. Lin Chen would not grant him a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity as Lei Zheron fell back, he dashed towards the great Emperor's small world, the warm touch of its spherical barrier palpable. Inside, mountains and rivers were clearly visible, and the rich spiritual energy seemed on the verge of overflowing. Come to me. Lin Chen pressed his hands against the barrier, infusing it with chaotic spiritual energy while simultaneously activating the small cave gifted by his father. The barrier of the great Emperor's small world trembled slightly, slowly being pulled in by the suction created by the small cave, shrinking gradually until it transformed into a fist-sized orb of light, which Lin Chen clasped in his hand and stowed in the small cave. My fruit trees, my herbs, a better environment, finally enough spiritual energy to nurture them. Lin Chen reveled in the delight of his acquisition, turning to gaze at Lei Zheron, his eyes filled with mockery. Lei Zheron watched in disbelief as the great Emperor's small world was taken from him, trembling with rage, his eyes reddening as if they might bleed. He charged at Lin Chen in a frenzy, lightning coalescing into a spear aimed at Lin Chen's heart. Return the small world to me. It is mine. Return it to you? Have you the audacity to even ask? Lin Chen sidestepped the long spear, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to Lei Zheron's knee. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Lei Zheron buckled, collapsing to one knee, pain causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Chen followed up with another kick, sending him sprawling face first into the ground, bloodied and bruised by the debris. Stop! Stop! I concede. Lei Zheron finally reached his limit, collapsing to the ground and pleading for mercy. Lin Chen, I was wrong. I will give you all the precious medicines and spirit stones for my storage ring. Please spare me. I promise I will never oppose you again. Lin Chen crouched down, lifting Lei Zheron's chin with his toe, his tone laced with mockery. Foolish one. What? Lei Zheron was taken aback. If I kill you or imprison you, your storage ring, your precious medicines, will still belong to me, won't they? Lin Chen scoffed. Do you really think begging for mercy will be of any use? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the back of Lei Zheron. With a cough, Lei Zheron spat blood onto the ground, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted, his body feeling as limp as a puddle of mud, devoid of any strength to struggle. Lin Chen, not yet satisfied, kicked him in the face several times, shouting, "This is for blocking me. This is for throwing thunder explosive pearls. This is for acting like a big shot. Do you understand now? It's too late." Only when Lei Zheron's face was swollen like a pig's head, his breath becoming faint, did Lin Chen cease his assault and called out to the distance. Lin Chen, come here. Lin Chen and Lin Chen, who were guarding the 4 other captives, rushed over upon hearing the call. Instantly understanding the situation upon seeing Lei Zheron sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Brother Chen, what are your orders? Lin Chen casually pointed at Lei Zheron, saying, search him thoroughly. Keep anything valuable, then bind him and place him with the others. Understood. Lin Chen and Lin Shan responded promptly. Flipping, Lei Zhao ran over and roughly stripping off his storage ring, searching his body thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, even removing the thunder pattern earrings from his ears. Finally, they bound him securely with vines and dragged him next to the other 4 companions. Now, beneath the ancient tree, 5 captives were lined up, all battered and bruised, their clothes tattered. From a distance, they resembled a row of livestock awaiting slaughter. Lin Chen surveyed his spoils, lightly touching the small world within his little cave heaven, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This trip into the secret realm was certainly worthwhile. Chapter 15. An explanation? Let us go. Lin Chen clapped his hands, beckoning Lin Chen and the other Lin family disciples, while others are still busy scrambling over the remnants of the thunderstorm. Let us delve deeper. Perhaps there are still treasures that have slipped through the cracks. We should leave before they realize what is happening. All right. The Lin family disciples, already in awe of Lin Chen, followed him eagerly, their steps light as if they were children who had just discovered candy. Only Lin Shan lagged behind, gripping a thick rope tied to Lei Zhao Ran's hands and waist, with Chun Su, Guyu, Su, and Mo, and the Thunder Clan guard following in a train like tethered livestock. Lin Shan recalled how he had previously been beaten to a pulp by Lei Zhao Ran, and his anger had not yet subsided. After a few steps, he paused and lashed out with the whip he had taken from the Thunder Clan guard, muttering, "Letting you hit me, letting you act arrogant. Now you know the pain, don't you?" Lei Zhao Ran winced, baring his teeth in agony. Yet he lacked the strength to resist. Having been half-killed by Lin Chen earlier, his entire body felt as if it were falling apart, leaving him no choice but to endure Lin Shan's revenge. Chun Su and the others dared not make a sound, their heads bowed, fearful of incurring Lin Shan's wrath and receiving another beating. Fortunately, their faces were already swollen like pigs, their hair disheveled, and their clothes ragged. Passing cultivators merely assumed they were prisoners captured by some force, failing to recognize that they were once figures on the talent rankings. Initially, Lei Zhao Ran and his companions resisted being dragged along, cursing loudly. Annoyed, Lin Chen turned back and slapped each of them, loosening their teeth, after which they obediently followed, not daring to utter a sound. "Brother Chun, wait." Lin Chen suddenly caught up, his expression serious. "I sense that the spatial fluctuations of the secret realm are becoming increasingly chaotic, and the spiritual energy is dissipating. The secret realm is likely about to collapse. We must hurry to escape, or we might become trapped inside." "Collapse?" Lin Chen stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. "So soon? I haven't gathered enough treasures yet." He glanced back at the 5 captives tethered behind him and then felt the small world within his little cave heaven, filled with abundant spiritual plants, calculating in his mind, treasures secured, talents captured, and protective values surely gained. Indeed, remaining any longer posed great risks. "All right then, let us withdraw." Lin Chen waved his hand. "Let us go." Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the plaza had descended into chaos. As the spatial instability of the secret realm set in, an increasing number of cultivators emerged, and various factions hastily gathered to inquire about their disciples' fates. Huang Tianxiong, the leader of the Qingfeng sect, was particularly anxious, grabbing every exiting cultivator to ask, "Have you seen my son Huang Su? Was he killed? Who did it?" After questioning a multitude, he received nothing but negative responses. Either they had not seen him or only knew that Huang Su had perished, with no one aware of the identity of the killer. After all, Lin Chen had slain Huang Su without witnesses, and later updates to the talent rankings led everyone to believe Huang Su had fallen victim to a trap. Huang Tianxiong was in a state of frantic confusion, utterly clueless. Suddenly, several disheveled figures burst from the secret realm, disciples from the Liaking Spear sect and the Thunder Clan. Upon emerging, they cried out to their elders, "Elder, this is bad. Senior Chun, Senior Lei, has been captured by Lin Chen of the Lin family." "What?" An elder with white hair from the Liaking Spear sect abruptly rose, his saint-level aura erupting, causing the surrounding air to tremble. From a Thunder Clan, a middle-aged man clad in purple robes glared furiously, his saint-level pressure expanding like a tidal wave, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat, struggling to breathe. "Lin family." The purple-robed man pointed towards the Lin family's direction, his voice booming like thunder. "You Lin family disciples dare to capture our ThunderClan's talents. if you do not provide an explanation today, this matter is far from over. The white-haired elder from the Liaking Spear sect echoed, his tone icy. Lin Chen not only seized opportunities from our Liaking Spear sect, but also severely injured our disciples and humiliated them by taking them captive. The Lin family must hand over Lin Chen to apologize to our disciples. Nearby factions looked on in astonishment, never anticipating that the Lin family disciples would be so bold as to not only beat the talents of the Thunder Clan and Liaking Spear sect, but also capture them. Just then, the fourth elder of the Lin family, Lin Zhou, leisurely stood up, his own saint-level aura erupting as it clashed with that of the Thunder Clan and Liaking Spear sect, stirring up a whirlwind across the plaza. An explanation? Lin Zhou scoffed, his voice booming across the entire plaza. My Lin family disciples won your people through their own abilities, seized opportunities, and captured prisoners. What need is there for an explanation? If you lack the skill to compete, then remain silent. Can the Thunder Clan and Liaking Spear sect not bear to lose? These words rendered the elders of the Thunder Clan and Liaking Spear sect speechless, their faces turning a shade of iron, yet they could not refute him. The cultivation world operates on the survival of the fittest. In the conflicts among the younger generation, winning means victory, while losing entails acceptance. Should the elders intervene, they would not only be ridiculed, but might also provoke a war between clans, with other factions unwilling to remain idle, resulting in even greater turmoil. This is the unspoken rule of the cultivation world. Disputes among the younger generation should not escalate to the elder level unless the opponent strikes with deadly intent and without reason. The elders of the Thunder Clan and Liaking Spear sect trembled with rage, but were forced to suppress their anger. They could not admit to being unable to bear the loss, nor could they truly wage war against the Lin family. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Lin Chen, who was preparing to exit, suddenly heard the system's frantic alerts ringing in his mind. Ding! A saint-level powerhouse from the Thunder Clan has shown hostility towards the host. The family as fourth elder has stepped in to protect. Protective value increased by 7890. Ding! A saint-level powerhouse from the Liaking Spear sect has demanded the host apologize. The family as fourth elder has forcefully retorted. Protective value increased by 8690. Ding! External forces acknowledge the family's protective actions. Protective value increased by 6780. The value of protection continues to rise. Lin Chen stood still, gazing at the wildly fluctuating numbers in his mind, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? I haven't done anything, so why is my protection value increasing so rapidly? He scratched his head, pondering whether someone outside was causing trouble for him, and the elders at home were coming to his aid. Upon this thought, a smile crept onto Lin Chen's face. This protection system is incredibly lucrative. The angrier outsiders get, the more the elders defend me, leading to an increase in my protection value. It seems I should stir up a bit more trouble in the future, allowing my family to protect me on several occasions. With his spirits lifted, Lin Chen's steps became noticeably lighter. Even the 5 pig-headed figures tethered behind him appeared more agreeable. Chapter 16. Fetching a good price. The expressions of the saints from the Lei clan and the Lieshan Chong sect were grim. Yet they ultimately did not dare to confront him head-on. If they truly tore their masks off, they might not emerge unscathed, and would instead earn a reputation for being unable to withstand a loss. With a cold snort, the two were preparing to withdraw their pressure, to lay low until the secret realm completely closed before deliberating further. Just then, a scarlet gaze suddenly locked on Lin's family team. It belonged to Huang Tianxiong, the leader of the Qingfeng sect. He had just scoured through all the exiting cultivators, but had been unable to uncover the whereabouts of his son, Huang Su, and was nearly resigned to the heartbreaking reality of his son's demise. However, he had just heard a piece of startling information from a Qingfeng sect disciple who narrowly escaped. Lin Chen from the Lin family seems to possess a secret treasure bestowed by an ancestor that can obscure heavenly secrets. Even if he kills someone, he won't appear on the list of top talents. This revelation struck Huang Tianxiong like a thunderclap, instantly awakening him. If Huang Su died in the secret realm and the list of top talents had not updated the information about the murderer, everyone assumed he perished due to traps. But if Lin Chen possesses a treasure that can conceal heavenly secrets, then he must be the one who killed Huang Su. Lin Chen, Huang Tingxiang's eyes turned crimson. The fury within him became impossible to suppress, and his spiritual energy surged violently around him, the pressure of a saint erupting like a tsunami towards the fourth elder. Lin Zizao, return my son. He did not allow Lin Zizao the chance to speak, his right hand clenched into a fist, channeling the Qing Feng sect's ultimate technique. The Li Feng Quan. Sharp blades of wind swirled around his fist, carrying the momentum to rend the void, and he struck violently towards Lin Zizao. Lin Zizao had been vigilant and had already noticed Huang Tingsang's unusual behavior. Seeing him suddenly attack, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He dared not slacken his response. As a fellow saint, Huang Tianxiong sought vengeance for his son, and his strike would undoubtedly be lethal. "Oomph. You know not what you do," Lin Zizao shouted, unleashing his own punch, fully executing the Lin family's Janayu fist. The dark, golden spiritual energy coalesced into an illusory mountain, heavy as a mountain, firmly blocking Huang Tingsang's fist. With a resounding crash, the two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that spread instantly, causing the ground of the plaza to crack with deep fissures, and the surrounding cultivators were so frightened that they retreated. Even the flying boats were shaken. Huang Tianxiong felt a tremendous force surging from his fist, his arm went numb, and he staggered back 3 steps. Lin Zizao, however, remained steadfast, his robes billowing in the wind. "Huang Tianxiong, have you lost your mind?" Lin Zizao's gaze was icy. "Your son died in the secret realm. On what basis do you presume it was my Lin family disciple? Such baseless conjecture, and you dare to strike at me?" Huang Tianxiong, with bloodshot eyes, roared. "Who else could it be? Only he possesses the treasure that obscures heavenly secrets. Who else could kill my son without being recorded by the heavenly path?" Lin Zizao, stop pretending. If you do not hand over Lin Chen today, my Qing Feng sect will not let this matter rest with your Lin family. As he spoke, he surged forward again, clearly blinded by the pain of losing his son. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Zizao's eyes. Did he truly think the Lin family easy to bully? Were it not for the impending collapse of the secret realm, fearing for his own disciples, he would have already taught the mad Huang Tianxiong a lesson, just as he prepared to gather his spiritual energy to deliver a profound reprimand. A deafening sound erupted from the direction of the secret realm. Boom! The space at the entrance of the secret realm began to distort and collapse. The golden light curtain shattering like broken glass, countless fissures appearing. Dense spiritual energy mixed with rubble and dust erupted forth, darkening the skies over the Dongling realm. "The secret realm is collapsing," someone exclaimed. Immediately, figures surged from the crumbling entrance of the secret realm, comprising disciples from various factions and scattered cultivators, all ragged and panic-stricken, evidently having escaped at the last moment before the collapse. Seeing this, all factions momentarily set aside their confrontations and rushed forward to account for their own disciples. "My son is back. Wonderful. My junior sister is safe. Elder, we found third senior brother." Voices of relief rang out, and the previously tense atmosphere eased somewhat due to the safe return of the disciples. The Lei clan and the Lieshan sect members craned their necks, intently watching the entrance, hoping their own talents would emerge safely, even if they were bound, as long as they were alive. The fourth elder, Lin Zizao, also temporarily set aside Huang Tianxiong, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the secret realm, musing, "Where's that brat, Chun? Why hasn't he emerged yet? I hope nothing has happened." Huang Tianxiong stood frozen, watching the figures emerge from the secret realm, his expression complex. He hoped for Lin Chun's emergence to avenge his son, yet feared that if something happened to Lin Chun, he might not find his enemy at all. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from the entrance of the secret realm, accompanied by the sound of dragging ropes. Hey, slow down. Don't step on the roots of the spiritual herbs I just dug up. Lin Shan, take it easy, don't pull those pig heads apart. I still need to sell them for a good price later." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, and there appeared a youth clad in a moon-white brocade robe, leisurely emerging from the secret realm. Behind him trailed a group of Lin family disciples, and, at the rear, Lin Shan was tugging at a thick hemp rope which was tied to 5 ragged, swollen-faced individuals, dragging them along in a pitiful state. It was Lin Chen. As soon as he stepped out of the entrance, the tense atmosphere in the plaza caught his eye. The Lei clan and Lieshan sect members wore unfriendly expressions, while Huang Tianxiong, the leader of the Qing Feng sect, looked as though he wanted to devour him, emanating the residual pressure of a saint. Without a moment's hesitation, He grabbed the hemp rope held by Lin Chen, ushering Lin Chen and the other Lin family disciples to swiftly hide behind the fourth elder, Lin Zizao, peeking out like a little fox that hides behind its elder whenever danger approaches. You're quite clever. Lin Zizao sensed the movement behind him, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, and his worry diminished a little. Almost the instant Lin Chen steadied himself, a cold voice struck him. Lin Chen, the saint leading the Lei clan, Lei Jinayu, stepped forward, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. The pressure of a saint locked on a Lin Chen, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Where's my Lei Zeron? Where have you hidden him? The Lei clan disciples behind him glared at Lin Chen, their anger palpable. The disciples who had escaped the secret realm had already reported that Lei Zeron had been captured by Lin Chen, and upon seeing Lin Chen unscathed, they became more anxious. The other factions in the plaza also turned their curious gazes toward Lin Chen. Having heard rumors that a disciple from the Lin family had captured a talent from the Lei clan, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. However, with all eyes fixated on Lin Chen, no one noticed the 5 pig-headed figures tied behind him, for they were in such a disheveled state that their swollen faces rendered their features nearly unrecognizable. The last of the 5, Lei Zeron, trembled at the sound of Lei Jinayu's voice, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. His savior had arrived. But just as he opened his mouth to cry for help, he swiftly shut it again, his head nearly diving into his chest. Chapter 17. You must be talking about him, right? With so many factions present. If he were to be recognized in such a pitiful state, tethered like livestock, how could he, ranked 156 on the list of top talents, ever show his face again? Not only Lei Zeron, but also Chun Su and Gu Yu were all huddled together, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in, utterly despondent. Lin Chen poked his head out from behind the fourth elder, bewildered, and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Lei Zeron. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Chen immediately handed over a coarse hemp rope, the very one that bound Lei Zeron. This perceptiveness from Lin Chen made Lin Chen silently nod in approval. This lad knows how to handle situations well. Lin Chen took the rope and casually tugged it forward. Ouch! Lei Zeron, tied at the front, was caught off guard and stumbled, nearly falling to the ground as he was forced to lift his head. His face, swollen to the size of a pig's head, was finally exposed to the gaze of the crowd. Here he is, Lin Chen nonchalantly pointed at Lei Zeron. His tone as casual as if he were indicating an inconsequential object. The Lei Zeron you mentioned is this one, right? Lei Jinayu stared at the distorted, swollen face for a long time before barely recognizing it as Lei Zeron, his body trembling with rage. This is my clan's Lei Zeron? You have beaten him to this extent. What else could I do? Lin Chen shrugged. He attempted to seize my opportunity and even tried to kill me. I couldn't just stand there and let him hit me. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Chen. Lin Chen instantly understood and quickly produced a previously confiscated Lai Wen whip, handing it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the whip and cracked it against Lei Zeron's back with a sharp snap. Ugh! Lei Zeron trembled in pain but gritted his teeth, determined to suppress any sound, wanting to retain some dignity. Oh, quite tough, aren't we? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, flicking his wrist to bring the whip down again, this time with more force. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 sharp cracks of the whip shattered Lei Zeron's resolve, and he could no longer hold back, crying out in agony. Stop, please stop. This wretched scream solidified his identity. The crowd watching the spectacle erupted in astonished chatter. My heavens, is that really Lei Zeron? Ranked 156 on the Tianjiao list? How could he be in such a state? This is too tragic. He looks like a prisoner, publicly whipped. The disciples of the Lin family were too ruthless, capturing him and daring to act in front of a saint from the Lei clan. These murmurs pierced through Lei Zeron's heart like daggers. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood flowing freely. He glared at Lin Chen's back, filled with resentment and venom, vowing that he would repay this humiliation 100-fold in the future. If he could survive this ordeal, he would ensure that Lin Chen would suffer far worse. Lei Jinayu's face turned ashen as the purple lightning surrounding him intensified, the pressure of a saint descending upon Lin Chen like a mountain. His voice was cold as ice. Lin Chen, release Zeoran at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Impolite? What do you intend to do to my Chener? Lin Zizao stepped forward, unleashing a dark golden aura of saintly pressure that firmly countered Lei Jinayu's might. The two forces clashing in the air, stirring a whirlwind. The fourth elder's protective stance was unmistakable. Lin Chen, hidden behind the fourth elder, heard the system in his mind incessantly chiming. Ding. Saint Lei Jinayu is exerting pressure on the host. The fourth elder is intervening to protect. Protective value increased by 9,200. Ding. The surrounding forces acknowledge the fourth elder's protective actions. Protective value increased by 8,500. Ding. Lei Zhaoran's resentment triggers an additional protective bonus. Protective value increased by 7,300. Watching the protective value soar, Lin Chen could hardly suppress a laugh. This is the way to earn points effortlessly. The angrier the Lei clan became, the more he profited. It was simply delightful. He stifled his laughter, peeking out from behind the fourth elder, and defiantly raised his chin at Lei Jinu, speaking with unwavering confidence. Release him? On what grounds? He was captured by my own merit. If you want me to release him, he must return everything he took from me and bow 3 times to apologize. The crowd gasped in shock. Lin Chen dared to negotiate terms with a saint from the Lei clan, asking a Tianjiao of the Lei clan to bow and apologize. His audacity was astonishing. Lei Jinayu trembled with fury, pointing at Lin Chen, unable to utter a word. You. Yet he dared not take action. For the fourth elder was right there, and should he strike Lin Chen, Lin Zhao would undoubtedly fight him fiercely, leading to mutual destruction and earning the disgrace of a saint bullying a junior, a loss not worth the gain. Seeing Lei Jinayu at a loss for words, Lin Chen's heart was filled with joy. The protective value was continuously rising, and he could infuriate his enemy at the same time. This expedition into the secret realm was simply perfect. As Lei Jinayu struggled to find his voice, Lin Chen suddenly pivoted, wearing a mocking smile. Oh, I was just joking. How could I truly demand he bow and apologize? Just as Lei Jinayu breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Chen leisurely added, however, it did take significant effort to capture him. You must provide some compensation, right? How about 10 million high-grade spirit stones? 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Lei Jinayu reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, exploding with rage, the pressure of Saint wavering. Why don't you go rob someone instead? This amount represented several years of savings for an ordinary sect, and he dared to say it was not much. Spirit stones were the universal currency in the cultivation world. 10 million high-grade spirit stones, while not much for a mighty clan like the Lei, was still a considerable sum for the elders. Robbing would be far more arduous than paying a ransom. Lin Chen shrugged, his tone light. If you think it's too much, then forget it. After all, Lei Zhaoran is of no use to me. He said this while deliberately slapping the whip in his palm, his gaze sweeping over Lei Zhaoran, insinuating, keeping him is just a waste of resources. It would be simpler to kill him, and I could save some rope. Are you daring to threaten me? Lei Jinayu trembled with rage, purple lightning crackling in his palm. What is wrong with threatening you? Lin Chen glared, raising the whip and striking Lei Zhaoran's back again with several more cracks. Snap! Snap! The sharp sounds echoed across the square. I am threatening you. Will you pay the ransom or not? If not, I will kill him right now. Lei Zhaoran, battered and crying out in pain, was now overwhelmed by fear, his earlier resentment completely replaced. He understood that Lin Chen was indeed willing to act. With so many witnesses, if he were killed, there would be no one to even retrieve his corpse. Uncle Yu, save me, Lei Zhaoran cried, his voice tinged with desperation. It's just 10 million spirit stones. Give them to him. Quickly. I don't want to die. All he wanted was to escape this demon as quickly as possible. He would accept even 20 million. Lei Jinayu looked at Lei Zhaoran, tears streaming down his face, then glanced at the surrounding onlookers, who were filled with mockery, amusement, and glee at his plight. He felt a suffocating frustration welling up inside him, yet he knew he could not abandon Lei Zhaoran. Chapter 18. What is the rush? Lei Zhaoran was the core genius of this generation in the Lei clan. If he were to perish here, the clan elders would undoubtedly hold him responsible. Moreover, in front of so many witnesses, if he simply watched Lei Zhaoran be killed, the Lei clan's reputation would be utterly ruined. All right, I will pay. Lei Jinayu gritted his teeth, retrieving a completely black ring from his storage device and forcefully tossing it to Lin Chen. This contains 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Count them carefully. Lin Chen caught the ring, but did not hasten to inspect it. Instead, he turned to the fourth elder with an innocent expression. "Fourth grandpa, could you check it for me? I want to ensure he isn't playing tricks, that it's not filled with counterfeit goods or tampered with." "Rest assured, Chinner," Lin Zizao replied, taking the ring and scanning it with his divine sense. Quickly returning it to Lin Chen with a smile. "It's genuine, 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Not a single counterfeit." "That's good to hear." Lin Chen, satisfied, tucked the ring into his pocket and waved at Lin Shan. "Lin Shan, untie our major benefactor." Lin Shan promptly untied the ropes binding Lei Zhaoran. The moment Lei Zhaoran was free, he scrambled towards Lei Jinayu, fearful that Lin Chen might change his mind. But after just a couple of steps, he was kicked in the rear by Lin Chen, tumbling into the dirt. "What's the rush?" Lin Chen chuckled. "When we return, if I catch you again, it won't be just 10 million spirit stones that will secure your release." Lei Zhaoran rose to his feet, too intimidated to utter a harsh word, as he clutched his rear and sought refuge behind Lei Zhenyu, burying his head even lower. Observing the disheveled state of Lei Zhaoran, and recalling his own unwarranted loss of 10 million high-grade spirit stones, Lei Zhenyu could no longer suppress the fury swelling within him. In all his years, he had never endured such humiliation. "Lin Shizhao." Lei Zhenyu abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon the fourth elder, as purple lightning surged around him. The indignity of this day would not be forgotten by the Lei clan. "We shall settle this matter." With that, he prepared to strike, evidently intent on confronting Lin Shizhao, even if it meant inflicting mutual harm to alleviate his rage. Wait. Lin Chen interjected suddenly, raising a hand to halt him. Lei Zhenyu glared at him. "What do you want now?" Lin Chen pointed at the Lei clan guard tied up behind him and innocently remarked, "No need to be so angry. I haven't finished speaking. That one is also from your Lei clan, isn't he? You don't want him?" He paused, extending 5 fingers, grinning like a cunning fox that had pilfered a hen. "I won't ask for much, just 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Take it or leave it. How about that? 5 million. Lei Zhenyu felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. After just parting with 10 million, here came another demand for 5 million. His reserves of spirit stones were already depleted. That 10 million had been all his wealth. And now, where could he possibly procure an additional 5 million? "You are shearing the sheep." Lei Zhenyu trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Chen, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. "As a sage, you are nearly draining me dry." The onlookers gathered in the square could not help but laugh aloud. Lin Chen of the Lin family was exceptionally skilled. First, he demanded 10 million to ransom Lei Zhaoran, and now he sought another 5 million for the guard. It seemed he regarded the Lei clan as a mere cash dispenser. Lin Chen, however, wore an expression of complete nonchalance. "What do you mean by shearing the sheep? This is a fair transaction. He is my prisoner as well. I can't just give him to you for free, can I? If you don't want him, I might just sell him along with those from the Lai Tian Chong Zone to the slave market. Who knows, they might fetch a good price." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced in the direction of the Lai Tian Chong Zone, his intent unmistakable. "Do you want to redeem him? If you do, you must pay." The elders of the Lai Tian Chong Zone turned pale, hastily averting their gaze, pretending not to see. They were not nearly as affluent as Lei Zhenyu, unable to muster even 10 million, let alone 5 million. Lei Zhenyu glanced at the bound guard, then at Lin Chen's face, which suggested he would sell the man, if not compensated, feeling a surge of nausea, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. He realized that if he did not produce this 5 million today, Lin Chen would indeed go so far as to sell someone to the slave market. At that point, the Lei clan's reputation would be utterly tarnished. "All right, I will pay." Lei Zhenyu ground his teeth, retrieving his last storage ring from his pocket and flinging it at Lin Chen with force. Inside were 5 million high-grade spirit stones. "Take the money and return the man to me quickly." Lin Chen caught the ring, handed it to the fourth elder for inspection, and once satisfied, tucked it away. Waving to Lin Shan, "Release him, give them back." As the members of the Lei clan helped the guard and Lei Zhao ran retreat in disarray, Lin Shan fondled the 3 storage rings in his possession, unable to suppress a grin that stretched from ear to ear. This expedition into the secret realm had not only yielded treasures and captured prodigies, but also accrued a staggering total of 15 million high-grade spirit stones. Elevating his protective value to unprecedented heights, he was undeniably a winner in life. Filled with exuberance, Lin Chen, clutching the recently acquired 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Beckoned Lin Chen with a finger. Bring over the remaining 3. Lin Chen promptly dragged the trio of Chen Su, Guyu, and Su Mo, resembling 3 bewildered swine, into view. Initially, they had cowered, feigning death, but under the glaring light, they were compelled to raise their heads, their swollen faces still bearing traces of dry blood, resembling refugees freshly pulled from a muddy pit. The leader of the Lighthearted Chongzong, Chen Xian, upon seeing those familiar yet strange faces, felt a chilling premonition wash over him, mirroring the reaction Lei Zhanyu had experienced prior to being taken advantage of. The surrounding cultivators quickly grasped the situation, turning their gazes toward the Lighthearted Chongzong, their expressions full of mockery for the impending spectacle. Where the Lighthearted Chongzong's people? Lin Chen deliberately raised his voice, sweeping his gaze across the crowd until it landed on the ashen-faced Chen Xian. Look, these are the members of the Lighthearted Chongzong, right? Chen Xian clenched his fists in silence, yet within, he fervently prayed that they would not follow the Lei clan's example and set a price. But Lin Chen had no intention of granting him that favor. He pointed at Chen Su and the others, his tone deceptively innocent. I recall their names are Chen Su, Guyu, and Su Mo. I hear they are also on the prodigy list and not ranked too low. He paused for effect, elongating his tone. Initially, I thought that those on the prodigy list should be worth the same as Lei Zhao ran, so 10 million high-grade spirit stones would not be unreasonable, would it? 10 million. Chen Xian's lips twitched violently, nearly losing his temper. 3 individuals would total 30 million. The Lighthearted Chongzong had not brought that much spirit stone on this expedition. He mentally screamed, perhaps you should just sell them to the slave market. I won't pay to redeem them. Chapter 19, a discount for you. The surrounding cultivators joined in the uproar. If the Lighthearted Chongzong failed to redeem them, their reputation would be utterly diminished. 30 million is merely a trifling sum. Surely the Lighthearted Chongzong could manage that. Chen Xian's face fluctuated between red and white, wishing he could vanish into the ground. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly shifted his tone, appearing exceptionally benevolent. However, considering they did not bully the disciples of the Lin family, I shall grant you a discount. He extended 5 fingers, grinning like a cat that had caught a whiff of cream. 5 million high-grade spirit stones each, totaling 15 million for all 3. How does that sound? Quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, nearly on the verge of tears. Although it was still a hefty sum, it was a bargain compared to 30 million. He understood that failing to redeem them today would leave the Lighthearted Chongzong's reputation in tatters, much like the Lei clans, and upon returning, the elders of his sect would not spare him. Fine, I will pay. Grinding his teeth, Chen Xian rummaged through his storage ring for what felt like an eternity before finally gathering 15 million high-grade spirit stones, placing them in 3 separate rings and throwing them at Lin Chen with force. Here is your money. Return my people. Lin Chen accepted the rings, as was customary, handing them to the 4th elder for inspection. Once confirmed, he tucked them away, waving to Lin Chen, released them, and returned them. As Chen Su and the others clumsily crawled back to the ranks of the Lighthearted Chongzong, Lin Chen reveled in the fullness of his storage rings, his heart soaring. 15 million from the Lei clan plus another 15 million from the Lighthearted Chongzong, totaling 30 million high-grade spirit stones. This outing had not only raided the great emperor's lesser world and spirit plants, but it also amassed such wealth, elevating his protective value beyond measure. It was a resounding profit. However, before Lin Chen could savor his triumph for long, 2 terrifying auras suddenly locked onto him. Lei Zhanyu and Chen Xian exchanged glances, both recognizing the frustration and malice reflected in each other's eyes. Having both been taken advantage of by Lin Chen and humiliated, and unable to confront the 4th and 5th elders alone, they resolved to join forces. Lin Shizhao, Lin Xingyi, Lei Zhanyu roared, as purple lightning surged around him, coalescing into a massive lightning dragon that lunged toward the 4th elder. If I do not capture you today, I, the Lei clan, shall never rest. Chen Xian simultaneously unleashed his attack, summoning a colossal spirit power spear that blotted out the sky, aimed at the 5th elder Lin Xingyi, exuding an aura that threatened to tear through the void. Dare to humiliate my Lighthearted Chongzong, and today you shall pay the price. The 4th and 5th elders had long been prepared, Exchanging glances, they simultaneously unleashed their sage-level pressure. The fourth elder conjured an illusory mountain to block the lightning dragon's assault, while the fifth elder summoned a green long sword, whose fierce light clashed against the spirit power spear. Boom, boom, boom. The moment of battle at the sage level erupted with an explosion of phenomena. Thunderous dragons roared, mountains crumbled, shadows of weapons danced, and sword lights flickered. A terrifying wave of energy spread outward, causing the cultivators in the square to retreat in fright. Even the flying vessels swayed precariously. Lin Chen took refuge in a safe zone, listening to the frantic notifications echoing in his mind. Ding. Sage Lei Jinayu of the Lei clan joins forces with the sage of the Lai Tianchong sect to attack the family elder. Short protection value 12,000. Ding. Fifth elder Lin Xingyi retaliates against the sage of the Lai Tianchong sect. Short protection value 11,000. Ding. Spectators are astonished by the strength of the family elder. Short protection value 9,800. Observing the rapidly increasing protection value, Lin Chen could hardly contain his laughter. This was not a fight at all, but rather a generous offering of protection points. The more intense the battle, the more he gained. While manipulating the thunder dragon to attack, Lei Jinayu shouted to Chen Xian, "Brother Chen, do not entangle with them. First, capture that little beast Lin Chen. Once we have him, the Lin family will certainly be cautious." He understood that he could not defeat the fourth elder in a one-on-one confrontation, but by seizing Lin Chen's vulnerability, he could threaten the Lin family, avenging his grievances and recovering both lost spirit stones and dignity. Chen Xian's eyes brightened as he immediately adjusted his offensive stance. The spiritual energy spear circumvented the sword light of the fifth elder and lunged toward Lin Chen, its tip gleaming ominously. Lin Chen, prepare to die. The fourth elder, Lin Zizao, observed as Chen Xian's spear aimed at Lin Chen, yet remained entirely unfazed. The fifth elder, Lin Xingyi, had long been aware of this situation and would not permit Chen Xian to approach Lin Chen. "Your opponent is me," Lin Xingyi snorted coldly, his azure long sword radiating an intense light, transforming into a sword shadow that spanned the heavens, precisely blocking the spiritual energy spear. With a resounding clang, the clash of metal reverberated, and Chen Xian's spear was forced back repeatedly, its form disintegrating. He himself was struck by the sword's aura, stumbling back 3 steps with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The fifth elder's power was unexpectedly formidable. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. Previously, the fifth elder had seldom engaged, and no one had anticipated his profound mastery of swordsmanship. Hiding in the back, Lin Chen watched the fifth elder effortlessly intercept Chen Xian, and with the protection value in his mind soaring higher, he grinned with delight. With 2 elders guarding him, he felt as though he was comfortably fishing. On the other hand, Lei Jinayu found himself increasingly frustrated in his battle against the fourth elder. He had assumed that as a sage, he could at least hold his ground, but upon engaging, he discovered that Lin So's aura was far more substantial. Each clash felt like contending with a moving mountain, leaving his arms numb and depleting his spiritual energy rapidly. Damn it, this old fellow is at the pinnacle of the sage level. Lei Jinayu cursed inwardly. The fourth elder was just a step away from entering the great sage realm, and he was no match. Realizing that defeat was imminent, Lei Jinayu suddenly turned to Huang Tianxiong, who was still observing from the sidelines, shouting, "Brother Huang, why are you still hesitating? Come over and help. Have you forgotten how your son died? Lin Chen is right there. If we join forces to capture him, can we not avenge ourselves?" Huang Tianxiong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Chen, but previously had not dared to act due to the fourth elder's intimidation. Hearing the call for revenge, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and without further hesitation, his spiritual energy surged. The holy artifact of the Qingfeng sect, the splitting wind fan, appeared in his hand, striking fiercely at the back of the fourth elder. "Lin Zizao, take this." As the splitting wind fan waved, countless sharp wind blades formed, sweeping toward the fourth elder like a torrential downpour, creating a pincer attack in conjunction with Lei Jinayu's Thunder Dragon. Bullying with numbers? Lin Zizao's expression turned cold, and he no longer held back. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black cauldron materialized in his hand, his holy artifact, the Jinayu Ding. This cauldron, adorned with intricate mountain and river patterns, emanated an oppressive aura so heavy that the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Lin Zizao hurled the Jinayu Ding into the air, calling out, "Suppress." With a hum, the Jinayu Ding instantly expanded to several dozen meters tall, its patterns glowing as an illusory mountain shadow emerged from within, crushing toward the attacks of Lei Jinayu and Huang Tianxiong. Boom! Boom! The Thunder Dragon collided with the mountain shadow, instantly dissipating. The wind blades struck the cauldron, vanishing without a trace. Lei Jinayu and Huang Tianxiong felt an overwhelming force surge toward them, their holy artifacts trembling violently in their hands, their palms cracking and bleeding as they were thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Is this the power of a sage at the pinnacle? The surrounding cultivators were utterly astonished. The fourth elder's strike was nothing short of overwhelming. As Lei Jinayu and Huang Tianxiong struggled to their feet, gazing at the Jinayu Ding in the air, their eyes were filled with fear. Their holy artifacts paled in comparison to the Jinayu Ding. If this continued, they feared they would perish here. Huang Tianxiong attempted to rush again, but was restrained by Lei Jinayu, cautioning that further conflict would be tantamount to seeking death. At that moment, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense, with both sides' disciples gripping their weapons tightly, on the verge of a large-scale conflict. Even other power sages began to secretly gather their spiritual energy, clearly concerned about the battle spilling over to affect them. Everyone, cease hostilities. A gentle voice suddenly resonated. An elderly figure donned in a green robe, wielding a medicinal hoe, stepped forward, exuding a peaceful aura. It was Gu Wonking, the sage of the Baiko Hall. Although the Baiko Hall was not known for combat, it was a respected force in the cultivation world, commanding universal respect. They possessed the most advanced alchemical and detoxification skills, and the disciples of various factions relied on Baiko Hall's elixirs for cultivation and healing. Gu Wonking had lived for thousands of years, possessing extensive connections, and with his intervention, no one dared to disregard his presence. As he approached the center of the scene, he clasped his hands towards the fourth elder and Lei Jinayu. Speaking in a calm tone, "Elder Lin, Elder Lei, Sect Leader Huang, the secret realm has closed, and the grievances among the younger generation have been resolved. Why must we continue fighting? If true conflict arises and affects other factions, it would bring no benefit to anyone." He paused briefly before adding, "Moreover, young friend Lin Chen has already obtained a ransom, and the disciples of the Lei clan and Lai Tianchong sect have also been redeemed. Why not cease hostilities here? Future grievances can be settled by the younger generation competing on the Tianjiao ranking, which will be far more dignified than having the elders engage in combat." Lei Jinayu and Huang Tianxiong exchanged glances, both perceiving a willingness to retreat in each other's eyes. They could not defeat the fourth elder, and prolonging the standoff would only lead to greater humiliation. Gu Wonking's words provided them with a way to save face. "Very well. Today, on account of Brother Gu, my Lei clan will temporarily lay down arms." Lei Jin gritted his teeth, his gaze still coldly fixed on Lin Chen. "But remember, Lin Chen, I, Lei Jinai, swear I will not rest until I avenge this grudge." Huang Tianxiong followed suit with a cold snort. "Lin Chen, I will not let my son's revenge go unpunished." The fourth elder, seeing their willingness to relent, also retracted the Jinayu Ding. His earlier decisiveness was not only to protect Lin Chen, but also to prevent any potential ambush from other factions on Lin Chen, as the consequences would be dire. With the conflict subsiding, the priority was to leave with Lin Chen and the disciples of the Lin family. If you wish for revenge, let your juniors come," Lin Zizao stated coldly. "But if you dare to lay a hand on my Lin family disciples again, do not blame my Lin family for being unmerciful." Afterward, he waved to Lin Chen and the Lin family disciples. "Let us return to the sect." Lin Chen touched the storage ring in his possession, glancing at the protection value in his mind that was about to overflow, chuckling to himself as he followed the fourth elder and turned to leave. This expedition into the secret realm had not only filled his coffers, but also significantly enhanced his reputation. It was simply perfect. The Lin family's flying vessel tore through the sky, racing swiftly towards the direction of the Huanggu Lin family, its runes glowing and maximizing its flight speed. On the deck, the fourth elder Lin Zizao frowned deeply, addressing the fifth elder and Lin Chen in a serious tone. "We must return to the family as swiftly as possible. Lei Zhu, Lai Tian Chongzong, and Qing Fengzong have suffered a tremendous humiliation and will undoubtedly seek retribution." They may already be covertly contacting allies. We must promptly inform our clan to prepare for any eventuality. Elder Lin Xingyi nodded gravely, his expression serious. Their prodigies have not only been captured and humiliated, but have also been extorted for an exorbitant ransom, a grievance they cannot easily swallow. Particularly the Lei Zhu, who have always been protective of their own. Having sustained such a significant loss, they will certainly take further action. Lin Chen reclined in a chair, casually toying with a storage ring filled with high-grade spirit stones, and spoke nonchalantly. What is there to fear? With our ancestral guardians present, even if they send numerous saints, it would be futile. Moreover, should a conflict arise, I could potentially profit from it again. Elder C cast a resigned glare at him. You, young one, are remarkably audacious. The forces you have provoked are not mere trifles. Each of the three factions is backed by several emperors. If a being of emperor rank intervenes, even our ancestral guardians would find it challenging. At this, Lin Chen straightened up, aware of the might of an emperor, a being at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, incomparable to a saint. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the fact that they too had ancestral guardians, and his father, along with several esteemed elders, possessed unfathomable strength, allowing him to remain composed and even harbor a sense of anticipation. The protective instincts of an emperor would surely escalate. The flying vessel sped forth without a moment's delay. Meanwhile, on a solitary island at the edge of Dongling Jie, Huang Tianxiong knelt before the secret chamber of Qing Fengzong, his head bowed low, voice choked with tears. Ancestor Suo has died. He was slain by Lin Chen of the Lin family. The stone door of the secret chamber remained tightly shut, shrouded in darkness, offering no response. Huang Tianxiong recounted the events within the secret realm, embellishing the tale, particularly how Lin Chen had been arrogant and deliberately humiliated Huang Su, ultimately asserting that Lin Chen possessed a treasure capable of concealing heavenly secrets, thus confirming Huang Su's demise at his hands. Boom! Just as his words fell, the stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened, releasing an oppressive aura that enveloped the island, causing it to tremble. An elder clad in gray robes stepped forth, his visage gaunt, yet his eyes sharp as lightning, surrounded by a faint imperial might. He was the founding ancestor of Qing Fengzong, an emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years. What are you crying for? The elder's voice was calm, yet exuded undeniable authority. Our Qing Fengzong members are not easily bullied. Rise, I shall visit the Lei family and summon the Lai Tian Chongzong. The Lin family must provide us with an explanation. Huang Tianxiong abruptly raised his head, a glimmer of wild joy in his eyes. Thank you, ancestor. Simultaneously, on a semi-floating island, violent purple lightning surged within a 10-kilometer radius, forming a natural barrier, the very core of Lei Zhu's territory. In the grand hall of Lei Zhu, Lei Jinayu and Lei Zheoran were imploring a purple-robed elder seated in the high position. Ancestor, you must take a stand for us. That Lin Chen is utterly outrageous. He not only seized Zheoran's imperial world, but also beat him into a pulp, publicly whipping him, and extorted us for 15 million high-grade spirit stones. Lei Jinayu spoke with righteous indignation, portraying Lin Chen as a villain of unspeakable evil. Lei Zheoran echoed his lament. Ancestor. He even claimed our Lei Zhu was a pathetic force, asserting that you, ancestor, dared not seek vengeance. His deliberate exaggeration aimed to provoke the ancestor. The elder in the purple robe was none other than the emperor ancestor of Lei Zhu, the Jiushao Lei Di, surrounded by crackling lightning. Upon hearing their words, a fierce glare flashed in his eyes, and his imperial might erupted like a tsunami, causing cracks to form in the stone pillars of the hall. How dare the Lin family? How dare Lin Chen to humiliate my Lei Zhu to such an extent? Almost simultaneously, within the forbidden grounds of Lai Tian Chongzong, the emperor ancestor learned of the news. Upon hearing that Chun Su and his companions had been publicly humiliated and extorted for 15 million high-grade spirit stones, the ancestor was so enraged that he crushed the spear in his hand, coldly declaring, "The Lin family children dare to insult my Lai Tian Chongzong. This grudge shall not go unpunished." Half an hour later, 3 imperial auras soared from the floating island of Lei Zhu. The emperor of Qing Fengzong, the Jiushao Lei Di of Lei Zhu, and the Funchang Chong Di of Lai Tian Chongzong stood side by side. their combined presence altering the very fabric of heaven and earth. The Lin family has gone too far. Today we shall confront the ancient Lin family and seek justice. The Emperor of Lei Zhu bellowed, leading the charge towards the Lin family's direction. Exchanging glances, the other two followed closely behind. Three figures streaking across the sky like shooting stars, bearing the momentum to obliterate all in their path, racing towards the ancient Lin family. An imperial confrontation capable of shaking the entire cultivation world was about to erupt. Chapter 21. Wu Shi Da Di. In the grand hall of the Lin family, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, and ancient dragon patterns adorned the dark pillars, exuding a profound aura of antiquity. Family head Lin Jianshu, clad in a purple-gold imperial robe, sat upon the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the bowing assembly. Upon spotting Lin Chen, who was bouncing eagerly among the crowd, the tension in his mouth gradually eased. This expedition into the secret realm has been arduous for everyone. It is sufficient that you have returned safely. Lin Jianshu's voice was steady, yet it could not conceal the concern in his eyes, especially when they fell upon Lin Chen, softening his gaze. He was his only son, who had not left the family for 18 years. Now, on his first outing, he had caused such a commotion, stirring anxiety within him. Elder C stepped forward, briefly reporting the events of the secret realm, detailing how Lin Chen had beaten Huang Su, seized spirit plants, captured Lei Ziran, and extorted ransom from the three clans, leaving no detail unmentioned. As Lin Jianshu listened, his expression remained impassive, yet his fingers discreetly tapped within his sleeve, already elated. Truly, he is a Lin family member. Full of audacity. Once the assembly had dispersed, Lin Chen lingered, hands clasped behind his back, his toes scraping the ground, presenting an air of someone who had caused trouble yet was unperturbed. Lin Jianshu regarded his son's demeanor with both amusement and exasperation. Chener, everyone has departed. Why do you remain here? Are you hoping to request yet another treasure? Not at all. Lin Chen scratched his head, speaking softly. Father, I defeated the prodigies of Lei Zhu, Qing Feng Zong, and Lai Tian Chong Zong. He spoke as if he had merely crushed a few ants. Lin Jianshu raised an eyebrow, feigning sternness. Oh? Is it as simple as just defeating them? He had heard from Elder C that Lin Chen not only left them battered, but had also publicly whipped them and extorted ransom, humiliating all three clans. Yet, witnessing his son's nervous yet feigned calmness, he could not bring himself to scold him. Ahem. It is merely to let them know that our Lin family members are not to be trifled with. Lin Chen straightened his back at his father's lack of anger. By the way, I also seized an imperial world. The fruit trees in my small cave will now thrive with spiritual energy. Lin Jianshu chuckled, moving to his son's side and patting his shoulder. You, causing such significant trouble right after leaving home. But worry not. If the heavens fall, your father and the ancestors will bear the weight. As the father and son conversed, a faint sound suddenly resonated from deep within the Lin family's forbidden grounds. The forbidden area lay in the back mountains of the Lin family, enshrouded in mist, where ancient trees towered and the ground was inscribed with long-lost ancient formation patterns. At the center of the formations, numerous ancient stone coffins floated in mid-air, surrounded by a hint of concealed imperial might, the resting place of the Lin family's ancestors. At this moment, the leftmost stone coffin emitted a soft, golden light, its lid slowly opening, revealing an elder clad in gray robes. His face was gaunt, hair as white as snow. In the instant he opened his eyes, two golden beams shot forth into the void, as if capable of piercing through the heavens. It was the Wu Shi Da Di of the Lin family. Oh, an emperor approaches my Lin family? The voice of Wu Shi Da Di was calm, yet carried an air of superiority, as his gaze pierced through the forbidden grounds, looking towards the distant horizon where three formidable imperial auras rapidly approached, brimming with intense hostility. The other stone coffins around him remained silent, their ancient ancestors not even blinking. For them, the arrival of an ordinary emperor was sufficient. There was no need for them to open their eyes. The Wuxi emperor slowly rose, his gray robe fluttering in the wind, an imperial aura quietly emanating from him, only to be instantly retracted as if it had never existed. He recalled the earlier conversation between Lin Jianshu and Lin Chen, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. That lad Chener is quite the troublemaker, reminiscent of my younger days. In the past, he had fought 5 emperors single-handedly, avenging any who dared to provoke the Lin family, resulting in 2 deaths and 3 injuries among his foes. From that moment on, the name of Wuxi Emperor resonated across the heavens and the earth, instilling fear throughout the endless starry sea. An emperor standing tall, battling 5, severing the chaos of the realms. His gray robe stained with blood. His reputation unparalleled through the ages. Who could rival him? The Wuxi Emperor adjusted his gray robe with a wave of his hand. His steps deliberate, yet imbued with an overwhelming momentum as he approached the Lin family's mountain gate. Since it is Chen who has caused this trouble, I shall handle it myself. It is also an opportunity for the younger generation to understand that the Lin family is not to be trifled with. In the distant sky, 3 imperial auras grew ever closer. At the Lin family's mountain gate, the figure of the Wuxi Emperor gradually appeared, akin to an insurmountable mountain, quietly awaiting the impending confrontation. Standing at the summit shrouded in clouds and mist, the Wuxi Emperor donned his gray robe, his hands clasped behind his back. He did not unleash any imperial might. His figure seemed to meld with the ancient pines behind him and the sea of clouds before him, resembling a stone sculpture weathered by time. Yet, only true powerhouses could perceive the cataclysmic force concealed beneath this outward serenity. He lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, his eyes piercing through layers of void, clearly discerning 3 streams of light, each carrying imperial might, racing towards him. His fingers lightly brushed against the cuffs of his robe, a faint smile playing on his lips. Those 3 old fellows are quite prompt. Let's see how far they intend to escalate this matter, so that Chen'er understands. When trouble arises, an ancestor stands firm. Simultaneously, the chaotic star domain and dozens of surrounding star domains trembled under the sudden eruption of these 3 imperial auras. Within the Lingxiao Hall of the 9 Heavens Lingxiao Pavilion, the pavilion master, sitting upon the 9-dragon throne, abruptly opened his eyes, nearly crushing the jade cup in his hand. 3 imperial auras? Which emperor has emerged? Deep within the demon domain, a Kunpeng phantom that had slumbered for millennia manifested, its enormous eyes scanning the heavens, its voice laced with confusion. That aura feels familiar. It belongs to the Thunder Clan, along with the old fellows from the Liantian Gun sect and Qingfeng sect. Where are they headed? On the blood-red altar of the demon path, an emperor shrouded in demonic energy stood up, his fingertip gathering demonic energy into a mirror, reflecting the trajectory of the distant light. The direction is towards the ancient Lin family? Could it be related to that Lin Chen from the Lin family? News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching all major factions. Those who were aware of Lin Chen's capture of the 3 clans' prodigies and his extortion for ransom immediately realized that the emperors of the 3 clans had come to settle accounts. Heavens! That lad from the Lin family is truly a troublemaker. Not only did he provoke the prodigies, but he has also drawn the attention of the emperors. The ancient Lin family was bound to be lively this time. With 3 emperors joining forces, even an immortal imperial clan must tread carefully. Let us go and witness this. Such a confrontation among emperors is a rare sight. Countless powerful figures from various factions set off, some riding flying vessels, others tearing through the void. Yet none dared to approach too closely. The aftershocks of an emperor-level battle could obliterate saints. They could only follow from a distance, employing secret techniques to observe, not daring to release even a hint of their divine consciousness. Soon, the silhouettes of the 3 streams of light became increasingly distinct, and recognition of their identities spread like wildfire. The foremost figure, clad in a purple robe, was the Juxiao Thunder Emperor. Gasps echoed as he was recognized. He had once fought against alien races on the outer battlefield, unleashing torrents of thunder akin to the Milky Way, shattering an enemy star. The name Juxiao Thunder Emperor was thus earned. Indeed, the purple-robed elder was surrounded by crackling purple lightning, each bolt resonating with the sound of rending space. His imperial might brimming with ferocity. He was the Juxiao Thunder Emperor. Following closely was an elder clad in white, wielding a crimson gold spear. Even sheathed, the spear radiated a scorching heat that warped the surrounding nebulae. This was the Fenqiang Emperor of the Liantian Gun sect. More recognized him, their voices filled with reverence. It was said that his imperial weapon, the Burning Star Spear, was forged from the core of a dying star. During the Domain Wars, he had thrust forth a single spear, incinerating 100,000 enemy ships, staining the cosmos red. The name Fin King was thus derived. The final figure, cloaked in green, floated effortlessly, enveloped in a gentle mist, his form wavering in the void as though he might dissolve into it at any moment. This was the Lin Chen Emperor of the Qing Feng sect. "This one is even more formidable," exclaimed an elder who had lived for tens of thousands of years, trembling. "He is adept in the way of the void." Once besieged by 5 emperors, he not only escaped using his void techniques, but even counterattacked, killing an emperor. Since then, no one has been able to trap him in the void. Lin Chen signifies his ability to transcend the void, unreachable by others. Each of the 3 emperors bore legendary accomplishments, their names echoing throughout the star realms. Now, united in purpose, they aimed directly at the ancient Lin family, a display powerful enough to instill fear in any faction. In the distant void, countless subtle divine senses intertwined. These were hidden old monsters, remnants of ancient peak saints, great saints, and even several long-secluded quasi-emperors, as well as a few unwilling to interfere in worldly affairs. They dared not approach, yet all fixed their divine senses on the direction of the Lin family, closely monitoring the imminent confrontation. Which emperor would the ancient Lin family dispatch? They had numerous emperors throughout their history, yet few could contend against the united front of 3 emperors. It was hard to say. The Lin family once had the Wuxi emperor who single-handedly battled 5 emperors, resulting in 2 deaths and 3 injuries. If he were still alive, Wuxi, that was a legendary figure. It had been many years since any news of him had surfaced. Perhaps he had long since entered eternal rest. Amidst the intertwining divine senses, speculation and trepidation coexisted. Just then, the 3 streams of light finally reached the Lin family's mountain gate, hovering in midair. The Juxiao Thunder Emperor spoke first, his voice booming like thunder, causing leaves to fall from the trees below. "Lin Jianshu, come out. We demand an explanation from your Lin family." He expected the Lin family to send forth the current patriarch or several saints, but to his surprise, atop the peak, the figure in the gray robe slowly raised his head. In that moment of eye contact, the expressions of the Juxiao Thunder Emperor, Fin King Emperor, and Lin Chen Emperor shifted drastically, their imperial auras involuntarily stalling. That gaze was far too familiar and far too terrifying. "Why you are?" The voice of the Juxiao Thunder Emperor trembled, unable to believe his eyes. The Wuxi Emperor slowly raised his hand, brushing away a fallen leaf from his shoulder, his tone calm, yet penetrating, reaching every onlooker's ears. "It has been many years. You 3 have certainly grown quite bold. Who gave you the courage to come to the Lin family's mountain gate and shout?" Outside the Lin family, in the vast expanse of the sky, the void was densely packed with cultivators from various star realms. They either hid behind the protective formations of flying vessels or concealed themselves within the folds of star clouds. Even from a distance, the residual Imperial might send shivers through their hearts, yet none were willing to depart. Witnessing the confrontation of 3 emperors seeking vengeance against the ancient Lin family was a rare opportunity, one not to be missed. "Good heavens! This Lin Chen is indeed quite the provocateur," exclaimed an elder from a mid-tier faction, struggling against the imperial might with secret methods. Ordinary cultivators would shy away from just one prodigy, yet he has managed to capture prodigies from the Thunder Clan, Liantian Gun Sect, and Qingfeng Sect, demanding ransom. And now he has drawn the attention of 3 emperors. An adjacent solitary cultivator nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Indeed, previously, it was only known that he was an empty calamity realm master, and to defeat heavenly prodigies was already extraordinary. Now, even the emperors have taken action on his behalf. After this incident, the name Lin Chen will undoubtedly echo throughout the boundless star sea and across various star domains. Who would dare provoke the Lin family henceforth? "Do you think the Lin family can withstand 3 emperors?" Someone whispered anxiously. At these words, the surrounding atmosphere instantly grew quieter. Many turned their gaze toward the Lin family's mountain gate, where silence prevailed except for the solitary gray-robed figure atop the peak, as if utterly dismissing the presence of the 3 emperors. "It's uncertain, but the archaic Lin family has endured for so many years. Surely they possess formidable trump cards," murmured a white-haired venerable sage thoughtfully. "Have you forgotten the legend of the primordial emperor who single-handedly battled 5 emperors?" If that figure still lives, the crowd stirred, recalling the name sealed away by time. the primordial emperor. If such a legendary figure indeed still existed, even 5 emperors might not guarantee the Lin family's defeat. At this moment, they had yet to recognize that the gray-robed figure was none other than the primordial emperor himself. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family's grand hall, a different scene unfolded. The scent of sandalwood lingered as Lin Chen leaned against the window, covertly observing the outside through his divine sense, his youthful face etched with anxiety. Those were 3 emperors. Although he knew the patriarch was formidable, his concern was palpable. 4th and 5th elders sat nearby, sipping tea leisurely, their expressions unruffled. They were well aware that the ancient patriarch had awakened. With him present, even 5 emperors combined could scarcely stir any disturbance. Lin Jianshu, observing her son's furtive demeanor, smiled gently. "What are you looking at? So nervous?" "Father, those are 3 emperors outside." Lin Chen turned, his face conflicted. "Can the patriarch handle them alone?" Setting down her teacup, Lin Jianshu approached, tooling his hair with a relaxed tone. "Foolish child, this is but a minor skirmish. Your ancestor once fought 5 emperors alone, leaving 2 dead and 3 injured. These 3 old men are merely warming up for him." "Really? Ancestor is that powerful?" Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he knew his ancestor was strong, hearing he had fought 5 emperors alone was a revelation that shook him deeply. "Not only your ancestor," Lin Jianshu continued, a proud smile curving her lips as her gaze swept toward the hall's entrance, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Chin'er, you've often asked me how strong our family truly is. I've always said very strong. But today I will tell you, what you see of the Lin family is merely the surface." She paused, lowering her voice but exuding an air of supreme confidence. "Within our Lin family's forbidden grounds lie countless emperor ancestors in eternal slumber. The number of saints, grand saints, and elders within the clan could fill dozens of tables. Not to mention those reclusive ancient monsters. Even if all the forces in the boundless star sea united against us, the Lin family would remain unafraid. We are not merely an immortal imperial clan, but an archaic noble house with a lineage spanning millions of years, possessing a depth of heritage beyond your imagination." Seeing her son's astonishment, she continued, "Your ability to act recklessly outside is not due to luck, but because the entire Lin family stands behind you. As long as you do not err, if the heavens fall, your family will bear the burden for you." Lin Chen stood dazed, his mind buzzing. He had always thought his family was merely strong, but to be able to oppose all forces, it was beyond belief. No wonder his father and the elders never stopped him from fighting prodigies and seizing opportunities. No wonder the 4th elder remained calm under saintly pressure. No wonder the patriarch dared to confront 3 emperors alone. Behind him stood an indomitable support. Does that mean I could be even more audacious? Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with newfound confidence, a familiar mischievous smile curling at his lips. Lin Jianshu laughed, half exasperated. "You may be audacious, but not reckless. We protect our own, but not the wrongdoers. Should you bully others, even if the family wants to defend you, they will discipline you first, then deal with the others. Understand?" "Got it," Lin Chen replied cheerfully, his earlier worries dissipated. Turning back to the window, he regarded the 3 imperial silhouettes hovering in midair with anticipation rather than fear. When the patriarch intervenes, it will surely be magnificent. I wonder if the protection value will skyrocket. Atop the mountain gate, the primordial emperor finally raised his hand. As his gray robe swayed, a faint golden light expanded, instantly enveloping the entire Lin family gate. Ancient array patterns shimmered upon the luminous veil, exuding a formidable imperial aura. This was the Lin family's mountain guarding array, jointly established by several emperors. It once repelled the combined assault of dozens of emperors. To the 3 who have come, cease idling midair. The primordial emperor's voice pierced the void, reaching the ears of the 3 thunder emperors. "Are you here to fight or to parley? Make your intentions clear." Standing with hands behind his back, the primordial emperor's gray robe remained still amidst the residual imperial might. Upon hearing the demand from the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor to surrender Lin Chen, he slowly turned his head, his gaze resting mockingly upon the Thunder Emperor. "Surrender him? Did I hear correctly just now? Your Lin family scion has insulted the prodigies of 3 tribes, stolen opportunities, humiliated disciples, and even endangered the life of Huang Su from your Qingfeng sect." Suppressing his apprehension, Lin Kong Emperor spoke with forced resolve. If Lin Chen is not surrendered today and justice served, we will not relent. His hands clenched so tightly beneath his azure robes that his knuckles whitened. Huangsu is the most outstanding disciple of our Qingfeng sect-S generation. Lin Chen's killing of him must be accounted for. Either Lin Chen pays with his life, or the Lin family offers sufficient compensation, or else what? The primordial emperor's eyes suddenly darkened, and a subtle burst of imperial might erupted from him like an invisible weight descending from the heavens, causing Lin Kong Emperor to swallow his next words. Ling boy. The primordial emperor's voice brimmed with unquestionable killing intent. Your sect, which is on the verge of losing its imperial legacy, dares speak of justice to me? Speak another word, and after I deal with these two, I shall dismantle your Qingfeng sect-S mountain gate, erasing it from the boundless star sea. A deathly silence fell over the assembly. The onlookers gasped in shock at the sheer ruthlessness of the primordial emperor's threat to annihilate the Qingfeng sect. None doubted his capability. With his legendary strength, destroying a sect was as effortless as crushing an ant. Lin Kong Emperor's face turned ashen, his lips trembling. Yet he dared not utter a single word in rebuttal, fearing that any further speech might bring about the sect's demise. Outside the grand hall, Lin family disciples erupted in jubilant cheers upon hearing the primordial emperor's declaration. The patriarch is formidable. This is precisely how to confront them. They dared demand justice from our Lin family without knowing their place. The young master is incredible. He went out and defeated a heavenly prodigy, even attracting the attention of emperors. This is truly the Lin family's young master. Surrounded by admiring disciples, Lin Chen basked in their reverence, puffing out his chest and lifting his chin proudly. He thought to himself with delight, see, my aura now bears some resemblance to the old patriarch who once fought 5 emperors alone. While savoring the admiration, he discreetly took out a small notebook, a temporary jade slip condensed with spiritual energy, and recorded, Lei Clan, 9 Heavens Thunder Emperors, demanding surrender of me. Qingfeng Sect, Lin Kong Emperor, barking for retribution. Lighthearted Gun Sect, Burning Gun Emperor, yet to make a move. 3 old geezers, unable to bear defeat, harbor grudges. If their prodigy is caught again next time, the ransom will double. After finishing his thoughts, he viciously poked the jade tablet, grumbling inwardly. Is it really necessary to have the great emperor come to my door just because I gave your prodigy a beating? Just wait until my strength is sufficient, and then you shall see how I repay you. At that moment, a flurry of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Wushi fiercely threatens Ling Kong. Protective value 23890. Ding! Lin family disciples admire the host, igniting a sense of family honor. Protective value 345. Ding! Disciples voluntarily request to battle. Protective value 252. Ding! Onlookers recognize the Lin family's dominance. Protective value 561. Observing the soaring protective value, Lin Chen nearly burst into laughter. These 3 great emperors are truly walking ATMs for protective value. Their arrival was exceedingly timely. Looking at Lin Kong, who was rendered speechless by fear, the great emperor of the burning gun felt his heart sink, yet he steeled himself, taking a step forward for the sake of the burning sky gun sect's reputation. The burning star gun in his hand trembled slightly, flames swirling around the gun barrel. Wushi, perhaps your fame is well-deserved, but we as cultivators believe in speaking through our strength. If you insist on protecting Lin Chen without providing our 3 clans with an explanation, then let us battle. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Burning Star Gun Technique. In his heart, he felt uncertain. The tales of Wushi were too frightening. However, he and the other 2 great emperors believed that perhaps the legends were exaggerated. United, the 3 of them might not be without a chance. Fight! 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 Before Wushi could speak, the Lin family disciples suddenly stood in unison, raising their right arms and shouting in unison. Their voices erupted like thunder, shaking the surrounding mountains and forests, their eyes filled with the spirit of battle, showing no signs of fear. Wushi looked down at the impassioned disciples below, a satisfied smile slowly forming on his lips, his voice resonating throughout the family. Good. This is the spirit of my Lin family sons. Since the day our clan was established, we have despised the timid and the cowardly. With enemies at our doorstep, how could we retreat? Lin Chen stood among the disciples. Listening to the thunderous battle cries and observing the determination in their eyes, a warm surge filled his heart. In the past, he always thought these younger clan members were easy to bully and amusing, enjoying teasing them. But now he realized that when the family faced peril, they would unhesitatingly stand up and fight alongside him. I will try not to bully you in the future, Lin Chen murmured softly, his eyes slightly moist. Just then, Wushi Dadi slowly raised his hand, and the disciples' shouts abruptly ceased, the entire area falling silent once more. His gaze swept across the three great emperors, his tone calm, yet imbued with a disdainful authority. Since you wish to fight, I shall indulge you. However, I must warn you in the past. I single-handedly battled 5 emperors, leaving 3 alive. Today, if you 3 are defeated, you will not be so fortunate. Before his words faded, the gray robe of Wushi Di suddenly moved without wind. A terrifying imperial might erupted, far surpassing that of the combined forces of the 3 great emperors. Surging forth like a tsunami, the great emperor of 9 heavens looked upon the terrifying imperial might unleashed by Wushi Di, feeling a sense of dread. Yet he mustered his courage to reassure himself and his companions, his voice tinged with feigned calm. Wushi is merely at the 3rd level of great emperor. We 3 are at the 2nd level. United, we may not be his match. Do not fear him. These words were not only directed at the great emperor of Burning Gun and Ling Kong Dadi, but also served as a self-reassurance, as he needed to suppress his fear of Wushi's legends with their 3-to-1 advantage. The great emperor of Burning Gun and Ling Kong Dadi exchanged glances, seeing the struggle in each other's eyes. However, with no retreat possible, they could only brace themselves for battle. Just then, Wushi Di raised his hand and gently tore the void. With a sound akin to tearing paper, the space before them suddenly split open, revealing a vast, dark void behind it, devoid of stars and spiritual energy, only endless chaotic currents swirling slowly. That was the battlefield beyond the chaos, star domain, a common venue for battles among high-ranking figures. If a fight is to occur, let it be in the void. Wushi Di's voice emerged from the rift in the void, calm, yet undeniably authoritative. The chaos star domain cannot withstand a battle of great emperors. If a fight were to erupt, the space would crack, the star domain would collapse, endangering the innocent, which is not the Lin family's way. Though domineering, he never harmed unrelated individuals. This was the bottom line passed down through thousands of years of Lin family tradition. The 3 of them felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, along with a tinge of respect. They had been worried that fighting in the Chaos Star Domain would affect others, bringing them trouble. Now that Wushi had proactively suggested going to the Void, it aligned perfectly with their desires. Let the battle commence. Who fears whom? The great Emperor of 9 heavens gritted his teeth and was the first to fly toward the rift in the Void. The great Emperor of Burning Gun and Ling Kong Dadi followed closely behind, all 3 unleashing their imperial might, ready for combat. The onlooking cultivators began to activate secret techniques, their gazes penetrating the rift in space, focusing on the battlefield in the void. Knowing that the true battle of great emperors was about to begin. In the void, it was pitch black, with only chaotic currents flowing slowly. As soon as the great Emperor of Burning Gun entered the void, he no longer hesitated, thrusting the burning star gun fiercely into the void. The burning star gun technique has arrived. With a shout, the burning star gun instantly surged to a length of 10,000 zhong, its body engulfed in blazing flames, resembling a burning river of stars, exuding a terrifying momentum that threatened to incinerate all as it pressed toward Wushi Dadi. The heat wave, even across the endless void, made the cultivators in the chaos star domain feel their skin burning. The entire chaos star sea was shrouded in this imperial might. Even the stars seemed to tremble slightly. How powerful! Is this the strike of the great Emperor of Burning Gun? The 10,000 zhong imperial spear. Can the void even withstand it? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even Lin Chen could not help but clench his fists, his gaze fixed on the rift in the void. The momentum of that imperial spear was more terrifying than any attack he had ever witnessed. He even felt that not even 10 of himself could withstand that blow. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. In the face of that world-destroying 10,000 zhong imperial spear, Wushi Di merely raised his right hand and clenched his fist. There were no superfluous movements, no extravagant manifestations. He simply struck toward the imperial spear. Bang! At the moment of impact between fist and spear, there was no deafening roar. Only a faint cracking sound. Following this, the 10,000 zhong red flame imperial spear shattered as if it were fragile glass, beginning from the spear tip, layer by layer. The red flames extinguished in an instant, dispersing into countless light points in the void. Wushi stood in place, not even shifting his feet, as if he had merely crushed an ordinary stone. Outside the void, within the chaos star domain, all the onlooking cultivators fell into a stunned silence. They gaped, their eyes wide, filled with disbelief. That was the 10,000 zhong imperial spear, fully concentrated by a great emperor. Just like that, it was shattered by a single punch? How terrifying is that? So this is what the battle of great emperors looks like. A recently ascended, saint-level cultivator stammered, his eyes filled with shock. I used to think that great emperors were truly great emperors, but now. Lin Chen was also dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally reacted as the system notifications exploded in his mind. Ding! Wushi shatters the burning gun emperor's imperial spear with a punch. Protective value 25600. Ding! Onlooking cultivators are astonished by Wushi's strength. Protective value 25400. Ding! Lin family disciples admire Wushi, igniting a sense of family pride. Protective value 1890. Watching the protective value surge wildly, Lin Chen felt a mix of shock and joy, unable to resist tugging at Lin Jianshu's sleeve, whispering, "Father, does Grandpa Wushi really not need any help?" Lin Jianshu stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. His eyes filled with admiration for Wushi. "Silly boy, your Grandpa Wushi hasn't even begun to warm up yet." In the eyes of the Emperor of Burning Spears, the attack was akin to a child's playful swinging of a wooden stick. He paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past, your ancestor, the Wuxi Emperor, fought alone against the 5 emperors. Their combined assault was at least 10 times more formidable, yet he shattered it effortlessly. These 3 second-stage emperors, even if they join forces, will not last long." Lin Chen nodded, partially comprehending, and once again gazed at the rift in the void. He suddenly felt that his earlier concerns for his ancestor were entirely unwarranted. The strength of the old ancestor was simply overwhelming. Chapter 25. Bare-handed confrontation with 3 emperors in the void. The Emperor of Burning Spears watched as his imperial spear was shattered by a single punch. His face turned pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, overwhelmed by shock. He could distinctly sense that the power contained within the Wuxi Emperor's fist transcended his understanding, as if it could crush all laws and obliterate any attack. "Attack together. Do not give him a chance," roared the Emperor of 9 Heavens, his body surrounded by crackling purple lightning, transforming into a colossal thunder dragon that lunged towards the Wuxi Emperor. Simultaneously, the Emperor of Void unleashed his power, his azure robe billowing as countless blades of void coalesced from all directions, slicing toward the Wuxi Emperor. The 3 emperors finally exerted their full strength, launching a joint assault on the Wuxi Emperor. The Wuxi Emperor regarded the incoming thunder dragon and blades of void with a faint smile, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. "Too slow." A calm voice resonated from behind the Emperor of 9 Heavens. His pupils constricted as he turned sharply, only to be met with a slowly descending fist. That fist, though small, radiated a pressure capable of making his very soul tremble. "No." The Emperor of 9 Heavens felt the proximity of the Wuxi Emperor's fist, his hair standing on end. Instinctively, he summoned all his spiritual energy, fervently gathering lightning to form a shield several yards thick. This was his ultimate defensive technique, the 9 Heavens Thunder Shield, which had withstood the full force of an emperor's attack. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his grave error. The Wuxi Emperor's fist lightly landed on the Thunder Shield, producing no cataclysmic sound, only a faint crack. The shield, reputed to withstand imperial might, was instantly riddled with fractures, then shattered explosively, sending purple lightning scattering in all directions. "Impossible!" The Emperor of 9 Heavens' pupils contracted in horror. In a life-or-death moment, he hastily positioned his imperial weapon, the 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer, in front of him. The clash of fist and hammer reverberated through the void with a piercing metallic ring. The Emperor felt an overwhelming force surge through the hammer, rendering his arm numb and sending him hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, retreating over 1,000 yards before barely stabilizing himself. A metallic taste filled his throat as he fought to swallow the blood that threatened to spill forth, his face as pale as a ghost. He finally comprehended the staggering disparity between the minor realms of the Emperor's stage. The Wuxi Emperor, at the third stage, was simply beyond their second stage capabilities. Hold nothing back. Attack together. The Emperor of Nine Heavens bellowed as he charged forward once more, wielding the Nine Heavens Thunderhammer, conjuring countless purple lightning spears that rained down upon the Wuxi. The Emperor of Burning Spears, not to be outdone, unleashed the blazing power of the Burning Star Spear, creating a fiery forest of spears. The Emperor of Void, meanwhile, slipped into the void, unleashing a multitude of blades from every direction toward the Wuxi Emperor, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Come at me. The Wuxi Emperor's gaze sharpened, his gray robe fluttering as his imperial power erupted without reserve. There were no grand illusions, only an overwhelming force that seemed capable of crushing all. He unleashed both fists, shattering the lightning spears with his left and dispersing the spear shadows with his right. With a gentle push of his foot against the void, a golden ripple expanded outward, revealing the concealed blades of void, which were then obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of imperial might reverberated through the void, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the surroundings, shattering the stars as if they were fragile glass, scattering them like cosmic dust. Even more ominously, several pitch-black black holes emerged in the void, distorting the surrounding space and consuming any stardust that ventured too close, leaving no one to fathom where these black holes led. My heavens, is this the battle between emperors? Stars could be shattered. The Wuxi Emperor was truly terrifying. To confront three emperors barehanded and remain unyielding. For millennia, the legendary Wuxi Emperor had not only survived, but had grown even stronger. In the chaotic star domain, the onlooking cultivators were left dumbfounded, forgetting to breathe as they beheld such a cataclysmic spectacle, a sight they may never witness again in their lifetimes. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes wide with excitement, his small face alight with fervor. The system prompts in his mind erupted like a boiling pot. Ding. The Wuxi Emperor confronts three emperors barehanded. Protective value 32. 800. Ding. The battle shatters stars and terrifies onlookers. Protective value 29. 600. Ding. The Lin family disciples cheer. Protective value 890. Father, the Wuxi grandpa is incredible, Lin Chen exclaimed, gripping Lin Jianshu's arm excitedly. If he was this formidable unarmed, what would happen if he wielded an imperial weapon? Would he not be able to obliterate them with ease? Lin Jianshu nodded with a smile. Soon, you shall see. Just as he finished speaking, the Wuxi Emperor suddenly raised his hand, revealing an ancient, small bell in his palm. The bell, entirely black, was inscribed with ancient runes, and upon its appearance, it emanated an awe-inspiring imperial might that seemed to suppress even the surrounding black holes. That is the Wuxi bell, the legendary imperial weapon of the Wuxi Emperor. Someone gasped. The Wuxi bell slowly expanded in the air, soon reaching a height of 10,000 feet. The runes on its surface glowed, releasing a commanding aura that seemed to freeze the very void itself. You wish for an explanation? Then let me provide one. The Wuxi Emperor's voice was cold as he pointed at the Emperor of Nine Heavens. Wuxi bell descend. The massive bell crashed down with an overwhelming force, aiming directly at the Emperor of Nine Heavens. The Emperor's expression changed drastically as he hastily swung the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer in defense. However, the moment the hammer made contact with the bell, it trembled violently. He was compelled to retreat repeatedly, struggling to breathe under the oppressive weight of the bell, which seemed to exert its power without any need for the Wuxi Emperor's control, merely relying on its own sentience to suppress him. Once the Emperor of Nine Heavens was dealt with, the Wuxi Emperor turned to unleash a punch at the Emperor of Burning Spears, golden imperial power coalescing around his fist, exuding the force to shatter everything. Now, it is your turn. The Emperor of Burning Spears was terrified, desperately raising his spear in defense. With a resounding clang, the Burning Star spear bent under the impact, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, sent reeling backward. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Void, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to slip back into the void for a surprise attack. confident in his mastery of the void arts to evade all assaults. Yet, the instant he entered the void, he felt a terrifying force lock onto him. Do you think the void can shield you? The Wuxi Emperor's voice reverberated through the void, laced with mockery. When I sought guidance from the Void Emperor, you had yet to attain sanctity. Before his words could fade, the void where the Emperor of Void hid was abruptly pierced by a golden fist. He had no time to react before being struck, letting out a pained cry as he was forced to reveal himself. It turned out that the Wuxi Emperor had long mastered the arts of the void. As soon as the Emperor of Void entered, he could instantly lock onto his position, laying out an attack where his opponent would emerge. The void techniques of the Emperor of Void were nothing but a joke before him. No, as the Emperor of Void materialized, he found the Wuxi Emperor standing before him, a fist imbued with devastating might hurtling toward him. He hastily gathered his spiritual energy to defend, but the extensive use of his powers in the void had drained him significantly, and his defenses crumbled instantaneously. Bang! Chapter 26. The Fall of an Emperor. The Wuxi Emperor's fist struck mercilessly against the chest of the Emperor of Void, golden imperial energy surging into his body, tearing apart his imperial form. The Emperor of Void was unable to even let out a cry of anguish before being obliterated into a mist of blood, dissipating within the void, his imperial soul unable to escape. The great Emperor of King Fengzong, Lin Chen, has fallen. The Emperor has perished, outside the void, within the chaotic star domain. All onlookers were left in utter shock, forgetting even to breathe. A great emperor was obliterated just like that. Lin Chen gaped in astonishment, taking a while to process the situation as the system notification in his mind erupted once more. Ding. The Wuxi Emperor has obliterated the Lin Chen Emperor. Protective value 58900. Ding. Spectators are profoundly shocked. Protective value 49800. Ding. Lin Chen admires the Wuxi Emperor, igniting his desire to grow stronger. Protective value 1200. Incredible. Lin Chen leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, Grandfather Wuxi is amazing. One day, I too shall be like him, striking down an emperor with a single punch. Lin Jianshu watched his son's exuberance, shaking his head with a smile. This boy was daydreaming again. Meanwhile, in the void, the Burning Spear Emperor witnessed the fall of the Lin Chen Emperor, while the Juxiao Thunder Emperor was pinned down by the Wuxi Bell, completely panicked. He turned to flee, declaring, I concede. The Liantian Spear sect admits defeat. Admit defeat? Too late. The voice of the Wuxi Emperor resounded behind him, his figure appearing like a specter before him. And once more, his golden fist swung forth. Clang! As the Burning Spear Emperor saw the fist approaching, his soul nearly fled in terror. He hurriedly positioned the Burning Star Spear before him, pouring the last remnants of his imperial power into the weapon, which was his final reliance, forged from the core of Star. Yet, at the moment of collision between the Golden Fist and the Crimson Spear, the Burning Star Spear emitted a sound of unbearable strain, its body fracturing with web-like cracks. The Crimson Flame extinguished instantly. The Imperial weapon was linked to its master's vital essence. Upon damage to the spear, the Burning Spear Emperor felt a sharp pain in his chest, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, splattering into the void. My Imperial weapon! Despair filled the eyes of the Burning Spear Emperor. He had no time to react further when the Wuxi's fist struck his chest. Boom! A muffled roar echoed through the void as the Burning Star Spear shattered into countless fragments, and the body of the Burning Spear Emperor crumbled like porcelain, transforming into a mist of scarlet blood, dissipating within the chaotic currents. The Burning Spear Emperor of the Liantian Spear sect has fallen. In the span of mere moments, two great emperors had perished. In the void, only the Juxiao Thunder Emperor remained, suppressed by the Wuxi Bell. He gazed at the swirling blood mist, his legs trembling, filled with regret. Had he known the Wuxi Emperor was this terrifying, even if Lei Zhaoran had been pummeled into a pulp, he would never have sought justice. Wuxi Emperor, I was wrong. My Lei clan admits defeat. Please spare my life. The Juxiao Thunder Emperor, stripped of his previous arrogance, pleaded with the Wuxi Emperor, his voice tinged with desperation. Upon my return, I will certainly discipline Lei Zhaoran, ensuring he apologizes to friend Lin Chen and presents a treasured offering. I beg you, let me go. As he pleaded, he surreptitiously attempted to channel his spiritual power to escape into the void. However, as soon as he touched the barrier of the void, the Wuxi Bell emitted a deep, resonating chime. A golden ripple spread out, instantly rebuffing him from the edge of the void, his surrounding lightning power becoming chaotic, rendering him unable to stand. This Wuxi bell not only suppressed his imperial power, but also sealed the void, making escape impossible. Spare you? The Wuxi Emperor approached the Wuxi bell, his gaze icy. When you sought justice, did you ever consider sparing me? My Lin family is not one to be threatened at your whim. He raised his hand and pointed at the Wuxi bell, his deep voice resonating in the void. Zhuxiao, Thunder Emperor, your pure imperial power is just what my Wuxi bell needs as nourishment. I shall use it to strengthen my weapon. No. The Zhuxiao, Thunder Emperor, let out a desperate scream, but the Wuxi bell had already begun to contract. Golden runes igniting within, a terrifying suction force erupting, forcibly drawing his imperial body and soul into the bell. He struggled desperately, but it was like an ant shaking a tree, entirely futile. Buzz. The Wuxi bell trembled lightly, its imperial might surging dramatically, multiplied several times stronger than before. Within, the last anguished cry of the Zhuxiao Thunder Emperor echoed before silence enveloped him entirely. The Zhuxiao Thunder Emperor of the Lei clan fell beneath the Wuxi bell, even his imperial soul consumed, transformed into nourishment for the weapon. 3 great emperors had perished. At that moment, a sudden downpour of crimson rain began to fall within the chaotic star domain. The blood rain, vibrant red, yet rich in spiritual energy, rejuvenated the desolate flora in the mountains. Upon contact with the cultivators, long-standing ailments began to improve. This is the phenomenon of an emperor's demise. An elderly sage exclaimed excitedly. The fall of an emperor causes their body and power to nourish the world, resulting in this miraculous blood rain that cleanses the marrow and heals ailments. Quickly, let's bask in it. Countless cultivators emerge from their flying vessels, arms wide open to embrace the blood rain, their faces alight with joy. Such a gift from an emperor was a rarity, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Meanwhile, in the void, the Wuxi Emperor summoned the Wuxi bell. The immense bell shrank instantaneously, transforming into a small bell that flew back into his palm. He glanced at the bell, a faint smile gracing his lips, having consumed the power of a great emperor. The might of the Wuxi bell had grown even further. He then slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators observing within the chaotic star domain. There was no roar, no display of power, just a calm gaze that caused all cultivators to freeze in an instant, shuddering as the joy on their faces evaporated, replaced by profound reverence. They had witnessed this legendary emperor slay 3 great emperors in mere moments. Who would dare provoke such fierce power? The spectacle had concluded, and it was time to depart. Someone murmured softly, taking the lead to pilot their flying vessel away. Others awoke from their stupor, hastily following suit. Remaining here could be perilous if this emperor were to be displeased and eliminate them as well, which would be a grave miscalculation. Within half a stick of incense's time, the onlookers outside the chaotic star domain had dispersed entirely, leaving only the Lin family's flying vessel and mountain gate. The Wuxi Emperor turned, stepping out of the void and returning to the Lin family mountain gate. Lin Chen could no longer contain himself, darting forward to stand before him, gazing up with adoring eyes filled with admiration. Grandfather Wuxi, you are incredible. 1 punch for 1 great emperor, easier than when I dealt with Chun Su and the others. The Wuxi Emperor looked at Lin Chen's exuberance, his previously cold gaze softening, and he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, chuckling, "Chener, come here." Lin Chen nodded eagerly, his face brimming with excitement. "Grandfather Wuxi, you were so cool just now." Lin Chen lavished praises, rendering the Wuxi Emperor quite bashful. Chapter 27. A treasure? In the future, I too shall be like grandfather, becoming the mightiest great emperor. Excellent. You have ambition. The Wuxi Emperor laughed heartily, his tone unmistakably protective. Chener, in the future, if you encounter anything displeasing, do not hesitate to strike. As long as you do not bully the weak, it does not matter who your opponent is. Even if they are from other imperial clans or ancient families, your grandfather will support you. Really? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, his mind racing with thoughts. With a great emperor backing him, he would have the confidence to stir up trouble. Beside them, Lin Jianshu watched this scene, holding his forehead in exasperation. This boy was already insufferably reckless, Now with the Wuxi ancestor personally protecting him, he feared he might create even greater chaos. The Wuxi emperor seemed oblivious to Lin Jianshu's expression, continuing to address Lin Chen. Come, I shall take you to the forbidden area to show you the imperial-grade spiritual fruits I have collected. Consuming them will elevate your cultivation. Yay! Thank you, Grandfather Wuxi. Lin Chen cheered, tugging at the Wuxi emperor's hand and bouncing toward the forbidden area, completely forgetting his earlier worries about whether his ancestor could defeat the three great emperors. Lin Jianshu observed their retreating figures, shaking his head helplessly, yet unable to suppress a smile. With the ancestor present, the future of the Lin family and this little rascal Chen'er would likely exceed his expectations. As Lin Chen jubilantly skipped towards the forbidden area, hand in hand with the ancient ancestor Wuxi Dadi, the surrounding members of the Lin family gazed in awe, their eyes wide with envy. Yet none dared to harbor a shred of jealousy. Within the entire Lin clan, only Lin Chen could approach the revered ancestor with such familiarity, affectionately addressing him as grandfather and freely entering a domain that even the venerable saints dared not intrude. The young master is truly favored by the ancestor, whispered a young disciple, his eyes gleaming with desire. The last time I caught a glimpse of the hem of the Wuxi ancestor's robe from afar, I was so nervous I could not utter a word, yet the young master can engage him in conversation. An elder nearby chuckled and shook his head. What do you understand? Chen'er is the sole son of the clan head and possesses unparalleled talent among our Lin descendants over the past 10 millennia. The ancestors cherish him dearly. Moreover, if it weren't for Chen'er just now, how could the Wuxi ancestor have personally intervened to vanquish the three emperors and elevate our Lin family prestige? Upon hearing this, the clan members nodded in agreement. Indeed, while it appeared that Lin Chen had stirred up trouble, he had inadvertently summoned the Wuxi ancestor, not only sparing the Lin family from harm, but also rekindling the terror of the ancient Lin family throughout the boundless Star Sea. This was no mere trouble. It was a boon for the family. Meanwhile, deep within the depths of the Lei clan's forbidden area, a stifling atmosphere prevailed. In the dimly lit palace, 5 figures clad in purple robes hovered in midair, enveloped in a formidable aura of imperial might. These were the 5 ancestors of the Lei clan, still awake. They had just witnessed through their divine senses the entire process of the Juxiao Lei Di being subdued by the Wuxi bell, and their expressions were grim. That old Wuxi is still alive, exclaimed a burly elder of the Lei clan, his voice filled with disbelief. Years ago, he had fought single-handedly against 5 foreign emperors on the battlefield, suffering severe injuries, and had returned to the Lin family in a battered state, leading them to believe he would not survive much longer. To their astonishment, he not only lived, but had grown even stronger. What is even more terrifying is that we do not know how many more such ancient beings exist within the Lin family, another elder remarked, his brow furrowed with deep apprehension. Wuxi is merely one of the Lin family's emperor ancestors. Could the others still be alive? If they were to awaken, not even 10 immortal imperial clans could contend with the Lin family. Contemplating this, the Lei clan elders fell into silence. Previously, they had entertained thoughts of avenging Juxiao Lei Di, but it now seemed that merely preserving the Lei clan from Lin family retribution was a stroke of fortune. At the same time, the forbidden areas of the Lai Tiangun sect and Qingfeng sect echoed similar sentiments. The ancestors of the Lai Tiangun sect gazed at the shattered fragments of the Funxing gun, remnants of the imperial weapon that had been drawn back to the sect by the winds of the void upon the demise of the Funchang emperor. Their faces turned pale, and none dared to utter the word revenge. Even the Funchang emperor had been obliterated with a single blow. Even if they joined forces, they would simply be offering themselves as sacrifices. The Qingfeng sect was thrown into chaos. Ling Kongdi, the sole emperor of the Qingfeng sect, had perished, leaving the sect without its pillar of strength. The elders congregated in the grand hall, embroiled in heated arguments, with some insisting on swiftly securing the sect's treasures and fleeing to seek refuge with other imperial clans, while others advocated for proactively seeking forgiveness from the Lin family, pleading for mercy toward the Qingfeng sect. Still, some held onto a glimmer of hope, believing the Lin family might not pursue total annihilation. Voices clamored from all directions, yet none spoke of avenging the Lin family. Huang Tianxiong, seated in the main position, watched as his hair fell out in clumps. Within half a day, he had gone from a full head of black hair to half gray. He gazed at the quarreling elders and the anxious disciples outside the hall, filled with despair. He had never anticipated that seeking vengeance for his son would culminate in the destruction of their sect. At this moment, the name Lin Chen reverberated like thunder throughout the boundless Star Sea. The various factions departing the Chaos Star region disseminated the news of Lin Chen, provoking the three emperors, and Wuxi, subduing them across every star domain. Have you heard? The ancient Lin family has a lad named Lin Chen who captured the prodigies of the Lei clan, Lighthearted sect, and Qingfeng sect, and even demanded ransom, directly drawing the three emperors to their doorstep. It was not just that. The three emperors demanded the Lin family surrender the individuals involved, only for the Wuxi ancestor to personally intervene and annihilate all three, leaving not even a trace of their imperial souls. It is said that Lin Chen possesses a treasure that can obscure the heavenly secrets, which is why his name does not appear on the prodigy rankings. Such a treasure is simply unfathomable. As the news spread, countless factions began to remember the name Lin Chen. Some marveled at his audacity, others envied his lineage, while many greedy individuals set their sights on the so-called treasure that obscures the heavenly secrets, covertly seeking Lin Chen's whereabouts. In their eyes, a mere junior in the cockiest realm, even with the Lin family's protection, could be vulnerable if the right opportunity arose to seize the treasure. However, none considered the nature of his physique, for the Tianming Su Wu body was exceedingly rare, having vanished for tens of thousands of years. No one would have thought that such a legendary physique would manifest in a young descendant. This was precisely the outcome Lin Chen desired, drawing all attention to the treasure, shifting the blame onto the family, allowing him to cultivate in peace and continue to stir up trouble without restraint, just as the Qingfeng sect remained embroiled in discord. A middle-aged man clad in black, wielding a rusted long knife, silently appeared at the gates of the Qingfeng sect. No one knew who he was or where he had come from. People only knew that night, the Qingfeng sect was filled with horrendous screams, and flames painted half the sky red. The following morning, news emerged. The Qingfeng sect had been annihilated. No one inquired who had brought about the sect's demise, nor did anyone dare to. All understood tacitly that this was a warning from the Lin family, a response to those who dared provoke them. Upon hearing the news, members of the Lei clan and Lighthearted sect were so frightened that they fortified their sect's defenses overnight, scarcely daring to step outside, fearful of becoming the next Qingfeng sect. Within the Lin family's forbidden area, Lin Chen was savoring an imperial-grade spirit fruit the size of a fist, juice dripping from his mouth. Wuxi, sitting beside him, watched with a smile akin to that of a kindly grandfather as he devoured it. "Slow down. No one is competing with you," Wuxi said, offering him a handkerchief. "This spirit fruit can cleanse your marrow and enhance your physique. I have plenty more here. Come whenever you wish to eat." "Thank you, Grandfather Wuxi," Lin Chen mumbled with his mouth full of spirit fruit, his heart brimming with joy. With the ancestors' protection, delicious spirit fruits to enjoy, and endless opportunities to earn favor, life could not be more delightful. By the spiritual spring of the forbidden area, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, as the chaotic Hongmeng formula surged within him. The imperial-grade spirit fruit he had just consumed transformed into a terrifyingly vast energy, rushing through his meridians like a raging river. The energy was both scorching and rich. Had it been any ordinary cultivator, merely coming into contact with it would have ruptured their meridians, let alone refine it. Yet Lin Chen's Tianming Su Wu body was adept at accommodating various energies, and with the support of the chaotic Hongmeng formula, he steadily absorbed this energy, gradually transforming it into his own cultivation. As the energy continued to be refined, the spiritual aura surrounding Lin Chen grew increasingly dense, and the dark golden halo around him shone ever more brightly. The shackles of the cockiest 8th realm crumbled like thin paper, swiftly followed by the 9th realm and the peak of cockiest, all without a hint of stagnation. When the energy had been refined halfway, a crisp crack resonated within him, shattering the shackles of the Yuan Chu realm. The dark golden spiritual energy surged violently, forming a vortex of spiritual energy about a zhang in diameter around him, wildly drawing in the spiritual essence from the surrounding spring. After a brief moment, the vortex dissipated, and Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His cultivation had firmly established itself, at the Yuan Chu First Realm. From the Kong Jie Eighth Realm to the Yuan Chu First Realm, he had ascended 3 entire realms, all thanks to a single spirit fruit. Lin Chen stretched lazily, his joints emitting crisp sounds, feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him. With a mere flick of his hand, he could unleash the might of a previous full-force strike. This spiritual fruit is truly exceptional. Grandfather Wu Shi did not deceive me. It is said that fruits of such caliber are exceedingly rare. Not far away, the great Emperor Wu Shi observed the entirety of Lin Chen's breakthrough, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. They had long been aware of Lin Chen's unique destiny void body trait, which is why they felt secure in letting him consume the imperial-grade spiritual fruit. If it had been any other junior, even with extraordinary talent, they would not have been able to bear such an opportunity. It is good that he has broken through. His cultivation speed will undoubtedly accelerate henceforth. Emperor Wu Shi approached, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Go on, your father is probably still waiting for you. All right, Lin Chen replied, striding confidently towards the forbidden area. Newly empowered, he walked with a spirited gait, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance. The guards of the forbidden area, upon seeing him, bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with awe. Everyone knows that this young master has just received the fortune of the venerable Wu Shi and has now broken through his realm. He is not to be trifled with. Lin Chen swaggered into the grand hall of the Lin family, where he immediately spotted Lin Jianshu, seated in the main chair, holding a gilded invitation and deep in thought. Father. Lin Chen hurried over, snatching the invitation from his hands, flipping it over curiously. What is this? It looks quite valuable, all glittering and golden. Lin Jianshu regarded his son's childish demeanor with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Do not be so reckless. This is an invitation from the Nangong family. The Nangong family? Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Isn't that the same as our Lin family? Also an immortal imperial lineage? Indeed. Lin Jianshu nodded, elaborating, the Nangong family will hold a competition for their heir in a couple of days. Their rules are unique. The young master is the designated heir, while the heir apparent is a backup. Should anything happen to the young master, the heir apparent will take his place. This event is to select a new heir from among the talented individuals of the Nangong family. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his mind began to race. Father, will there be many factions attending? Naturally, Lin Jianshu chuckled. The Nangong family is an immortal imperial lineage with profound heritage. Their heir competition is not only a significant affair for them, but also a grand event for the entire Endless Star Sea. Major imperial families and top-tier forces will send representatives, both to support the Nangong family and to forge connections with their talents and gather intelligence. Wow, it sounds lively, Lin Chen exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Lin Jianshu's arm. Father, I want to go too. I'm 18 now and have never witnessed such grandeur. I want to broaden my horizons. Seeing the anticipation in his son's eyes, Lin Jianshu recalled his earlier promise to allow Lin Chen to venture out once he turned 18. Now, that Lin Chen had not only broken through to the source initial realm, but also had the protection of their ancestor. Visiting the Nangong family would not be a bad experience. All right, I agree. Lin Jianshu nodded, but cautioned, however, once you were there, you must not cause any trouble as you did before. The Nangong family's members are proud, and with so many factions present, do not bring disgrace to the Lin family. Rest assured, Father. Lin Chen patted his chest in assurance, though a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. I will be on my best behavior. I'll just observe the excitement. Lin Jianshu, well aware of his son's intentions, shook his head in resignation. You had best not cause any more trouble. I will have Elder San accompany you. With him around, he can protect you. Elder San is coming too? That's wonderful. Lin Chen cheered. With the protection of Elder San, a powerful sage, even if trouble arose, he would have backup, and he could also earn some protective value. It was simply perfect. Clutching the invitation from the Nangong family, Lin Chen's mind whirred with plans. The competition for the Nangong family's heir would undoubtedly attract numerous talents. If someone foolish dared to provoke him, well, he would not be to blame. In the eternal radiant star region, above the vast plains, a magnificent scene unfolded when viewed from above. At the center of the plain, a floating island, entirely covered with glazed tiles, spun slowly. The island was adorned with verdant mountains and scattered palaces, shrouded in mist, where the imperial might of the Nangong family subtly emerged. This was indeed the core stronghold of the Nangong family. Beneath the floating island, four grand cities formed across, resembling loyal guards protecting the island at its center. The cities bustled with activity. The streets were vibrant, yet the passers-by mostly bore respectful expressions. Occasionally, those who glanced up at the floating island did so with awe. The inhabitants of these four grand cities were primarily members of the Nangong family's vassal forces and the families of the family servants. To reside here was a great honor. The Nangong family certainly made a grand display. Lin Chen stood at the southern city gate, gazing up at the floating island, smacking his lips in contemplation. Beside him was elder San Lin Yunshin, clad in a blue robe, his presence unassuming, resembling an ordinary elder from a noble family. Only the sharpness in his occasionally scanning gaze hinted at his status as a sage. The heritage of an immortal imperial lineage is indeed different. Elder Sen spoke calmly. Let us first settle down in the city, and when the heir competition begins the day after tomorrow, we shall proceed to the floating island. Lin Chen nodded, but his mind was occupied with other thoughts. After watching the heir competition, he planned to part ways with Elder San and venture into the endless star sea himself. After all, one cannot accumulate protective value while always sheltered by the family. Where would he encounter more foolish individuals? As they walked side by side into the southern city, the streets were lined with shops, bustling with vendors calling out their wares. Some sold local specialties and spiritual fruits, others offered low-tier spiritual artifacts. And several stalls displayed merchandise related to the Nangong family, evidently capitalizing on the excitement of the heir competition. Lin Chen was captivated, frequently stopping to inquire about one stall or another, picking up various trinkets, resembling a youth visiting the city for the first time. He intended to purchase some unique items as mementos, such as a beautifully carved jade pendant that caught his eye. How much for this jade pendant? Lin Chen asked, bargaining with the stall owner, unaware that the crowd ahead was suddenly stirring, as pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside, seemingly avoiding something. Soon, a flamboyant figure appeared at the end of the street. The newcomer was a young man of 18 or 19 years. Clad in a royal blue brocade robe embroidered with intricate cloud patterns, a piece of white jade hanging from his waist, and a gilt folding fan in hand. He strutted with exaggerated steps, resembling a proud rooster, with a face full of arrogance. His name was Feng Wuhai, a direct descendant of the Feng clan. Although the Feng clan was not an immortal imperial lineage, it was still among the top-tier forces, with several emperors residing within. Feng Wuhai, relying on his family's influence, had been domineering in his clan, and upon hearing of the upcoming heir competition hosted by the Nangong family, he arrived with a group of followers, reveling in the chaos. At this moment, Feng Wuhai, fanning himself, boasted to his entourage, oblivious to the fact that Lin Chen stood with his back to him, engrossed in examining the jade pendant. Hey, you there, kid. Get out of the way. Feng Wuhai frowned and shouted loudly upon seeing Lin Chen blocking the path. He was accustomed to people yielding to him and did not expect anyone to dare obstruct his way. However, Lin Chen was too focused on haggling with the vendor, his mind solely on whether he could get a better price for the pendant, completely oblivious to Feng Wuhai's shouts. Feng Wuhai's expression darkened. How dare he ignore him? Is this kid tired of living? Enraged, he did not slow down, charging directly at Lin Chen, thinking to himself, once I knock this kid aside, I'll teach him a lesson so he knows who he is dealing with. Yet in the next moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Bang! With a dull thud, Feng Wuhai collided solidly with Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen stood his ground, utterly unmoved. After breaking through to the Yuan Chui realm, his physical strength far surpassed that of others at the same level. Coupled with the peculiarities of the Tianming Suhua body, Feng Wuhai's feeble strength felt akin to a mere tickle. Ironically, it was Feng Wuhai who collided and rebounded, letting out a cry as he fell to the ground, landing awkwardly on his back. The gilded, folding fan in his hand flew from his grasp, shattering upon impact. The onlookers around him were initially taken aback, but soon began to murmur among themselves, their voices subdued yet rife with the anticipation of amusement. It's over. This lad is in for trouble. Didn't he even dodge Feng Wuhai? He let Feng Wuhai fall? Do you not know? Feng Wuhai is a notorious dandy from the Feng clan. Last year, in the Ziji Xingyu, someone accidentally touched his fan and had their leg broken by him. This boy looks unfamiliar. He is probably from out of town and unaware of Feng Wuhai's reputation. Feng Wuhei lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. But what incensed him further was the gaze of the crowd and the fact that he had failed to budge Lin Chen. He sprang to his feet, dusting off his brocade robe, and pointed an accusing finger at Lin Chen's back, erupting in a tirade. Are you blind? Did you not hear this young master commanding you to get out of my way? How dare you obstruct me and cause me to fall? Do you know who I am? Only then did Lin Chen regain his senses, still clutching the jade pendant, and turned to face Feng Wuhei with a bewildered expression. Who are you? What are you shouting about? Did I block your path? He had been preoccupied with haggling and genuinely had not noticed anyone behind him, nor had he seen Feng Wuhei's approach. In his eyes, this fellow suddenly berating him seemed rather peculiar. Seeing Lin Chen's lack of apology and his innocent demeanor only fueled Feng Wuhei's rage. He stepped forward, ready to shove Lin Chen aside. I am Feng Wuhei of the Feng clan. You'd better kneel and apologize and compensate me with a new folding fan. Or I'll make sure you leave Nan City horizontally today. From a short distance away, the third elder observed Feng Wuhei's impending aggression, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he refrained from intervening immediately. He understood Lin Chen's temperament. This trivial matter was something Lin Chen could resolve himself. And perhaps a little lesson for the lad wouldn't be a bad thing. Lin Chen regarded Feng Wuhei's outstretched hand and his arrogant visage. A familiar mischievous smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, just arrived in Yanghui Xingyu, and already encountering such a blind fool. It seems my protective instincts are about to be tested. Amused by Feng Wuhei's brazen demeanor, Lin Chen found himself entertained. In his eyes, daring to flaunt one's privilege before him was akin to showing off one's lack of skill in the presence of a master. He promptly tossed the jade pendant into the small cave heaven, where the vendor found an additional high-grade spirit stone in his possession. Then turned to point a finger at Feng Wuhei's nose, his voice booming louder than Feng Wuhei's. Are you blind? Do you not see that I, Lin Yi, am conducting business here? What is wrong with obstructing your path? Who do you think you are to demand that I step aside? Upon hearing these words, the surrounding spectators gasped in disbelief, silencing their chatter. My goodness! He actually dared to insult Feng Wuhei like that? Is he not afraid for his life? Who is this lad? He is so audacious as to confront someone from the Feng clan. He must have a death wish. Feng Wuhei was momentarily stunned by the insult, standing there as if frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Throughout his life, he had relied on the might of the Feng clan to dominate others. Few dared to even raise their voices in his presence, let alone insult him directly. You dare to scold me? Feng Wuhei finally reacted, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, trembling with rage as he pointed at Lin Chen, shouting to his followers, Get him! Grab this brat! Today, I will smash his mouth and teach him the consequences of insulting me. His followers exchanged glances, hesitating to advance. Just as they were about to move, Lin Chen's piercing gaze halted them, the chill in his eyes instilling fear even in those at the Yuan Chu realm. You wish to strike me? Lin Chen scoffed, his form suddenly shifting with the speed of a specter. Before the followers could react, he had already reached Feng Wuhei, seizing him by the hair and yanking him forward with a brutal force. Ah, it hurts! Let go of me! Feng Wuhei cried out in agony, his scalp feeling as if it were being torn off. He struggled desperately, but could not escape Lin Chen's grasp. Ignoring his cries, Lin Chen raised his other hand, delivering several resounding slaps across Feng Wuhei's face. Each strike was precise, causing Feng Wuhei's teeth to ache and his face to swell visibly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Let us see you flaunt your privilege. Let us see you insult me. Let us see you block my path. With each slap, Lin Chen berated him mercilessly. Feng Wuhei's cries echoed through the street, yet no one dared to intervene. It was evident that this lad possessed not only immense courage, but formidable strength. Feng Wuhei was no match for him. The followers surrounding Feng Wuhei were frantic, unsure of what to do. They recognized Lin Chen's ferocity and feared that intervening might lead to an even greater calamity for Feng Wuhei, possibly even risking their own lives. As Feng Wuhei's face became grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig's head, Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground like refuse. Thud! Feng Wuhei landed painfully, gritting his teeth, too afraid to cry out loudly. At that moment, a chilling aura suddenly erupted. From behind Feng Wuhei, an elderly woman clad in gray emerged, her presence exuding the pressure of a Saint Realm cultivator, which swept forth like a tidal wave, locking onto Lin Chen. Her frail hand reached out toward him, her voice frosty. "Dare to harm a member of my Feng clan? You are courting death." This elderly woman was a Saint Realm protector dispatched by the Feng clan, who had refrained from intervening earlier, hoping Feng Wuhe would establish his authority. However, seeing him in such a state now, she couldn't return without taking action. Yet, as her hand extended halfway, it suddenly froze, her aura in disarray, rendering her unable to move. An aged yet powerful hand was gripping her throat, its fingers channeling spiritual energy to seal her meridians. "You dare to act against my Lin family in the presence of a Saint Realm cultivator?" The third elder, Lin Chen, appeared behind the elderly woman, his expression frigid, his tone commanding and authoritative. "Do you Feng clan believe that my Lin family is without protectors?" The elderly woman's pupils constricted, her face filled with dread. She had not sensed her opponent's presence before being subdued. This was undoubtedly a top-tier expert within the Saint Realm, possibly even a great saint. Lin Chen stood nearby, listening to the incessant notifications echoing in his mind. Ding. Third elder suppresses the Feng clan saint. Protective value 16670. Ding. Onlookers are astonished by the Lin family strength. Protective value 17890. Ding. Feng Wuhe's fear value is triggered. Protective value 8900. He chuckled to himself, stroking his chin. Indeed, having an elder by his side was advantageous. Even a casual display of strength could yield such a substantial increase in protective value. Meanwhile, within the floating palace of the Nangong family, the patriarch, Nangong Wenchen, was engaged in discussions with several elders regarding the competition for the heir. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing a surge of great Saint Realm energy emanating from the direction of Nan City. He immediately extended his divine sense, enveloping Nan City within its reach. Witnessing the unfolding events with clarity, Lin Chen was beating Feng Wuhe. The elderly woman intervened, and Lin Chen subdued her. All of it was laid bare before him. It was the third elder, Lin Chen, along with Lin Chen. Retracting his divine sense, Nangong Wenchen's lips twitched. Lin Chen was indeed a trouble magnet, stirring up conflict with the Feng clan mere moments after arriving in Yanghui Xingyu. Without hesitation, he turned to a middle-aged man beside him and commanded, quickly, "Go to Nan City and placate the third elder of the Lin family. Tell him to spare that elderly woman for my Nangong family's sake. A lesson is sufficient. We cannot afford to offend the Lin family." The middle-aged man, a great Saint Realm elder of the Nangong family named Nangong Lai, nodded in response, vanishing into a streak of light as he sped toward Nan City. In the brief span of a few breaths, Nangong Lai descended into the heart of the street, clasping his hands respectfully towards Lin Chen, his tone courteous. "Brother Chen, please show mercy." His gaze swept over the elderly woman being throttled and then glanced at the prostrate Feng Wuhe, a knowing expression crossing his face. He continued, "This matter arose from Feng Wuhe's initial provocation, offending young friend Lin Chen. He is at fault. However, in light of my Nangong family's reputation, let us spare her life and allow young friend Lin Chen to deliver another lesson to him as a form of punishment. What say you?" Lin Chen regarded him briefly, but did not immediately loosen his grip. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Chen, aware that the resolution lay in Lin Chen's hands. Stepping forward, Lin Chen gave Feng Wuhe a kick, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Do you wish for my third elder to release her? Very well. Then you must first apologize to me." Feng Wuhe lay on the ground, his face swollen to the point of incoherence, yet a storm of indignation brewed within him. At 18 years of age, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, glancing at Lin Chen, who had a firm grip on the elderly woman's throat, and considering the latter's potential identity, he could only grit his teeth and mumble, I am sorry. Did you not eat? Speak louder." Lin Chen struck his head lightly, elevating his voice so that all around could hear. The pain nearly brought tears to Feng Wuhe's eyes as he summoned all his strength to shout, "I am sorry. Lin Chen, I was wrong." Upon hearing the name Lin Chen, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? He is the Lin Chen of the Lin family? The very same who single-handedly instigated the Imperial War, prompting the Wuxi Emperor to slay 3 emperors? No wonder he is so audacious. Feng Wuhe has truly encountered misfortune. Chapter 31. Let him be ruined. Feng Wuhei's countenance turned pale upon hearing the murmurs. He finally comprehended the gravity of the individual he had provoked. Just moments ago, he had not grasped the full implications. This was someone who dared to challenge, even the emperor. Had he known Lin Chen's identity earlier, he would not only have refrained from blocking his path, but would have fled at the very sight of him. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and addressed Lin Yunxian. Third Elder, release her. It suffices to render her cultivation void. Very well, Lin Yunxian replied, his fingers subtly moving. A surge of spiritual energy piercing the elderly woman's body. The elderly woman cried out in anguish as her spiritual energy dissipated instantly, her saint-level cultivation thoroughly obliterated. Leaving her crumpled on the ground, her gaze vacant, Lin Chen did not spare her a glance, turning instead to Nangong Lai and waving his hand. Elder Nangong, we shall take our leave to the inn now. We shall see you at the grand ceremony the day after tomorrow. With that, he strode away, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers and a despondent Feng Wuhei, who felt as though he could weep. Lin Chen, with the jade pendant in his possession, swaggered into the bustling Yink Lu Tavern in the southern city. Upon pushing open the wooden door, the previously boisterous hall fell into an immediate silence. Drinkers, gamblers, and conversants all turned in unison to regard him, their eyes filled with reverence and curiosity, for they recognized him as the one who had just dealt a beating to Feng Wuhei, reducing even a saint of the Feng clan to a state of powerlessness. Pay no mind to me. Continue your discussions. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual as if he were in his own home, and directly approached the counter. With a resounding thud, he placed a heavy bag of spiritual stones on the counter, producing a crisp sound. Boss, prepare 2 high-quality rooms, preferably in a quieter area. The tavern owner, a slightly portly middle-aged man, was drenched in cold sweat at that moment. Observing the spiritual stones on the counter, he felt a surge of anxiety. He had long heard of Lin Chen's notorious reputation, one who dared to confront even the most esteemed of the imperial families and saints. If this little progeny were to cause a ruckus in his establishment, the Yink Lu might very well face destruction. Yet, how could he dare refuse? Had he not witnessed the plight of the Feng clan? With a forced smile, the owner bobbed his head eagerly. Of course. Young friend Lin, please wait. I shall arrange the finest rooms immediately. With that, he hurried toward the back, not daring to collect the spiritual stones first, fearing that receiving payment would complicate matters should trouble arise afterward. Lin Chen selected a table by the window, ordered a few dishes and a pot of spiritual wine, and began to indulge himself. The patrons in the hall hesitated for a while before daring to resume their conversations in hushed tones, their glances frequently drifting toward Lin Chen, their discussions inadvertently revolving around him. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhei was assisted back to his temporary residence, seated upon a chair, applying ice to his swollen face while his expression darkened with resentment. Hua Pe, are you truly unable to eliminate him? Feng Wuhei gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. The recollection of being humiliated publicly, forced to apologize, filled him with rage that made him tremble. He had never experienced such disgrace in his life. The elderly woman, Hua Pe, whose powers had been rendered void, now wore a pale expression, shaking her head, her tone laced with trepidation. Young Master Feng, I truly find myself powerless. Accompanying Lin Chen is the third elder, Lin Yunxian, a formidable figure of the great saint realm. I cannot even touch the hem of his garment, let alone eliminate Lin Chen. What of the great saint realm? Feng Wuhei slammed his fist onto the table, splashing tea from the cup. If I cannot best him, will I not be able to call for assistance? I shall send word back to the Feng clan. Lin Chen, you wait. I shall make you pay dearly. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he took out a communication jade talisman, commencing to relay a message to the patriarch of the Feng clan. He refused to believe that the Feng clan could not deal with a mere Lin Chen. On the following morning, at the break of dawn, third elder Lin Yunxian accompanied Lin Chen as they soared towards the floating island of the Nangong family. As they approached, a heavy imperial aura enveloped the entire island, and within the surrounding clouds, the flickering of formation runes hinted at the protective array of the Nangong clan. Lin Chen of the Lin family, accompanied by Lin Yunxian, was invited to participate in the grand ceremony for the selection of the heir. The third elder clasped his fists into the air, his voice resonating across the island. Soon, the clouds parted to reveal a passageway, and Nangong Lai appeared at its entrance, greeting them with a smile. "Brother Yunxian, young friend Lin Chen, please enter. The family head awaits you in the square." Following Nangong Lai into the floating island, Lin Chen's eyes widened in awe. The island was even more magnificent than he had envisioned, with pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously, spiritual springs and waterfalls adorning the landscape. The air was thick with spiritual energy, so rich it nearly felt liquid, far more potent than that outside. Navigating through several streets paved with jade stone, they arrived at a vast square. At the center stood a massive, white jade martial arts platform, adorned with runes for both grip and defense. In front of the platform, a row of elevated seats was occupied by 9 individuals, with the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wenxian, seated at the center, clad in a purple-gold imperial robe. His countenance stern, exuding a restrained yet formidable pressure. Beside him sat Nangong Lai and 7 other elders of the Nangong clan, each exuding a steady aura, all at least of the Saint Realm. Surrounding the martial arts platform were hundreds of tables and chairs, arranged in order of strength, with the foremost rows occupied by members of the Immortal Emperor clans and top-tier forces. The Lin family's position was in the front row, adjacent to the seats of the Nangong clan. The square was bustling with numerous attendees, voices rising in a lively din. Just as Lin Chen settled into his seat, someone recognized him. "Look, that is Lin Chen of the Lin family. Is he not the one who slapped Feng Wuhei several times yesterday?" Feng Wuhei didn't even dare to make sound. "Hush, keep it down. Did you not hear? This little progeny enjoys stripping people of their clothing." Those from the Lei clan, including Lei Ziran and Chun Su from the Lieshan Kangzong, had all been left in their undergarments, bound together in humiliation, and now dared not show their faces in public. My heavens, so ruthless? No wonder Feng Wuhei dares not provoke him. Lin Chen's keen ears caught these discussions, and rather than feeling anger, he felt a swell of pride. It seemed his reputation had already spread to the Yanghui star domain. In the future, few would dare to provoke him lightly. From now on, he would be the one to initiate confrontations. Scanning the square, he suddenly spotted several familiar figures from the Lieshan Kangzong. Although he did not recognize the individuals who had arrived, he instantly recognized the Lieshan Chong emblem on their garments. Upon noticing Lin Chen, those individuals exchanged glances filled with animosity, quickly averting their eyes and pretending not to see him. They had not forgotten how their prodigy had been beaten into a pulp by Lin Chen, nor the extortion that had ensued. At that moment, Nangong Wenxian rose, cleared his throat, and the square fell into an instant hush. "Welcome everyone to the grand ceremony for the contest of heirs of the Nangong family." The voice of Nangong Wenxian resonated throughout the square, imbued with an imperial weight. "In this momentous event, 5 prodigies of the Nangong family shall compete simultaneously, and the victor will be crowned the new heir. I hereby declare the ceremony officially commenced." As his words echoed, the runes surrounding the martial arena illuminated in an instant, and a rich aura of spiritual energy began to converge towards the arena, marking the commencement of the contest for the Nangong heir. Lin Chen straightened his posture, filled with anticipation, eager to witness how the talents of the Nangong family would measure up against those like Lei Ziran. Should any foolhardy individual dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity for additional protective value. Chapter 32. Entering the Secret Realm. Nangong Wenxian stood on an elevated platform, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a steady and powerful voice, clearly articulating the rules of the heir contest. This year, the competition will not be a mere battle on the arena, but will take place in a secret realm for treasure hunting to determine the victor. Within the secret realm, there are 100 jade tokens inscribed with the Nangong family crest. The 5 prodigies of the Nangong family shall enter to seek these tokens, and the one who collects the most shall be the new heir. He paused momentarily before revealing even more thrilling news. Furthermore, the secret realm is laden with abundant treasures, including spiritual herbs, ores, and ancient artifacts. All talented individuals from various factions may voluntarily enter. Once inside, their lives are their own responsibility, and any treasures found will belong to the individual, serving as a modest gift from the Nangong family. Boom! At this announcement, the square erupted with excitement. What was initially perceived as a mere internal contest for the Nangong family now allowed outsiders to enter the secret realm for treasure, and the treasures would belong to them. The eyes of the talented individuals from various factions sparkled with eagerness as they stood up, eager to seize this opportunity for free fortune. Who would wish to miss out? Lin Chen's eyes brightened, his hands instinctively tightening in excitement. If everyone could enter, it meant he would encounter more peers. Perhaps he might even face some ignorant souls attempting to snatch treasures, allowing him to gain both fortune and protective value. A delightful prospect indeed. What a grand gesture from the Nangong family. Lin Chen leaned closer to the elder, whispering, "I also wish to enter." The elder nodded helplessly. "You may enter, but the secret realm is fraught with dangers. Inside, I may not be able to protect you in time. Rest assured," Lin Chen replied, while secretly plotting that if others did not provoke him, he would provoke them instead. Should anyone dare to snatch, he would not hold back. Soon, the ground of the martial arena suddenly cracked open, and a faint blue vortex slowly emerged, exuding a powerful spatial fluctuation, marking the entrance to the secret realm. Even more astonishingly, dozens of water mirrors appeared above the vortex, clearly reflecting the scenery inside the secret realm. There were dense forests, steep cliffs, and deep caves, evidently designed for those outside to observe the happenings within. With the entrance to the secret realm now open, the descendants of the Nangong family entered first, followed by the talented individuals from other factions. Nangong Lai stood up and addressed the crowd. The 5 prodigies of the Nangong family stepped forward, led by a young man dressed in white, with an elegant demeanor and a composed aura. He was Nangong Yu, a hot contender of his generation. Following him were 4 other youths, each possessing impressive strength, all above the original realm. After bowing respectfully to Nangong Wenshin, the 5 leaped into the vortex. Immediately after, the talented individuals from various factions surged forward, each eager to leap into the secret realm. The elite of the Lai Tiangun sect, as well as other descendants of the Wen clan, were notably absent. They were likely still awaiting the arrival of the clan elders. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals had entered the secret realm. Lin Chen was not to be left behind. He waved to the elder and swiftly followed the crowd into the vortex. As he passed through the vortex, Lin Chen felt a momentary dizziness, and the next second, his feet landed on solid ground. He opened his eyes to find himself in a serene valley, surrounded by towering ancient trees and entwining vines. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and a faint spiritual aura, with the distant sound of a stream flowing. It seemed he had been randomly transported. Lin Chen stroked his chin, glancing around the empty valley. Aside from himself, not a soul was in sight. He did not rush to search for treasures, but instead began to observe his surroundings. The secret realm was fraught with peril, and treasures often came with danger. Acting recklessly could lead to unfortunate consequences. He activated the Chaos Hongmeng technique, discreetly expanding his consciousness to carefully probe the movements around him. Before long, he detected a faint spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from a cave deep within the valley. A fluctuation of spiritual energy. Could it be a treasure? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he walked briskly towards the cave. As he approached, he mentally devised a plan. First, to find some treasures, and then, should he encounter other prodigies. If they were wise, they would willingly surrender their treasures. If they were foolish, he would take their tokens and treasures, while also accumulating some protective value. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the crowd was intently gazing at the water mirrors, searching for the figures of their own prodigies. Look, that is my family's prodigy. They have already found a spiritual fruit. My family S is doing well too. They discovered a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb by the stream. Huh, where's Lin Chen? Why can't I see his image? Someone curiously searched for Lin Chen, but found no trace of him in any of the mirrors. It was not that the water mirrors were malfunctioning. Rather, Lin Chen's unique body possessed an innate ability to conceal his presence, rendering him undetectable even to the probing arrays of the secret realm, and thus, he did not appear in the mirrors. The elder observed this scene with a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This young man could even evade detection by the probing mechanisms of the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the valley, Lin Chen had reached the entrance of the cave. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists and cautiously stepped inside. Holding a sphere of condensed spiritual energy for illumination, Lin Chen slowly ventured deeper into the cave. The further he walked, the darker the surroundings became, and the chill in the air intensified. with only the crunch of gravel beneath his feet echoing clearly in the silence of the cave. Upon reaching the cave's depths, he finally discerned an ancient celadone bottle lying in a corner, cracked with a small opening. Beside on the stone floor rolled a pearly white pill, its surface still retaining a faint aura of spiritual energy. A gathering pill of the origin transformation realm. Lin Chen bent down to pick up the pill, scanning it with his consciousness, only to furrow his brow. The spiritual energy of the pill was nearly depleted, and there was only this single piece left. How could it emit such a pronounced spiritual energy fluctuation? He held the pill, circling the cave floor, while carefully examining every corner, every crevice, each rock wall, and even the stones beside the celadone bottle, leaving no stone unturned. Just as he was about to give up, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small shadow moving on a dark brown stone. Leaning in closer, he realized it was not a shadow at all, but a tiny black dog no larger than a palm. Its fur shone a deep black, blending almost seamlessly with the color of the stone, curled up in a ball as it slept. Had Lin Chen not been observing closely, he would never have noticed it. So, the source of this spiritual energy fluctuation is you? Lin Chen squatted down and gently poked the little black dog's ear. The little creature did not awaken, but merely let out a soft grunt, swatting at the air as if to shoo away a mosquito. Lin Chen then noticed a faint trace of golden residue at the corner of the puppy's mouth, and upon looking at the empty celadone bottle, he could see two faint traces of medicinal residue at the bottom, clearly indicating that it had previously contained at least 3 pills, leaving only the one on the ground. Chapter 33. The Little Black Dog. Oh, I see now. Lin Chen suddenly realized, you little rascal, you must have secretly consumed the 2 pills from the bottle. A gathering pill of the origin transformation realm would take an ordinary person half a day to refine, yet you managed to eat 2 without exploding, and even emitted a spiritual energy fluctuation. Are you beginning to cultivate? The more he observed, the more intrigued he became. This seemingly ordinary little black dog possessed remarkable resistance to the medicine, clearly indicating it was no ordinary creature. Lin Chen gently lifted the little black dog into his arms. Startled, the tiny creature finally opened its eyes slowly. They were a pair of amber orbs, shining like 2 miniature lanterns, fixed on Lin Chen for a moment before the dog suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of tiny milk teeth, almost human-like in its smiling expression. Hey, quite perceptive. Lin Chen chuckled, stroking its small head with his fingertip. How about coming with me? I have an endless supply of spirit fruits and vast fields of spiritual herbs. It's far more comfortable than staying in this cave. He paused, then deliberately adopted a stern expression, pointing at the dog's paws. If you want to come, raise both your paws. If not, I'll put you back, and whether you ever encounter any elixirs again depends on your luck. The little black dog seemed to understand, its amber eyes flickering before it promptly lifted its furry paws onto Lin Chen's hand, gently rubbing against it and emitting soft, whimpering sounds, looking utterly obedient. All right, you're clever. Lin Chen smiled, cradling the dog in his palm. From now on, you'll follow me. Let me take you to a better place first. With a thought, a faint blue spatial rift appeared before him, an entrance to his personal small world. After returning from the secret realm, he had asked Elder Wushi to help merge his previous minor heavenly realm with the great Emperor's small world obtained there. Now, the small world was filled with transplanted spiritual herbs and fruit trees from the secret realm. The spiritual energy was so dense it condensed into mist. Its only drawback was its profound silence. Aside from plants, not a single insect stirred. Cradling the little black dog, Lin Chen stepped through the spatial rift. In the next moment, they appeared amidst a lush field of verdant spiritual herbs. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of the small world, warm and gentle, permeating the air with the fresh fragrance of spiritual plants. Upon landing, the little black dog paused for 2 seconds, then brightened, scampering about happily on its short legs. It pounced on the spiritual herbs by the roadside, sniffed intently, then ran to a fruit tree, gazing up at the branches adorned with spiritual fruits. When tired, it rolled on the grass, its furry body gathering bits of grass, yet wagging its tail in pure delight. Leaning against a fruit tree, Lin Chen watched the joyful frolicking of the little black dog, a smile tugging at his lips. Previously, his small world contained only plants and felt somewhat lifeless. Now, with this little companion, it was much livelier. This is your home from now on. Don't wander off and get lost. Lin Chen called to the dog, patting his belly. You play around. I must go find the treasure of the Nangong family. I can't come to the secret realm for nothing. Turning, he exited the small world, and just as he returned to the cave, voices and footsteps approached outside, tinged with impatience. I clearly sensed a spiritual energy fluctuation coming this way just now. Why is no one here? Could someone have beaten us to it? Impossible. This place is so remote. Who would come? Keep searching. Maybe it's hidden in some crevice. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chen stealthily approached the cave entrance and peeked out. Three youths clad in cyan-tied outfits embroidered with the Feng Clan's emblem were circling the cave entrance. Oh, members of the Feng clan? Are they here for treasure or trouble? Lin Chen mused, stroking his chin with a sly glint in his eyes. This was an unexpected gift. In a flash, Lin Chen appeared before the three Feng clan disciples, standing with hands on hips and a voice loud enough to echo through the valley. Stop right there. Don't move. This is a robbery. His eyes swept over their storage rings at their waists as he declared with righteous authority, hand over all your valuables, storage rings, spiritual herbs, elixirs, anything of worth. Don't leave a single thing. The leader, Feng Hezi, turned and locked eyes with Lin Chen, his pupils shrinking in alarm. Internally, he cursed his misfortune. The news of Lin Chen's beating of Feng Wuhe and crippling the Feng clan Saint had spread throughout Yanghui Star Domain. Every Feng disciple knew this man dared to defy the imperial clan and even provoke the great emperor. The three of them, mere novices at the origin realm, were no match. Lin Chen, it's a misunderstanding. We just entered the secret realm recently, still looking for the path. We haven't even seen any jade pendants, let alone treasure. Feng Hezi hastily smiled, his hands flailing in a placating gesture. Nonsense. Lin Chen's eyes flared as he exuded a trace of oppressive aura, causing their shoulders to slump. I saw clearly inside the cave that you were clutching spiritual herbs. Trying to deceive me? Hand over your storage rings for inspection at once. If I find you're hiding anything, it won't just be a matter of handing over rings. Though half bluffing, he hadn't truly seen any herbs. Lin Chen knew he must not be courteous with the Feng clan. Feng Hezi's heart sank. Who dared let Lin Chen search them? His notorious reputation preceded him, and if Lin Chen found anything or they refused, who knew what torment awaited? Even if nothing was found, Lin Chen's temper might lead to an excuse to seize their possessions. No, I'll hand them over. Feng Hezi panicked, hastily removing his storage ring and tossing it to Lin Chen, trembling. There are just a few low-grade elixirs and some healing medicines. Nothing else. Lin Chen caught the ring and scanned it with his divine sense. Indeed, there was little of value, but even a mosquito is meat better than nothing. Turning to the two Feng disciples behind Feng Hezi, his gaze darkened. Without a word, he clenched his fists until the knuckles cracked, as if preparing to unleash a secret technique. The two, initially hesitant, turned pale at Lin Chen's demeanor. Even Feng Hezi dared not resist. Who would dare to defy him? What are you waiting for? Hand them over quickly, Lin Chen ordered. Feng Hezi grew anxious, slapping the heads of the two behind him and scolding. Do you want Lin Chen to make a move? Startled, the two hastily removed their storage rings and trembled as they threw them to Lin Chen. Satisfied, Lin Chen weighed the three rings in his hand, then waved dismissively at the trio. You're wise to cooperate. Now get lost. If I catch you again, it won't be just handing over rings next time. Why yes. We're leaving immediately. Feng Hezi fled with his two subordinates without looking back, too frightened even to choose a direction, fearing Lin Chen's change of heart. Meanwhile, in the plaza beyond the secret realm, all eyes fixed on the water mirror were wide with astonishment. Moments ago, the mirror had captured the image of the three Feng clan members, and before anyone could react, Lin Chen had suddenly appeared, declared a robbery, and swiftly seized their storage rings. Oh my! Has Lin Chen taken the secret realm as his own territory? He dares to rob others outright. The Feng clan is having a terrible time. First Feng Wuhe was beaten, now their disciples robbed, unable even to fight back. Is this the famed, fearsome reputation? Just standing there, no one dares resist. Voices buzzed with speculation as all gazes turned to the front row where Elder Lin Chen sat. His expression tinged with amusement at the unfolding spectacle. Feeling the weight of so many eyes, Lin Yunshin's face flushed slightly. Clearing his throat, he forced a smile and explained, Cough, everyone, please don't misunderstand. My son must have discovered that Feng Hezi and the others were hiding secret realm treasures, and, fearing they would embezzle them, made them hand over their possessions for inspection. It was not a true robbery. His words drew suppressed laughter from the crowd. Robbing storage rings and calling it voluntary inspection was a feeble excuse. Lin Chen himself felt embarrassed, turning away to gaze at the water mirror while sighing helplessly inwardly. This reckless young man never made things easy. Upon arriving at the secret realm, Lin Chen immediately resorted to pillaging. Should news of this reach other imperial clans, it would inevitably be said that the Lin family indulges their progeny. Within the secret realm, Lin Chen toyed with 3 storage rings in his hand, while the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Lin Chen has robbed disciples of the Feng clan. The third elder is outside maintaining order. Protection value 9,800. Ding. Onlookers marvel at Lin Chen's deterrence. Protection value 7,600. He chuckled softly, pocketing the rings into his miniature world. Although the spoils were meager, he had gained a wave of protection points and simultaneously intimidated the Feng clan, which was far from a loss. Next, he intended to seek treasures from the Nangong family. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his gaze fixed upon the dense forest beyond the valley. It was said that the more jade pendants one possessed, the likelier they were to become the heir apparent. Although this had no bearing on him, capturing a few more might allow him to trade with Nangong's prodigies for valuable items or perhaps find another target for plunder. Stretching leisurely, he vanished like a shadow, dashing deep into the woods, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The vast secret realm surely harbored many heedless souls awaiting his benevolent visit. After wandering through the forest for half an hour, clutching the 3 newly acquired storage rings, Lin Chen ambushed 2 prodigies from rival factions, securing several jade pendants of the Nangong family and a heap of low-grade spirit herbs. Leaning against an ancient tree, he counted his gains, but grew increasingly disinterested. This was tedious. Pilfering one by one was too slow, and at this rate, it would take ages to fill his miniature world. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Rather than seeking prey actively, he would set a bait and let others come to him. From his bosom, Lin Chen produced a jade bottle, removing its stopper. An intense medicinal aroma, almost solidifying in the air, swiftly permeated the surroundings, sweetening the ambient spiritual energy. Inside the bottle lay a golden pill inscribed with faint holy runes, a saint-grade healing pill. Saint-grade pills were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Even imperial prodigies seldom carried such treasures, usually receiving them only as rewards from clan elders. But Lin Chen was different. The ancestor had bestowed many upon him, and the Lin family's treasury was piled high with them. He already regarded such pills as mere candy for healing. This time, he would use one as bait and bet on catching a big fish. With a sly grin, Lin Chen found an open clearing and placed the jade bottle upon a conspicuous stone, partially uncorked to let the fragrance drift with the breeze. Concealing himself behind a large tree, he masked his figure with leaves, revealing only his eyes as he waited silently. The medicinal scent spread faster than anticipated. Within a single incense stick's time, a sudden rush of wind heralded the arrival of a figure enveloped in purple lightning, darting like a meteor toward the clearing. A member of the Lei clan? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The aura of lightning resembled that of Lei Zeron, the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor, unmistakably a scion of the Lei clan. The newcomer landed before the clearing, a young man around 20, clad in purple golden armor, his expression stern. Lightning crackled about him, radiating formidable energy. He was at the 8th stage of the Yuan Chu realm, 7 stages above Lin Chen. This was Lei Yiyong, one of the Lei clan's core prodigies. Holding a higher familial status than Lei Zeron, ranked 103rd on the prodigy leaderboard, his strength surpassing Lei Zeron by far. Lei Yiyong had ventured into the Nangong family's secret realm, partly for amusement and partly in search of opportunities. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering, he detected the scent of a saint-grade healing pill. A saint-grade pill? His eyes lit up instantly. Having sustained a hidden injury while breaking through the 8th stage of Yuan Chu, he was in dire need of such a pill to heal. Just as he bent to retrieve the bottle, a terrifying force struck his back like a heavy hammer. Bang! Unprepared, Lei Yiyong was flung forward over 10 yards, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his armor torn, clearly severely wounded. Who? Lei Yiyong scrambled to his feet, glaring furiously. only to see Lin Chen leaping down from the tree, playfully twirling the fist used in the sneak attack. Oh, a Lei clan prodigy? Tough body, didn't he faint after my punch? Lin Chen teased. Lin Chen, Lei Yong's fury ignited, lightning surging around him. You despicable scoundrel. You dare ambush me. You killed my Lei clan emperor and insulted a Lei prodigy. I haven't settled scores with you yet, but you've come knocking first. As he spoke, he retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. This was a high-grade Lei clan pill with potent effects. His wounds visibly healed, and his aura surged anew. Settle scores? With you? Lin Chen scoffed, his body enveloped in the dark golden aura of the chaos primordial art. This Yuan Chu 8th stage of yours might be all show. You're courting death. Lei Yong roared, forming hand seals as lightning coalesced into a massive thunder serpent dozens of yards long, tearing through the void toward Lin Chen, the nine heavens thunder serpent. Lin Chen did not falter. Fists clenched, dark golden energy formed into gauntlets as he charged to meet the serpent. Chaos fistbreak. The collision unleashed a terrifying shockwave, cracking the earth and breaking ancient trees in half. Lei Yong felt an overwhelming force coursing through the serpent, numbing his arm as the creature shattered. He was forced to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? You're only Yuan Chu first stage. How can you wield such power? Lei Yong was incredulous. Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen retorted, flashing before him and striking his chest with a mighty punch. Lei Yong failed to defend, flying back into a tree, coughing blood. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen tore off Lei Yong's storage ring and leapt into the air, gathering energy for a final blow. Little fellow, this is enough. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Lei Yong, radiating the imposing aura of a great saint realm. Raising a hand, he blocked Lin Chen's attack. Lin Chen looked up to see Nangong Lai, the great saint elder of the Nangong family. Nangong Lai produced a saint-grade healing pill, administering it to Lei Yong to stabilize his condition. Then he turned to Lin Chen with a resigned expression. Lin Chen, though Lei Yong is a member of the Lei clan, he is also a guest of the Nangong family. Do me the courtesy of allowing me to escort him out for healing. Lin Chen glanced at Nangong Lai and then at the barely conscious Lei Yong. Considering Nangong family's authority and Nangong Lai's stature, refusing would be unreasonable. Moreover, with Lei Yong's storage ring in hand, pressing further held little meaning. Very well. For the elder's sake, I'll spare him this time. Lin Chen withdrew his energy and waved the storage ring at Lei Yong. Next time we meet, you want to be so fortunate. Lei Yong lay on the ground, trembling with rage, yet speechless. Not only had he failed to obtain the saint-grade pill, but he was also ambushed and robbed, his injuries worse than Lei Zeron's. Nangong Lai supported Lei Yong, bowing slightly to Lin Chen before flying toward the secret realm's exit. Before departing, Lei Yong cast a vengeful glance at Lin Chen, silently vowing to remember this grudge. Outside the secret realm, the crowd in the plaza was once again astounded by Lin Chen's exploits. My heavens! Lin Chen used a saint-grade healing pill as bait to ambush a Lei clan prodigy. Lei Yong is ranked 103rd among prodigies, at Yuan Chu 8th stage. He was defeated so thoroughly by Lin Chen, only Yuan Chu 1st stage. Lin Chen is ruthless, not only stealing treasures but also targeting factions with grudges. The third elder, Lin Chen, chose not to elaborate further this time, merely shaking his head in resignation at this troublesome young man who perpetually redefined his understanding of mischief. Nonetheless, he felt a swell of pride. Just look at how your prodigy was outmatched and stripped of his possessions by Chun'er. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood in an open space, toying with the storage ring of Lei Yong, while the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Lin Chen has defeated the Lei clan's prodigy, Lei Yong, and acquired the storage ring. Protection value, 8,900. Ding! Nangong Lai intervened to mediate protection value, 12600. He chuckled and stored the ring away, thinking to himself, trading a holy grade pill for a storage ring belonging to a prodigy at the 8th realm of Yuan Chu is quite the lucrative deal. It seems this baiting plan is indeed viable, so I shall persist. With that, he produced another holy grade pill and sought a new spot to set his bait, resolute in his belief that he would catch even greater fish. Nangong Lai had just handed the bloodied Lei Yong to a middle-aged man clad in purple robes, who eagerly cradled Lei Yong in his arms, his fingertips probing rapidly into the young man's body with spiritual energy. This was Lei Riyun, the great sage elder leading the Lei clan's expedition. Yiyang. After assessing the injuries, Lei Riyun's countenance darkened dramatically, his aura brimming with killing intent, lightning crackling in his palms. Meridians severed. Danshan damaged. This Lin Chen's actions are despicably malicious. He aims to cripple my clan's core prodigy. He turned abruptly, his gaze like a blade aimed at Lin Chen, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. Lin Chen, your Lin family indulges its members in violence, leaving my clan's prodigy half destroyed. Are you not going to provide me with an explanation? The surrounding elders from various factions exchanged glances. Even Nangong Wenchen furrowed his brow. Lei Yiyang was a key figure nurtured by the Lei clan. If this matter was not handled appropriately, it could provoke further conflict between the two clans. However, Lin Chen appeared unconcerned, leisurely savoring his spiritual tea, only raising his gaze to Lei Riyun after setting down his cup. His tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. An explanation? What explanation? He gestured upwards at the still active water mirror, where the recent battle replayed. Raising an eyebrow, he continued. Everyone witnessed what transpired. Your Lei Yiyang initiated the confrontation to seize something and was bested by my Chinner. It's simply a matter of skill. Furthermore, it was a one-on-one challenge. No ambush involved. Lin Chen's earlier ambush has already been conveniently overlooked. A loss is a loss. What more do you want? Stepping forward, Lin Chen subtly released the formidable pressure of a great sage, clashing with Lei Riyun's murderous intent, causing the air to ripple. Are you suggesting that we engage in an imperial battle over a half-destroyed prodigy? I recall that your Lei clan lost an emperor last time, did you not? His words struck like a heavy hammer on Lei Riyun's heart. He certainly remembered the fall of the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor and recognized the Lin family's formidable existence of the primordial emperor. If a conflict were to erupt anew, the Lei clan would suffer even greater losses. Yet, the injuries to Lei Yiyang could not be delayed. The optimal time for repairing severed meridians was only 3 hours. If he continued to waste time with Lin Chen, Lei Yiyang would be utterly ruined. Grinding his teeth, Lei Riyun's eyes brimmed with resentment. But he could only forcibly suppress his murderous intent and glare fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I shall remember this debt. Before his words could fully escape, he lifted Lei Yiyang and, surrounded by surges of purple lightning, tore through the void, vanishing from sight. He needed to return to the clan swiftly and utilize the Lei clan's treasured artifacts to restore Lei Yiyang's meridians. Even a glimmer of hope must not be forsaken. Observing Lei Riyun's retreating figure, Lin Chen scoffed and withdrew his oppressive aura, musing inwardly. Do they really think they could demand an explanation over this? It's been a long time since Chunner has provoked my ire. What does it matter if a prodigy is rendered useless? Moreover, had it not been for Nangong Lai's intervention, Chunner might have outright killed Lei Yiyang. The thought struck him as increasingly amusing, and he shook his head. Chunner indeed. He can discard a prodigy just like that, regardless of their ranking on the prodigy list or their clan. Outside of him, few dare to act so boldly in the boundless star sea. Meanwhile, in the depths of the secret realm, Lin Chen leaned against a tree, listening to the frenzied prompts resounding in his mind. Ding! Great Sage Lei Riyun provoked a confrontation. Third Elder fiercely protected. Protection value 26790. Ding! Lei Riyun was forced to retreat, demonstrating the Lin family's authority. Protection value 27800. Goodness, has the outside world helped me accumulate so much protection value again? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he stroked his chin, realizing that the third elder had indeed been quite effective. He would have to express his gratitude later. As he glanced down at the holy grade pills on the ground, he waited for nearly an hour, yet not a soul appeared. Clearly, news of Lei Yiyang's downfall had spread throughout the secret realm. Even if prodigies caught a whiff of the pill's fragrance, they dared not approach recklessly, fearing they might become the second Lei Yiyang. How tedious! They all lacked the courage to come. Lin Chen pouted and stowed the jade vial, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Never mind. I shall cease fishing and venture out for luck, perhaps encountering some lost souls to solicit jade pendants and treasures from. With that, he flickered and vanished into the depths of the dense forest, heading toward the core area of the secret realm, where the 5 candidates from the Nangong family were vying for jade pendants. Surely, many prodigies would be gathered there. and perhaps he might encounter a few who were less than wise, allowing him to earn a bit more profit. In the floating island's main hall, Nangong Wenchen rubbed his temples, sighing helplessly at Nangong Lai. I should never have invited the Lin family. I merely intended to bolster the event's presence. Yet inadvertently summoned this little troublemaker, Lin Chen. In just half a day, he has incapacitated a prodigy from the Feng clan, seized possessions from the Feng clan's disciples, and rendered a Lei clan prodigy useless. At this rate, he will offend every prodigy in the secret realm. Nangong Lai also managed a wry smile. Master, there's no helping it. The Lin family is emboldened by their strength. While Lin Chen may stir trouble, he doesn't bully the weak. We can only keep a close watch and prevent him from causing greater chaos in the secret realm. Nangong Wenchen nodded in resignation, given the circumstances. There was little else to be done. He could only hope that during the upcoming contest for the heir, Lin Chen would behave himself and refrain from causing any more disturbances. As Lin Chen stealthily made his way to the secret realm's depths, he passed through a thick fog and found himself amidst a throng of people. Over 100 prodigies encircled a white jade platform, where the 5 candidates from the Nangong family stood in a star formation, each flanked by several prodigies from subordinate factions. Their eyes were alert, the air thick with tension, clearly waiting for an opportunity while wary of being ambushed. Ah, how lively! Lin Chen approached and inquired about the commotion, discovering that they awaited the final opportunity of the secret realm, the Xiaoling Pool. However, since the opportunity had yet to arrive, the candidates had already assumed a confrontational stance, suggesting that a conflict could erupt at any moment. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his mind whirring with ideas. With a thought, he summoned a set of spoils from his personal realm, a pear blossom wood table, a rattan chair, and even a rusty iron basin, which he clanged onto the ground with a resounding thud, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Even more astonishing, he produced a cloth bag and poured out 9 jade pendants engraved with the Nangong family crest, arranging them in a row on the table. Under the sunlight, the jade glimmered with a pearl-scent glow, drawing attention. Clang! Lin Chen picked up the iron basin and struck it 3 times with spiritual energy, the crisp sound instantly drowning out the surrounding murmurs. The crowd turned to see him, instinctively taking a few steps back, creating distance. Everyone feared this little troublemaker might suddenly lose control and drag him down with him. Unfazed, Lin Chen cleared his throat and called out to the 5 Nangong family disciples on the platform, brothers of the Nangong family, as well as friends present. I ask for a minute of your time to hold a small auction. He pointed to the jade pendants on the table, grinning like a cat that had caught a mouse. I have here 9 jade pendants for the heir competition of the Nangong family. They are now available at a fixed price. You may exchange them for spirit fruits, pills, or treasures, or even offer spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. No tricks here. As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding individuals could not help but roll their eyes. Who was unaware that the jade pendant of a Nangong family was only of use to candidates. For others, possessing it was akin to holding a worthless stone. Typically, when one stumbled upon a jade pendant, they would willingly present it to their favored candidate as a gesture of goodwill. Yet here was Lin Chen, boldly putting it up for auction and daring to demand payment from the descendants of the imperial lineage. Only he possessed such audacity. The 5 candidates were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, as they were indeed unaware of how many jade pendants each held. What if one of them was merely a piece short of reaching the required quantity? In that case, it would be worth the exorbitant price to acquire the pendant. Nangong Yu was the first to regain his composure, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Lin Chen, how do you intend to auction it? Quite simply, Lin Chen declared as he raised the first jade pendant, weaving a fanciful tale without even a blink. This first piece was acquired at the risk of my life. I encountered a source initial level 8 armored beast in the valley just now. I battled it for 300 rounds and narrowly escaped with my life. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Everyone knew there were no source initial level beasts within this secret realm. After a brief pause, he shouted, "The starting bid for this jade pendant is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Bids must increase by no less than 1,000. Let the bidding commence." 2,000. Nangong Yu was the first to speak up, feeling uncertain about the number of pendants in his possession and recognizing the need to act fast. 3,000. Came an immediate response from Nangong Yanjing, standing across from him, a sly smile gracing his lips, clearly intent on driving the price higher. The other three candidates exchanged glances, remaining silent. Either they had enough pendants in hand and deemed it unnecessary to squander spirit stones, or their families had set stringent budgets, making them reluctant to splurge on a single pendant. 4,000. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth and raised the bid again, urgency flickering in his eyes. Nangong Yanjing merely glanced at him, choosing not to continue. His goal was merely to vex Nangong Yu, not genuinely spend 4,000 on a pendant. 4,000 once. 4,000 twice. 4,000 thrice. Sold. Lin Chen struck the iron basin 3 times and tossed the pendant to Nangong Yu, not forgetting to tease, "Congratulations, Mr. Nangong Yu. You have purchased a jade pendant acquired through a life and death struggle, a true bargain. Others would envy this experience." Nangong Yu caught the pendant, initially feeling a pang of regret. But Lin Chen's praise surprisingly instilled a sense of satisfaction within him. After all, this pendant was obtained at great peril by Lin Chen, and being publicly acknowledged for purchasing, it could enhance his standing with the family patriarch. He retrieved 4,000 high-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and presented them to Lin Chen. His expression considerably softened. "Thank you, Lin Chen, for your generosity." "Not at all." Lin Chen accepted the spirit stones, his eyes squinting with joy as he tossed them into his small world and picked up the second pendant. Now for the second piece. This one is even more remarkable. I discovered it at the bottom of a cliff, guarded by a venomous python. He began fabricating yet another adventurous tale, captivating the audience. Even the previously tense 5 candidates found their attention drawn to the auction, unexpectedly transforming the competition for the Nangong family airship into an engaging auction. As Lin Chen observed the growing pile of spirit stones, his heart brimmed with delight. This was far more exhilarating than robbery. Without lifting a finger, he managed to procure funds willingly from others. Clearing his throat, he continued, "The starting bid for the second jade pendant is 1,500. Those who aspire for the airship, act swiftly." Chapter 37. Ziyu Spirit Pool in the ominous depths of the Lei clan's forbidden grounds. Amidst intertwining purple lightning and concealed imperial might, Lei Ryun knelt, cradling the barely conscious Lei Yiyong, relaying every detail of the events that transpired within the secret realm. His voice trembled with barely contained emotion. "Ancestor, it is the Lin family. It is Lin Chen again." He not only seized Yiyong's storage ring, but also ruthlessly severed all his meridians. Deep within the palace, 3 figures clad in dark purple imperial robes hovered in the air. They were among the recently awakened ancestors of the Lei clan. The central figure, an emaciated elder entwined with an aura of destruction, was none other than the Destruction Emperor of the Lei clan. Once having crossed paths with the Primordial Emperor, he was acutely aware of the latter's terrifying power, yet fiercely protective of his own. The Destruction Emperor slowly extended his hand, taking Lei Yiyong from Lei Ryun's grasp, a faint purple spiritual energy probing into Yiyong's body. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his tone flat yet tinged with frost. "The severing of his meridians is too thorough. Even with the Lei clan's supreme treasure, the purple lightning essence, he cannot be restored to his peak state, let alone advance to a higher realm. Let him live as an ordinary man. At the very least, it will preserve his life." "Ancestor." Lei Ryun suddenly raised his head, eyes ablaze with defiance. "Are we to simply allow this? Yiyong is one of the most gifted prodigies our Lei clan has seen in millennia. That little scoundrel Lin Chen has ruined him and tarnished our clan's reputation. Allow it?" A cold, cutting smile twisted the Destruction Emperor's lips as the purple lightning danced in his palm. "Of course not. You mentioned that Lin Chen brought only a great sage-level elder to the Nangong family?" "Yes. Only the 3rd elder of the Lin family, Lin Yunxian, is accompanying him." Lei Ryun nodded vigorously. "This presents an opportunity." The Destruction Emperor's voice lowered, laced with calculation. "The old man from the Primordial clan cannot keep a watchful eye on Lin Chen at all times. While Lin Yunxian is formidable, he is merely a great sage. Once the Nangong family ceremony concludes and Lin Chen departs from their protection, we shall seize the moment to capture him and let him experience the agony of severed meridians, thus avenging Yiyong and providing an explanation to the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor." The other 2 ancestors of the Lei clan exchanged glances, slowly nodding in agreement. Although they dared not confront the Lin family directly, they were unafraid to target a junior protected by only a great sage. A plot against Lin Chen quietly brewed within the Lei clan's forbidden grounds. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Lin Chen's jade pendant auction reached a fever pitch. He raised the seventh pendant, passionately weaving yet another tale. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this piece was retrieved from the poisonous miasma valley. The miasma there can erode spiritual energy. Yet I held my breath and deciphered 3 ancient formations before snatching it from a source initial level 9 Scorpion-S nest. The starting bid is 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Those eager for the airship, do not hesitate. 2005. Nangon Yu called out without a moment's thought. Having just purchased 3 pieces, he calculated that he needed 2 more to secure his position. At that moment, he could not afford to hesitate. 3,000. Nangon Yanjing raised the bid again. Not to win the pendant, but to deliberately aggravate Nangon Yu. Nangon Yu's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. 4,000. This time, Nangon Yanjing did not respond. He already had enough pendants in hand and deemed it unnecessary to waste spirit stones. Lin Chen smiled as he tapped the iron basin. 4,000 sold. Congratulations, brother Nangon Yu. This is a treasure acquired through perilous trials. Possessing it secures your claim to the airship. As Nangon Yu accepted the pendant and gazed at the 7 pieces he held, Lin Chen's praise led him to genuinely feel he had struck a remarkable deal. He no longer felt remorse for the over 20,000 high-grade spirit stones spent. After all, the airship was far more valuable than mere spirit stones. In the span of merely half an hour, Lin Chen successfully sold all 9 jade pendants, 7 to Nangon Yu and 2 to Nangon Yanjing, amassing a total of 36,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with numerous spirit fruits and low-grade elixirs offered by eager young talents wishing to gain favor. Unfortunately for them, they did not understand Lin Chen. He accepted their gifts but remained unencumbered by any debts of gratitude. The inventory in his small world was suddenly filled to the brim, and a little black dog joyfully indulged in the various treats. Lin Chen, reveling in his success, began gathering the tables and chairs, intending to find a suitable spot to count his spoils when a gentle yet imposing voice resonated throughout the secret realm. Esteemed talents, the core opportunity of the secret realm has arrived. To demonstrate the Nangon family's sincerity, we now open the Ziyu Spirit Pool. Those who enter may accelerate their absorption of spiritual energy and stabilize their realms. All may voluntarily enter. It was the voice of Nangon Wenchen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he followed the sound, only to witness the white jade platform amidst Nangon Yu and his companions suddenly crack open, revealing a small pool of water roughly a foot square, slowly rising. The water shimmered with a pale golden hue, and wisps of vapor danced above it. The moment it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, becoming several times denser, and even the air carried a faint sweetness. This was the smallest spirit pool of the Nangon clan, yet it was sufficient to attract the attention of the finest talents from a source realm. It was the Shiyu Spirit Pool. It was said that soaking in it for just 1 session could equate to 3 months of arduous cultivation. Hurry! If we delay, there won't be any space left. The surrounding elites erupted into a frenzy, rushing towards the spirit pool. And even Nangon Yu and his companions temporarily set aside their confrontation, their eyes fervently fixed on the pool. Such an opportunity to enhance one's cultivation was not to be missed by anyone. Lin Chen hastened to follow, mentally calculating his situation. Having just broken through to the initial stage of the source realm, he needed to stabilize his level, and soaking the spirit pool might just propel him directly to the second stage. Moreover, with the rich spiritual energy present, he could perhaps refine some treasures he had previously acquired, achieving 2 objectives at once. He squeezed through the crowd and found a corner where the aura was densest before settling down. Just as he was about to step into the pool, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon his back. That gaze was laden with hostility, akin to a venomous snake fixating on its prey, causing him to stiffen. Lin Chen calmly turned his head, tracing the source of the gaze to the edge of the crowd where a young man dressed in black was staring at him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The young man's aura was concealed, yet subtly resonated with the energy of the Lei clan, indicating he was indeed one of them, and his intentions were far from friendly. The Lei clan? They dare to come looking for trouble? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. It seemed the Lei clan had no intention of letting the matter rest. Never mind that. The spirit pool came first. At the edge of the Shiyu spirit pool, Lin Chen plopped down in the most central position, where the spiritual energy was most abundant, and the golden glow of the spirit water shone the brightest. Upon sitting at the pool's edge, an invisible barrier seemed to form around him. The surrounding elites, no matter how much they yearned to draw closer, could only huddle at the edges, none daring to approach. This is a rare opportunity. I cannot waste it, he muttered to himself. With a thought, he summoned the little black dog from his personal world. As soon as the little creature landed, it joyfully barked twice, and with a leap of its short legs, it splashed into the spirit pool, sending a ring of golden water flying. Chapter 38. Just a little black dog. The little black dog then nestled in a corner near Lin Chen, curling up and closing its eyes to absorb the spirit water and energy, its little tail occasionally wagging, appearing quite content. This scene left the surrounding elites dumbfounded, inwardly cursing their luck. We can only manage to get a bit of the spirit pool's edge, and here he is, not only monopolizing the center, but also bringing his pet along. This is outrageous. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Everyone remembered Lin Chen's ferocity when he had dealt with Feng Wuhai and Fei Leiyong. If they spoke out, they might find themselves dragged away for a heart-to-heart talk, which would be disastrous. They could only watch helplessly as the little black dog enjoyed its bath in the spirit pool, while they desperately absorbed spiritual energy at the edges, fearing that if they lagged even slightly, Lin Chen would snatch it all away. Lin Chen paid no mind to their thoughts. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Hongmeng chaos technique. As soon as the technique was activated, the surrounding scene transformed dramatically. The golden spirit water within the pool surged towards him as if it had found an outlet, violently rushing into his body. Even the free-floating spiritual energy in the air formed a visible vortex, spiraling around him and continuously flowing into his meridians. My heavens, his absorption rate is astonishing. The onlookers gasped. The spiritual energy over here is nearly depleted. Damn it, Lin Chen, can you not absorb so quickly? If I had known, I wouldn't have soaked with him. This ISNT, he's soaking the spirit pool. It's just him hogging all the energy. The elites at the edges were anxiously stamping their feet, hastening their absorption speed while silently cursing. Lin Chen's efficiency was terrifying, surpassing even that of peak cultivators in the initial stage of the Source Realm. At this rate, they feared they wouldn't even get a drop. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, everyone was watching the scene in the spirit pool through the water mirror. Their expressions varied. Nangong Wen Tian, seated at a high position, watched the image of Lin Chen and the little black dog together in the spirit pool, his lips twitching slightly, his face darkening. The auction of a jade pendant could be overlooked. After all, it didn't violate any rules. However, allowing a pet in the spirit pool was a blatant disregard for the Nangong clan's spirit pool. The elders of surrounding factions turned their gazes toward Lin Yunshan, their eyes filled with a questioning look, as if to say, how do you explain this? Everyone was there for the grand ceremony. Why should Lin Chen receive special treatment? Lin Yunshan felt the weight of their gazes and cleared his throat awkwardly, forcing an explanation. Ahem, esteemed guests, please don't mind. It's just a little black dog. It's small and won't absorb much spirit water, so it won't affect everyone. Nangong Wen Tian rolled his eyes inwardly, nearly unable to refrain from speaking. This isn't about how much it absorbs. It's about the principle. Did you not see Lin Chen's absorption speed? He alone is taking in more energy than the combined efforts of 10 elites beside him. Yet, the words remained unspoken. For the Lin family was not to be trifled with, and Lin Chen was a troublemaker. Should he speak out, Lin Chen might cause even greater chaos within the secret realm, which would be troublesome. He could only shake his head helplessly, vowing in his heart that the next time the spirit pool was opened, a rule would be added to prohibit pets from entering. Lin Yunshan also realized that his explanation was somewhat flimsy. After finishing, he turned his head away, pretending to focus on the water mirror, while inwardly reflecting, this brat Lin Chen truly knows how to stir trouble wherever he goes. However, his absorption speed is indeed impressive. It seems the spiritual fruit given by the ancestor wasn't wasted. Within the spirit pool, Lin Chen remained oblivious to the commotion outside. He was immersed in the euphoric sensation of spiritual energy pouring into him. The Hongmeng chaos technique operated at its peak, and the pure energy from the spirit water coursed through his meridians, continuously cleansing his danshan and channels. With a resounding boom, Lin Chen's cultivation level surged, breaking through to the 5th stage of the source realm. The little black dog was not idle either. It soaked in the spirit water, its fur growing increasingly lustrous. Surrounded by a faint aura, evidently experiencing rapid growth. It would occasionally glance up at Lin Chen before lowering its head to continue absorbing, looking quite obedient. He even began to ponder. Once the spirit pool session concluded, should he seize another opportunity to stir up some trouble and earn more protective points? Just then, a burst of golden light erupted at the center of the spirit pool, and an ancient voice echoed throughout the secret realm. The Shiyu spirit pool's opening time is nearing its end. Everyone should prepare to leave. The secret realm will close in 15 minutes. It was one of the elders from the Nangong clan. Lin Chen opened his eyes, feeling the fullness of spiritual energy within him, and nodded with satisfaction. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the 5th stage of the source realm, significantly enhancing his strength. This visit to the spirit pool had been well worth it. He picked up the little black dog, dried it off, and waved to the surrounding elites, still fervently absorbing spiritual energy, a mischievous smile on his face. Take your time, everyone. I'm leaving first. Next time, we can fight for the spiritual energy together. With that, he flashed away towards the exit of the secret realm, leaving behind a group of elites who were both frustrated and helpless, gnashing their teeth in irritation. Lin Chen truly knew how to incite annoyance wherever he went. As soon as Lin Chen emerged from the secret realm, he headed straight to the residence of the 3rd elder, Lin Chen. Upon entering, he waved the storage ring in his hand with excitement. 3rd elder, I earned a ton of spiritual stones and treasures in the secret realm. Now, I want to go out and explore for a bit. Lin Chen set down his teacup, his brow furrowing slightly. You want to go out alone? The outside world is not safe. The Lei clan members are undoubtedly still seeking trouble with you. Don't worry. Lin Chen patted his chest confidently, pulling out a black token from his robes. The token was engraved with the ancient characters for Wu Shi, the embodiment of the Wu Shi Emperor's summoning token. Grandpa Wu Shi gave me this. It contains a fragment of his consciousness. If I encounter danger, the fragment can protect me. And don't you remember? My constitution can obscure the heavenly secrets, so even an emperor can't track my whereabouts. No one will be able to deduce where I am. Lin Chen gazed at the token for a moment, recalling Lin Chen's unique Tianming Suwu body characteristic, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Very well, you may proceed. Remember, do not be too ostentatious. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, break the token, and the ancestor will hasten to your aid. Understood. Lin Chen chuckled, seizing the opportunity when the 3rd elder was distracted and stealthily slipped out of the floating island of the Nangong clan. He feared that if he exited through the main gate, he would attract the attention of other factions and be bombarded with questions. Once outside the influence of the Nangong clan, Lin Chen summoned a silver-white flying boat from his personal world. Though modest in size, the vessel was intricately inscribed with speed-enhancing formations. He leapt aboard, casually selecting a direction that distanced him from the Yanghui Star region, activated the formations, and the boat transformed into a streak of light, vanishing amidst the starry sea. Xiaohei, come out and play. Lin Chen called as he sat on the deck of the flying boat, releasing the little black dog. The spirited creature landed, barking joyfully, scampering around the deck on its short legs, occasionally nudging Lin Chen's hand with its head, exuding exuberance. Lin Chen affectionately patted its head, but his smile faded as he furrowed his brow. Using his divine sense, he scanned Xiaohei and discovered that the little creature's realm was still at the 5th stage of Ling Tai. How peculiar, Lin Chen muttered, having consumed so many elixirs, immersed in the Shiyuling pool, and gnawed on numerous spiritual herbs. Logically, you should have advanced to the Zifu realm. Why are you still at Ling Tai 5? After pondering for a while, a realization struck him. Could it be due to the lack of a cultivation method? Ordinary beasts absorb spiritual energy instinctively, but without guidance from a cultivation technique, no amount of resources would enable them to break through their realm. Lin Chen promptly opened the system panel, observing the figure of 530,000 protective values with satisfaction. He had earned quite a sum, sufficient for his needs. Within the system's marketplace, options for beast cultivation methods appeared in a flurry, ranging from the low-tier bee spirit technique to the high-tier ancient demon emperor scripture, all available. This one will do. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he selected a technique titled Wan Yao Ju. He intended to redeem this for Xiaohei first. planning to acquire a better one later. The technique's description touted it as an ancient treasure for demon cultivators, compatible with all beast physiques, promising a threefold increase in cultivation speed, with no bottlenecks for breakthroughs. It looked incredibly impressive. However, upon seeing the price, Lin Chen couldn't help but grimace. 200,000 protective values? Such expense. But then he reconsidered. Xiao Hei was his first companion, and it was unacceptable to let it remain at a low realm. Gritting his teeth, he clicked to purchase. As the system's prompt sounded, 200,000 protective values vanished, and a faint golden light emerged from the system panel, floating into Lin Chen's palm. Xiao Hei, come here. Lin Chen beckoned, and the little black dog scampered over, obediently lying by his side. Lin Chen held the glowing light, gently touching it to Xiao Hei's forehead, transmitting the Wan Yao Ju cultivation imprint into its consciousness. Xiao Hei trembled, closing its eyes instantly, lying motionless on the deck, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy, clearly in the midst of comprehending the technique. Before long, the little dog's aura began to surge, from Ling Tai 5 to Ling Tai 6, reaching the pinnacle of Ling Tai. Following that, a crisp crack echoed as it broke through to the gathering Qi realm. The aura continued to rise, gathering Qi, concentrating spirit, Qi Si, and finally to Zifu. In the brief span of half a stick of incense, Xiao Hei's realm soared to the 5th stage of Zifu before gradually settling down. It opened its eyes, a flicker of intelligence sparkling in its amber gaze, its black fur shining more brilliantly, and it seemed to have grown in size. No longer the tiny creature it once was. Wang Wang. Xiao Hei excitedly leapt into Lin Chen's embrace, nuzzling his chin and emitting affectionate whines. Good, good. You have finally broken through, Lin Chen chuckled, patting its head, suddenly recalling he had yet to name it. How about I call you Xiao Hei? It's simple and easy to remember. Upon hearing the name Xiao Hei, the little black dog instantly drooped its ears, its amber eyes filled with resistance, even retreating slightly. Clearly displeased with the name. Not satisfied? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, adopting a mock-serious expression. Then we'll call you Hei Zi. Choose one of two. Xiao Hei regarded Lin Chen's stern demeanor, then glanced at the spiritual fruit he had just fed it, eventually letting out a few reluctant barks in acquiescence. That's more like it. Lin Chen beamed with pride, entirely unconcerned with Xiao Hei's reluctance. Xiao Hei, once you grow up, you must learn from your predecessors to charm others. In the future, we shall traverse the starry sea together. Xiao Hei tilted its head, blinking in confusion, utterly perplexed by the concept of charming others. It sensed Lin Chen's peculiar laughter. It nudged Lin Chen's hand, seized a nearby spiritual fruit, and lay on the deck munching away, indifferent to the notion of charming others, as long as it had spiritual fruit to eat. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Hei's antics. Leaning against the railing of the flying boat, he gazed out at the vast starry sea, filled with anticipation. With Xiao Hei by his side, the forthcoming adventures promised to be all the more exciting. Meanwhile, on the route back from the Nangang clan to the Lin clan, within a concealed rift of void, purple lightning crackled, and an imposing aura loomed. The Emperor of Destruction, enveloped in a dark purple imperial robe, stood in the void, his gaze keenly fixed on the star road below. This was the most likely path Lin Chen would take to return to the Lin clan, and he had been lying in wait for 3 hours. That little brat Lin Chen should have emerged from the Nangang clan by now. The Emperor of Destruction's fingers crackled with purple lightning, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. As soon as he appears, I shall strike immediately and eliminate him. Then search his person for any secret treasures capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets, which will surely bolster the strength of my Lei clan. He brimmed with confidence. Even if Lin Chen possessed the token of the Wuxi Great Emperor, what of it? He was already at the 5th stage of the Great Emperor realm. One strike would be a thunderous blow. Should Lin Chen react even a fraction of a second too slowly, he would be slain before he could activate the token. Besides, Wuxi was only at the 3rd stage of the Great Emperor realm, posing no threat. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the star road below remained devoid of Lin Chen's presence, save for the occasional passing flying boat. The frown on the Emperor of Destruction deepened, and he raised his hand to calculate. But no matter how he channeled his secret arts, all he saw was chaos, unable to discern even a trace of Lin Chen's whereabouts. How is this possible? The Emperor of Destruction's expression darkened. Even if he possesses a treasure that obscures heavenly secrets, as a great emperor, I should be able to sense the slightest trace of his aura. Why is it that I cannot find even a hint of a clue? It became evident to him that Lin Chen's secret treasures were formidable indeed. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen had not traveled this route back to the Lin clan. Instead, with Xiao He, he was fleeing in the opposite direction. He was also unaware that the third elder, Lin Yunshin, remained at the Nangong clan, attending to subsequent matters and had not yet set off. This meticulously planned ambush had been futile from the very beginning. After waiting another half an hour, the Emperor of Destruction could no longer contain himself, his imperial might surging dramatically, purple lightning tearing through the void. Could it be that he is still at the Nangong clan? Very well, I shall wait one more hour. If he does not appear, I will return to my clan and seek another opportunity later. Little did he realize that his prolonged vigil had not only resulted in missing Lin Chen, but had also allowed Lin Chen to narrowly evade a life-and-death crisis. Had Lin Chen truly traversed this path with his current strength, even with the Wuxi token, he might not have been able to escape unscathed from the Emperor of Destruction's sudden assault. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's silver-white flying boat drifted through the starry sea for the better part of the day until he finally spotted a lush green planet. He maneuvered the boat to land, but upon touching down, he was taken aback by the unfamiliar structures surrounding him and the diverse attire of the passing cultivators. He had no idea where he was. Having ventured out alone for the first time, he found himself lost. Lin Chen scratched his nose awkwardly, cradling Xiao He as he approached a passing cultivator. With a smile, he inquired, "Excuse me, good sir, could you kindly tell me where this place is?" The cultivator glanced at Lin Chen and then at the little black dog in his arms, chuckling as he replied, "Little brother, you must be from out of town, huh? Here lies Yunmen's city, the outer edge of Yunmen's. 100 miles ahead, one will encounter the renowned Huanling Gulin, famed for its celestial herbs sought after by cultivators." Chapter 40. Oh, attempting to rob me? Yunmen's? Huanling Gulin? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What treasures might be hidden within that ancient forest? Indeed, there are numerous treasures. A cultivator, suddenly animated, counted on his fingers, revealing that the Huanling Gulin harbors many millennium-old spirit herbs, and with good fortune, one might even discover the legendary Yunmen Zaizi, a treasure said to enhance the probability of breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, the ancient forest is fraught with peril. Numerous high-tier demonic beasts and illusions await, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Spirit herbs, demonic beasts, and illusions. What could be more suitable for honing his skills? It was simply perfect. After expressing his gratitude to the cultivator, he cradled his companion, Xiao He, and made his way towards the center of Yunmen City. To his surprise, the city buzzed with even more activity than he had imagined. Stalls lining the streets were filled with spirit herbs and materials from demonic beasts, and many cultivators were calling out to form teams to venture into the Huanling Gulin, desperately seeking a cultivator of the Source Realm to join them, claiming they possessed a map of the forest. Xiao He nestled in Lin Chen's arms, his amber eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Occasionally, he barked excitedly at the stalls selling spirit fruits, clearly captivated by their fragrant allure. "Patience, my friend. Once we enter the Huanling Gulin, I shall procure countless spirit fruits for you." Lin Chen affectionately patted Xiao He's head, his mind already devising a plan to find lodgings in Yunmen City before embarking on an adventure in the ancient forest the following day. Eager to test Xiao He's newfound strength after his breakthrough to the Zifu realm, he located a charming inn, securing a fine room, and placed Xiao He into his personal space to enjoy some spirit fruits while he ventured out to explore the stalls. He needed to acquire a map of the Huanling Gulin. Wandering aimlessly could lead to trouble, especially if he stumbled into an illusion. The next morning, after savoring a delightful breakfast at the inn, Lin Chen retrieved Xiao He from his personal realm, double-checking the elixirs and talismans in his storage ring before setting off towards the Huanling Gulin. Within half an hour, a sprawling canopy of trees appeared before him, marking the entrance to the Huanling Gulin. Towering ancient trees, their trunks so thick they required several people to intertwine their branches, blocking out the sun, allowing only sporadic beams of light to filter through. A gentle mist enveloped the area, and the air was infused with the fragrance of foliage mingled with a subtle hint of demonic beasts. The deeper he ventured, the more palpable the sense of danger became. This place was indeed imposing, far grander than the forest behind the Lin family estate. Lin Chen marveled, releasing Xiao He onto the ground. You walk now. No need for me to carry you all the time. Move about more. It will strengthen you. Xiao He barked joyfully, bounding ahead, his little legs rustling through the fallen leaves. He paused occasionally to sniff the flowers and grasses lining the path, wagging his tail at Lin Chen once he sensed no danger, resembling a little guide leading the way. The entrance to the Huanling Gulin branched out into numerous paths. Some led deep into the forest, while others meandered towards smaller hills on the outskirts. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before selecting a wider path, reasoning that as he was here for training, any route would suffice as long as it led to treasures and excitement. After walking approximately 3 miles, a commotion erupted ahead, filled with curses and the sounds of begging, accompanied by the sound of shattered objects. Enough chatter. Hand over your storage rings. Otherwise, you won't be leaving the forest alive. We're merely low-tier cultivators who just harvested some low-grade spirit herbs. We possess nothing of value. Nothing of value? Search. If we find any hidden possessions, we will cripple his hands. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He pulled Xiao He behind an ancient tree, peering forward to witness a scene at the intersection ahead. 8 cultivators clad in dark red attire surrounded 2 others, brandishing long knives, their faces twisted with malice. The 2 surrounded cultivators were battered and bruised, clearly having put up a struggle, but unable to match their attackers, now despairingly being searched. Intriguingly, the 8 cultivators only blocked those attempting to exit the paths, ignoring those entering, evidently calculating that those leaving were more likely to possess treasures. Is this not my forte? Lin Chen mused, a sly glimmer in his eye. They certainly have chosen an opportune moment to rob. He discreetly unleashed his spiritual sense, eavesdropping on the conversation among the 8 cultivators, quickly discerning their identities. They were disciples of the Sun-Setting God sect, a second-tier power located nearest to Yunmin's, not particularly formidable, but emboldened by their affiliation with the Lighthearted zone, causing them to act tyrannically in the vicinity of Yunmin's. Whenever disciples of the sect lacked spirit stones or treasures, they would raid the Huanling Gulin, and many minor cultivators who fell victim to their theft dared not retaliate, fearing retribution from the Lighthearted zone's minions. Minions of the Lighthearted zone? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. So, they're the lackeys of an old adversary. The Emperor of Fiery Guns has been vanquished by my grandfather. Do these underlings still dare to prance about? He patted Xiao He's head quietly, muttering, once they finish robbing those 2, it will be my turn to rob them. 8 of them, even if they're all at the Source Realm, will not be a match for me. This would be an excellent opportunity to test my strength after breaking through to the 5th stage of the Source Realm and to see if I could uncover any treasures from them. Xiao He seemed to comprehend, barking softly, his amber eyes fixed on the 8 disciples of the Sun-Setting God sect, a hint of spiritual energy shimmering around him, clearly sensing the hostility emanating from the other side. Before long, the 2 surrounded cultivators were completely stripped of their possessions, even their healing elixirs taken, leaving them to depart with heads hung low. The 8 disciples of the Sun-Setting God sect weighed their plundered storage rings, beams of smug satisfaction lighting their faces. Today is our lucky day. We struck gold right out of the gate. If we wait a little longer, we might encounter a fat sheep. I heard some cultivators recently harvested century-old spirit herbs. If we could seize those, we could exchange them for cultivation resources at the Lighthearted zone. Indeed, keep blocking. Anyone who dares resist will face dire consequences. Just as they finished speaking, a languid voice drifted from behind. You've been blocking for quite some time, and it seems you've amassed quite a haul. Conveniently, I am in need of spirit stones. Hand over your storage rings, and I may consider sparing your hands. The 8 disciples of the Sun-Setting God sect froze, turning to see a youth leaning against an ancient tree, cradling a small black dog, a playful smile adorning his face, his gaze brimming with amusement. Who is this brash young lad? How dare he interfere in our Sun-Setting God sect's affairs? The leader of the group, Wang Hai, furrowed his brow, raising his long knife to point at Lin Chen. Wise up and get lost, or you'll be robbed alongside them. Lin Chen straightened his posture, patting Xiao He's head, and replied with a grin, Rob me? You might not possess the capability for that. However, I can offer you a chance. All of you, come at me together. If you manage to defeat me, I will simply walk away. If you cannot, then you shall surrender all the treasures you've just acquired." Before his words had even faded, a dark golden aura began to rise around Lin Chen. The presence of the fifth stage of the Source Realm instantly enveloping the entire intersection. Chapter 41. I am Lei Zhaoran. Wang Hai, the leader of the Sunsetting God Sect disciples, felt a twinge of apprehension upon witnessing the aura emanating from Lin Chen, though it was quickly suppressed by his bravado. The Sunsetting God Sect had operated in the vicinity of Yunmen's for thousands of years, bolstered by their affiliation with the Lighthearted zone. And no rogue cultivator had ever dared to challenge them so boldly. "Brash young man, do you know who we, the Sunsetting God Sect, are beholden to?" Wang Hai exclaimed, raising his voice deliberately. "We are the Lighthearted zone. To lay a hand on us is to declare war against the Lighthearted zone." He assumed that invoking the name of the Lighthearted zone would intimidate Lin Chen into retreating, but to his astonishment, Lin Chen's smile only broadened at the mention of the sect's name. "Lighthearted zone, the Emperor of Fiery Guns has been obliterated by my grandfather. Do you minions still dare to threaten me?" Meanwhile, the two rogue cultivators who had been robbed by Wang Hai and his cohorts, having not strayed far, heard the commotion at the intersection and stealthily returned to observe the unfolding spectacle from behind the ancient tree. As Lin Chen prepared to engage with the members of the Sunsetting sect, one of them could not help but shout, "Hero, give it your all. Defeat these bullies. They have robbed me of my harvest for half a month. Yes, eliminate the scourge for the people. Let them know that not everyone can be bullied." Other wandering cultivators joined in the outcry, and soon, several newly emerged practitioners from the ancient forest gathered around Lin Chen, offering their support. The Sunsetting sect had caused too much harm in this area for too long, and everyone had pent-up frustration. Lin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Intentionally puffing out his chest and lifting his head, he adopted a righteous demeanor and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, everyone, I, Lei Zhaoran, detest such tyrannical behavior. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and eliminate the evil for the people, making the Sunsetting sect aware that wandering cultivators are not to be trifled with." He secretly reveled in his cleverness. While out in the world, one's identity is merely self-assigned. The name Lei Zhaoran was sufficiently resounding. Even if something went awry, he could easily shift the blame onto the Lei clan. How perfect! Meanwhile, far away in the Lei clan's forbidden area, Lei Zhaoran, who was recuperating in bed, suddenly sneezed loudly for no apparent reason, rubbing his nose in confusion. "Who is talking about me? Is that rascal Lin Chen up to his tricks again?" On this side of the crossroads, Wang Hai, upon hearing the name Lei Zhaoran, was momentarily taken aback, having never heard of such a figure. But noticing Lin Chen's imposing aura, he sensed a semblance of background. Yet at this juncture, if he were to back down, he would find it impossible to hold his ground within the sect. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hai pointed at his three robust junior brothers, commanding sharply, "You three go. Disable this brat. Let him know the might of the Sunsetting sect." The three disciples, all at the Kongxian realm, were several major realms beneath Lin Chen and had already considered retreat, despite Lin Chen's aura being at only the Yuan Chu first realm. It exuded a pressure that made their hearts tremble. However, they feared Wang Hai even more. In the past, anyone who dared to defy his orders faced broken limbs at best, or worse, being tossed into the ancient forest to feed the beasts. "Yes, master brother." The three steeled themselves and advanced, forming hand seals as their spiritual energy surged. One conjured a massive ochre axe, another summoned a shield entwined with vines, and the third produced a short blade glimmering with a cold light. They charged at Lin Chen in a triangular formation, clearly aiming to overwhelm him together. "Is that all?" Lin Chen scoffed, too lazy to employ any secret techniques. He simply activated the Chaos Hongmeng art, enveloping his fists in dark golden spiritual energy in an instant. As the axe-wielding cultivator charged first, Lin Chen took a step forward instead of retreating and unleashed a punch, lacking any flamboyant display, yet brimming with unmatched power. Bang! His fist collided with the giant axe, which shattered instantly. The dark golden spiritual energy surged into the cultivator's body, and before he could even scream, his form exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The second cultivator, bearing the shield, turned pale with fright and attempted to flee, only to be kicked in the back by Lin Chen. This seemingly ordinary kick contained a force to tear through the void, shattering both the shield and the cultivator's body. Blood splattering everywhere. The third cultivator, wielding the short blade, sensed the dire situation and tried to escape into the nearby bushes. Lin Chen casually flicked his wrist, sending forth a dark golden spiritual energy blade, which swiftly cleaved the cultivator in half, the short blade clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. In the blink of an eye, all three Xian realm cultivators had perished. The crossroads fell into an eerie silence. The wandering cultivators hiding nearby gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide. They had initially thought Lin Chen would manage to win. They never anticipated such a swift annihilation. One punch for one kick for another, and the opponent's secret techniques had not even breached his defenses. This power was simply terrifying. Wang Hai trembled in fear, his legs weak, nearly dropping the long knife he held. He could never have imagined that this self-proclaimed Lei Zhaoran was so formidable. The Xian realm cultivators were no different from ants before him. Who exactly are you? Wang Hai's voice quivered, losing all his previous arrogance. You are not Lei Zhaoran. I have seen the real Lei Zhaoran from the Lei clan, and he is nowhere near this strong. Lin Chen brushed off the dust from his hands, cradling the small black creature that had come to nuzzle against his palm, and glanced at Wang Hai with a smirk. Oh, you haven't met Lei Zhaoran? Then who do you think I am? He deliberately released a more potent aura. The dark golden spiritual energy laced with a hint of chaotic power, instantly rendering Wang Hai's face as pale as a sheet. This aura was far beyond their capabilities. Why, you're from the Lin family? Wang Hai suddenly recalled something, terror filling his eyes. Is it Lin Chen, the one who dared to provoke the imperial clan and cripple Lei Yong? Upon hearing Wang Hai utter the name Lin Chen's eyes widened. Intentionally raising his voice, he feigned innocence. Hey, you little rascal, how dare you slander me by saying I am Lin Chen? He spread his arms wide and addressed the onlookers. Did everyone hear that? The members of the Sunsetting sect, having failed in their robbery, are trying to shift the blame onto Lin Chen. I, Lei Zhaoran, stand firm in my name and identity. Today, I simply could not tolerate their evil deeds. So I acted against them. What does that have to do with Lin Chen? Indeed, how could he possibly be Lin Chen? Lin Chen was someone who could contend with emperors. He would not stoop to dealing with mere robbery. Wang Hai must be afraid and is attempting to invoke Lin Chen's name to intimidate this young hero. Exactly. Wang Hai is truly unscrupulous. If he cannot win, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Hidden among the crowd, Xiao Yin froze upon hearing the name Lin Chen. Although he had never seen Lin Chen in person, he had encountered portraits in the sect's records, and this young man's features bore a striking resemblance to the Lin Chen depicted therein. Recalling Lin Chen's reputation for crippling Lei Yong and robbing the Feng clan's disciples, Xiao Yin was so frightened that he dared not even breathe, quietly retreating a couple of steps, wishing to hide within a tree hollow. This was not merely provoking Lei Zhaoran. It was clearly inciting the wrath of Lin Chen, the harbinger of calamity. Chapter 42. From now on, I, Lei Zhaoran, shall strike down any who dare to challenge me. Wang Hai, seeing that no one believed him and was instead being blamed, grew anxious and fearful. Realizing that if he did not fight desperately today, it would be the end. He turned to the remaining 4 junior brothers and roared, "Don't just stand there. Let us all go together. He is just one person. We can surely defeat him when we join forces. If we kill him, the Lian Tiangun sect will undoubtedly reward us." The 4 junior brothers, already trembling with fear, felt compelled to advance upon seeing Wang Hai's fierce gaze and realizing there was no path of retreat. They summoned their spiritual energy and unleashed the Sunsetting sect's secret techniques. Some formed fiery long knives, others conjured chains of lightning, while yet others enveloped themselves in ochre armor. All 4 charged at Lin Chen simultaneously, their momentum not to be underestimated. With such meager skills, do they dare challenge? Lin Chen scoffed, retrieving a plain iron sword from his storage ring, which he had acquired during a previous robbery, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, a pale golden sword light suddenly erupted, sweeping forth like a crescent moon. Lacking any complicated maneuvers, yet infused with the power to rend all, Wang Hai and the others' fiery long knives and lightning chains were instantly severed. Even the ochre armor was left with a deep gash. Before the 4 could even react, Lin Chen's figure darted among them like a specter, blood splattering as he wielded the iron sword. Thrust. One sword pierced through a cultivator's chest. Slash. Another severed an arm, while simultaneously slicing through a throat. The remaining two attempted to flee, yet Lin Chen dispatched them with a kick each, their breaths extinguished in an instant. In a mere 2 breaths. The last 4 disciples of the sunsetting sect had all perished. Lin Chen, brandishing the blood-soaked iron sword, strode toward the crumpled Wang Hai, lightly resting the blade against his neck, the icy touch causing Wang Hai to tremble uncontrollably. "Hero, spare my life. I was wrong. I shall never rob again." Wang Hai desperately bowed his head, blood streaming from his forehead. "I shall return everything I took. I implore you to grant me a chance to live." "Now you know to plead for mercy?" Lin Chen's gaze was frigid. "When you were robbing others, did you ever think to spare their lives?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen flicked his wrist, and with a soft thud, Wang Hai's head rolled to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. The surrounding cultivators watched in a mix of relief and trepidation, as Lei Zheoran not only displayed formidable strength, but also exhibited a ruthless demeanor, reminiscent of the legendary Lin Chen. Unbeknownst to them, a small shadow was stealthily weaving through the corpses of Wang Hai and others. It was Xiao He. Clutching a storage ring in its mouth, it scampered to Lin Chen's feet, presenting the ring before him, before turning back to continue its search among the bodies. With its short legs, it deftly rummaged through the waist of the cultivators, skillfully removing storage rings, resembling a professional grave robber. This was a lesson Lin Chen had imparted yesterday. After a battle, remember to collect the storage rings of the fallen, for they might contain treasures. Xiao He was quite clever, mastering this skill quickly, now executing it with greater finesse than Lin Chen himself. Lin Chen quietly bent down to retrieve the storage ring offered by Xiao He, gently patting its head, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. This little creature was proving to be increasingly useful. With his iron sword in hand, he stepped into the center of the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers present, today I, Lei Zheoran, act on behalf of justice, slaying these tyrants of the Sunset Divine Sect. From now on, if anyone dares to rob in the Huanying Ancient Forest, regardless of their affiliations, I will slay them on sight." He paused deliberately, spitting towards the direction of the Lai Tianchong sect. What Sunset Divine Sect? What Lai Tianchong sect? In my eyes, they're merely a pack of bullies. Cheers erupted from the surrounding cultivators, with many calling out in support. Some even offering spirit fruits and healing pills, eager to forge a good relationship with Lei Zheoran. Lin Chen accepted the gifts with a smile, secretly reveling in the effectiveness of the name Lei Zheoran. Not only could it deflect blame, but it could also procure treasures. Upon returning, he resolved to express his gratitude appropriately. Meanwhile, the lurking Xiao Yin, observing Lin Chen's interactions with the crowd, discreetly noted Lin Chen's appearance and hurried back towards Yunmen City. He needed to inform the elders of the Sunset Divine Sect about the incident, emphasizing that the deaths of Wang Hai and others were unrelated to Lin Chen. After all, he had no desire to provoke this harbinger of calamity. The Xianling Yugu was perpetually shrouded in a pale, purple miasma, yet within its depths lay a solemn sect. The Crimson Mountain Gate towered Tianzhong high, the 4 ominous characters of Sunset Divine Sect emblazoned above, exuding a bloody aura. Disciples hurriedly moved within, most clad in dark red attire, their long blades glinting coldly, their demeanor haughty as ravenous wolves. At that moment, a few disciples of the Sunset Divine Sect were gathered together, boasting, "Today, we ambushed a fat sheep at the outskirts of the Huanying Ancient Forest. That rogue cultivator had a century-old spirit ginseng in his pocket, which I snatched away. I outdid you. I intercepted one carrying a defensive spirit artifact. When I sell at the market, I can fetch at least 3,000 spirit stones. Next time, let's not linger outside. Instead, we'll wait deeper in the forest. I've heard that some cultivators recently harvested Huanying flowers, which can sell for over 10,000 spirit stones." Just then, a figure stumbled past, clothes specked with grass. His face as pale as a sheet. Even the disciples who attempted to greet him were ignored. It was none other than Xiao Yan, who had just fled from the Huanying Ancient Forest. He dashed into the main hall of the sect, crashing against the doorframe, startling the occupants within. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man clad in dark red brocade, his countenance stern, exuding an aura of earthy spirit energy. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He was Suanmo Shi, the sect leader of the Sunset Divine Sect and a formidable figure of the Great Sage Realm. While perusing the sect's resource ledger, he was taken aback by Xiao Yan's frantic entrance and slammed his hand on the wooden table. His voice, deep and commanding, was the cause for such panic. The Sunset Divine Sect has stood for a millennium in Xianling Yugu. Can there truly be such a grave calamity? Xiao Yan fell to his knees with a thud, his knees striking the stone floor painfully, but he paid no mind to the ache as he looked up urgently. Sect leader, it's terrible. Senior brother Wang Hai and the others have been killed. What? Suan Mo sure sprang to his feet, a wave of oppressive energy erupting from him, causing the candles to flicker violently and the runes on the walls to glow faintly. His expression hardened, and with a swift motion, he conjured a massive earthy spirit hand that seized Xiao Yan by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Explain clearly. Who is responsible? Wang Hai and the others could hold their own against Source Realm cultivators. How could they be slain? Suan Mo Shi's voice was frigid, the grip of the spirit hand tightening further, turning Xiao Yan's face a deep shade of crimson. He struggled desperately, his ribs creaking under the pressure as he felt they might shatter at any moment. It was someone named Lei Zhaoran. Xiao Yan gasped, forcing the words from his throat. His vision darkening, consciousness fading. For a brief moment, he genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. Lei Zhaoran? Suan Mo Shi frowned, loosening his grip slightly. The Lei Zhaoran of the Lei clan? Wasn't he hiding ever since being captured by Lin Chen? How could he venture into the Huaning ancient forest to slay my disciples? His disbelief was palpable, and the grip tightened once more. Do you dare deceive me? Speak the truth, or I shall crush your bones. I wouldn't dare deceive the sect leader, Xiao Yan exclaimed, terror coursing through him. Senior brother Wang Hai mentioned just before his death that the assailant might be Lin Chen, but that person claimed to be Lei Zhaoran. Lin Chen? Suan Mo Shi's pupils constricted sharply, the spirit hand dissipating with a loud thud as Xiao Yan fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Fresh air flooding his lungs as he struggled to recover, his back soaked with cold sweat. Pacing within the hall, Suan Mo Shi's eyes began to gleam with understanding. I see. That little brat Lin Chen must be intentionally using the name Lei Zhaoran, either to shift blame onto the Lei clan or because he believes no one would dare to provoke him. What a splendid opportunity. He had been troubled about how to express loyalty to the Lai Tianchong sect ever since the fall of the Burning Gun Emperor. The Lai Tianchong sect's attitude towards its vassal forces had grown increasingly hostile, repeatedly cutting back on resources allocated to the Sunset Divine Sect. Now that Lin Chen had delivered himself to their doorstep, all he needed to do was convey this information to the Lai Tianchong sect. In seeking vengeance, they would surely mobilize to capture Lin Chen. Regardless of the outcome, the Sunset Divine Sect would gain merit, preserving their resources and possibly acquiring even greater benefits from the Lai Tianchong sect. No longer hesitating, Suan Mo Shi swiftly exited the hall, raising his hand to the air. Summoning a blood-red communication talisman, words rapidly materialized on the talisman. To the elders of the Lai Tianchong sect, Lin Chen has appeared in the Huaning ancient forest, slaying 8 of my disciples from the Sunset Divine Sect while masquerading as Lei Zhaoran. Our sect's strength is limited. We implore your esteemed sect to send troops to apprehend him and eliminate this scourge. After inscribing the message, he infused spiritual energy into the communication talisman, which transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the miasma of Xianling Yugu and soaring towards the Lai Tianchong sect. Standing outside the hall, Suan Mo Shi watched the talisman vanish, a calculating smile curling his lips. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, no matter how formidable you are, can you truly contend with the great sage elders of the Lai Tianchong sect? This time, you are undoubtedly doomed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, sprawled on the ground, gazed at the sect leader's retreating figure, filled with dread. Had he not mentioned Lin Chen's involvement, he might have been crushed in the hall. Yet, a lingering intuition told him that provoking this harbinger of doom might not yield favorable outcomes. However, he dared not voice this thought, remaining huddled on the ground, too frightened to even breathe. At the Lai Tianchong sect, within the Gunsoul Hall, the sect leader He Yunshu held the blood-red communication talisman sent by Suan Mo Shi. And upon reading its contents, he suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter laced with long-suppressed bitterness. Excellent. What a splendid Lin Chen. To dare venture into the haunting ancient forest alone and slay disciples of my vassal forces. This is nothing short of self-destruction. He slammed the communication talisman onto the table, causing a crack to form at the corner. Ever since the Burning Gun Emperor was suppressed by the Eternal Emperor, Lin Chen and other prodigies were humiliated and extorted by Lin Chen. The Lai Tianchong sect had lost face in the Endless Star Sea. He had long sought an opportunity to avenge himself against Lin Chen, yet had found none until now. Currently, Lin Chen has voluntarily exposed his whereabouts and still dares to provoke. This is nothing short of an opportunity delivered to him on a silver platter. Come in. Yunshu called out to the outside of the hall, and a disciple immediately bowed and entered. Deliver a message to the sunsetting divine sect. Summon 3 great saint elders from Xian to swiftly surround and eliminate Lin Chen in the illusory spirit ancient forest. I wish to ascertain whether Lin Chen has the protection of a Lin family great emperor by his side. After the disciple received his orders and departed, Yunshu turned to the elders on both sides of the hall, his gaze dark and menacing. That little rascal Lin Chen has actually gone to Yunming. Last time, the Thunder Clan's Annihilation Emperor was waiting for him on his way back to the Lin family. Yet Lin Chen managed to evade him, clearly taking the long route to avoid our interception. He paused momentarily, pointing to an elder clad in a green robe. Chun Xian. Immediately send a message to the Thunder Clan, informing them of Lin Chen's whereabouts in the illusory spirit ancient forest. Let them know that if they can join forces to eliminate Lin Chen, the Liaking Spear sect is willing to share the treasures on Lin Chen's person. Should the Lin family pursue us later, both our clans shall bear the consequences together. If they fail to kill him, we must ascertain the protective forces around Lin Chen. As long as he has no great emperor by his side, we shall summon the old ancestor and unite with the Thunder Clan's great emperor to hunt him down, ensuring he meets a death without a burial site. Yes, sect master. Chun Xian bowed and exited to convey the message. Yunshu gazed outside the hall, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He calculated that the Thunder Clan would not refuse. With Lei Yong rendered incapacitated by Lin Chen and the fall of the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor, the Thunder Clan's hatred for Lin Chen was at least as great as that of the Liaking Spear sect. Aligning with the Thunder Clan would not only increase the odds of killing Lin Chen, but also disperse the Lin family's wrath, a win-win proposition. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Sunsetting Divine Sect, Xian held the message token from the Liaking Spear sect, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Filled with inner turmoil. Send 3 great saints to kill Lin Chen? Xian muttered to himself, beads of sweat forming in his palm. He had long heard of Lin Chen's notorious reputation. He had humiliated Lei Yong, robbed disciples of the Feng and Thunder Clans, and even dared to provoke great emperors. This was no ordinary prodigy. He was evidently a formidable scourge. He could even envision that if 3 great saints were dispatched, not only would they fail to kill Lin Chen, but they might even fall victim to him. If that were to happen, the Sunsetting Divine Sect would be utterly doomed. Lin Chen would undoubtedly come knocking, dismantling the entire sect. Yet, he dared not refuse. The Liaking Spear sect could annihilate the Sunsetting Divine Sect with the ease of crushing an ant. Should he decline, not only would future resources be cut off, but he might even lose his footing in the Xianlingyu Valley. Taking a deep breath, Xian reread the message token's contents. After participating in the Nangong family heir competition, Lin Chen ventured out alone. He likely has no strong protector by his side. Regardless of success or failure, resources will be doubled. These 2 sentences acted as a reassuring balm, calming his restless heart somewhat. Indeed, if Lin Chen had a great emperor protecting him, how could he dare to venture alone into the illusory spirit ancient forest? Moreover, the Liaking Spear sect had stated this, indicating their confidence that Lin Chen lacked strong protection. Furthermore, resources would be doubled. As long as the task was completed, the strength of the Sunsetting Divine Sect would increase significantly, and even in failure, they would secure double resources sufficient for the disciples' cultivation for several years. So be it. Fortune favors the bold. Xian clenched his fist tightly, his gaze turning resolute. Even if Lin Chen was capable, he was still merely a fledgling in the Source Initiation realm. Could 3 great saints not overpower him? He called out to the outside of the hall. Summon the 3 elders to the Grand Hall for a meeting. There is an urgent task. Soon, 3 elders donned in dark crimson robes entered the grand hall, each exuding a steady aura, all at the initial stage of the Great Saint Realm, the strongest forces of the sunsetting divine secticide from Xian Mo Shi. Sectmaster, you summoned us. What is the matter? The leading elder inquired, bowing slightly. Chapter 44. The Bandit Xiao He. Xian Mo Shi handed over the message token from the Liaking Spear Sect, speaking in a solemn tone. The Liaking Spear Sect has issued an order for us to send 3 individuals to the illusory spirit ancient forest to eliminate one person. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. The 3 elders' expressions simultaneously shifted, shock evident in their eyes. Is he the one who incapacitated Lei Yong, the one who forced Wuxi Great Emperor to suppress 3 emperors? Indeed, that is him. Xian Mo Shi nodded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. This matter concerns the future of our sect. We must succeed. Failure is not an option. The Liaking Spear Sect promises that regardless of success or failure, resources will be doubled. If successful, they will also reward us with 3 great saint-grade weapons. The 3 elders exchanged glances. Although they still felt trepidation, the mention of doubled resources and saint-grade weapons ignited a flicker of greed in their eyes. Very well. We shall go. The leading elder gritted his teeth and nodded. A fledgling in the source initiation realm, no matter how formidable, cannot withstand the combined might of the 3 of us. Xian Mo Shi nodded in satisfaction. Good. You shall depart immediately. Exercise utmost caution. If you discover a great emperor protecting Lin Chen, retreat at once. Do not engage. The 3 elders bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly exited the grand hall, their auras surging as they transformed into 3 streaks of light, hurtling toward the illusory spirit ancient forest. Xian Mo Shi stood within the hall, gazing in the direction they had vanished, yet unease lingered in his heart. He had an inkling that matters would not be so simple. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to press on, praying that the 3 elders would succeed and that Lin Chen, indeed, had no great emperor by his side. In the depths of the illusory spirit ancient forest, the mist was denser than outside, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots on the leaf-strewn ground. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, excitement brimming in his eyes as he stepped forward with a lightness in his stride. He had just heard from a scattered cultivator that there were millennium spirit herbs deep within the ancient forest, and with a stroke of luck, he might even encounter the illusory spirit flower and other precious herbs. He could hardly contain his eagerness to collect treasures. Xiao He, keep an eye out for your surroundings. If you see any luminous grass or fruit-bearing plants, call out to me. Lin Chen patted Xiao He's head, and the little creature immediately barked twice, its short legs scampering with even more cheerfulness. Its amber eyes shone like lanterns in the mist, carefully scanning the grasses and trees along the path. Not long into their journey, Xiao He suddenly halted before a patch of light green grass, barking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen leaned to take a look and smiled, saying, "Oh, it's 100-year-old qi condensing grass. Though its quality isn't high, it's still excellent for refining low-tier elixirs." He did not act immediately, but instead nodded toward Xiao He, instructing, "Dig it up and place it in the storage ring around your neck." Understanding the cue, Xiao He swiftly raised its little paw, a faint aura emanating from its claws as it carefully unearthed the qi-condensing grass, taking care not to damage the roots. After all, Lin Chen had mentioned that intact spirit herbs could be planted in the small world, allowing them to grow further. Soon, several roots of qi-condensing grass were dug up, and Xiao He, clutching the grass in its mouth, hopped in front of Lin Chen, scratching at the storage ring hanging around its neck. This was a specially made small-sized storage ring Lin Chen had fashioned for Xiao He, strung on a cord for easy access. Lin Chen smiled as he helped open the ring, and Xiao He tossed the qi-condensing grass inside before turning back to continue its search, resembling an earnest little treasure hunter. As their journey progressed, the two developed an increasingly tacit understanding. Xiao He was responsible for locating spirit herbs and scouting ahead, while Lin Chen focused on assessing quality and directing the collection. When they encountered low-quality spirit herbs like gathering spirit flowers or cleansing spirit fruits, Xiao He would dig them up and store them in the ring. For slightly more valuable herbs like the 100-year-old purple mushroom ice crystal grass, Lin Chen would first place them in his own storage ring, intending to transplant them into the small world later, as Xiao He's ring had limited space. Xiao He's bandit-like tendencies also fully emerged. Whether it was spirit herbs by the roadside, fruits under trees, or low-tier ores hidden in rock crevices, as long as Lin Chen deemed them valuable, it devised ways to obtain them. On one occasion, upon spotting a vine growing on the edge of a cliff, Xiao He astonishingly climbed down the vine and returned, holding the root of the vine in its mouth, leaving Lin Chen utterly astounded. "Well done, Xiao He. You truly are a genius," Lin Chen praised, stroking Xiao He's head without reservation. "Once we return, I will find the finest spirit fruits as a reward for you." Xiao He, flattered, wagged its tail even more energetically, clutching the freshly dug spirit grass, happily trotting behind Lin Chen, occasionally nudging its head against his hand, looking both obedient and proud. Along the journey, Lin Chen encountered several oblivious monstrous beasts: a Ling Tai realm illusion spirit rabbit, a Gathering Chi realm poison-tongued lizard, and a Purple Mansion realm earth-splitting bear. He refrained from intervening, allowing Xiao He to take the lead, as he wished to test Xiao He's strength after its breakthrough to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while also giving it some practical experience. Xiao He did not disappoint. When facing the illusion spirit rabbit, it pounced and pinned the creature to the ground. Against the poison-tongued lizard, it activated the wand Yao Ju, gathering spiritual energy into tiny claws, swatting away the lizard's venom before lunging forward to sever its neck. Even the Purple Mansion realm earth-splitting bear was no match for Xiao He, who skillfully evaded its attacks and clawed at its eyes. Ultimately, seizing the moment when the bear roared in pain, Xiao He bit down on its throat, successfully slaying it. "Impressive, Xiao He," Lin Chen exclaimed, picking up the beast core of the earth-splitting bear and offering it to Xiao He. "This is for you. Consuming it will enhance your cultivation." Xiao He took the beast core and gulped it down in a few bites, contentedly squinting its eyes as its spiritual energy intensified. As Lin Chen walked, he scanned the surroundings and muttered, "How strange. Why haven't I spotted any Bajinji? The last time I roasted the wild Bajinji from the 3rd Elder was simply divine. I had intended to find a few in the ancient forest to raise, so I could roast them whenever I wished, but there is not a single one to be found." He had previously heard from the 3rd Elder that wild Bajinji could be found in the illusion spirit ancient forest, their flesh tender and imbued with spiritual energy, making them especially delectable when roasted. This time he had specifically remembered this, but unfortunately, after searching for half a day, he had not heard a single crowing of a chicken. What a pity. Lin Chen sighed, patting his stomach. He had hoped to improve his meals, but it seemed he would have to wait until he exited to seek an opportunity. Xiao He, seemingly understanding, gazed at him, not knowing what Bajinji were. But sensing Lin Chen's disappointment, it nudged its head against Lin Chen's hand, as if to comfort him. Lin Chen chuckled and ruffled its head, saying, "It's all right. If we can't find them, we'll continue searching for spiritual herbs. Perhaps we might stumble upon the illusion spirit flower, which is far more valuable than Bajinji." With that, he and Xiao He ventured deeper into the illusion spirit ancient forest, blissfully unaware that 3 figures, exuding a murderous intent, were swiftly approaching their direction. The 3 esteemed elders of the Falling Sun sect were nearing. Chapter 45. Leave your life behind. As Lin Chen bent down to help Xiao He dig up an ice crystal grass, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. A powerful sense of crisis crawled up his spine. It was the sensation of being targeted by high-level experts. He abruptly raised his head and saw 3 streaks of light racing from the horizon, radiating a crushing pressure characteristic of the Great Saint realm. Like 3 moving mountains, they landed in an open area before him, stirring a whirlwind of fallen leaves. Leading them was a burly elder clad in a dark red elder robe, his countenance stern and surrounded by swirling earth-colored spiritual energy. He was the Qingtian Great Saint of the Falling Sun sect. To his left stood a middle-aged cultivator with a delicate appearance, encircled by mist. He was the Fuhe Great Saint. To the right was an elder in a green robe, stepping lightly, with wind blades swirling around him. He was the Yufeng Great Saint. The 3 Great Saint realm powerhouses simultaneously unleashed their pressure, encircling Lin Chen and Xiao He, causing the ancient trees around them to bend and the fallen leaves to rustle ominously. Lin Chen scratched his head, feigning calmness, though inwardly alarmed. With the 3rd elder absent and the Wushi Grandpa's token on him, he was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, activating the Emperor's avatar would create a significant commotion, potentially attracting more trouble. Do the three venerable elders have business with me? Lin Chen forced a chuckle, subtly shielding Xiao He behind him. The Qingtian great saint stepped forward, his gaze icy, his tone accusatory. Lin Chen, you have killed my falling son's sect disciples, Wang Hai and his 7 companions, yet you dare feign ignorance? Oh, you mean those 8 who attempted to rob me? Lin Chen feigned realization, raising his hands. They were the ones who blocked my path to rob me. I was merely acting in self-defense. Surely, I cannot allow them to rob me without retaliating? The Qingtian great saint's expression darkened as he scanned the area around Lin Chen. Half an hour had passed, and besides Lin Chen and that little black dog, not a single guardian was in sight. His wariness diminished slightly, and a cold smirk crept across his lips. Self-defense? Killing my sect's disciples comes with a price. Before he finished speaking, the Qingtian great saint abruptly raised his hand, his earth-colored spiritual energy surging violently as a gigantic spiritual hand, spanning dozens of feet, materialized out of thin air, descending upon Lin Chen with the might to shatter mountains and split the earth. This is bad. Lin Chen's complexion changed drastically. The power of this strike surpassed even that of the thunderous attacks. Even if he activated the Hongmeng chaos art, he could not withstand it. If struck, he would surely meet his end. Instinctively, he reached for the Wuxi token in his pocket, and just as his fingertips grazed it, a dark spatial rift suddenly split open above him with a sharp crack. In an instant, a resplendent, golden spiritual light shot forth from the rift, slicing through the air like a sword, accurately colliding with the giant's spiritual hand. With a thunderous boom, the earth-colored spiritual hand shattered instantly, its fragments raining down like droplets. Following this, 3 figures emerged from the spatial rift. At the forefront was an elder clad in a white robe, his demeanor gentle, surrounded by a faint fragrance of elixirs. Holding an ancient bronze cauldron, he was the second elder of the Lin family, known as the Xianqing Great Saint. Behind him were 2 young cultivators, one with sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding a fierce aura, Lin Chen. The other was a robust figure with a cheerful smile, Lin Chen. Who gave you the audacity to harm my Lin family members? The second elder, Lin Gahong, spoke in a calm tone, yet his words carried an undeniable authority as his gaze swept over the 3 great saints of the Falling Sun sect, akin to observing mere insects. Before he could finish speaking, the bronze cauldron he held suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive size, radiating scorching elixir flames, and hurtling towards the Qingtian Great Saint. This cauldron, known as the Burning Heaven Cauldron, was not only a treasure for alchemy, but also an imperial weapon with boundless power. The Qingtian Great Saint's expression shifted drastically. He had never anticipated that Lin Chen would indeed have a great saint protector by his side, and a renowned one at that. He hurriedly mobilized all his spiritual energy to conjure an earth-colored giant shield, raising it before him. With a resounding crash, the Burning Heaven Cauldron slammed into the giant shield, shattering it instantly, and the cauldron continued unabated, striking the Qingtian Great Saint's chest. The Qingtian Great Saint was struck as if hit by a heavy blow, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing through 3 ancient trees before spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. It's you, Xianqing Great Saint. The Qingtian Great Saint clutched his chest, his eyes filled with horror. The strength of the Xianqing Great Saint was among the pinnacle of the Great Saint realm. Not to mention, he wielded an imperial weapon. He was simply no match. The Fuhe Great Saint and Yufeng Great Saint, witnessing the scene, instinctively took 2 steps back, fear evident in their eyes. If even the Qingtian Great Saint had been injured in a single strike, they would only be serving themselves up as a meal. Second Elder's Protective Value, 28790. Second Elder's Protective Value, 27890. Lin Chen and Lin Chen hurried to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, smiling. Brother Chen, we arrived late. You weren't hurt, were you? Lin Chen scratched his head, grinning. Brother Chen, the second elder heard you were out training alone and feared for your safety, so he brought us along. Thankfully, we made it in time. Lin Chen exhaled in relief, ruffling Xiao Hei's head, and bowed to the second elder, saying, Thank you, second elder, for your timely intervention. I was almost in trouble. The second elder chuckled and shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his gaze. You rascal, you can stir up trouble wherever you go. But thankfully, You didn't suffer any losses. He then turned to regard the pale-faced Qin Tian Great Saint and the trembling Fu He and Yu Feng Great Saints, his tone icy. Falling Sun Sect? A mere vassal of the Lai Tian Spear Sect? You dare to lay hands on my Lin family members? Today, you three shall leave your lives here. Virum. Elder Lin Gahong, with a surge of spiritual energy at his fingertips, caused the suspended Finchen Ding to radiate dazzling golden light. The intricate alchemical and formation patterns carved upon its body illuminated simultaneously, unleashing a formidable pressure that surpassed that of an ordinary great sage, sweeping across the area and dispersing the surrounding mist to reveal the azure sky. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The expression of the Qin Tian Great Sage transformed dramatically. The pain in his chest from the earlier blow of the ding was still fresh, and sensing the terrifying aura of the Finchen Ding, he dared not linger and turned to flee. The Fu He Great Sage and the Yu Feng Great Sage, equally terrified, frantically circulated their spiritual energy, one summoning a towering wave, the other condensing a multitude of wind blades, attempting to obstruct the Finchen Ding and buy themselves time to escape. Thinking of fleeing now? It's too late. Elder Lin coldly snorted, forming a seal with one hand. The Finchen Ding began to spin violently, its mouth facing downward as a tremendous golden suction force erupted from within. A refining power inherent to the imperial weapon, specifically designed to counter the spiritual energy of cultivators. Lin Chen, hearing the protective value in his mind, chuckled to himself. Elder Lin's protective value, 25680. Elder Lin's protective value, 23680. Just as the Qin Tian Great Sage managed to move a few steps, he was ensnared by the suction force, his body uncontrollably drawn toward the ding's mouth. Chapter 46. If little He isn't afraid, how could I be afraid? The Qin Tian Great Sage, his eyes reddened with desperation, suddenly pulled out a long spear gleaming with a cold light from his storage ring. It was his life-bound sacred weapon, the lead spear. Self-destruct, this sacred weapon. Open, he roared, pouring his spiritual power into the spear. In an instant, the spear surged dramatically, emanating a force capable of tearing through the void as it struck toward the Finchen Ding. Boom! The terrifying power of the self-destruction of the sacred weapon illuminated half the ancient forest, instantly vaporizing nearby ancient trees and creating a massive pit dozens of yards deep. Yet, the Finchen Ding merely trembled slightly. The alchemical patterns on its body flickered a few times before absorbing the entire force of the explosion, leaving not even a scratch on its surface. Impossible. How can this be? The Qin Tian Great Sage's eyes nearly bulged. His life-bound, sacred weapon's self-destruction could not even breach the defenses of the imperial weapon. The Fu He Great Sage and the Yu Feng Great Sage were equally frantic, each drawing forth their own life-bound sacred weapon. One detonated the Fu He seal, while the other unleashed the Yu Feng fan. Two terrifying explosions followed in quick succession. Yet the outcome mirrored that of the Qin Tian Great Sage. The self-destructive forces were entirely absorbed by the Finchen Ding, failing even to hinder the suction power. This Finchen Ding was meticulously crafted for me by the ancestor, specifically designed to refine cultivators and alchemical herbs. Your sacred weapon's self-destruction is but a jest before it. Elder Lin's voice carried an icy authority as he lightly gestured, causing the suction power of the Finchen Ding to surge once more. No! The three great sages screamed in despair, their bodies pulled into the Finchen Ding like kites with severed strings. As the mouth of the ding closed, a faint red glow emanated from its body, and muffled cries of anguish echoed from within. Yet, before long, the cries faded completely, leaving only the Finchen Ding slowly rotating, refining the three great sage cultivators inside. Meanwhile, on a distant peak in the ancient forest, a shadow stood quietly behind a tree, observing this scene with clarity. He was a spy sent by the Lighthearted Spear sect, tasked with monitoring the protective forces surrounding Lin Chen. A flicker of trepidation crossed the shadow's eyes as he murmured to himself, "There is no great emperor protecting them, only the Xianqing Great Sage and an imperial weapon." He dared not linger, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that sped toward the direction of the Lighthearted Spear sect, eager to relay this information back and allow He Yunzu to determine the next course of action. The Finchen Ding gradually shrank, returning to Elder Lin's hand. He stowed the ding away, appearing before Lin Chen with a flash, gently patting his head while expressing concern. Little Chen, you weren't frightened, were you? If I had arrived a moment later, you would have been in danger from that Qingtian great sage's strike. Rest assured, second grandpa, I'm fine. Lin Chen smiled, shaking his head and pointing to little Hay, who was curiously gazing at the Finchen ding from his feet. Look, little Hay isn't afraid, so how could I be? Little Hay seemed to understand, looking up and barking twice, wagging his little tail. Lin Yuchen chuckled from the side, adding, Brother Chen remained remarkably composed. Even when faced with three great sages, he didn't panic and was still contemplating reasoning with them. Elder Lin couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. You young lad possess quite the audacity. Lin Shan interjected, by the way, Brother Chen, let me tell you how we arrived. After returning from the Nangong family, Third Elder informed the family head of your situation. Concerned for your safety alone in the outside world, the family head consulted with the Wuxi ancestor. The ancestor quickly pinpointed your location in the Huanying ancient forest and mentioned that a great sage presence was approaching, urging us to hurry. Coincidentally, Elder Lin recently sought to gather some Huanying flowers from the ancient forest for alchemical purposes, and he volunteered to come. Upon hearing that we were coming to find you, both Yuchen and I insisted on tagging along, so Elder Lin brought us with him, even specifically bringing along the imperial weapon, the Finchen ding. Lin Shan scratched his head, grinning. Brother Chun, we've long wanted to accompany you on your trials. Finally, we have the chance. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart as he patted the shoulders of Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan. Great. With you two by my side, we can search for spiritual herbs and confront beasts in the Huanying ancient forest together. Elder Lin observed the interaction among the younger generation with a smile of contentment. But soon his expression turned serious. However, little Chun, you must exercise caution. Those three were great sages from the Setting Sun sect, which is a vassal of the Lietian Spear sect. Their audacity to come and attempt to kill you surely has the backing of the Lietian Spear sect. For the time being, do not act alone. We will accompany you in your trials within the ancient forest and see if we can find some valuable items. Lin Chen nodded. Understood. Second grandpa, I will heed your advice. Yet he pondered inwardly. The Lietian Spear sect truly is persistent, even dispatching vassal forces to eliminate him. However, with second grandpa, Lin Yuchen, and Lin Shan by his side, he felt fearless, even contemplating the prospect of accruing more protective value. With these thoughts, Lin Chen glanced down at little Hay, then looked up toward the depths of the Huanying ancient forest, his eyes filled with anticipation. With allies at his side, the forthcoming trials would undoubtedly be more thrilling. Elder Lin Gahong patted Lin Chen's shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the dense forest, and said with a smile, Chener, you and Yuchen, Shaner should explore this vicinity for spiritual herbs. Be cautious not to venture too deep. I will return shortly and reunite with you. Without waiting for Lin Shan to inquire further, he flashed away, his spiritual energy shimmering as he sped toward the outskirts of the ancient forest, leaving only a faint trail of white light. Lin Shan watched the direction Elder Lin had vanished into, scratching his head in confusion as he turned to Lin Chun. Brother Chun, where is Elder Lin going? Didn't he say he would accompany us in searching for spiritual herbs? Lin Yuchen furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be that something urgent has arisen? Lin Chun smirked, reaching down to pat little Hay's head, his eyes gleaming with understanding. As for the urgent matter, that's not for now, but he is certainly going to seek revenge. Those three great sages from the Setting Sun sect are dead, and how could second grandpa let their stronghold go unpunished? He remembered clearly that although Elder Lin appeared gentle, he was notoriously protective. Anyone daring to harm the Lin family, even if they were merely a vassal force, would have to pay the price. Indeed, at that moment, a dark spatial rift suddenly tore open above the Xianling Ghost Valley, and Elder Lin Gahong emerged from the rift, hovering in midair, his gaze coldly sweeping over the setting sun sect below. The Crimson Mountain Gate remained audacious, with disciples inside frolicking about, wholly unaware of the impending calamity. The Setting Sun sect dares to harm my Lin family. They should prepare for annihilation. Elder Lin snorted coldly, lifting one hand as the Finchen ding in his palm surged dramatically, transforming into a colossal cauldron towering dozens of feet high, its alchemical patterns shimmering. Chapter 47, Baiming Jin. Golden flames erupted from the mouth of the cauldron, exuding a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all, as they hurtled towards the sun-setting divine sect with great force. The ground trembled. Before the cauldron even touched the earth, an overwhelming imperial might enveloped the entire Xianlin Valley. Within the sunsetting divine sect, the sect leader, Xian Mashi, was deep in thought regarding the success of the 3 elders he had dispatched. Suddenly, he froze, a bone-chilling sense of crisis gripping his heart. It was the presence of an imperial weapon. This is bad. It's an imperial weapon. Flee. Xian Mashi's complexion turned ashen, losing all previous composure. The spiritual energy around him, emanating from the great sage realm, surged wildly as he leapt towards the exit of the hall. However, just as he burst out, he beheld the towering, sun-blocking burning heaven cauldron above, with golden flames surging from its mouth. Xian Qing de Sheng, it's you. Xian Mashi's pupils constricted as he finally comprehended that Lin Chen's protector had not only arrived, but had directly invaded his stronghold. He dared not hesitate. Forming seals with his hands, as earthy yellow spiritual energy coalesced into a massive protective shield, attempting to block the burning heaven cauldron. Yet, before the might of the imperial weapon, his defenses crumbled like paper. The cauldron crashed against the protective shield with a resounding crack, shattering it instantly, and continued to strike the mountain gate of the sunsetting divine sect. Boom! A deafening roar shook the Xianling Valley, as the mountain gate was obliterated, reduced to dust, with golden flames spreading like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire sect. The screams of disciples, the thunderous sound of collapsing structures, and the crackling of exploding spiritual energy intertwined, transforming the once arrogant, sun-setting divine sect into a sea of flames. Xian Mashi was hurled by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground, his bones broken in multiple places. Devoid of the strength to rise, he watched as his sect turned to ashes in the flames, with disciples being devoured one by one, his eyes filled with despair. He never anticipated that merely sending 3 great sages to eliminate Lin Chen would summon Xian Qing de Sheng, leading to the annihilation of his sect. The second elder hovered in midair, coldly observing the inferno below, devoid of any compassion. A quarter of an hour later, as the flames gradually extinguished, the remnants of the sunsetting divine sect lay in charred ruin, with not a single survivor left. Both great sage elders and newly initiated disciples alike perished in the inferno. This is the consequence of provoking my Lin family. The second elder stowed the burning heaven cauldron, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. However, he could not waste the years of effort the sunsetting divine sect had invested. Their storeroom must surely contain numerous treasures. With a flicker of his form, he landed upon the scorched earth, expanding his senses and quickly locating the sect's underground storeroom. Although the stone door was blackened by flames, it had yet to completely collapse. With a wave of his hand, the stone door was cleaved open, revealing a trove of spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, beast materials, and low-tier spiritual weapons. Excellent. These spiritual stones will serve as pocket money for Chen, and the herbs can be used for alchemy. The second elder chuckled as he entered the storeroom, sweeping the treasures into his storage ring, sparing not even a single low-grade spiritual stone. When he emerged from the storeroom, his storage ring was already bulging, and the second elder patted it contentedly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not only have I avenged myself, but I've also profited. This was worth it. It's time to return to find Chen and the others, lest they grow anxious waiting. With that, he summoned his spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of white light, racing towards the direction of the Huanling ancient forest. Little did he know, news of his destruction of the sunsetting divine sect had already been relayed back by scouts of the Lai Tianchong sect. Lin Chen, accompanied by Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan, had been wandering through the ancient forest for over half an hour. The storage ring on the neck of Xiao He was already half filled with spiritual herbs they had unearthed together. As they continued their stroll, the sounds of a fierce battle suddenly echoed ahead, mixed with the roars of beasts. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, pulling the two and the dog to crouch behind a sturdy ancient tree, parting the leaves to gaze towards the source of the commotion. In the clearing, a young man clad in a dark robe was confronting a towering black bear. The youth stood tall, his features handsome, exuding a cool and arrogant air, surrounded by a faint, icy blue spiritual energy. Even amidst the battle, his attire remained unsullied, for he was Baiming Jihin, one of the core prodigies of the Baiming family, ranked 82nd on the prodigy list. Opposite him, the black bear, with dark purple fur and claws glistening with frosty light, was a Zhuanchu bear of the 6th realm, known for its tough skin and powerful attacks. Brother Chun, that is Baiming Jin, Lin Chen whispered, his expression grave. The Baiming family is also among the top immortal imperial clans, and Baiming Jin is a prodigious talent of this generation, possessing cultivation in the 8th realm, significantly surpassing us. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Although Baiming Jin possessed 8th realm cultivation, he was not dispatching lethal force against the 6th realm Zhuanchu bear. Each time the bear lunged, he merely repelled it or used a shield of spiritual energy, refraining from unleashing his true killing blows, seemingly aiming to exhaust the bear's stamina. He is honing his skills. Lin Chen stroked his chin, smiling as he deduced. The bear's thick hide and high defense make it an ideal target for practice. Once the bear is fatigued, he can strike decisively. Look at the bear's claws and fur. They are excellent materials for crafting an artifact suited for the source transformation realm. He surely intends to retrieve them intact to forge a defensive spiritual weapon. Lin Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Brother Chun, shall we just watch? Or should we lend him a hand? Help him? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, retrieving a palm-sized iron brick from his storage ring, blackened and inscribed with a crooked character. This was something he had specially requested the elders to forge before setting out, intended for use as a blunt instrument. Let's hold off for now. Let him fight. Once he has slain the bear and relaxed his guard, we will sneak up and give him a brick to seize his storage ring and the bear's materials. This is akin to a mantis stalking the cicada. While the oriole lies in wait, Lin Chen and Lin Shan exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Good. We shall follow Brother Chen's lead. They had long since grown accustomed to Lin Chen's style of ambush, and since Baiming Jin was a prodigy of another imperial clan, they felt no moral qualms about robbing him. In fact, there was a flicker of excitement in their hearts. The battle below quickly shifted. The Zhuanchu bear, having exhausted its strength, roared as it lunged at Baiming Jin, its claws slicing through the air, clearly making a final desperate assault. Baiming Jin's expression turned steely as he finally ceased holding back. His icy, blue spiritual energy surged dramatically as he formed seals with his hands, shouting, Ice Blade Technique. This was the most basic technique of the Baiming family, one that nearly all could cultivate. Whoosh! Dozens of sharp ice blades materialized, raining down upon the Zhuanchu bear like a torrential storm. The bear, unable to evade in time, was instantly raked by the ice blades, leaving numerous gaping wounds visible to the bone, its blood staining its purple fur. With a final agonized roar, it crashed to the ground, convulsing a few times before breathing its last. Baiming Jin exhaled, wiping the thin sweat from his forehead. The delay had been intentional, aimed at honing his ability to control the battlefield, and now it was finally over. He conjured an ice-blue dagger, preparing to approach and dissect the Zhuanchu bear's carcass to harvest useful materials. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he activated the Hongmeng chaos technique to conceal his presence, leaping down from the tree like a specter. Stealthily, he circled around behind Baiming Jin, raising the iron brick high to strike down upon his head with great force. Thud! The iron brick struck Baiming Jin's head, producing a dull thud. Baiming Jin's body stiffened, his gaze turning vacant, his mind buzzing as he nearly toppled over. He managed to turn his head to discern who had ambushed him, but before he could see clearly, Lin Chen swung the brick again, smashing it down onto his skull. Thud! This blow was even more ferocious. Baiming Jin let out no sound, his eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed straight down, thoroughly unconscious. Lin Chen retracted his iron drill, rubbed his wrist, and muttered, Goodness, this head is exceptionally hard. It took 2 bricks to knock him out, even more resilient than that Lei Yiyong from last time. Lin Chen and Lin Shan jumped down from the tree and hurried to Lin Chen's side. Lin Shan, glancing at the unconscious Bei Ming Jihan and then at the fallen Zaiwang Xiong, exclaimed excitedly, Brother Chen, your hands are incredibly swift. He didn't even have time to react before being knocked out. Lin Chen, however, cautiously surveyed their surroundings and said, Brother Chen, let us quickly gather our things. It will be troublesome if members of the Bei Ming family come by. Rest assured, I've already scanned the area with my divine sense. There is no one nearby. Lin Shan replied with a smile as he crouched down, first removing the storage ring from Bei Ming Jihan's waist, then extracting several bottles of elixirs from his arms. He then turned to Xiao He and instructed, Xiao He, go and carefully skin the bear's claws and fur. Be gentle and don't damage them. Xiao He barked twice, happily scampering to the Zaiwang Xiong, its paws glowing with spiritual energy as it began to process the corpse with increasing proficiency, thanks to its prior experience in handling bodies. Lin Chen weighed the storage ring in his hand, scanning its contents with divine sense, his eyes gleaming with delight. Well, this is surprising. Inside are actually 2 healing elixirs of the Yuanhua realm and quite a few spirit stones. What a profit. He handed the storage ring to Lin Chen, smiling. You two choose some items from this ring, and the materials from the Zaiwang Xiong can be treated as snacks for Xiao He. It helped us gather plenty of spirit herbs just now, so it deserves a reward. Lin Chen and Lin Chen accepted the ring, nodding enthusiastically, their faces brimming with joy. Following Lin Chen on this adventure, they certainly had no shortage of treasures. As Lin Chen observed Lin Chen and Lin Chen fixated on the storage ring, he suddenly reached out and tapped both their heads, exclaiming, What you two daft about? Why are you only staring at the ring? Did you not notice the clothes on him? This black robe is woven from ice silkworm silk, impervious to water and fire, and is a defensive material of the Yuanhua realm, far more valuable than the gear you are currently wearing. Lin Chen rubbed his head, realizing he had been too focused on the storage ring to notice Bei Ming Jihan's attire. Lin Chen, however, had a spark of realization and with eager hands, rushed to undo the black robe's belt with practiced skill, prompting Lin Chen to nod in approval. Not bad, not bad. It seems your experience from the last encounter with Lei Zhaoran has paid off. Your technique is quite professional. Lin Chen chuckled, his hands never ceasing their work. Brother Chen, from the last time I stripped Lei Zhaoran of his armor, I gained quite the experience. The fabric of these Imperial clan's garments is exceptionally fine. We cannot let it go to waste. As he spoke, the ice silkworm black robe, the inner brocade shirt, and even the jade buckle at the waist were stripped away. Piled beside him, Bei Ming Jihan's originally handsome appearance quickly became disheveled, leaving him clad only in a pair of white underpants. Tied to a tree with a simple hemp rope, his hands bound behind him, and his ankles secured to a tree root, resembling a hapless victim of a prank. All right, let us not waste any more time. We must hurry and collect our belongings. Lin Chen stored the removed clothing into the storage ring and glanced at the corpse of the Zaiwang Xiong. Xiao He had already dealt with the bear's claws, skin, and beast core, now sitting beside them with the beast core in its mouth, eagerly awaiting praise from Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Lin Chen huddled together, counting the items they had retrieved from Bei Ming Jihan's storage ring, a pile of spirit stones, several Yuanhua realm elixirs, and more. They exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly, and selected only a few spirit stones and 2 elixirs before passing the ring back to Lin Chen. Brother Chen, the rest is yours. After all, you knocked him out and took this ring. Smart choice, Lin Chen replied with a smile as he accepted the ring, casually tossing it into his larger storage ring. Just as he was about to turn away, Lin Chen suddenly approached with a palm-sized black stone, exclaiming, Brother Chen, look at this. I found it in the secret compartment of his ring. It seems to depict a root. Lin Chen leaned closer and observed that the surface of the black stone was engraved with densely packed silver lines, outlining a forest silhouette, with a red line extending from the entrance deep into the interior, marked with several indistinct symbols. Indeed, a map of the Huanxing ancient forest. A map of the Huanxing ancient forest? Lin Chen took the black stone, scanning it with his spiritual energy. The stone was hard, and the lines shimmered with spiritual energy. Clearly not an ordinary stone. He stroked his chin, eyes shining brightly. How could Bei Ming Jihan, a prodigy of the Bei Ming family, ranked 82nd on the prodigy list, be carrying such a mundane stone? Moreover, it was hidden in a secret compartment, indicating it was anything but ordinary. Perhaps it leads to a treasure? Lin Chen speculated, recalling what he had heard from a wandering cultivator about Huanxing ancient forest harboring the Huanshang flower. Could this route lead to where one might gather the Huanshang flower? That is possible, but it is likely more complex than that. Lin Chen shook his head, tracing the symbols on the black stone with his fingertip. These symbols resemble markings from ancient formations. Ordinary spirit herbs would not require such protective formations. I suspect that at the end of this route, there may either lie ancient ruins or treasures far more precious than the Huanshang flower. An Imperial clan prodigy would not be casually carrying around a mere map, especially one so well concealed. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Shall we follow the route now? Perhaps we can discover treasures worth even more than the Zaiwang Xiong. Patience, Lin Chen chuckled, patting his shoulder. The end of the route may well harbor dangers. He pointed to Xiao He, who was busy gnawing on the beast core. The little creature perked up at the mention of its name, barking twice before resuming its feast. As the Zaiwang Xiong's beast core contained rich spiritual energy beneficial for its cultivation. Chapter 49, Unbelievable. My innocence. Lin Chen stored the blackstone away, then glanced at the bound Bei Ming Ji Han, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Let us go. Let him bask in the sun for a while. When he wakes up, he will surely be furious. For an Imperial clan prodigy, to end up like this is indeed a rare occurrence. The three of them, along with Xiao He, turned and vanished into the depths of the dense forest, leaving Bei Ming Ji Han tied to the tree, the wind rustling through his white underpants. A sight that would surely provoke laughter from any passerby. Meanwhile, from the direction of Xianling Yugu, the second elder Lin Gahong, laden with a storage ring full of treasures, flew towards the Huanxing ancient forest, a broad smile upon his face. Having annihilated the setting sun cult and seized so many resources, he could return home with plenty of pocket money for Lin Chen and refine several batches of fine elixirs, truly perfect. Little did he know that Lin Chen had already subdued an Imperial clan prodigy with just a brick and inadvertently acquired a map concealing secrets. Approximately 2 hours after Lin Chen and his companions departed, Bei Ming Ji Han finally regained consciousness, groaning as he opened his eyes. The moment he did, a dull pain surged through his head. He instinctively raised his hand to rub it, only to realize that his hands were bound behind his back, the ropes digging painfully into his wrists. Even more disconcerting was the chilling sensation enveloping him. Looking down, he discovered, to his horror, that he was clad only in a pair of white underpants. His black robe, brocade shirt, and jade buckle had all been stripped away, and even his shoes were gone. Who the hell did this? Bei Ming Ji Han's mind raced back to the moment before he lost consciousness, and fury ignited within him. His handsome face flushed with rage. How dare you steal from me, Bei Ming Ji Han, and strip me of my clothes? You will pay dearly for this. As a core prodigy of the Bei Ming family, he had never endured such humiliation. Ranked 82nd on the prodigy list, he was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. And now, here he was knocked out, robbed, and tied up like a dog. If word got out, his reputation in the Imperial clan circles would be irreparably tarnished. Do you think a mere rope can hold me? Bei Ming Ji Han gritted his teeth, and a surge of ice-blue spiritual energy erupted forth. The oppressive aura of Yuanhua 8th realm sweeping around him. The ordinary hemp rope binding him snapped with a crack, breaking into several pieces. He rubbed his wrists and stretched his neck, his eyes filled with vengeful intent. Regardless of who was responsible for this disgrace, they would pay the price. But first and foremost, he needed to find something to wear. Bei Ming Jin inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. Lowering his gaze to his undergarment, his face darkened further. Should anyone witness this disheveled state, it would be more humiliating than death itself. He channeled his spiritual energy, moving stealthily through the dense forest, his divine senses meticulously scanning the surroundings until he detected a faint aura nearby. In a clearing not far away, a cultivator clad in a gray robe was crouched on the ground, carefully digging up a spiritual herb while humming a soft tune. This was Hao Yu, an ordinary disciple from a minor sect, with a cultivation level of only qi gathering. His greatest pastime was chatting incessantly, capable of exaggerating trivial matters into grand tales. Today, Hao Yu had ventured into the Huanling ancient forest with his senior brothers, but had become separated from them, hoping to gather some spiritual herbs as proof of his efforts. He had just placed a herb into his storage pouch when he sensed movement behind him. Turning in confusion, he saw a black shadow darting out from behind a tree. The figure concealed his face with leaves, completely naked save for a pair of white underpants. His skin was so pale it almost dazzled, and he was striding swiftly towards Hao Yu. Was Hao Yu seeing things? Rubbing his eyes to confirm, terror instantly seized him, causing him to drop the herb. This was a pervert. Hao Yu, who had preserved his chastity for 18 years, now feared it might be lost today. As he shouted and turned to flee, he cried out at the top of his lungs, "Pervert! A pervert is undressing people. Help! Silence!" Bei Mingjin's expression changed drastically. His greatest fear was being seen in such a state. Hao Yu's cries risked alerting other cultivators nearby. Hastening forward, Bei Mingjin struck the back of Hao Yu's head with a palm, rendering him unconscious before he could utter a scream. Muttering about preserving his chastity, Hao Yu collapsed. Relieved, yet unceremonious, Bei Mingjin swiftly stripped Hao Yu's gray robe. The coarse hemp fabric, reeking of sweat, was a stark contrast to his own ice silk black robe, an unbearable material to wear. Disgusted, he frowned but hastily donned the ill-fitting garment, which was too short but preferable to nakedness. He also removed Hao Yu's shoes, slipping them onto his own feet before concealing himself in a secluded bush, wary that Hao Yu might awaken and cause a commotion. Clenching his fists until his knuckles whitened, his eyes gleamed with bitterness. Whoever stole my storage ring, stripped me, and forced me into this wretched hemp robe. If I catch you, I will not only strip you naked and tie you to a tree, but also freeze your limbs with Bei Ming ice soul, making you experience agony worse than death. Unbeknownst to him, Hao Yu soon regained consciousness hidden in the bushes. Touching the back of his head and realizing he was clad only in underpants, tears welled up immediately. My clothes, my spiritual herbs. That pervert tried to steal not only my purity, but also my clothes. This is outrageous. I must spread the word throughout Yunmen City that there is a pervert in Huanling ancient forest who undresses men. Shaking and weak-legged, Hao Yu crawled out of the bushes and fled toward the forest's edge, terrified that the pervert might pursue him. Not far away, he heard familiar voices calling his name. It was his senior brothers. Brightening with hope, he ran toward them, shouting for help. Upon seeing Hao Yu, his senior brothers were stunned. He was wearing only tattered underpants, his hair disheveled, his face smeared with dirt, and he limped as he ran, resembling a refugee escaped from the mountains. Hao Yu, what happened? Where are your clothes? The eldest brother asked, hurriedly handing him a spare coarse robe. Hao Yu accepted it and collapsed onto the ground, tearfully recounting his ordeal with vivid emotion. Oh, my seniors, I encountered a pervert, a super pervert. I was digging spiritual herbs when suddenly someone appeared, face hidden by leaves, naked except for underpants. He charged at me and tried to steal my clothes. When I shouted for help, he knocked me unconscious. I woke up with no clothes or shoes. I don't even know if he did something indecent to me while I was out. He wiped away tears, portraying himself as grievously wronged. You didn't see that pervert. His eyes shone like a wolf's, staring at me as if I were prey. It was terrifying. His senior brothers, seeing his state and hearing his detailed account, believed him without doubt. Hao Yu, though loquacious, never joked about such matters, and his torn underpants were proof of his fright. Such a thing exists? The second brother clenched his teeth in anger. To undress men openly in broad daylight is outrageous. We must inform others to prevent further victims. The eldest brother frowned and promptly decided, Hao Yu, return with us to the temporary camp. We will spread the news to nearby cultivators so everyone remains vigilant. Like wings unfolding, the news swiftly spread from Hao Yu's senior brothers to other minor sects and wandering cultivators arriving in Yunmen City. Within an hour, the entire periphery of Huanling ancient forest was abuzz with rumors of a pervert who targeted men, stealing their belongings and clothes, and possibly committing indecent acts. Cultivators who ventured alone to gather herbs were frightened and hurried back to their companions before venturing out again. Groups advised each other to stay close, constantly glancing behind in fear that the pervert might strike suddenly. Some even donned coarse robes intentionally, reasoning that if stripped, they would not mind tattered clothing. Others armed themselves with short knives, determined to confront the pervert if necessary. In a clearing, several wandering cultivators discussed anxiously, I wanted to seek the elusive Huanling flower deeper in the forest, but now I dare not. If I encounter that pervert and am stripped of my clothes, how could I face anyone? Exactly. I just saw a cultivator who got separated from his companions. Crouching behind a tree, too frightened to move alone, another replied. We must stick together. That pervert dared to strip Hao Yu. He might target others too. Safety lies in numbers. Some cultivators even imagined the pervert's appearance. He is said to be pale, hides his face with leaves, and wears only white underpants. If you see such a person, run immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, the inadvertent originator of this chaos, Sat beneath an ancient tree sharing spiritual fruits he had retrieved from Bei Ming Jihin's storage ring with Lin Chen and Lin Chen. Entirely unaware that he had indirectly incited a panic over a pervert, Xiaohe lay at Lin Chen's feet, occasionally looking up and barking softly. Lin Chen bit into a spiritual fruit and remarked, "Brother Chen, I overheard cultivators saying there's a pervert in the forest who strips men. Now no one dares to venture alone. Isn't that strange?" Lin Chen paused, then laughed. "Is there really such a thing? Probably some unlucky fellow who got robbed and fabricated the story to scare others. Regardless, it wasn't us. Let us just follow the path and find treasures. As long as he doesn't bother us, let whoever wants to be a pervert be one." Little did he know, the true source of this perverse panic was none other than his own inadvertent actions combined with Lin Chen's stripping antics. Thus, a misunderstanding spiraled into widespread fear within Huanling ancient forest, while the real culprit leisurely awaited his fate. A few individuals followed the silver path etched upon the black stone, venturing deeper into the ancient forest. The scenery along the way became increasingly enchanting, with wildflowers blooming in a riot of colors: pale purple Wu Ling flowers, golden sungrass, and pink twining lotus. As the breeze swept through, the petals drifted down like delicate confetti, releasing a fragrance that was utterly captivating. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden beams that danced upon the carpet of fallen leaves, resembling scattered gold dust. "Wow, Chingu, behold these flowers. They are far more beautiful than those in our Lin family garden," Lin Chen exclaimed, crouching down to pluck a Wu Ling flower, yet hesitating for fear of damaging it. Merely daring to brush its petals with his fingers, his eyes alight with wonder. "Let us not linger. Searching for treasures is paramount," Lin Chen replied with a smile, feeling a sense of contentment. The beauty of the depths of the Huanling ancient forest was indeed remarkable, were it not for the myriad schemes and dangers. It would be a perfect place to unwind. He suddenly recalled that the second elder had long returned, stealthily concealing his presence, which brought him reassurance. With a great sage to protect them, he need not fear even the strongest of prodigies. "Come, let us quicken our pace. We may find the treasure claimed by another." Lin Chen refocused his thoughts and led the way ahead. Just as they turned a bend, he abruptly halted, reaching back to grasp Lin Chen and Lin Chen, signaling for silence. Lin Chen and Lin Chen immediately held their breath, exchanging puzzled glances. "Could there be danger?" "Lower your voices. There are people ahead," Lin Chen whispered, channeling a sliver of spiritual energy to part the leaves before him, peering cautiously into the clearing. Before them stood a young man clad in ancient, simple green attire, appearing to be in his early 20s, with a slender frame and an air of scholarly grace. In his hand, he wielded a gleaming bronze sword, while the other grasped a piece of black stone marked with silver lines identical to the one Lin Chen held. The young man was intently studying the stone's markings, surrounded by a faint, earthy aura, clearly a practitioner of the Yuanhua realm. "I recognize him," Lin Chen whispered excitedly as he leaned closer to Lin Chen. "He is Yi Junjian from the ancient Yi family, skilled in the earth vein technique, even capable of sensing underground spiritual veins. He ranks 81st on the prodigy list, one place above Bei Ming Jihan." "Oh, the 81st on the prodigy list? And he possesses an identical stone?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the implications. It seemed that the black stone root was not exclusive to Bei Ming Jihan. The ancient Yi family had a copy as well, and perhaps other imperial family prodigies had obtained it too. The competition for the treasure at the end of this route would be fierce. He observed Yi Junjian's silhouette, a plan forming in his mind. After Yi Junjian finished examining the root and concealed the black stone, moving forward into the dense forest, Lin Chen stepped out from behind the trees. "Chingu, shall we pursue him?" Lin Chen inquired. "Pursue? No, let's prepare a grand surprise for him instead." Lin Chen chuckled, retrieving an item from his storage ring, the ice silk black robe he had previously taken from Bei Ming Jihan. He crumpled the robe, deliberately smearing it with dirt and fallen leaves, creating signs of having been ransacked, as if discarded carelessly after a search for valuables. Then he approached the spot where Yi Junjian had stood, gently placing the black robe among the grass at the roadside, leaving just a corner visible. It would neither be too conspicuous nor too difficult for a passerby to discover. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's intentions, Lin Chen and Lin Chen could not help but chuckle. "Chingu, your scheme is brilliant. If someone finds this black robe, they will undoubtedly think it was Yi Junjian who robbed Beiming Jihan and stripped him of his clothing. When Beiming Jihan comes looking and sees this robe, he might just confront Yi Junjian directly, allowing us to reap the benefits. Lin Chen clapped his hands, brushing off the dirt. Let us move swiftly. We must not tarry here. Yi Junjian is quick on his feet, and if we delay, he may find a treasure before us. The three companions and their dog continued without pause, hastening after the trail left by Yi Junjian. Little Black darted ahead, occasionally stopping to sniff the air, seemingly confirming the path, its tail wagging joyfully, oblivious to Lin Chen's cunning trap, only aware that treasures and spiritual fruits awaited them. Not long after their departure, several figures emerged from the adjacent thicket, those who had previously been frightened by the perverse individual, now traveling together. One sharp-eyed individual spotted the corner of the black robe peeking from the grass and curiously approached to pick it up. Huh, isn't this the ice silkworm silk black robe of the Beiming family? How did it end up here, and so dirty? The Beiming family's black robe? The others gathered around, examining the tattered robe and the dirt, quickly drawing conclusions. Could this have been discarded by that perverse individual? But wait, how you said the perverse one wore white underwear? This black robe belongs to the Beiming family. Could the perverse one be from the Beiming family? No. Look at this robe. It appears to have been rifled through. Perhaps someone stole it from a Beiming disciple and tossed it aside. I believe I saw Yi Junjian from the ancient Yi family pass this way. Could be he? That makes sense. Yi Junjian and Beiming Jihan are both in the top 100 of the prodigy list, perhaps in a bid for the treasure. Yi Junjian robbed Beiming Jihan and even stripped him of his clothing. The whispers grew louder, and the news of the black robe swiftly spread. This time, the suspicion surrounding the perverse individual in Huanling ancient forest inadvertently shifted towards Yi Junjian of the ancient Yi family. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this scheme, Lin Chen, was hastening with Lin Chen and Lin Shan towards the treasure at the end of the route. Beiming Jihan, clutching the rough robe he had snatched from Hao Yu, followed the black stone route from memory, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, let me find you. Otherwise, I shall at least skin you 3 times. His mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance against his foe, oblivious to the wary glances of the surrounding cultivators. After all, the ill-fitting, dirty rough robe he wore bore a striking resemblance to the disheveled appearance of the perverse individual described in the rumors. As he rounded a thicket, he suddenly heard voices ahead discussing the Beiming family clothing. Beiming Jihan halted, his expression sharpening as he stealthily slipped behind a tree, holding his breath to listen. Have you heard? That perverse individual has struck again. This time, it seems he has targeted the imperial family prodigies. Is that true? Last time, how you said the perverse one stripped him. Now he dares to provoke the imperial family? I heard it from cultivators returning from ahead. They say a Beiming prodigy was stripped of his clothing and subjected to unspeakable torments. They even claim he became pregnant. It must be the perverse one's doing. Beiming Jihan, concealed behind the tree, nearly choked at the mention of pregnant, his face darkening to the color of a pot's bottom, his teeth grinding together in frustration. Damn it, I only stripped Hao Yu of 1 piece of clothing. How did it turn into a rumor that I'm a perverse individual, and even involving pregnancy? This is utterly absurd. Fortunately, those individuals had not seen his face. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to find a crack in the ground to hide in, taking a deep breath to quell his urge to lash out. Beiming Jihan quickly approached the 5 individuals, striving to maintain a calm tone. Excuse me, fellow cultivators, may I interrupt? I just passed by and did not quite catch what you were discussing. Could you elaborate? The 5 were low-ranking cultivators, the strongest among them merely at the Ling Shan realm. Seeing Beiming Jihan's rough robe, they assumed he was an ordinary wanderer and did not think much of it. The leading cultivator waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Oh, what we were discussing. It's just the latest news. Another prodigy from the Beiming family was stripped of his clothing. The garment was left in tatters, and there was blood on it." He lowered his voice, adding mysteriously, "People say that the Beiming prodigy's skin was even left bloodied. How tragic." The most critical point is that someone witnessed Yi Junjian from the Hong Yi family passing by the place where clothes were being discarded, suggesting that he might be the one responsible for the incident. After all, both of them are among the top 100 on the Tianjiao ranking. It is conceivable that in their quest for treasures, Yi Junjian resorted to ruthless measures. Pity the injured Yanzi. It seems that the blood splattered on my clothes came from a blow to my head. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Jin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. In all his years, he had never encountered such an absurd rumor. He was clearly the victim. How had he become the pitiful creature smeared with blood in the retelling of this tale? What fueled his fury even more was the name Yi Junjian. Yi Junjian? That prodigy from the Huangyi family? He recalled their last interaction at a banquet where Yi Junjian had contested him for a rare medicinal herb. They had never seen eye to eye. And now, it turned out to be him. Bei Ming Jin clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with resentment. I wondered who had the audacity to strip me, Bei Ming Jin, of my clothes and steal my black stone map. It must be Yi Junjian. He feared I might discover the treasure first. So he disguised himself as a deviant, stripped me of my belongings, and spread rumors to slander me. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Yi Junjian ranked higher than him and was stronger. He must be scheming to monopolize the treasure and deliberately plotting against him. He had been at a loss about who was behind this, but now he had a target. The 5 individuals accompanying him noticed Bei Ming Jin's increasingly grim expression, mistakenly believing he was frightened by the deviant's actions. The leader of the group patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. Friend, do not be afraid. As long as you stay with your companions and do not act alone, you will not attract the deviant's attention. Be cautious of Yi Junjian. I have heard he strikes hard. Thank you for the warning, Bei Ming Jin forced a smile, but inside he seethed. Yi Junjian, wait for me. Not only will I reclaim my belongings, but I will also strip you bare and tie you to a tree, making you experience the bitterness of being the subject of rumors. With that, he wasted no time and dashed toward the end of the path, determined to find the treasure before Yi Junjian and expose his true nature, ensuring that everyone knew Yi Junjian was the real deviant who deserved social death. Chapter 52. The Invincible Itch. Lin Chen followed closely behind Yi Junjian with Lin Chen and Lin Chen, moving like phantoms. Xiao He, understanding the situation, lowered his steps, his amber eyes warily fixed ahead. As they rounded a cluster of sturdy ancient trees, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand, signaling the others to be silent. Pointing towards the sky, Lin Chen and Lin Chen immediately held their breath, following Lin Chen's gaze. In the distance, a streak of icy blue light, engulfed in raging anger, hurtled toward them, the ferocity of its aura chilling the very air around them. It was the furious Bei Ming Jin. Yi Junjian, you scoundrel. Even before he arrived, Bei Ming Jin's furious roar reached them. He raised his right hand, ice blue spiritual energy swirling violently around him, forming a gigantic finger several dozen feet in width. The tip radiated an aura that shattered the void as it descended upon Yi Junjian. This was one of the Bei Ming family's deadly techniques, Tianwang Suiyun Finger. Yi Junjian had sensed the hostility as Bei Ming Jin approached, but he never expected an immediate lethal attack. His expression darkened. He could not afford to be careless. Swiftly forming seals with his hands, he summoned a surge of earthy yellow spiritual energy, coalescing into a massive palm adorned with a glaze-like sheen. Meeting the giant finger with a formidable presence, Liu Guang, divine palm. Boom! The colossal finger clashed with the glimmering palm, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that tore through the surrounding ancient trees, sending leaves spiraling like a torrential downpour. The ground itself was rent with a chasm several feet deep. Both Bei Ming Jin and Yi Junjian were forced back a dozen steps, their feet leaving deep imprints in the earth. Bei Ming Jin clutched his chest, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Though fueled by rage, he had not anticipated the strength of Yi Junjian's defenses. Bei Ming Jin, what madness has taken hold of you? Yi Junjian furrowed his brow, his tone seething with anger and confusion. I bear you no grudge. Why do you come at me with such ferocity? No grudge? Bei Ming Jin scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust. Yi Junjian, you truly know how to feign innocence. Previously, you disguised yourself as a deviant to strip me of my clothes and steal my black stone map. And now you dare act innocent? You two-faced rogue, it's revolting. Strip you of your clothes? Steal your map? Yi Junjian exclaimed, bewildered, pointing at himself. Would I ever do such a thing? Are you out of your mind? He had no idea what Bei Ming Jin was talking about. Since entering the illusory spirit ancient forest, he had been focused on following the route to find treasures, never even catching a glimpse of Bei Ming Jian, let alone stripping him of his clothes. Still trying to argue? Bei Ming Jian, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly formed seals again. His surrounding ice-blue spiritual energy split into 4 segments, transforming into blue, white, black, and red light seals that spun together, forming a small array that bore down upon Yi Junjian with the might to suppress all. The Saihe seal, a high-level secret technique of the Bei Ming family, combined the powers of wind, snow, thunder, and fire, amplifying their might and entrapping the opponent. If struck, the consequences would range from severe injury to complete disruption of one's meridians. Yi Junjian, realizing Bei Ming Jian was not willing to listen to reason and had resorted to a more formidable secret technique, felt his temper flare. Fine. Since you insist on fighting, I shall indulge you. Let's see if you can make sense of this today. His right hand clenched, and his bronze sword flew from its sheath. Earthy yellow energy coursing into the blade. A crescent-shaped white sword light flickered to life along the sword, tearing through the air as it slashed toward the Saihe seal, Zhan Yuohen. This strike was blazingly swift, imbued with the ability to tear through defenses. With a resounding crash, the sword light collided with the 4-colored seals, causing them to tremble violently. The white sword light dimmed slightly, and both combatants were once again pushed back, their breaths momentarily unsteady. Hidden behind an ancient tree, Lin Chen observed the fierce battle, whispering to Lin Chen, "Brother Chen, their strengths are nearly equal, both in the top 100 of the Tianjiao ranking. At this rate, it seems they will not resolve this anytime soon." Leaning against the tree trunk, Lin Chen toyed with the black stone, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "It's better if they cannot decide a winner. Let's watch the show for a while longer, and then we can step in as mediators. We do not even know the root of this stone, so we will need to ask them later." Xiao He squatted by Lin Chen's feet, mirroring his demeanor, tilting his head as he watched the battle unfold, occasionally barking a few times, as if cheering for one of them, while urging Lin Chen to hurry and collect the treasure. Meanwhile, in the clearing ahead, Bei Ming Jian and Yi Junjian remained locked in a furious confrontation, one consumed by rage, convinced the other was a deviant, the other feeling deeply aggrieved and determined to force the truth from him. Seeing that the battle between Bei Ming Jian and Yi Junjian was escalating, and the Saihe seal's light was creating craters in the ground, while the Zhan Yuohen sword light severed several ancient trees, Lin Chen quickly gestured to Lin Chen and Lin Shan. "Let us go. We must intervene." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen sprang into action, pretending to come from afar, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop! You must stop! No more fighting! Please cease this conflict." Lin Chen and Lin Shan followed suit, echoing, "Noble Tianjiao, please do not fight. If this escalates, it could attract monsters or other factions, and that would be troublesome." However, Bei Ming Jian and Yi Junjian, consumed by their rage, paid no heed to Lin Chen's cries. In fact, Bei Ming Jian even took the opportunity to kick Yi Junjian, bellowing, "Yi Junjian, return my storage ring at once. Otherwise, our conflict is far from over." Yi Junjian's eyes were also red, as he cleaved through Bei Ming Jian's fist with his sword, gritting his teeth and saying, "Bei Ming Jian, you cannot comprehend human speech, can you? I shall repeat it one last time. I have not touched anything of yours, nor have I knocked you out. You have gone mad on your own." His temper flared. Lin Chen, witnessing his words falling on deaf ears, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He had offered his good intentions to mediate, yet they showed him no respect. With a swift thought, he opened the system panel and navigated to the deceptive items, quickly spotting a bottle labeled Invincible Itchy Powder. Invincible Itchy Powder, effective when sprinkled in the air. Anyone who touches their skin will experience intense itching for half an hour. With no antidote available, only sheer endurance is possible. Price, 100,000 protective value. This will do. Lin Chen clicked to purchase without hesitation, instantly acquiring a palm-sized porcelain bottle. Twisting off the cap, he flung the entire contents of the powder towards the direction of the two combatants, channeling a strand of spiritual energy through his fingertips. He gently waved, and the white powder floated gracefully like willow catkins towards the battleground of Bei Ming Jian and Yi Junjian. At that moment, Bei Ming Jian was gathering spiritual energy, preparing to unleash the heavenly ruin-shattering cloud finger, while Yi Junjian raised his sword, intending to meet the attack head-on with a moonless slash. However, just as their strikes were about to collide, both suddenly froze, their bodies rigid, as a wave of fine itching surged across their skin, akin to countless ants crawling from their arms to their necks, then their backs, and finally even the soles of their feet began to itch. What is happening? Bai Mingjian abruptly ceased his actions, instinctively reaching to scratch his arm, only to find that the scratching only intensified the itch, causing him to grimace. His immediate reaction was to glare at Yi Junjian, accusing him of being despicable. Yi Junjian, how could you employ such a treacherous tactic? Yet, as he finished his accusation, he noticed Yi Junjian frantically clawing at his collar, desperately scratching his neck, his face turning red, and even dropping his sword to the ground, muttering, "It itches." What is going on? Bai Mingjian was taken aback, seeing Yi Junjian's distressed appearance. It was evident he was not feigning. Could it be that he was not the instigator? Before he could ponder further, the itchiness spread throughout his entire body, and both fighters could no longer focus on their battle. Bai Mingjian lifted one foot, scratching his back with his left hand while gripping his thigh with his right. Yi Junjian was even more exaggerated, squatting on the ground, scratching his calves while twisting his waist, occasionally jumping as if they were two monkeys tormented by fleas. From Lin Chen's perspective, the sight of them, one scratching his legs while the other squatted and twisted, was both clumsy and comical, resembling a quirky dance of scratching. Lin Chen and Lin Shan struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed, shoulders shaking, hands tightly covering their mouths, as they witnessed top-tier talents behaving so embarrassingly. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen feigned seriousness, stating, "I have received professional training and typically do not laugh, unless unable to contain myself." No sooner had he spoken than he observed Bai Mingjian almost tearing his coarse robe apart, while scratching and Yi Junjian's hair becoming a disheveled mess. Unable to hold back any longer, he burst into laughter, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Stop scratching, you two. The more you scratch, the itchier it gets." Little Hay barked in agreement, wagging his tail like a rattle, his amber eyes filled with curiosity, seemingly questioning why the two older brothers were suddenly dancing. Realization dawned on Bai Mingjian and Yi Junjian. It was undoubtedly the white powder that had blown over earlier. They both simultaneously looked at Lin Chen, their eyes ablaze with fury. However, as they prepared to shout, the relentless itch forced them to bow their heads again, continuing their frantic scratching, lacking even the strength to speak. "I can't take it anymore. My feet are unbearably itchy." Bai Mingjian was the first to succumb. The itch on his soles more torturous than anywhere else, as if countless tiny bugs were crawling between his toes. He could no longer maintain any semblance of composure and swiftly squatted down, tearing off his coarse shoes, the ones he had stolen from Hao, and began scratching fervently with bare feet, his toes curling up and his face reddening, occasionally gasping for air. Yi Junjian initially held on, for he was a prodigy of the ancient Yi family, ranked 81st on the list of geniuses. It would be too humiliating to remove his shoes and scratch his feet in front of strangers. However, as the itch intensified, spreading from the soles to the heels, even between his toenails, he clenched his fists, enduring for mere seconds before he too broke down. He simply sat on the ground, removed his embroidered boots, and clutched his feet, scratching vigorously, his once orderly robe now crumpled and wrinkled. Watching from the side, Lin Shan found it amusing and quietly retrieved a palm-sized recording stone from his storage ring. This was something he had casually taken from the Nangong family meeting. Originally intended to document medicinal herbs, but now it served its purpose perfectly. Pretending to adjust his clothing, he discreetly activated the recording stone, capturing the sight of the two squatting and scratching their feet, inwardly chuckling, "When you both become unparalleled geniuses, I will reveal this recording stone. And let us see how you maintain your dignity then. This will certainly be a delightful moment." After approximately half a minute, Lin Chen hurriedly tucked away the recording stone into his personal storage, ensuring he was not discovered. The two were currently in a fit of itchy fury. If they realized he was recording, even if they could not defeat him, they would surely fight him with all their might. Clearing his throat again, he deliberately adopted a serious expression, saying, "Do not fret. This itch will only last for half an hour. Just endure, and it shall pass." Indeed, as half an hour elapsed, the itchiness suddenly vanished from both of them, as if it had never been. However, upon observing their appearances, Bai Mingjin's skin was mottled with red welts, his coarse robe torn with several holes, revealing his reddened skin beneath. Yi Junjian fared little better. His embroidered robe's sleeves and hem shredded, his hair a chaotic mess, and he had forgotten to put on his shoes, standing barefoot on the ground. Ah, what a distinctive appearance you both have. Lin Chen could not resist teasing them. Bai Mingjin and Yi Junjian simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes filled with resentment, their fists clenched tightly, and their spiritual energy surging around them, evidently intent on confronting Lin Chen. Wait! Lin Chen hastily raised his hands. Attacking now would not benefit you. You have just endured half an hour of scratching. Your spiritual energy is in disarray. Even if you join forces, you may not be able to defeat me. Why bother? Their movements paused. Indeed, they had expended considerable energy during their earlier tussle, and the scratching had further disrupted their spiritual energies. Engaging in combat now would be an invitation to defeat. Seeing them calm down slightly, Lin Chen spoke leisurely. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Chen of the Lin family. Lin Chen. Both Bai Mingjin and Yi Junjian's pupils constricted simultaneously, their actions freezing as they turned to Lin Chen with a mixture of hatred and trepidation. Surely, they were well aware of this name, the prodigy of the Lin family. Daring to challenge the genius Lei Yiyang of the Thunder Clan, audacious enough to seize resources from the Wind Clan. Even the Emperor had dared to provoke him. In comparison, their earlier skirmish seemed trivial. Yi Junjian discreetly kicked the bronze sword lying on the ground aside, while Bai Mingjin silently put his coarse shoes back on. Faced with Lin Chen, they truly lacked the courage to strike first. Noticing their capitulation, Lin Chen continued, I was attempting to call out to you both from afar, urging you to cease your fighting. I wish for you to sit down and have a proper conversation, but you were too engrossed in your brawl to hear. Bai Mingjin and Yi Junjian exchanged glances. Upon reflection, they recalled vague shouts during their fight, but at that moment, their minds had been solely focused on combat, and they had dismissed it. I had no choice but to resort to such extreme measures to stop you. Lin Chen spread his hands with an innocent expression. If you had continued fighting, it would have resulted in mutual destruction or attracted the attention of other factions. While his words held truth, Bai Mingjin and Yi Junjian still glared at Lin Chen with resentment, even though they understood he had acted to prevent them. Being publicly forced to scratch their feet due to the itchy powder and ending up in such a disheveled state was a humiliation they could not swallow. Yet, due to Lin Chen's identity and strength, they dared not act against him and could only express their dissatisfaction through their glares. Much like two cats who were furious yet too intimidated to pounce. Chapter 54. The actor award Lin Chen took a step forward, his expression exuding an air of impartiality, speaking in a tone as serene as that of a true mediator. Since both of you have ceased hostilities, why not elucidate the origins of your conflict? What grievance compels you to fight to the death? Allow me to act as the mediator. Rest assured, I, Lin Chen, have no prior acquaintance with either of you. I am neither influenced by the Beiming family nor indebted to the Huang Guyi family, and I shall show no favoritism. Upon hearing this, Beiming Jihan and Yi Junjian were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion. They had previously heard tales of Lin Chen as a fearsome figure, notorious for seizing resources and confronting prodigies, even daring to provoke emperors, a veritable demon in the world. Yet the Lin Chen before them, clad in immaculate white robes, spoke with grace and actively sought to mediate, presenting a stark contrast to the rumors. The disparity was astonishing. Hiding behind Lin Chen, Lin Chen and Lin Chen exchanged knowing glances. Lin Chen discreetly gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration for Chen Ge. Lin Chen stifled a laugh, inwardly reflecting. Only these two, having never crossed paths with Chen Ge, would believe in his genteel demeanor. When they discover that Chen Ge dares to strip even the attire of imperial prodigies, their jaws may drop. Beiming Jihan regained his composure first. He glanced at Yi Junjian, his anger rekindled, and pointed an accusing finger at him. Lin, you must judge. A few days ago, I was in the ancient forest, slaying a purple-striped bear. Just as I finished and was about to collect the carcass, I was struck from behind. When I regained consciousness, not only was my storage ring gone, but my black robe had also been stripped away. As he mentioned the black robe, his cheeks flushed crimson, and he hesitated to elaborate on such a humiliating incident in front of Lin Chen, merely summarizing and gritting his teeth to add, Later, I heard from someone that Yi Junjian was seen passing by where I fell unconscious. If it wasn't him, then who was it? This was a rumor that had become increasingly exaggerated. Feigning surprise, Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Yi Junjian. "Oh, is what he said true, Yi?" Yi Junjian, nearly leaping in desperation, repeatedly waved his hands. "I did not. I have never seen him slay a purple-striped bear. I have been following my route and have not even ventured into the area he mentioned. So how could I have struck him or stolen his belongings? Lin, do not believe him. He must have mistaken someone else." As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, emphasizing, "While Yi Junjian may not be a significant figure, I'm still a member of the Huang Guyi family. I conduct myself with integrity and would never engage in such underhanded acts as ambushing someone or stripping away their clothing." Integrity? Beiming Jihan scoffed coldly. Observing Yi Junjian's innocent demeanor, he became even more convinced that Yi was feigning ignorance. "How dare you, Yi Junjian? You stole my belongings and still have the audacity to claim integrity? Your face must be thick enough to withstand a blade." Before I fell unconscious, I vaguely saw the person who attacked me wearing green, identical to what you have on, he retorted, glaring at Yi Junjian. Yi Junjian glanced down at his green attire, nearly laughing in disbelief. "This green clothing is the standard garb for disciples of our Yi family. There are countless cultivators in the ancient forest wearing green. How can you deduce it is me based on that? Have you lost your mind?" As the two were about to argue again, Lin Chen quickly raised his hand to intervene, feigning distress while inwardly suppressing laughter. How could he not know who was responsible? The deeper the misunderstanding, the more advantageous it was for him. He even mused to himself, "With my acting skills, I deserve an award for Best Actor. Don't you think?" Clearing his throat, he pretended to mediate. "Gentlemen, let's not become overly agitated. In my view, there must be a misunderstanding here. He claims he did not act, while Jihan insists he saw a clue. Perhaps someone deliberately donned green clothing to mimic Yi's presence, intending to sow discord between you two." Upon hearing this, Beiming Jihan paused, and Yi Junjian furrowed his brow, sensing there might be some truth to it. However, Beiming Jihan quickly dismissed the idea, shaking his head. "Impossible. Who else but him would be interested in my storage ring and Blackstone route map? He must have deliberately targeted me." The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, and his gaze towards Yi Junjian grew fiercer. "Yi Junjian, do not think you can continue this charade. Even with Lin present, I must settle this account with you. Either return my belongings, or we will fight again until a victor is determined." Yi Junjian, equally incensed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to retort. Lin Chen hurriedly intervened, saying, all right. No need to argue." After listening to the two bicker, Lin Chen feigned enlightenment and nodded. When he turned to Yi Junjian, he deliberately emphasized, "Oh, I see. Beiming has a grievance, which means you not only struck Beiming, but also took his storage ring. Is that the case?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Beiming Jihan nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if to say, "Finally, you understand." Yes. Lin, you are absolutely right. That is precisely what transpired. He is pretending to be oblivious." Yi Junjian, furious, turned pale and pointed at Lin Chen, wanting to defend himself, but fearing he might appear too agitated. He could only take a deep breath and grit his teeth. "Lin, you are deliberately misrepresenting the situation. I will reiterate, I did not strike him nor take his ring. If he cannot produce evidence, then he is unjustly accusing an innocent person." "Evidence, you say?" Lin Chen pretended to ponder, turning to Yi Junjian with a sincere tone. "Yi, I am willing to believe in your innocence. How about this? You take out everything from your storage ring, and we will publicly verify it. If there is nothing belonging to Beiming within, then he has misunderstood you, and he shall apologize. However, if there is, we shall discuss it further. What do you think?" This statement provided Yi Junjian an opportunity to prove his innocence while offering Beiming Jihan a way out. The two nearly simultaneously nodded. "All right, let us proceed as Lin suggests." Yi Junjian wasted no time, raising his hand to remove the storage ring from his waist. With a surge of spiritual energy, items began to cascade onto the ground before him. A heap of high-quality spirit stones, several bottles of healing and body refinement pills, a spare bronze dagger, a few jade slips detailing cultivation techniques, and a palm-sized black stone, identical to the root stone in the possession of Beiming Jihan and Lin Chen. Beiming Jihan's eyes widened in shock as he crouched down to rummage through the items, his fingers gliding over the spirit stones, pills, and dagger. Even opening the jade, slips to glance at them. However, he found nothing belonging to him. His storage ring contained a jade pendant emblazoned with the Beiming family crest and several spiritual herbs brought from his family, none of which were present. He pressed his lips together, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as doubt crept into his mind. Could it really not have been Yi Junjian? Was I perhaps too impulsive, just now? Chapter 55. The rustic goods, just as he was about to look up and apologize to Yi Junjian. His gaze suddenly fell upon the black stone, and his pupils constricted sharply. He swiftly grabbed the stone, examining it closely, and pointed at Yi Junjian, exclaiming, "Yi Junjian, you still claim this is not yours? This stone belongs to me. Look." Yi Junjian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Have you lost your mind? At least 5 prodigies I know possess such black stone root maps. You are lying." Beiming Jihan refused to believe him, clenching the stone tightly. "Only I have this type of stone. You are clearly trying to deceive me." Finding excuses that lacked credibility, he insisted that only he could possess such a stone. The spiritual energy around him began to surge violently, causing the stone to creak under his grip, and it appeared another confrontation was imminent. Yi Junjian, equally provoked, was about to retort when Lin Chen quickly stepped in, placing one hand on Beiming Jihan's shoulder and the other preventing Yi Junjian from advancing, smiling as he sought to defuse the situation. No. Another fight is not necessary. It's just a stone. Let us speak properly." Lin Chen picked up the black stone from the ground, feigning curiosity as he turned to Beiming Jihan. "Beiming, where did you acquire this stone? What is its purpose? I observed the two of you quarrel over this stone for quite some time, initially mistaking it for a rare treasure." Beiming Jihan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face, for he truly did not know the stone's origin. He could only truthfully say, "I am uncertain of its exact purpose. I found it previously in some ruins. I only know the path points deep into Huanlingyuan. I heard there are treasures at the end, so I brought it along." Such a rustic trinket. Yi Junjian rolled his eyes with a trace of disdain. "You don't even know this much, yet you flaunt it everywhere." Beiming Jihan immediately shot him a glare, about to retort, but Yi Junjian continued. "This black stone was left by a solitary sage from tens of thousands of years ago. It is said that the sage inadvertently entered a natural secret realm within Huanlingyuan and brought out a dozen or so sacred herbs, causing his cultivation to break through to the late sage stage. However, when he tried to return, he could not find the entrance. So he carved the secret realm's path into several pieces of this black stone, scattering them in various places, hoping that those destined would find them." He paused, then added, "Many have tried to enter using these stones, but failed. The secret realm is naturally formed and guarded by arrays. External force cannot break in. Any forced attack would collapse the entire realm, barring entry for everyone. Over time, people began to think the sage deceived them, and the stones lost their significance. I only learned this from the family's ancient records. So today, I came here hoping for luck and a bit of experience." "Oh, so that's the story." Lin Chen feigned enlightenment, secretly amused. Indeed, the ruse was worthwhile. It revealed the secret of the black stone and the fact that the realm cannot be barged into, saving us from unnecessary detours. Beiming Jihan listened, stunned, finally understanding the stone's backstory. Recalling his earlier misunderstanding of Yi Junjian, his face flushed with embarrassment. His lips moved as if to apologize, but he could not bring himself to. Lin Chen noticed and quickly smoothed things over, handing back the black stone with a smile. "So the stone holds such a tale. Then we come to the right place today. Brother Yi, since all 3 of us have roots, why not venture together to the secret realm's entrance and try our luck? It's safer in numbers, and if we truly enter, the treasures inside might be enough to share." Yi Junjian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Beiming Jihan and then Lin Chen, nodding. "All right, I was expecting to enter anyway. More people means more excitement. Let's go." Lin Chen then turned to Beiming Jihan, offering him an opening. "Brother Beiming, shall we go together? Perhaps luck is on our side and we find the entrance. Securing sacred herbs would be far more interesting than quarreling here." Beiming Jihan eagerly nodded, as if grasping a lifeline. Yes, of course. He was eager to change the topic to avoid recalling the earlier awkwardness. Finally reaching consensus, the 3 walked forward, one after another, Although conversation remained sparse, the atmosphere noticeably eased. As they walked, Yi Junjian quietly observed Lin Chen, inwardly murmuring. The outside world says Lin Chen is a mischievous rogue, stealing resources and beating prodigies. Yet this Lin Chen before me has no heirs. Actively mediates between me and Baiming Jihen, and speaks with refined courtesy. He hardly resembles the rumors. Could they be false? Baiming Jihen shared the same thoughts. Lin Chen had neither taken Yi Junjian's side, nor mocked his earlier misunderstanding, and was far better than those arrogant prodigies who flaunted their lineage. He resolved silently. If anyone ever spoke ill of Lin Chen before him again, he would not hesitate to confront them. Behind them, Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan exchanged glances and stifled laughter. Brother Chun's acting is phenomenal, tricking two prodigies with just a few words. Such skill is truly admirable. Meanwhile, Xiao He, oblivious to their thoughts, happily ran ahead, occasionally stopping to sniff the flowers and grasses by the roadside. After confirming no danger, he wagged his tail at Lin Chen like a diligent little guide. Within the Liatan Chang sect's Gun Soul Hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. Akin to the calm before storm, He Yunshu gripped the jade slip sent by scouts, knuckles whitening from the force, his face dark and grim. The jade slip clearly stated, within Huanling Yulin, only the Lin family's second elder, Lin Gahong, Xianqing sage, was present, with no other emperor traces found. However, the three sages of the Lori Sun sect were all refined by the burning heaven cauldron. It was feared that an emperor concealed himself in the shadows. Three fools. They couldn't even handle a Xianqing sage, and I still have to trouble myself. He Yunshu slammed the jade slip onto the table with a dull thud. Lin Chen must have an emperor guardian nearby, just not forced to reveal themselves yet, he muttered, pacing the hall with darting eyes. Suddenly, he stopped, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Got it. Since they dare not come openly to provoke the Lin family's emperor, we shall use the juniors as bait. He summoned 2 disciples, handing them 2 transmission talismans. Immediately send word to the Lei clan and Feng clan. Tell them the Liatan Chang sect proposes a joint venture. The 3 factions dispatch prodigies to Huanling Yulin for experience. Lin Chen is also inside. Let the juniors challenge him and settle past grievances. He paused, emphasizing, tell them the juniors handle their own matters. Our 3 factions, emperor-level elites, will wait outside the forest. If the Lin family dares to send emperors to act against the juniors, we will spread the word across the endless star sea, branding the Lin family as bullies. They will lose face and standing. Once their reputation is ruined, other powers will unite to divide the Lin family's territory. The Lin family has stood for hundreds of thousands of years in the endless star sea, and many covet their position. Also, remind them to send emperors of at least the 5th realm. Don't be like last time when the Juxiao Thunder Emperor was wiped out, embarrassing our 3 factions. The disciples bowed and left swiftly to deliver the message. He Yunshu sat back, sipping tea with a calculating gaze. He anticipated the Lei clan's hatred for Lin Chen's destruction of Lei Yiyang and the Feng clan's resentment for Lin Chen's resource theft and elimination of their saints. They would surely agree to cooperate. He also counted on the Lin family's concern for reputation, unwilling to let emperors attack juniors lightly. With thousands of prodigies surrounding Lin Chen, no matter how capable, he would be worn down. Within half an hour, the disciples returned with joy. Sect leader, the Lei clan and Feng clan have agreed to unite. Lei clan has dispatched 300 prodigies and 2 6th realm emperors. Feng clan sent 200 prodigies and 1 5th realm emperor. They are now converging at our Liatan Chang sect. Excellent. He Yunshu slammed the table and rose, a ruthless gleam in his eyes. Let us proceed to the plaza and muster our forces. We depart immediately on the Liatan Chang sect's training ground. Thousands of disciples clad in silver-white battle attire had assembled. Each exuded a steady aura. The weakest was at Kongshan realm, with dozens at Yuanhua realm, and several at Shinxi realm. They gripped long spears, eyes sharp, clearly the sect's elite. He Yunshu stood on the platform, addressing the assembled prodigies with a voice as resonant as a bell. Brothers, that Lin Chen thief killed my vassals, insulted our sect, and caused my ancestors' demise. This hatred is unbridgeable. Today, united with the Lei and Feng clans, we march to Huanling Yulin to show that the Liatan Chang sect's dignity is not to be trifled with. Kill Lin Chen. Avenge our grievances. The prodigies roared in unison, spears raised, their silver tips gleaming coldly in the sunlight, an overwhelming momentum surging forth. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, adding, "Remember, we target only Lin Chen. Should any other juniors from the Lin family intervene, deal with them as well. 3 great emperors are protecting us, so fight with confidence. We must exhaust Lin Chen." After saying this, he waved his hand forcefully and commanded, "Set off. Destination: the illusory, spirit ancient forest." Yes. Over 1,000 talented individuals formed orderly ranks, resembling a silver dragon as they swiftly sped towards the illusory, spirit ancient forest. Yinzu, however, trailed behind with 2 elders at the great sage level, his eyes fixed ominously ahead. It seemed he could already envision the scene of Lin Chen being besieged and falling in despair, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing ever more pronounced. As they followed the Haishi route to its end, a majestic waterfall suddenly appeared before them. Water cascaded down from a cliff dozens of zhang high, resembling a silver ribbon as it plunged into the deep pool below, creating a mist that filled the air with a deafening roar. Sunlight filtered through the mist, refracting into a faint rainbow, while the cliffs on either side were adorned with lush green vines and sprinkled with purple spiritual flowers. Despite the beauty, there was no sign of the secret realm's entrance. Lin Chen and the others circled the waterfall twice, scanning left and right. Yet they found the fluctuations of the formation significantly diminished. Bei Mingjin couldn't help but scratch his head. Where's the entrance? Could that rogue great sage have deceived us? Yi Junjian furrowed his brow, gathering a trace of spiritual energy at his fingertips and tapping on the cliff wall, which echoed with the dull sound of rock. According to ancient texts, the entrance should be nearby, yet they couldn't even locate the core of the formation. It seemed that the entrance to this secret realm indeed opened randomly. Perhaps they had arrived too early. Don't be hasty, let's search a bit more. Lin Chen, however, refused to give up. His gaze swept over every corner surrounding the waterfall. Since the route led here, the entrance could not have vanished in a thin air. It might be hidden in some obscure location. At that moment, Lin Chen, crouching by the pool, suddenly brightened his eyes and shouted, "Brother Chen, look over there." Everyone followed his pointing direction and spotted a faint blue halo hovering amidst the mist above the waterfall, approximately 2 zhang in diameter. Its color so pale that it almost blended with the mist, making it nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. "What is that?" Bei Mingjin squinted, still unsure. Lin Chen picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and threw it towards the halo. As the stone passed through the halo, it made no sound of collision and did not fall, vanishing as if consumed by the halo. "It's the entrance." Yi Junjian's eyes brightened, his voice barely containing his excitement. The ancient texts mentioned that the entrance to this secret realm was formed by a spatial rift and would only manifest at specific times. They were incredibly fortunate to have arrived just in time. Lin Chen nodded, first raising his hand to summon the entrance to his small world, tossing Xiao He inside. The circumstances inside were uncertain, so it was best to keep him safe to prevent any danger from befalling him. Xiao He barked twice, obediently entering the small world, clearly aware of the peril outside. "Prepare yourselves." Bei Mingjin took the lead with 2 steps forward, rubbing his hands together. "I'll go scout ahead." After taking a deep breath, he charged towards the faint blue halo, disappearing the moment his body passed through it. Yi Junjian followed closely behind, also diving into the halo. Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan exchanged glances before rushing in as well. Lin Chen was the last to enter. He paused at the halo, scanning the surroundings with his divine sense to confirm there was no danger before stepping through. As he passed through the halo, a rich surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, far denser than that within the illusory spirit ancient forest, invigorating him with every breath. Upon landing, Lin Chen looked around and discovered a vast valley filled with various spiritual herbs. Low-grade Ninki grass and Juling flowers were scattered throughout, while higher-grade Bingjing grass and Yungu vines were also visible. In the distance stood several spiritual trees laden with red fruits, clearly indicating an untouched secret realm. "This place is exceedingly rich," Lin Yuchen exclaimed, reaching out to touch a century-old spiritual herb, his eyes filled with wonder. In Chapter 57, 3 Divine Herbs, Lin Chen summoned his small world, releasing Xiao He and giving him a knowing glance. Xiao He immediately understood, wagging his tail and sprinting towards the nearby spiritual herbs, skillfully digging them up while ensuring the root systems remained intact, signaling Lin Chen to collect them into the small world. This little fellow had long mastered the art of identifying herbs and treasures, not letting even low-grade herbs slip away. Bei Ming Jihin and Yi Junjian looked at the abundant low-grade spiritual herbs, but showed little interest. As heirs of imperial clans, they were accustomed to high-grade spiritual herbs, which rendered these insignificant to them. Seeing this, Lin Chen approached and patted both of their shoulders, smiling. While we may overlook these low-grade herbs, there could be treasures deeper within the valley. That rogue great sage once brought out divine herbs from here. If we venture further in, we are bound to find something valuable. Bei Ming Jihin and Yi Junjian's eyes lit up, instantly reinvigorated. Divine herbs were their true objective. Without hesitation, they followed Lin Chen deeper into the valley. Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan, however, exchanged a knowing glance and remained behind. Lin Shan retrieved a shovel, left over from their previous plundering, and began to dig beneath the trees brimming with red fruits, carefully excavating both tree and soil to avoid damaging the roots. Lin Yuchen was responsible for collecting the high-grade spiritual herbs, gently uprooting those that could be transplanted and placing them into a storage ring. The two worked in perfect harmony, quickly scouring a small area. After finishing with a patch of spiritual herbs, Xiaohei hurried over to assist Lin Yuchen, eagerly delivering the herbs with his short legs, resembling a diligent little porter. As Lin Chen led Bei Ming Jihin and Yi Junjian deeper into the valley, the spiritual energy intensified, and the quality of the herbs around them improved, with even a few millennia-old spiritual herbs coming into view. The three held their breaths, their eyes alert and expectant, as if the aura of divine herbs lingered just ahead. After walking for about half a stick of incense, a crystal-clear stream appeared before them. The water flowed gently, with smooth pebbles visible beneath the surface. Strangely, the banks of the stream were barren, devoid of even a blade of grass, except for 3 half-human-tall plants growing right in the center. The leaves of these plants shimmered a pale gold, with faint spiritual light swirling between the veins. And atop them bloomed a small purple flower, its fragrance wafting into their noses, stirring the spiritual energy within them. Divine herbs. Lin Chen's eyes instantly sparkled, and he quickly calculated 3 divine herbs. If he could secretly have Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan dig them up, he could claim them all. He deliberately slowed his pace, feigning interest in the surrounding scenery, hoping that Bei Ming Jihin and Yi Junjian would be oblivious to the treasure, allowing him to lure them elsewhere. Just as he was about to suggest they investigate a noise ahead, Yi Junjian abruptly halted beside him, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He too recognized the divine herbs. Yi Junjian silently clenched his fists, cursing himself inwardly. If only he had known, he wouldn't have come along. Those divine herbs should have been his. He would seek an opportunity to divert their attention and return to claim them for himself. Both concealed their thoughts, harboring a multitude of schemes, when the most straightforward Bei Ming Jihin unexpectedly pointed at the stream bank and exclaimed loudly, "Look, those are divine herbs. 3 of them. Damn it." Lin Chen inwardly cursed, nearly unable to restrain himself from knocking Bei Ming Jihin out. What a fool. Could he not be quieter? Now that he had shouted, it would be difficult to claim them for himself. But there was no solution. Bei Ming Jihin had just been struck and was undoubtedly on guard. If he attempted to act again, he might expose himself to Yi Junjian. Reluctantly, he pressed forward. Yi Junjian, too, had to suppress his desire for exclusivity and followed along. 3 divine herbs, 1 for each of them. If he dared to snatch, Lin Chen and Bei Ming Jihin would undoubtedly unite against him, making it unwise. As the 3 approached the divine herbs, they instinctively divided the labor. Lin Chen chose the leftmost plant, Bei Ming Jihin selected the middle one, and Yi Junjian picked the rightmost. Lin Chen cautiously enveloped the roots of the sacred herb with spiritual energy, fearing even the slightest damage to its delicate roots. He then meticulously excavated the surrounding soil, extracting the entire plant intact and promptly storing it within his small world, where the abundant spiritual energy would allow the herb to continue flourishing. Bei Ming Jihan and Yi Junjian soon harvested their own sacred herbs, each stowing them in their storage rings, their faces lit with joy, observing the holes left by their excavation. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he pointed to the soil beside the pit and asked with a smile, "Gentlemen, I presume you have no use for this soil? Both Beiming Jihan and Yi Junjian paused, perplexed, and shook their heads in confusion, believing it to be merely ordinary dirt with no value. Lin Chen's heart soared with delight. He quickly retrieved a small shovel he had previously acquired and began to dig up the rich soil from the riverbank. This soil, having nurtured sacred herbs, was undoubtedly fertile and would be perfect for cultivating spiritual grasses in his small world. It should not go to waste. His movements were swift, and in a matter of moments, he had unearthed a substantial clump of soil, carefully collecting it along with the dirt from the edges of the pit. He even covered the sacred herb he had just planted with it, anxious to preserve its nutrients. Beiming Jihan and Yi Junjian watched in astonishment. They had only thought to seize the sacred herbs, oblivious to the potential of the soil beneath their feet. Yet here was Lin Chen, not only claiming the herb, but also the soil, demonstrating an admirable frugality. Noticing their gazes, Lin Chen sheepishly scratched his head and explained with a smile, "I apologize, gentlemen, but the Lin family is rather poor. Our family head has always taught us not to waste any resources, even a single clod of earth. As long as it has value, must be brought back." Upon hearing this, Beiming Jihan and Yi Junjian immediately cast aside their previous dismissiveness. They had assumed that the Lin family's rise was solely due to the support of great emperors. Now it was evident that their current standing was also attributed to such a practical family ethos. Beiming Jihan could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Lin is absolutely right. Resources must not be squandered. Had I known this soil was useful, I would have taken some myself." Yi Junjian nodded in agreement, his tone laced with respect. "Brother Lin possesses a commendable disposition that I cannot match. I had heard of the Lin family's rapid ascent, but witnessing it today reveals that it is not merely reliant on the protection of great emperors, but also on this pragmatic family tradition." Lin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction within. His fabricated excuse had not been in vain. Not only had he secured fertile soil, but he had also garnered goodwill. He stood up, dusting off his hands, and cheerfully declared, "Let us continue onward. Who knows what treasures may lie ahead?" With that, he led the way deeper into the valley, his mind already scheming. Should he encounter more valuable items, he would devise a means to gather as much as possible, ensuring that these two gentlemen did not take advantage of the situation. Beiming Jihan and Yi Junjian exchanged glances and hurried to follow. After the earlier incident, they held Lin Chen in higher regard and were increasingly eager for the treasures that awaited them. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the valley, Lin Chen and Lin Shan were busily transferring the spiritual trees and high-grade spiritual grasses they had excavated into the small world. Xiaohei was joyfully bouncing over, proudly carrying a freshly unearthed millennium spiritual grass, as if seeking praise. As the three of them continued their search in the depths of the valley for half an hour, apart from a few millennium spiritual grasses, they found no trace of sacred herbs and ultimately had to concede defeat. It seemed that the solitary great sage had taken all the valuable items, leaving behind only these remnants. Beiming Jihan, stowing the last spiritual grass, spoke with a hint of regret. Yi Junjian nodded in agreement. Though reluctant, he understood that resources in a secret realm were limited, and obtaining even one sacred herb was fortunate. However, Lin Chen secretly reveled in his success. He had not only secured a sacred herb, but also excavated the fertile medicinal soil, even replanting the spiritual trees that Lin Chen and Lin Shan had unearthed into his small world. This expedition had proven to be exceptionally rewarding. At that moment, however, the skies above Yunmeng City suddenly darkened, as a pitch-black spatial rift tore open with a deafening sound, releasing dozens of terrifying auras that distorted the surrounding void, threatening to collapse at any moment. The cultivators of Yunmeng City looked up in horror, gasping as they beheld a group emerging from the rift. Those are the silver-armored members of the Lai Tiangun sect, and the purple-robed members of the Lei clan. How did they come together? There are so many prodigies. At least 1,000, it seems. What are they planning? Look at the one in front, surrounded by purple lightning. His aura, even more terrifying than that of the previous Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor. It is the Destruction Emperor of the Lei clan. As the mention of the Destruction Emperor reverberated through the crowd, their expressions grew grave. Renowned for his ferocity, when he unleashed his secret techniques, purple lightning enveloped the heavens, seemingly capable of obliterating the world. He had single-handedly annihilated a formidable force in the past, his name synonymous with destruction throughout the endless star sea. No one anticipated that the Lei clan would send him forth. He and Shu of the Lighthearted sect stood beside the Destruction Emperor, accompanied by a fifth realm emperor of the Wind clan. The three of them radiated imperial might that suffocated the very air in Yunmeng City. He and Shu observed the panicking populace below with a cold smirk, confident that with two emperors present and over 1,000 prodigies, Lin Chen was surely doomed. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed void above Yunmeng City, a solitary figure stood quietly, clad in a distinctive imperial robe, the fabric as deep as the darkest night sky. Devoid of any embroidery, yet shimmering with starlight, a magnificent swirling galaxy danced at the hem of his robe, its stars flickering in a breath-like rhythm. It was the Lin family's star-refining emperor. The robe he wore, known as the Eternal Night Star Silk Robe, was not an offensive imperial artifact, but rather one of the strongest defensive treasures of the Lin family. Woven from dark matter and starlight, it felt icy to the touch, yet exuded a warmth reminiscent of stars, appearing delicate while capable of withstanding myriad attacks. At this moment, the star-refining emperor stood with his hands clasped behind him, the swirling galaxy on his robe rotating slowly, quietly dissipating the surrounding imperial pressure. His gaze remained calm as he surveyed the Lighthearted sect and the Lei clan below, his fingertips tracing the starlight at the edge of his robe. In the past, he had once used the galaxy as fuel to refine an uncontrollable star. His power far surpassed that of the likes of the Destruction Emperor. Whenever people recalled the star-refining emperor, they would inevitably think of the following verse. With a hand raised, I pluck stars to forge an imperial crown. With a snap of my fingers, I shatter stars into dust. The myriad realms of the starry river revolve around me. The universe honors the star-refining emperor. The Lighthearted sect and the Lei clan were indeed daring to gamble. The star-refining emperor murmured to himself, his voice imbued with the weight of the stars. They sought to encircle Chen heir through the hands of the younger generation, while an emperor stood by to assist. Believing that this would enable them to control the Lin family, the swirling galaxy on his robe suddenly brightened, and a starry phantom rose from it, illuminating the direction of the illusory spirit ancient forest. Through the reflections of the stars, he could see Lin Chen calmly scavenging resources within the secret realm, even spotting Xiao Hei bouncing along with the spiritual grass in its mouth. Fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. The star-refining emperor's eyes softened momentarily before returning to their tranquil state, exuding a subtle fluctuation of stellar energy. Should the emperors of the Lighthearted sect and the Lei clan dare to act against Lin Chen, his transformation into a domain would unfold in an instant, turning this void into his own stellar domain. At that point, even if the two emperors joined forces, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Below, He and Shu and the Destruction Emperor remained oblivious to the presence of the star-refining emperor in the void above. They organized their ranks and soared toward the illusory spirit ancient forest, the auras of over 1,000 prodigies intertwining like a black torrent, charged with murderous intent, heading straight for the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, the star-refining emperor continued to stand in the void, the swirling galaxy on his eternal night star silk robe turning slowly, like a silent guardian, quietly observing all that transpired below. An imperial confrontation of monumental proportions had quietly commenced, unbeknownst to all, as Lin Chen emerged from the mystical light. He was enthusiastically boasting to Bei Ming Jihan and Yi Jun Jian about the spiritual herbs in his small world. He confidently predicted that in 6 months, he would cultivate a vast field of spiritual crops, promising to share some with them. However, before he could finish his sentence, a wave of destructive consciousness swept through the area. This consciousness felt like a cold blade, piercing through the souls of everyone present, as if it sought to uncover their very innards. The surrounding cultivators of Yunmeng, Cheng turned pale, lacking even the strength to lift their heads. Bei Ming Jihan and Yi Jun Jian froze in place, shivering and instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons as they scanned their surroundings with apprehension. Who dares to probe us with their consciousness? The terrifying aura sent shivers to their souls, and it was clear that it belonged to a formidable figure of the Emperor realm. Yet, Lin Chen remained remarkably calm when the consciousness swept over him. It simply slid past, as if encountering an invisible barrier, not even grazing the hem of his clothes. He chuckled inwardly, relieved that his Tianming Suwa body shielded him from such imperial scrutiny. "Let's move," a hurried voice suddenly called out. The figure of the second elder, Lin Guihong, appeared beside Lin Chen, grabbing his arm and swiftly leading him deeper into the ancient forest. It was the Destruction Emperor. He had come with members of the Lighthearted sect and the Wind clan. The second elder glanced back, asking, "What about Yi Chun and Shan Heir?" "Rest assured, they have already entered my small world to cultivate spiritual herbs and are perfectly safe," Lin Chen replied rapidly, casting a serious glance behind them. The Destruction Emperor's consciousness was still pursuing them, evidently undeterred. Meanwhile, in the void above, the Destruction Emperor retracted his consciousness, his brows furrowing in confusion. It was strange that he could not detect Lin Chen's aura, yet the presence of Xianqing Desheng was unmistakable. Lin Chen must be near him. That young man possesses a treasure that can shield him from consciousness detection. He turned to He Yunshu and the Wind Clan Emperor, asserting, "I've located them. Xianqing Desheng is in the eastern ancient forest, and Lin Chen is by his side. Let's proceed." 3 streams of light, accompanied by thousands of talented youths, surged toward Lin Chen and the second elder like a looming black cloud, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 59. The Little Demon King? As Lin Chen was drawn into a grove of ancient trees by the second elder, he spotted a dark mass of figures flying in from the distant horizon. Leading the charge was the Destruction Emperor, enveloped in purple lightning. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, and he tugged at the second elder's sleeve, asking, "Second Granduncle, did our family not send an emperor to watch over us? There are too many of them. We cannot hold our ground." The second elder chuckled in exasperation, patting Lin Chen's hand reassuringly. "What are you panicking for? The ancestor of the Star Refining clan has been here all along, watching from the shadows. If they dare to act against us at the emperor level, our ancestor will emerge to deal with them." With that, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lifting his gaze to meet the resentful eyes of the Destruction Emperor and the thousands of talented youths approaching him. Their glares seemed to promise a gruesome fate, fueled by past grievances. Annoyed, Lin Chen muttered under his breath, "What the hell? So many of you are ganging up on me. Is this how you play?" Xianqing Desheng. The Destruction Emperor hovered in midair, releasing a formidable aura that bent the ancient trees beneath him. "This matter concerns the grudges between the younger generation. Lin Chen killed our talented youth from the Lei clan, seized resources from the Feng clan, and obliterated the subordinates of the Lai Tiangun sect. This debt must be settled by the younger generation themselves. Surely your Lin family understands this principle and does not expect a Desheng to protect a mere junior?" These words struck like a resounding slap across the second elder's face. He recognized the provocation behind them. However, the adversary's invocation of junior principles made it difficult for him to take action without risking the Lin family's reputation for bullying the weak. Yet if he did nothing, Lin Chen would face the wrath of thousands of talented youths, and exhaustion would surely lead to his demise. The second elder was furious, his face darkening as if he had swallowed a foul fly. "If you possess the ability, let your youths challenge Lin Chen one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to encircle and kill him in such numbers? One-on-one, Lin Chen is worthy of that." He Yunshu scoffed, waving his hand as the thousands of talented youths instantly formed a formation, their magical artifacts radiating light, brimming with murderous intent. Knowing that the ancestor was lurking in the shadows, Lin Chen felt a sense of security and prepared to seize the opportunity to protect his interests. Suddenly stepping out from behind the second elder, he pointed at the Destruction Emperor in the sky, shouting, "Old Destruction, why are you so arrogant? Just wait until I grow stronger. If I catch you off guard, you will suffer greatly. And you, Lei clan, Lai Tiangun sect, and the scum of the Feng clan, don't let your disciples leave. If they are alone, I will seize one if I see one, and two if I see two." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the area. No one expected a mere young cultivator from the Yuanhua realm to dare to berate an emperor so audaciously. The Destruction Emperor's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, purple lightning swirling furiously around him as his imperial might surged. Good, good, good. In all my years, this is the first time a junior has spoken to me in such a manner. The thousands of talented youths were infuriated, their eyes burning with rage. Lin Chen had not only insulted their ancestor, but also referred to them as scum. They raised their magical artifacts, channeling their spiritual energy, ready to pounce at the Destruction Emperor's command to tear Lin Chen to shreds. The second elder immediately pulled Lin Chen behind him, his own spiritual energy surging as the burning heaven cauldron hovered above him, prepared for battle. If you wish to harm Lin Chen, you must first pass my test. In the depths of the void, the star-refining emperor slowly opened his eyes, the starry whirlpool on his robe gently swirling, before closing them again, deciding to wait a little longer. Not far off in the grove of ancient trees, Beiming Jihan and Yi Junjian had not ventured far and were stunned to hear Lin Chen boldly insulting the emperor. They stood frozen, jaws agape in disbelief. Was Lin Chen truly this formidable? Daring to challenge an emperor and make threats in front of thousands of talents was tantamount to courting death. Incredible, truly incredible. I shall refer to Lin Chen as the mightiest man. This must be the infamous little demon king, for the refined demeanor he once displayed was surely a facade. Beiming Jihan swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, filled with shock, completely forgetting the earlier incident where he had been struck with a blunt object. Yi Junjian nodded in agreement, secretly relieved that he had not antagonized Lin Chen too much earlier. This fellow showed no fear of even an emperor, and vexing him might lead to unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, on the coalition side, He and Shu noted the anger of the talented youths, but also their hesitation towards the second elder's burning heaven cauldron. He immediately raised his voice to announce a substantial bounty. Listen up, everyone. Whoever can kill Lin Chen will be granted access to the Lighthearted gun sect's treasure vault, with the freedom to select one great sage-level secret technique and an additional sacred artifact. The Wen clan and the Lei clan also promise rewards for his demise. Great sage-level secret techniques and sacred artifacts. This is it. Killing Lin Chen will solve all our problems for a lifetime, with the bounty declared. The thousands of talented youths went completely wild. Great sage-level secret techniques and sacred artifacts were not easily attainable, even for Imperial clan elites. They no longer paid heed to the second elder's intimidation, raising their magical artifacts and channeling their spiritual energy as they closed in on Lin Chen and the second elder, their eyes gleaming with greed and murderous intent. The second elder's expression darkened as he pushed the burning heaven cauldron forward, its size expanded, golden flames erupting to block the path of the youths. At the same time, he lowered his voice to Lin Chen. Heir, the ancestor of the star-refining clan, can surely hold off those three emperors. I will distract the great sages they brought. You take this opportunity to escape. Do not look back. Run toward the edge of the ancient forest. Someone will be waiting for you. Lin Chen nodded, understanding that now was not the time to show off. Facing thousands of talented youths, even with his Tianming Suwa body, he could not endure a prolonged engagement. He quietly retrieved a few smoke bombs purchased from his system, gripping them tightly, ready to throw them to create chaos. Just as the talented youths were about to charge, the void suddenly twisted, and the figure of the star-refining emperor gradually materialized. With a gentle wave of his right hand, an invisible force enveloped the Destruction Emperor, the Yongzhou Emperor of the Wen clan, and the newly revealed Holy Spirit Emperor of the Lighthearted gun sect, pulling all three into a star-filled independent void. Who goes there? The Destruction Emperor steadied himself, only to see the star-refining emperor before him. His expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Star-refining emperor? It is you." He had never anticipated that the Lin family would send such a notorious figure, famed for refining stars, to deal with him. The great emperor of star-refining slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, countless stars seemed to be swirling, dazzling to the point of being unapproachable. A faint starry radiance enveloped him, and behind him appeared an infinite expanse of cosmos, where the birth and demise of stars lay within his thoughts. In his left hand, he cradled a palm-sized instrument, intricately inscribed with star patterns, from which numerous tiny ethereal star shadows floated and slowly rotated. This was his imperial weapon, the Wangxing Hunshini, the great emperor of destruction, the saint spirit of the Riftian Spear sect, and the great emperor of eternal day from the Wen clan. The voice of the great emperor of star refining resonated with the weight of the stars, calmly sweeping over the three of them. Three great emperors of the fifth realm have joined forces to deal with the junior. It seems my Lin family is quite esteemed. Faced with the encirclement of three great emperors, the great emperor of star refining exhibited no signs of panic. The Wangxing Hunshan ES rotation accelerated, and the surrounding void manifested more ethereal star shadows. A pressure that could suppress the heavens gradually emanated from him. His ability to refine stars using the Milky Way as fuel in the past was far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary Fifth Realm Great Emperors. Meanwhile, in the ancient forest, He Yunzu observed the sudden disappearance of the three Great Emperors, and instead of panicking, a cold smile crept across his lips. The Great Emperor of Destruction had already warned him on the way here that the Lin family might have a high-ranking Great Emperor lurking in the shadows. So he was well prepared. He exchanged glances with the three great saints behind him and said coldly, "Xianqing, Great Saint, the affairs of the three great emperors are not our concern. Let us settle our own accounts." The three great saints immediately stepped forward, unleashing their immense pressure as great saints, advancing towards the second elder. Thousands of prodigies seized the opportunity to charge forth, their magical artifacts flickering with light as they lunged at Lin Chen, igniting a tumultuous battle in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen swiftly threw out a smoke bomb, and black smoke instantly enveloped the area, obstructing the prodigy's line of sight. He shouted to the second elder to be cautious before turning and dashing deeper into the ancient forest, his figure soon vanishing within the smoke. The second elder controlled the Finchen Ding, unleashing golden flames that surged forth to engage with the three great saints. The resounding clashes echoing throughout the ancient forest. "Engage!" the great emperor of Star Refining commanded, and the Wangxing Hunshan E in his left hand erupted with brilliant starlight. Countless ethereal star shadows flew out from the instrument, rapidly filling the entire independent void. His robe, the eternal night star sphere, unfurled, with the swirling galaxy at its hem spinning wildly, transforming the surrounding space into a domain of stars. Here, every star was under his dominion, and even the light itself slowed down. The great Emperor of Destruction let out a sinister laugh as purple lightning surged around him, coalescing into a colossal lightning dragon that charged at the great Emperor of Star Refining. "Fellow Daoists, let us strike together. Even if he is the great Emperor of Star Refining, he cannot withstand the combined might of us three Fifth Realm Great Emperors." The great Emperor of Eternal Day from the Wind Clan raised his hand, summoning a golden blazing sun, its scorching radiance searing through the void. The Saint Spirit of the Rift Tian Spear Sect produced a long spear, entirely black, with its tip emanating an aura capable of rending space. The three great emperors struck simultaneously, their distinct imperial might intertwining as they bore down upon the great Emperor of Star Refining, intent on shattering this star domain altogether. Yet, the great Emperor of Star Refining remained composed, gently pointing at the Wangxing Hunshan E. "Stars, return to your place, suppress." The ethereal star shadows in the void instantaneously froze, and then, like a meteor shower, they hurtled towards the three great emperors. The lightning dragon collided with the stars, its purple lightning being absorbed immediately. The golden sun was surrounded by stars, its brilliance dimming. The black spear struck the stars but was firmly ensnared, immobilized. The attacks of the three great emperors were effortlessly neutralized. How is this possible? The expression of the great Emperor of Destruction shifted drastically. He never anticipated that the strength of the great Emperor of Star Refining could reach such heights. On the battlefield in the ancient forest, the second elder, Lin Gahong, witnessed the prodigies charging towards Lin Chen and decisively hurled the Finchen Ding towards He Yunzu with great force. "He Yunzu, receive my ding." The Finchen Ding expanded to several dozen feet high, its mouth spewing forth golden flames like a waterfall, imbued with the essence of refining all things. He Yunzu's expression darkened as he clenched his right hand, summoning a long spear, entirely silver white, its tip etched with cracks. This was his imperial weapon, the Lieshan Chong. "Do not think you are the only one with an imperial weapon." He Yunzu roared, thrusting the Lieshan Chong towards the Finchen Ding. However, as soon as the Lieshan Chong made contact with the golden flames, it began to tremble violently. This imperial weapon had not been fully nurtured. It had yet to birth a spirit, and could only rely on He Yunzu's own spiritual power to wield it, making it utterly incapable of withstanding the Finchen Ding, which was enhanced by a weapon spirit. Bang! The Lieshan Chong was sent flying by the Finchen Ding, causing He Yunzu to spew a mouthful of blood and stagger backward. Yet, Before the second elder could pursue the advantage, the two great saints from the Thunder and Wind clans suddenly launched a side attack, one summoning a lightning spear, while the other conjured a whirlwind, fiercely assaulting the second elder. The second elder was compelled to retract the Finch and Ding for defense, and the golden flames clashed with the lightning spear and tempest, creating a thunderous cacophony that caused ancient trees to collapse around them. He found himself outmatched against two foes and began to suffer injuries, gradually retreating. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was employing the secret technique he had painstakingly practiced, swiftly traversing the ancient forest, with thousands of prodigies hot on his heels, their shouts and battle cries echoing. Lin Chen, don't run. Have the courage to face us in battle. Kill him. Claim the bounty. Lin Chen glanced back, a mischievous grin forming on his lips as he retrieved a pitch-black cloth bag from his storage ring. The very item purchased from the system, a bag filled with an invincible foul odor. He swiftly squeezed it, and with a loud pop, a nauseating stench immediately permeated the air, reminiscent of rotting beast carcasses mixed with aged excrement, transforming the atmosphere itself into a sickly green. Ugh, what is that foul smell? Damn it, Lin Chen, did you soil yourself? Ugh, did you scare yourself to the point of losing control? Stop, ugh, Lin Chen, stop. The prodigies behind him were instantly overwhelmed by the stench, retching uncontrollably. Those who lagged behind fainted from the noxious fumes. These individuals, having neglected their training, possessed weak spirits and physiques, unable to withstand the potency of the foul odor. Even the more resilient prodigies covered their noses, their pace slowing, their expressions filled with disgust and anger. As Lin Chen continued to run, he shouted back, "You bastards, chasing me so closely? Just you wait. In the future, if any of you from the Lei clan, Liesh and Chong sect, or Wind clan find yourselves alone, do not let me catch you. Otherwise, not only will I seize your belongings, but I'll also let you taste the flavor of this delightful concoction." Ha ha ha. His laughter was laced with arrogance, inciting even more fury among the pursuing prodigies. Yet they dared not approach due to the overwhelming stench, helplessly watching Lin Chen's figure recede into the distance. As Lin Chen ran, he suddenly slowed his pace, sensing the weakening aura of the second elder, clearly on the verge of collapse. He rummaged through his storage ring for the last few foul odor bags, contemplating, "I must devise a way to assist my second grandfather. Otherwise, if he becomes entangled, my escape will become problematic." Just then, a violent energy fluctuation erupted from above the void, within the star domain of the great Emperor of Star Refining. The ethereal star shadows surged again, evidently launching a counterattack against the three great emperors. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that our ancestor is on the verge of victory? Perfect. Let me stir up some more chaos for these prodigies. He halted, turned to the pursuing prodigies, and retrieved another foul odor bag, a cunning smile gracing his face. "Do not pursue any longer. If you continue, I shall not hold back." As Lin Chen dashed deeper into the ancient forest, he shouted back, though his words were merely a facade. He had already plotted his escape route. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a pitch-black cave in the right mountainside, and his eyes brightened as he quickened his pace, darting inside like an arrow released from a bow. Upon entering the cave, Lin Chen hastily opened the system panel, his fingers flying across the screen. System. Purchase the most potent so-estrus powder. The extra strength variety. Ding. The ultra-concentrated so-estrus powder, enhanced version, has been matched for you. Note. This agent is extremely potent and requires strict control of dosage. An overdose can produce strong stimulation in male creatures, even making a boar difficult to resist. Price, 50,000 Hu Duanji. Regardless of whether they are boars or sows, I want 10 portions. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and placed the order, instantly acquiring 10 oil paper packages. As he unwrapped the packages, a pungent and strange odor assaulted his senses. Pinching his nose, he chuckled mischievously. With such a large dosage, even the most gifted of the life-and-death realm would fall prey. He sprinted deeper into the cave, scattering the estrus powder into the air and smearing it on the walls. The powder swirled like fine smoke, enveloping every corner of the cave. When he reached the innermost corner of the cave, he finally halted, crouching behind a rock, his heart racing. Outside the cave, the elites of the three major factions had arrived at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter the cave, pandemonium erupted. This brat actually dared to enter the cave? He is simply seeking his own demise. The cave is small. He cannot escape. Let us all go in and capture him alive. A group of elites rolled up their sleeves, rushing into the cave, leaving only a few rational ones to guard the entrance. They felt that Lin Chen, being so cunning, would not foolishly enter a dead end without ulterior motives. Upon entering the cave, the elites were met with a strange odor in the air, accompanied by a bit of warmth. Someone muttered, "Why is it so warm in here?" However, no one paid it any heed and continued to press forward. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the strange smell intensified and the temperature rose. Many began to feel an uncomfortable heat surging through their bodies, their gazes becoming increasingly dazed. One elite from the Lighthearted sect looked at his companion from the Lei clan and suddenly found him strikingly handsome. Unable to resist reaching out to pat his shoulder. "Brother, why do you look so?" Before he could finish his sentence, he lost control and lunged at the other. "What the hell are you doing?" The Lei clan elite was startled and struggled, but the other's strength was astonishing, holding him tightly. "Stop resisting. Just for a moment." "No, beast, let me go." The cave soon echoed with the sounds of anguished screams, curses, and the tearing of clothing, creating utter chaos. The elites who had just entered realized the dire situation. This is poison. It's Lin Chen's doing. It's simply heart-wrenching. They turned to flee, but it was already too late. The potency of the estrus powder erupted, causing many to feel an overwhelming heat. Their gazes becoming hazy as they either lunged at their companions or babbled incoherently to the rocks, completely losing control. The elites remaining at the entrance, upon hearing the commotion inside, turned pale with fright and dared not enter. In the deepest part of the cave, Lin Chen crouched behind a rock, trembling at the sounds of chaos outside, but fervently praying in his heart. "It must be effective. It must be effective. I released 10 portions after all. Please don't fail me." He cautiously peeked out and saw several elites from the life and death realm entangled with each other, and he finally sighed in relief. Seeing so many elites from the life and death realm pursuing him had indeed caused him to panic. One or two he could handle, but if they all came at once, even with his Tian Ming Su Wu body, he would be unable to withstand it. Fortunately, I am Lin Chen. Had it been someone else, they would have been reduced to mush long ago. Lin Chen privately congratulated himself and quickly inquired of the system. "System, how long will the effectiveness of the estrus powder last in this enclosed space? I do not wish to remain here indefinitely. The pressure is too great. What if they awaken and swarm in here?" Ding. The ultra-concentrated estrus powder, enhanced version, lasts for 2 hours in a sealed space, during which it will slowly dissipate with the movement of air. 2 hours? Such a long duration? Lin Chen frowned and then relaxed. 2 hours would be sufficient for the chaos outside to subside, and to wait for the outcome from the Lianxing Lao Zu's side. Leaning against the rock, he listened to the turmoil outside, unable to suppress a smile. "You all chased after me. Now you know my prowess." As 1 hour passed in Lin Chen's anxious waiting, the elites outside the cave were losing their patience. There had been no sound from inside for a long time. Neither Lin Chen's cries for help nor any calls from his companions, leaving them in the dark about the situation. What they did not know was that their comrades had lost their voices. "We cannot wait any longer. If we delay, Lin Chen might escape." A Lei clan elite gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us form a death squad and venture in." Soon, 10 elites of the life and death realm stepped forward, each with serious expressions. One elite from the Lighthearted sect patted a member of the death squad on the shoulder, looking solemn. "Brave brothers, you can go with peace of mind. If anything happens to you, I will take care of your partners." The death squad member's lips twitched, but he did not refute, gripping his weapon tightly as he trembled towards the cave. Just thinking about the heart-wrenching sounds from moments ago made their scalps tingle. After barely stepping into the cave, they were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. The ground was littered with bodies in disarray, some covered in blood, clearly having taken their own lives. Others looked withered and yellow, with eerie smiles still lingering on their lips, clearly having died from sheer exhaustion. A few who had not completely lost consciousness were still entangled with one another, their clothes torn to shreds, creating a scene too chaotic to behold. "This is terrifying." One death squad member was so frightened his legs went weak, turning to flee, but as he took a step, he suddenly felt a prickling itch all over, his blood surging, and his gaze gradually turning red. They hastily dashed out of the cave, shouting to their companions outside. There are corpses everywhere. Lin Chen is gone, and their poison. Before he could finish, they lost control, starting to tear at their clothes, some even lunging at their companions, their excitement unmistakable. The elites outside were terrified and quickly retreated. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, then drew the two individuals into his small world. His gaze swept across the talented individuals outside. They were still engrossed in watching the antics of the 10 madmen, neglecting to guard the cave entrance. Clearly believing Lin Chen remained within the cavern. An opportunity had presented itself. Lin Chen purchased a flash bomb from the system, muttering in dismay. 20,000 Huan values just vanished. What a ripoff. Seizing the moment while the talented individuals were distracted, he hurled the flash bomb into the crowd and swiftly donned a pair of sunglasses from his storage ring to shield his eyes from the intense light. Bang! The flash bomb detonated, and a blinding white light enveloped the scene, overshadowing even the sunlight. My eyes! What is this? The talented individual screamed, hastily covering their eyes as their vision turned to a blinding white, rendering them completely sightless. For cultivators, 2 seconds of blindness could prove fatal. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Chen activated his skill, shrinking the distance, and glided through the crowd like a wraith, racing toward the outskirts of the Huan Lingu Lin. By the time the talented individuals regained their sight, he had already vanished without a trace. Lin Chen had escaped. One of the talented individuals, overwhelmed by the sudden whiteness, inadvertently stumbled into the chaos. Upon realizing the absence of danger, he shrieked, glancing at the fallen Jingguan and his still mad companions, trembling with rage, yet failing to catch even a glimpse of Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sprinted away, quickly distancing himself from the cave area. He removed his sunglasses, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Want to catch me? Train for a few hundred more years. Unbeknownst to him, high above in the void, the Lianxing Emperor had already subdued 3 other emperors. Lin Chen is over there. Don't let him escape. Just as Lin Chen had not run far, furious shouts erupted behind him. A sharp-eyed Feng clan genius spotted the white remnant of Lin Chen's garment and immediately pointed, shouting in his direction. Thousands of talented individuals surged forward like wolves scenting blood, their fury intensified by the humiliation of Jingguan, all their rage transformed into a murderous intent. Lin Chen's heart sank. It's over. I was only free for a few seconds before being spotted. Why are these people acting like rabid dogs? Just as he contemplated accelerating, he sensed several scorching presences closing in behind him. Turning his head, he saw 3 Lei clan geniuses biting their tongues, their bodies emanating a bloody aura, their speed suddenly doubling, clearly having burned their own essence to fight him recklessly. Madmen, they're actually burning their essence. Lin Chen was taken aback, and before he could evade, one of the geniuses' lightning spears grazed his arm, leaving a deep wound that instantly soaked his sleeve in blood. Time and again, Lin Chen found himself caught off guard by this desperate style of combat, suffering several injuries that caused him to grimace in pain. Yet, he dare not pause, nor could he confront the talented individuals head-on. If he couldn't win, could he not flee? Relying on the concealed aura of his Tianming Su Wu body, he darted through the densely packed ancient trees, occasionally circling behind the talented individuals to toss a stinking powder or stealthily stab at their ankles. Playing the role of a true trickster. Crack! Lin Chen retrieved a bottle of healing pills from his storage ring, twisted open the cap, and poured its contents into his mouth, chewing noisily as if consuming beans. He rarely took pills, fearing dependency, but now survival was paramount, and he could not afford to be choosy. Damn it. Had I known, I should have brought some high-grade healing pills. These worthless pills are hardly sufficient. As he ran, he frantically calculated in his mind. When I return, once the Grand Elder concludes his retreat, I must drag Xiao He out of my small world. It needs to learn how to inscribe teleportation arrays instead of just sleeping all day. The next time I encounter such a situation, I want to even have a teleportation array to escape with. It's too passive. The pursuing talented individuals drew ever closer, and the number of those burning their essence increased. Lin Chen's wounds continued to bleed, and if he did not escape soon, he would surely be exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he queried the system. System, do you have any items capable of traversing space? Hurry and find me something. Ding. Detected host demand. Matching random teleportation talisman. A one-time spatial item that, when activated, can tear through space for random teleportation to an unknown destination. priced at 350,000 Hu Duan values. 350,000? And it's random? Why don't you go rob a bank? Lin Chen nearly cursed out loud in anger, but glancing at the rapidly approaching lightning spears behind him, he had no choice but to concede and exchange for it. As soon as he uttered the words, a talisman glowing with pale blue spiritual light appeared in his hand, its surface inscribed with intricate spatial patterns, chilling to the touch. Without a second thought, Lin Chen concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertips and forcefully pressed it against the talisman. Open for me. Buzz. The talisman erupted, and the space around Lin Chen rippled like water. A pitch-black rift in space materialized, a powerful suction enveloping him. He glanced back at the pursuing talented individuals, a smile of survival gracing his lips, and then transformed into a streak of white light, diving into the rift. The rift closed instantaneously, as if it had never existed. The pursuing talented individuals halted abruptly, gazing at the empty ground, exchanging incredulous looks. Where is he? Where is Lin Chen? A spatial rift? He actually possesses spatial items? Quick, search everywhere. His teleportation distance cannot be far. He might be nearby. They were certain he could not have gone far. Otherwise, he would have used it sooner. Chapter 63. The Curse of Eternal Descent. The talented individuals split into several teams, dispersing in different directions to thoroughly search each area. However, despite scouring the surrounding ancient forest, they found not a trace of Lin Chen. The random teleportation destination had long surpassed their range. At this moment, Lin Chen tumbled out of an unfamiliar dense forest, his body aching and wounds still throbbing. He propped himself up from the ground, surveying the strange trees around him, and let out a long sigh of relief. I've finally escaped. If I encounter that group of madmen again, I'll make sure they experience the effects of aphrodisiac powder once more. He pondered his remaining Hu Duan values, feeling that this escapade had yielded no profits. Grimacing in pain, this system truly is a scam. One teleportation cost me 350,000. I must be more frugal next time. After resting for a moment, Lin Chen stood up, trying to ascertain his direction. Although he was uncertain of his whereabouts, as long as he distanced himself from the Huan Lingu Lin, he could gradually find his way back. He dusted himself off and ventured deeper into the dense forest. A harrowing chase had finally come to a temporary conclusion. Having walked only a few steps in the unfamiliar forest, Lin Chen felt his body ache and his wounds throb. He decided to sit down beneath an ancient tree, summoning his small world to release Lin Chen, Lin Shan, and Xiao He. You three go scout the surroundings, see where we are, and keep an eye out for any demonic beasts or other cultivators. I'll take a moment to rest. Lin Chen waved his hand, leaning against the tree trunk, closing his eyes to massage his temples. The recent pursuit had drained him mentally, and now he could finally relax. Lin Chen and Lin Shan readily complied, taking the bouncing Xiao He with them as they explored the area, with Xiao He not forgetting to nibble on the spiritual fruit Lin Chen had just given him. Resembling a little sidekick, alone beneath the tree, Lin Chen began to formulate a plan, having spent 350,000 Hu Duan values on the teleportation talisman. Not much remained, so he needed to devise a way to earn some back. Furrowing his brow in thought, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his thigh. I've got it. He quickly retrieved a communication talisman from his storage ring, infused it with spiritual energy, and spoke into it. Father, I was besieged by the Lai Tian Chong Zong, Lei Clan, and Feng Clan geniuses in the Huan Lingu Lin. They were numerous, and I barely managed to escape their clutches. Please send our ancestors to demand an explanation from their 3 clans. Just say their juniors nearly killed me, and that they should apologize and offer compensation. Our Lin family cannot afford to lose face. After finishing, he crushed the communication talisman, unable to suppress a sly grin. After all, so many cultivators witnessed my pursuit. I can firmly claim I've perished, and they have no evidence to refute it. If they can besiege me, why can't our Lin family demand compensation? Just thinking about the Hu Duan values pouring in is exhilarating. At this moment, on another battlefield within the Huan Lingu Lin, the second elder, Lin Gue Hong, found himself besieged by 3 great saints. The flames of the Fun Tian dimming significantly. He received a powerful palm strike to his chest, causing him to spout a mouthful of fresh blood that stained the grass before him. His breath weakened considerably. Xin Qing Desheng, you shall not escape. Mocked a saint from the Lai Tian Chong Zone, thrusting his spear towards the second elder. Yet, the second elder abruptly pivoted, manipulating the Fun Tian Ding to block the attack, and swiftly retreated towards the outskirts of the ancient forest. He was not foolish. The Lian Xing Lao Zu was preoccupied with restraining the three great emperors, and there was no need for him to engage in a futile struggle. He understood Lin Chen all too well. That cunning lad would not be so easily vanquished. He might have already vanished from sight, and remaining here was simply a waste of effort. Attempting to flee, the three great saints hastened to pursue, but were impeded by the flames of the Fun Tian Ding, watching helplessly as the figure of the second elder disappeared into the dense forest. In the starry domain above, Lian Xingdi remained composed, the Wan Xing Hun Tian Yi hovering before him, surrounded by countless ethereal starry figures spinning around him. The three emperors, Huimiedi, Shenglingdi, and Yong Zhaodi, were in disarray, each wounded and their expressions grave. Despite their combined might, they had yet to graze even the hem of Lian Xingdi's attire, suffering injuries from his occasional counterattacks. We cannot afford to linger. Huimiedi gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. His hands swiftly formed seals, and purple lightning surged around him, transforming into a pitch-black incantation imbued with the aura of destruction and demise. One of his trump cards, the Yong Jie Chen Luanzhou, Lian Xing. This Yong Jie Chen Luanzhou will plunge you into eternal darkness, never to transcend. Can you withstand it? Propelling the incantation towards Lian Xingdi. Lian Xingdi's gaze sharpened slightly, yet he remained tranquil. Yong Jie Chen Luanzhou? Quite intriguing. Alas, what I lack the least are stars. He raised a hand, pointing at a starry figure within the starry domain, which instantly expanded into a real star several dozen zhang in diameter, its surface ablaze with intense flames, exuding an aura that suppressed the heavens. Crashing towards the Yong Jie Chen Luanzhou. Boom! The star collided with the incantation, the dark incantation immediately wrapping around the star, attempting to drag it into oblivion. However, the star stood its ground like a stubborn boulder, resisting the incantation's corruption, even absorbing its power bit by bit, eventually merging into the star's surface as a faint black line. Huimiedi's eyes widened in disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. My Yong Jie Chen Luanzhou was actually caught by a mere star. Lian Xingdi replied coolly, your incantation is commendable, but before me, the star serves as both my shield and my weapon. Noting that Huimiedi and the others appeared ready to flee, Lian Xingdi's expression sharpened. Channeling immense energy into the Wan Xing Hun Tian Yi, the palm-sized instrument soared into the air, rapidly expanding into a size of several dozen zhang. Countless starry figures broke free from their constraints, forming a slowly rotating trajectory of stars around it, each radiating a heavy aura that distorted the surrounding space. Quickly stop him! Yong Zhaodi was the first to react, his face paling as he urgently called out to Huimiedi and Shenglingdi. He intends to use the supreme star power to draw the Wan Xing Hun Tian Yi, enveloping our domain within its trajectory. If we are sucked in, we will either be crushed and refined or become the energy source for the instrument, never to escape. He was acutely aware of the Wan Xing Hun Tian Yi's fearsome reputation. Back in the day, Lian Xingdi had used this imperial weapon to refine uncontrollable stars. If it were to ensnare their void, even the three of them, as five realm emperors, would find it nearly impossible to survive. Huimiedi's eyes hardened, abandoning any pretense. His right index finger coalesced with the utmost purple-black destructive power, mingled with a hint of brilliant light. The two opposing forces intertwined, forming a beam of light as thin as a hair, yet dazzlingly bright. The Huang Di Miekeji. The beam shot forth, imbued with the might to pierce through all, directly targeting the core trajectory of the Wan Xing Hun Tian Yi. Yong Zhaodi also exerted his full strength, forming seals with both hands, conjuring a large square seal black as ink before him, etched with fearsome annihilation patterns. The moment it appeared, the surrounding void began to fracture. The Dimie Shirin. He forcefully propelled the seal, imbued with the aura of devastation, towards the Wan Xing Hun Tian Yi. Chapter 64. All are worthless. Seeing this, Sheng Lingdi did not hold back either. His fists clenched tightly as 9 blazing golden suns manifested around him. The divine suns rotated, each emitting the heat to incinerate all things. Jiu Yang Sun Tian Quan. He leapt into the air, his fists crashing toward the wand, Xing Hun Tiani, the 9 divine suns merging into a colossal golden fist shadow, bearing the momentum to shatter all obstacles. Merging with the assaults of Hui Mie Di and Yong Zhao Di into a terrifying torrent of energy. 3 imperial-level killing techniques struck simultaneously, causing the void to rupture with large fissures. Should any lower-tier cultivators be present, they would likely be unable to withstand even the residual energy, disintegrating into ash. Boom! The torrent of energy violently collided with the starry trajectory of the wand Xing Hun Tian, the sound of catastrophic explosions reverberating across the sky. The starry figures on the instrument dimmed significantly, and the once smooth trajectory was forcibly interrupted, scattering countless tiny star fragments in all directions. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, retracting his energy as the wand Xing Hun Tian shrank back into his hand. He had intended to seize the opportunity to ensnare the 3, but did not anticipate their formidable trump cards, which had abruptly disrupted the trajectory of the instrument. Just as Lin Chen prepared to adjust his breath and launch another attack, Hui Mie Di's expression suddenly changed. He exchanged a glance with Yong Zhao Di and Sheng Lingdi, whispering retreat. Before his words faded, he tore open a spatial rift. Having sensed during the earlier attack that although Lin Chen had been interrupted, he remained composed, evidently not expending his full strength. Their original goal had been to delay Lin Chen to buy time for the prodigies below to deal with Lin Chen. Now, after such a prolonged engagement, it was possible that Lin Chen had already perished. There was no need to continue risking their lives against Lin Chen Yong Zhao Di understood immediately and followed suit into the spatial rift. Upon seeing the 2 flee, Sheng Lingdi, realizing he had no choice, cursed under his breath and hastily tore through the space, escaping in a panic. Lin Chen watched the direction in which the 3 vanished, but did not pursue. He understood that if the 3 emperors were determined to escape, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to stop them all in his current state. Moreover, his primary task was to protect Lin Chen. With the enemy having retreated, there was no need to expend further energy. He stowed away the wand Xing Hun Tiani, the starry domain around him gradually dissipating, a faint smile gracing his lips. That lad, Chen must have long since fled far away. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat comfortably in an unfamiliar forest, nibbling on a spirit fruit, while listening to Lin Chen and Lin Shan report their findings. This place turned out to be an abandoned mine on the outskirts of the Huan Lingu Lin, not only safe but occasionally yielding a few low-tier spirit stones. Lin Chen stroked his chin, contemplating. This is the perfect spot to rest for a few days. Once the negotiations with the Lai Tianchong zone conclude, I can return without haste. Hui Mie Di slammed the jade slip handed to him by a disciple onto the ground with fury, shattering it into powder. Within the hall, suffused with imperial might, the air seemed to freeze as the disciple reported that over 1,000 prodigies had encircled Lin Chen, only to let him escape while suffering nearly half their numbers in casualties, including more than a dozen core prodigies from the life and death realm. Worthless! All of you are worthless! Hui Mie Di roared in fury, purple lightning crackling in his palm. 1,000 people had chased a mere Xianhua realm cultivator for an extended period without managing to even detain him, yet had lost so many lives in the process. What use was there in raising such worthless beings? The disciples trembled in fear, too intimidated to raise their heads. No one anticipated that the seemingly advantageous encirclement would culminate in such a dire outcome. The emperor of the Wind clan, Yongzhou, was not faring any better. He crushed the jade cup in his hand, his expression dark enough to draw water. Lin Chen possessed spatial artifacts, which was one matter. But how could you fail to trace his whereabouts after his teleportation? Furthermore, how could so many of you fall victim to his underhanded tactics? This is simply a disgrace to the Wind clan. The emperor of the Liantiangun sect berated He Yunshu mercilessly. I instructed you to bring 1,000 prodigies to eliminate Lin Chen, not to deliver your own heads. Now, not only have you failed to kill him, but you also allowed the Lin family to seize a handle against us. What do you propose we do? Yinshu hung his head, cold sweat pouring down, not daring to utter a word. He never expected Lin Chen would prove so difficult to kill. At that moment, the Destruction Emperor's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had recalled something ominous, and he sprang to his feet. This is bad. Quickly, relay my command for the sect to prepare immediately. What do you mean, ancestor? Inquired a puzzled elder from the Thunder Clan. What else could it be? The Destruction Emperor gritted his teeth. That little rascal Lin Chen has not perished. He will certainly send word to the Lin family, prompting them to extort us. Numerous cultivators witnessed our encirclement of him. If the Lin family comes knocking, we will have no way to refute their claims. Upon hearing this, both Yongzhou and the Holy Spirit Emperor's faces darkened further. Indeed, the Lin family is notoriously protective. Now that they have such a pretext, they will not let this matter rest easily, and bloodshed is inevitable. Both swiftly issued orders for their respective forces to prepare for the Lin family's impending demands for an explanation. Meanwhile, within the Lin family's Imperial Palace study, Lin Jian-shu grasped the communication talisman sent by Lin Chen, a smirk tugging at his lips. This little rascal has even learned to feign death to gain benefits. Just like when he tricked me for spirit fruits in his youth. He summoned several elders who were on guard and recounted Lin Chen's encirclement and the Lin family's anticipated extortion. Unexpectedly, the elders erupted in indignation. What? 1,000 prodigies encircled Chener? Those wretches. We must go to war. Extortion? That is not enough. They must compensate us for Chener's mental anguish and healing resources. Otherwise, who will dare bully the Lin family in the future? Last time, when Chener captured several of their disciples, they had the audacity to come and provoke us. This time, they initiated the attack. We have no reason to let them off the hook. Observing the elders' fervor, Lin Jian-shu nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the secluded area of the Wuxi ancestor to relay the events. The Wuxi ancestor opened his eyes, a glimmer of amusement flashing within. This young man is quite clever with his schemes. We shall proceed as he suggests. We must ensure Chener does not suffer injustice. Yet we should also avoid escalating this to a point of no return. Let's extract some benefits and impart a lesson. Receiving the ancestor's directive, Lin Jian-shu promptly ordered the dissemination of news regarding Lin Chen's encirclement by the Liantian Gun Sect, Thunder Clan, and Wind Clan's 1,000 prodigies to the elders and disciples of the Lin family. As soon as the news spread, the Lin family's disciples erupted in outrage. Dare they encircle Brother Chen? Those wretches are courting death. I shall return to avenge him. Brother Chen has suffered injustice. We cannot stand idly by. When have we, the Lin family, ever been subjected to such humiliation? Hurry back. Let us collectively demand an explanation from their sect and make them spit out everything they have consumed. Observing the return messages, Lin Jian-shu slammed the table, pride swelling in his eyes. Excellent. This is the spirit of my Lin family. The Lin family has thrived through unity, standing together. Unity, indeed, is of utmost importance. Without hesitation, he issued a clan command. Relay my orders. All Lin family elders and disciples outside must return to the Lin family's Imperial Palace without delay. Chapter 65. You are to go outside the Lin family's forbidden grounds. A chilling wind swept through, revealing dozens of lowly earthen mounds scattered across the ground. Devoid of tombstones, with only a few withered weeds swaying in the breeze. At first glance, it resembled a field of neglected graves. And no one would suspect that this was the heart of the Lin family's concealed heritage. The Wuxi Emperor, clad in gray, walked slowly to the central mound of the forbidden ground, gathering a trace of spiritual energy at his fingertips before gently pressing it onto the weeds atop the grave. Instantly, the weeds withered, and the ground split open, revealing a deep fissure from which an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy surged forth. And faint sounds of laughter could be heard from within. Taking a deep breath, the Wuxi Emperor crossed through the fissure, and the scene transformed abruptly. Before him lay not the dim underground passage, but a vast, boundless miniature world, with a dazzling starry sky above and ancient spiritual herbs carpeting the ground. In the distance, pavilions and towers could be seen, with several figures clad in ancient robes scattered about, some fishing by the lake, others gathered around a stone table playing mahjong, while others lounged against ancient trees, enjoying a leisurely scene. However, The Wuxi Emperor dared not show any signs of complacency. He kept his head bowed, respectfully addressing the ancestor. His footsteps light. Each of these individuals had lived for at least several 100,000 years, the lowest among them being an emperor. Any one of them could easily overpower him, a junior emperor. He walked straight to the lakeside, where a hazy figure sat, half reclining against a willow tree. A simple wooden basin filled with clear water in front of him. In his hand, he held a fishing rod devoid of a hook. Seeming on the verge of vanishing, yet also palpably real, an enigma difficult to grasp. Child Wuxi, I greet the ancestor. The Wuxi Emperor bowed, his tone laden with reverence. Not daring to raise his head, the figure slowly lifted his hand, holding an ancient teacup, pausing momentarily in his act of drinking tea. His voice was aged yet authoritative. What is it? The Wuxi Emperor did not dare conceal the truth. Recounting in detail how Lin Chen was encircled in the Huanying ancient forest by the Lian Gun sect, Thunder Clan, and Wind Clan's 1,000 prodigies. Even drawing the attention of 3 emperors, as well as Lin Chen's intent to demand an explanation from the Lin family. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure's hand holding the teacup abruptly halted, spilling a few drops of tea over the rim, which instantly crystallized upon touching the ground. An invisible pressure erupted suddenly, causing the surrounding starry river to seem to freeze for an instant, and even the ancient ones fishing and playing mahjong halted their activities, their gazes turning in unison towards this direction. Oomph! The figure snorted coldly, his tone laced with ire. A group of ignorant beings dares to bully Chener in such a manner? Do they truly believe the Lin family is without power? He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the void as if perceiving the events in the Huanying ancient forest, then shouted into the void. Dayan, Wanfa, Wanlu, Liu Yuan, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures shot in from the distance, landing at the lakeside in unison, all clad in black robes, their auras contained yet exuding a chilling murderous intent. Bowing in unison, ancestor. These 4 were also ancestors of the Lin family. Dayan was skilled in the proliferation of all things. Wanfa was well-versed in myriad techniques. Wanlu took pleasure in killing and collecting the heads of his enemies, while Yuan was notorious for his ruthless methods, having once single-handedly slaughtered several major factions. Chener has been wronged outside. The figure spoke calmly yet with undeniable authority. You 4 shall go out and make the Lian Gun sect, Thunder Clan, and Wind Clan understand that my Lin family's members are not to be trifled with. Understood? The 4 responded in unison, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in their eyes. Having remained in the forbidden grounds for tens of thousands of years, the most gifted child of Lin Chen's generation was now being targeted. This was a direct affront to their pride. Go forth. The figure waved his hand, lowering his head once more to resume his fishing, as if the earlier fury had never existed. Within the grand hall of the Lin family's imperial palace, Lin Jianshu stood before several ancestors, his posture straight, yet unable to conceal his apprehension, resembling a student awaiting instruction. Before him were the ancestors Dayan, Wanfa, Wanlu, and Liuan, each an ancient entity who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention him, even the Wuxi ancestor must show great respect in their presence. Ancestor, should I summon all the great sages of the clan to accompany you? Lin Jianshu pondered before speaking, feeling that strength in numbers was advantageous. After all, the 3 great powers were deeply rooted, and having more hands on deck would provide greater security. Emperor Dayan cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. No need. A group of great sages would be of little use, and would only undermine the reputation of the Lin family. Just the 5 of us, along with the 6 from Lianxing, will suffice. Lin Jianshu immediately complied. Say yes. I will heed the elder's advice. He had initially considered mobilizing the entire clan to catch the 3 great powers off guard. But it seemed that in the eyes of the elders, such a display was hardly worth their attention. Emperor Dayan seemed to see through his thoughts and added, Jianshu, I know you wish to avenge Chener, but remember, killing a few great sages would be but a trifling annoyance to the Lei clan and the Lian Gun sect. It would not truly inflict pain. Only by slaying a few emperors can they truly learn a lesson and alleviate the grievances Chener has suffered. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the grand hall became instantly tense. Killing emperors was no trivial matter. Once action was taken, it would mean a complete rupture of relations and could even spark a full-blown war among the factions. Yet, when Emperor Dayan spoke, his tone was as serene as if he were discussing the squashing of a few ants, as if killing several emperors was merely a matter of raising a hand. The other three elders did not oppose him. In fact, Emperor Wanlu even smirked slightly. "I've longed to stretch my limbs. It's perfect for practice." Without further ado, Emperor Dayan turned and walked toward the palace exit, the space around him shimmering slightly. "Let us go to the Lei clan." As his words fell, he raised his hand to tear apart a pitch-black rift in space and stepped through it. The four elders, Wanfa, Wanlu, Yuan, and Wushi, followed closely behind, their figures vanishing into the rift, leaving only a faint ripple in the space behind them, a testament to their passage. Lin Jianshu stood rooted for a while, dazed, before coming back to himself, astonished and elated. With these four elders taking action, Chun'er would surely be avenged. Alas, this troublesome boy truly knows how to stir up trouble, even calling upon the elders to clean up his mess. Chapter 66. Upheaval in the Heavens. At that moment, on the outskirts of the illusory spirit ancient forest, in an unknown dense forest, Lin Chen lay on a smooth rock, lounging in the sun with his legs crossed. Xiaohei was beside him, playing with a spirit herb. Suddenly, a flurry of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Emperor Dayan triggered protective emotions due to Lin Chen being besieged. Protective value 57890. Ding! Emperor Wanfa triggered protective emotions due to Lin Chen being bullied. Protective value 47280. Ding! Emperor Wanlu triggered protective emotions due to wanting to avenge Lin Chen. Protective value 52730. Ding! Emperor Lin triggered protective emotions due to glaring at the three great powers. Protective value 61320. Ding! Emperor Lianxing triggered protective emotions due to sensing support from his kin. Protective value 38950. Lin Chen sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment as he listened to the incessant notifications, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Wow, what divine sound is this? It's simply marvelous. He quickly opened the system panel, watching the protective value soar, nearly bursting into laughter. Now, this is what it means to earn protective value. Much faster than my own schemes. It seems the elders are genuinely enraged. Xiaohei, startled by his commotion, lifted its head in confusion. Lin Chen reached out to ruffle its head, his spirits soaring. "Xiaohei, we will soon return home, and then you shall see. Those who bullied us will have to pay the price." Meanwhile, across the endless starry sea, the figures of the four emperors, Emperor Dayan and his companions, tore through space, heading straight for the Lei clan, without any concealment. The presence of five emperors felt like four towering mountains, causing the starry realms along their path to tremble slightly. All cultivators looked up in astonishment, and whispers erupted. Are those five emperors? From the Lin family, it seems. Where could they be heading? Judging by their direction, it appears to be the Lei clan's star domain. Have you not heard? Rumors are rampant. The Lei clan, the Liantian gun sect, and the Feng clan have sent thousands of prodigies to besiege Lin Chen in the illusory spirit ancient forest. Is that true? The Lin family is known for their fierce protection. Are they coming to settle the score? I heard the Lin family claimed Lin Chen was dead, while the three great powers said he had escaped. It appears the Lin family is determined to take revenge. In an instant, both imperial cultivators and disciples from mid-tier factions halted their activities, their gazes drawn toward the direction where the four emperors advanced. The five Lin family emperors, fueled by righteous indignation, were heading straight for the Lei clan. This turmoil was bound to stir the entire endless starry sea. Even the distant light of the stars seemed to dim slightly, as if casting a shadow over the impending conflict. In the boundless Lei realm, the foundational star domain of a Lei clan, the sky was perpetually shrouded in purple-gold thunderstorm clouds, from which thick purple lightning occasionally struck down, landing on the lightning-patterned structures below and sparking with electric light. The air was thick with the acrid scent of electricity, making it imperative for ordinary cultivators to breathe cautiously, lest they suffer backlash from the thunderous forces. Suddenly, the void at the center of the Lei realm trembled violently, rippling like water. Before the Lei clan's cultivators could react, a boisterous laugh echoed throughout the boundless Lei realm, startling the purple lightning in the clouds into momentary silence. Ha! The little cubs of the Lei clan. Come out and entertain your guests. Following this, a more domineering proclamation thundered like a bolt, each word resonating with a crushing momentum, piercing the ears of every Lei clan cultivator. The star domain is the stepping stone of my family. The era is but a page turned in the family history. Dare to disturb even a single tile from my eaves, and I shall upheave your entire sky. Who dares to run amok in my boundless Lei realm? Such a powerful presence. It must be an emperor, and not just one. The Lei clan cultivators looked up, their faces a mix of shock and fury. Since the Lei clan ascended to imperial status, no one had ever dared to act so recklessly in their star domain. The rift in the void fully tore open, and four figures emerged slowly. Emperor Dian donned a blue robe, surrounded by a faint ripple of spatial energy. Emperor Wanfa held an ancient tome, its pages fluttering without wind. Emperor Wanlu had a multitude of black skulls floating behind him, exuding a chilling aura of death. Emperor Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as a blade, his murderous intent nearly palpable. Alongside Emperor Wushi, the four stood in the void, not deliberately exuding imperial might. Yet the air in the boundless Lei realm felt as if it had solidified. Even the purple lightning in the clouds dared not fall lightly. This was the weight of time, the aura belonging to ancient beings that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Deep within the Lei clan, the current clan leader, Lei Dian, was handling clan affairs when he heard the commotion outside. His face paled in shock as he hurriedly made his way to the forbidden area. Elder, this is bad. Someone has intruded into our Lei realm and is spouting outrageous claims. Inside the forbidden area, Emperor Destruction was meditating when he heard this. His eyes snapping open, a flash of purple lightning dancing within. What is there to panic about? I have already sensed it. He rose, his imperial might radiating, his tone grave. It is the Lin family's Dayan, Wanfa, Wanlu, Luin, and Wushi, 5 ancient monsters of immense power. This is quite the undertaking. Lei Dian's face turned ashen. Elder, what should we do? Should we gather all the cultivators in the clan? No need. Emperor Destruction waved his hand, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I have already awakened most of the emperors within the clan. Counting the other 11 emperors, along with myself, there are a total of 12. If they wish to confront us head-on, we shall not cower. After a pause, he added, you stay within the clan and prevent the younger generation from sending themselves to their doom. I will go meet them. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Destruction vanished from his spot, reappearing in the void, facing the 5 emperors from a distance. He looked at the 5 ancient figures with unfathomable presences, suppressing the trepidation in his heart, and forced a smile. Emperor Dayan, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my boundless Lei realm? If there exists any misunderstanding, perhaps we should find a place to sit down and have a thorough discussion. He still wished to make one last effort, preferring to avoid confrontation if possible, given that his opponent was a 5,000-year-old monster. Should a battle ensue, even if the Lei clan emerged victorious, they would suffer substantial losses. However, Dayan Dadi provided him no opportunity for pleasantries, abruptly interrupting his words with a tone that was calm, yet undeniably authoritative. There is nothing to discuss. Your Lei clan besieged Chenur in the illusory spirit ancient forest. This debt must be settled with your blood. He lifted his chin, casting his gaze deep into the Lei realm. No more hiding. Summon forth your clan's elders. If you win, we may converse again. If you lose, prepare to make amends to Chenur. The smile on the face of the Destruction Emperor instantly froze, his lips twitching. Goodness. He offered no chance for even a moment of respite, directly challenging him to battle. Observing the frigid gazes of Dayan and his companions, he realized that they could not evade this conflict. Chapter 67. All Emperors Emerge. In the boundless outskirts of the Lei realm, countless cultivators gathered in mere moments. There were wandering cultivators from nearby star regions, scouts from moderate powers, and even a few long-hidden monsters who could not resist peering into the fray, personally piloting their vessels to a safe distance, their eyes fervently fixed on the standoff before them. Is that not Dayan Dadi of the Lin family? I thought he had perished eons ago, yet here he stands alive. An elderly figure with white hair gasped, his voice filled with astonishment, as did the Wanfa Dadi beside him, who once dominated his contemporaries with the principle of Wanfa Gi. To their surprise, he too was still present. Not only that, The figure shrouded in skulls must be Lighthearted, rumored to command 1,000,000 undead, who single-handedly quelled a rebellious faction. And that man, whose gaze is as sharp as a blade, is Lighthearted. It is said that he has slain more emperors than one can count on a single hand. Another cultivator pointed at Lighthearted, his tone laced with trepidation. My heavens, the Lin family has summoned their most formidable elders. This display indicates they are resolutely prepared to confront the Lei clan. Surely this is for Lin Chen. The uproar from the earlier ambush was too great. The Lin family, known for their protectiveness, could not possibly let this matter rest. Should a battle erupt, it would be an imperial conflict. It has been years since such a multitude of emperors clashed. Today promises to be an eye-opening experience. The spectators murmured among themselves, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Imperial battles are rare, especially with one side comprising 4 ancient emperors and the other being the deeply rooted Lei clan. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be a momentous event destined for the annals of the boundless Star Sea. In the void, the Destruction Emperor, hearing the discussions around him, grew increasingly somber. Yet he did not relinquish the last shred of hope for negotiation. He spoke once more, Lighthearted, let us leave a path for future encounters. Lin Chen has not perished. We could certainly sit down and discuss the matter. Discuss? Lighthearted scoffed, his gaze chilling. When your Lei clan sent thousands of prodigies to besiege Chun'er, did you ever consider leaving a path for retreat? He pointed towards the Lei clan with an air of undeniable authority. Spare us the pleasantries. Summon your emperors at once. We have no time to waste in idle chatter. With such words spoken, the Destruction Emperor understood that further negotiation was futile. He inhaled deeply and directed a resonant imperial voice towards the Lei clan's imperial palace. All of you, come forth. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice echoed, the void near the Lei clan's palace erupted violently, and 11 figures shot forth like thunder, landing behind the Destruction Emperor. Some were bare-chested, their bronze skin adorned with intricate lightning patterns that flickered with violet gold electricity. Others were cloaked in tattered black robes, shrouded in a dark purple lightning mist that obscured their features, revealing only their fierce eyes. Some wielded thunderhammers, their surfaces marred with cracks, yet emanating a chilling aura of destruction. The combined presence of these 11 emperors merged with the imperial might of the Destruction Emperor, directed at Dayan and his companions. 12 emperors. This represented a significant portion of the Lei clan's imperial foundation. Gasp! Is that not the Wanja Lei? Was he not in seclusion for 100,000 years? How has he been awakened? And there is the Lighthearted. It is said that he can manipulate the annihilating divine thunder, and contact with it means death. That one wielding the thunder hammer is the Lei Mod. In the past, he obliterated a rival faction's star domain, transforming it into a realm of thunder through sheer force. The spectators erupted again, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the Lei clan's 12 emperors. No one anticipated that the Lei clan harbored so many concealed emperors. This foundation is truly terrifying. It seems the Lei clan intends to keep the Lin family's 4 venerable ancestors within the boundless Lei realm. An elderly figure spoke solemnly. 12 emperors against 4. Even if the Lin ancestors are formidable, they may not emerge unscathed. It is hard to say. Dayan and his companions are ancient beings. Perhaps they possess hidden trump cards. In the void, Dayan and his 3 companions stood resolutely before the 12 Lei clan emperors, displaying not a shred of fear. The skulls behind Lighthearted began to rotate slowly, exuding an even denser aura of death. Lighthearted's fingertips coalesced with a pitch-black murderous intent. As if capable of rending the fabric of reality, Lighthearted slightly raised his hand, the spatial fluctuations around him intensifying. Kill! Lighthearted called out, taking the initiative to strike as the surrounding space warped violently, and a pale azure domain enveloped the area, forcibly drawing in Wanja Lei Lighthearted, and an unknown Lei clan emperor. Within the domain, countless fragments of space whirled like blades. Even light itself was severed into disarray. Wanja, you escaped from my grasp once before. Today, the time has come to settle the score. Lighthearted's voice reverberated within the domain, laced with chilling intent. He waved his hand, causing countless spatial fragments to coalesce into a massive sword that cleaved towards Wanja Lei. Wanja's expression shifted dramatically. Yet he would not yield easily. rapidly forming seals with both hands as a tempest of violet gold, lightning, surged around him. Dream on. 9 Calamity Thunder Spear. 9 distinct attributes of Calamity Thunder coalesced into a ghostly blue infernal thunder, silver-white storm thunder, and pitch-black demon thunder. 9 forces intertwined, forming a spear several zhang long. Its surface crackling with electricity, radiating a terrifying aura capable of piercing through all, annihilating everything, as it collided violently with the spatial sword. Boom! The clash between the thunder spear and the sword caused the space within the domain to collapse instantly, creating vast black fissures. Yet Dayandati remained unperturbed. With a flick of his fingertip, the spatial fragments within the domain once again coalesced, surging towards the 3 Lei clan emperors like a tide. Within his domain, he commanded the space, and Wanja Lei Di and the others could not unleash their full power, forced into passive defense, rapidly retreating under pressure. Meanwhile, Wanfadati also made his move. He unfurled the ancient tome in his hand, the pages flipping rapidly, revealing countless strands of different colored spiritual light around him. Fiery flames of the fire element, colossal waves of the water element, swirling tornadoes of the wind element, and even rare flickers of space and time elements. Wanfagiliu, Wanfadati called out, as a golden light shot forth from the tome, enveloping the 3 Lei clan emperors and their lightning techniques. As the golden light passed, their techniques were instantly analyzed and deconstructed, transforming into pure energy absorbed by Wanfadati, which was then transmuted into a more powerful flame that surged towards the 3 Lei clan emperors. You scoundrel! He can absorb our divine abilities. 1 Lei clan emperor roared. Yet they could only evade in a disheveled manner. They had initially hoped to suppress Wanfadati with their lightning techniques, but to their shock, not only could he nullify their lightning techniques, he could convert them into his own attacks. Moreover, relentlessly unleashing techniques, they found themselves unable to retaliate as soldiers of the undead. He weaves intricate hand seals. Sky materializes behind him. Beneath this celestial expanse, innumerable spectral forms of the undead howl and surge forth. The universe of Zhou Tian. The undead as soldiers, as the 3 Thunder Clan emperors prepared to unleash their thunderous techniques to annihilate the undead. They were taken aback as the figure of the great Emperor Wanlu flickered and melded into the cosmic illusion. In the next moment, a piercing aura of death shot forth from his fingertip, directly breaching the opponent's defenses and leaving a gaping. Clutched his wound, his complexion ashen. The great Emperor Wanlu, embodying the cosmic mechanism, exhibited both offense and defense, his spiritual energy seemingly boundless, compounded by the entanglement of the undead. The 3 Thunder Clan emperors soon found themselves embroiled in a harrowing battle, their wounds multiplying by the moment. The battle of the great Emperor Lin was particularly sanguinary. Bones emerged beneath his feet, adorned with flickering black runes, from which a multitude of malevolent energies surged skyward. Wielding a long blade forged from bone, each strike unleashed a spellbinding force capable of tearing souls asunder. Bone, as the foundation, spells reaching the heavens, swung his blade, unleashing a dark blade aura that cleaved off one of the Thunder Clan Emperor's arms. Blood splattered, landing upon the bone platform, where it was immediately absorbed by the runes. The remembered Thunder Clan Emperor cried out in agony, his eyes filled with terror. The great Emperor Liyuan, however, remained expressionless, continuing his relentless assault as blade auras fell like a torrential rain, quickly overwhelming the 3 Thunder Clan emperors, who could barely sustain themselves. In the void, the great Emperor Dian stood at a distance, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He heeded the instructions of the Tao Yin ancestor, refraining from intervening while remaining alert to potential hidden threats from the Thunder Clan or opportunistic attacks from lurking foes. The ethereal aura of the great Emperor Dian gradually radiated outward, forming an invisible barrier that repelled any probing souls that drew near. This battle of 4 against 12 exhibited a lopsided trend from the very beginning. The 4 ancestral figures of the Lin family, drawing upon millennia of heritage, unique techniques, and abundant combat experience, managed to overpower the 12 Thunder Clan emperors, leaving the onlooking cultivators breathless with astonishment. Madness. Truly madness. For emperors versus 12. And yet they maintain the upper hand. Just how formidable are the ancestors of the Lin family? The Thunder Clan's emperors appeared as feeble as fledglings before them. Initially, one might have perceived the Thunder Clan's foundation as profound, but in comparison to the Lin family, it seemed woefully inadequate. No wonder the Emperor Alliance fears the Lin family. With such combat prowess, who would not be intimidated? Amidst the murmurs, many factions and cultivators that previously coveted the treasures of Lin Chen now wore solemn expressions. If even the 12 Thunder Clan emperors could not contend with the 4 ancestral figures of the Lin family, any attempt to engage Lin Chen would likely lead to a fate far worse than that of the Thunder Clan. In an instant, the covetous thoughts began to wane any longer. The battle in the void continued within the domain of the great Emperor Dayan. The aura of the 10,000 calamities Thunder Emperor grew increasingly feeble. The skills of the great Emperor Wanfa were unleashed at a feverish pace. And the ranks of the undead commanded by the great Emperor Wanlu multiplied. The malevolent aura surrounding the great Emperor Lun's bone platform thickened. The 12 Thunder Clan emperors were nearing their breaking point. On the ground of the boundless Thunder Realm, countless Thunder Clan members gazed upwards into the void. As parchment, fists clenched tightly, knuckles widening. They watched as their 12 normally revered emperors, capable of commanding respect from other factions, ancestral figures of the Lin family, resembling lost dogs. With each clash, a Thunder Clan emperor was sent reeling, blood spitting forth, their resistance appearing utterly futile. How could this be? Are not our Thunder Clan emperors the mightiest? A young Thunder Clan disciple's voice trembled, disbelief filling his eyes. In his understanding, the Thunder Clan emperors were symbols of invincibility. Yet today, that notion was shattered completely. It is over. If these 12 emperors fall, our Thunder Clan will perish. An elder murmured in despair, his face etched with hopelessness. The Thunder Clan has made countless enemies. Without these emperors to safeguard us, our foes will undoubtedly swarm in. At this utterance, the surrounding Thunder Clan members became increasingly anxious, the atmosphere thick with despair. The 12 emperors represented nearly half of the Thunder Clan's imperial combat strength. Should they truly fall here, it would be akin to severing half of the Thunder Clan's lifeblood, with annihilation merely a matter of time. Just then, a deep tremor resonated through the void, and the storm clouds in the sky began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Intermixed within this spiritual essence was a faint trace of imperial blood, an omen that occurs when an emperor falls, their corporeal form disintegrating and their Tao collapsing. The weeping heavens herald the fall of an emperor. Among the observing cultivators, someone gasped in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. Who has fallen? A Thunder Clan emperor or one from the Lin family? Look at the direction. It is from the great Emperor Wanlu's side. The crowd turned to the indicated direction, witnessing the great Emperor Wanlu holding aloft a bloodied head, its eyes wide open. It was none other than the Thunder Clan's Lei Umo Emperor and Pamia Emperor. The great Emperor Wanlu licked his lips, savoring the taste of imperial blood, and grinned malevolently. Not bad, not bad. The heads of the Thunder Clan emperors possess more spirit than ordinary ones. Just right for my undead legion as offerings. Indeed, 2 Thunder Clan emperors have fallen. My heavens! The Lin family is merciless, showing no mercy whatsoever. The Thunder Clan is about to suffer a catastrophic loss. The whispers among the onlookers pierced the hearts of the Thunder Clan members like daggers, leaving the great Emperor of Destruction in the void in utter disarray. He never anticipated that the 4 ancestral figures of the Lin family would strike so ruthlessly, eliminating 2 emperors in mere moments. If this continues, the 12 emperors will inevitably be entirely eradicated. Meanwhile, within the domain of the great Emperor Dayan, the battle reached a fever pitch. The 10,000 calamities Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Control Emperor, along with another Thunder Clan Emperor, launched a frenzied assault against the great Emperor Dayan, striving to shatter the confines of the spatial domain. Dayan, do not overstep your bounds. The 10,000 calamities Thunder Emperor roared, his body radiating a violet-black aura of annihilation, his hands weaving complex seals. Great annihilation, thunder, obliteration. Countless strands of minuscule annihilation, lightning surged forth from his palms, silently extending towards the great Emperor Dayan. These lightning strands do not explode or roar, yet they can obliterate all matter and energy, even space itself. Upon contact, they dissolve everything in silence, a secret weapon of the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Emperor. The great Emperor Dayan, however, remained unfazed, observing the approaching lightning strands with a slight smile. Not bad, Wan Jie. After so many years, you've made considerable progress. Unfortunately, before me, it is still insufficient. He raised a hand, and the rhythms of the Tao flowed around him, countless runes coalescing into an ancient long sword, a bronze bell, and a dark black cauldron. This was the Tao soldier transformation technique, combining offense and defense, successfully blocking all annihilation lightning strands. Chapter 69, Great Emperor Dayan. Let's pause. We can discuss matters amicably. Following this, the great Emperor Dayan's gaze sharpened, and the spatial fluctuations around him intensified. All runes and Tao soldiers instantly converged into a single radiant point of golden light, hovering at his fingertips. All manifestations returned to one. The great Emperor Dayan called out, and the golden light shot forth. Though it appeared slow, it contained the essence of all origins and conclusions, transcending spatial distance and defensive measures, an unavoidable and insurmountable strike. The target of the golden light was not the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Emperor, but rather the Thunder Control Emperor, standing beside him. The expression on Uleda D's face shifted dramatically. He sought to evade, but discovered that his body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him unable to escape. In a frenzy, he summoned his thunderous power, his fists clenched tightly, and struck towards the golden light with a mighty blow, the wrath of thunder that annihilates worlds. Countless strands of purple lightning coalesced into enormous thunderous fists, imbued with the strength to obliterate everything as they crashed towards the golden radiance. Yet, at the moment of contact, the thunderous fists dissipated as if melting away like snow in the sun, while the golden light continued unabated, piercing directly through the center of Uleda D's brow. With a soft thud, Uleda D's body froze in place, a small bloodied hole appearing at his brow, the brilliance in his eyes fading swiftly. In the next instant, his body collapsed with a resounding crash, his imperial form disintegrating into a myriad of spiritual energies. Yet another emperor of the Thunder Clan had perished. Wan Jie D's eyes widened in fury as he gazed upon the lifeless form of Uleda D. His heart aching with a pain akin to bloodshed, yet he was powerless to act. He could barely protect himself, let alone save anyone else. In the void above, the Destruction Emperor beheld this scene, a chill running through him, his teeth clenching in agitation. 3 emperors have fallen. If this continued, the imperial foundation of the Thunder Clan would be utterly obliterated at his hands. Drawing a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, as if he were contemplating a means to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, the onlooking cultivators were already rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The 4 ancestral figures of the Lin family not only subdued 12 emperors of the Thunder Clan, but also executed 3 in quick succession. Such combat prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. At the moment Uleda D's form disintegrated into spiritual energy, the Destruction Emperor could no longer maintain his composure. With 3 emperors fallen and the remaining 9 all wounded and disordered, continuing the battle would likely deplete the Thunder Clan's imperial reserves entirely. He roared suddenly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Stop, Dayan D. Let's pause for a moment. We can discuss matters amicably." As his words fell, the Destruction Emperor was the first to retract his imperial might, and the Thunder Clan emperors behind him, as if granted a reprieve, ceased their attacks. Their faces pale and gasping for breath. They could no longer endure. It was merely their pride that had compelled them to persist. The golden light at Dayan D's fingertips gradually dissipated, and the spatial domain retracted. He regarded the Destruction Emperor with a knowing smile. His eyes filled with understanding. "What is this? No longer fighting? You were quite fierce just a moment ago." He understood clearly that the Thunder Clan could not afford this gamble. The deaths of 3 emperors had already dealt a severe blow. Losing a few more would make it impossible for them to contend with the Lin family, let alone safeguard their own star domain. Furthermore, the Lin family had only dispatched 5 emperors, clearly not intending to annihilate the Thunder Clan, but rather to deliver a lesson. The Destruction Emperor had certainly recognized this and was now eager for negotiation. The surrounding cultivators also fell silent, their gazes fixated on the 2 figures. Was a negotiation finally at hand? Yet, what compensation would the Lin family demand? The Destruction Emperor suppressed the frustration within. Forcing a strained smile, Dallian to D. It was indeed the ThunderClan's mistake to send their prodigies to encircle your friend Lin Chen. State your terms, or even a few sacred artifacts. As long as they could preserve the remaining emperors, such terms would be acceptable. However, the next words from Dao Yin to D left him frozen in shock. The conditions are simple. Dao Yin to D began slowly, his tone steady yet underscored by an undeniable authority. Hand over your clan's Jiuzhuan Zi Jin Lei, Jie. Impossible. The Destruction Emperor blurted out without a moment's hesitation, his voice rising in pitch, his eyes wide with astonishment and fury. Jiuzhuan Zi Jin Lei Jie, from our ancestral relic, and captures the essence of the tribulation lightning that dissipates when cultivators face their heavenly tribulations. In the flesh, temper the soul, and fend off heart demons during a breakthrough. Even a dying person, as long as their soul remains, can be revived with a single drop. Pills or crafting weapons can exponentially increase the success rate of top-tier thunder-based elixirs and divine weapons. The key lies in its exceedingly low yield. It takes millennia to accumulate just a small vial, making it the ThunderClan's most strategic resource. A single drop could incite chaos and bloodshed in the outside world, very foundation of the ThunderClan. Impossible? Dallian to D raised an eyebrow, gathering the resonance of the Dao at his fingertips, the space beginning to distort slightly, clearly indicating he was prepared to continue the assault. It seems we have nothing left to discuss. Shall we continue fighting? After all, I have yet to quench my thirst for the blood of emperors. Stop. Do not act hastily. The Destruction Emperor's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest, as he stepped forward to intervene, his tone urgent. There is much to discuss. 20 pieces and fragments of Imperial weapons. The Lai Tianchong Zone previously gifted us a shard of an Imperial weapon. We will give that to you as well. In his desperation, the weapon fragments was a considerable concession. For any other faction, destruction, is this your way of dismissing me? On Zi, Jin, Lei, Jie, they're not even worthy to serve as footwear. Void, as even the surrounding tempest seemed to fade into nothingness. In place, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening. To surrender the Lei Jie would mean the annihilation of the ThunderClan's future for several millennia. Yet, the onlooking cultivators erupted in commotion. Jiuzhuan Zi Jin Lei Jie? What treasure is that? Such a thing. No wonder the Destruction Emperor reacted so vehemently. The Lin family is indeed demanding an exorbitant price. Yet, the Destruction Emperor gazed at the increasingly radiant golden light at Dao Yin to D's fingertips, then glanced back at the ThunderClan Emperors behind him, each bearing expressions of fear. His heart was a tempest. Such a gamble. Chapter 70. It is I, the Lin family, who disdain to trample upon the dust of ants. On the high platform of the ThunderClan, Lei Dian observed the standoff in the void. His expression ashen, nearly dripping with ire. His hands gripped the railing tightly, knuckles turning white from strain. As the current patriarch of the ThunderClan, he was forced to watch helplessly as his emperors were suppressed, coerced into surrendering their ancestral treasures, without daring to utter a word of dissent. He understood all too well the precarious position of the ThunderClan. The new generation of prodigies had yet to mature, and those yet to emerge were the future hopes of the clan. If they were to lose all 9 remaining emperors here, who would protect the prodigies? Who would safeguard the ThunderClan's star domain? The inevitable outcome would be a decline for the ThunderClan. Lin Chen, Lei Dian, gritted his teeth, whispering that name. His eyes filled with hatred. If it were not for this young man, how could the ThunderClan have fallen to such depths? Yet, despite his resentment, he lacked the courage to seek vengeance against Lin Chen, swallowing down his animosity. In the void, fingertips, glancing back at the weakened ThunderClan emperors behind him. Finally, he exhaled a breath. This is the ThunderClan's accumulation over millennia. If I give it all to you. He had no other choice. The emperors and preserve the foundation of the ThunderClan. Would they lose the Lei Jie, but the future of the ThunderClan would also be at stake. Not one to be greedy. He understood, well, that pressing too hard would be unwise. The family would inevitably pay a price. Moreover, Jin had recently grown unruly. Soon, an ancient jade vial from his storage ring. The vial, radiant in purple and gold, was intricately engraved with thunder patterns. The air was suffused with a potent electric aura, even the void shimmering with faint sparks. Fiercely toward Dao Yindadi, uncorked it, and inhaled its scent, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent. This is the 9-turn purple gold thunder tribulation liquid. This realm shall temporarily shelter you. As his words fell, it felt as if the vast expanse of the boundless thunder realm trembled twice. An invisible pressure radiated outward. The Lei clan bowed, their heads in terror. Dumbfounded, jaws agape wide enough to fit a fist. Such arrogance was astounding. Yet the Lin family possessed the capital to back such pride. Is this the Lin family's true might? It is terrifying beyond measure. To disdain trampling the dust of ants. If uttered by others, it would be mere boasting, but from Dao Yindadi, it carries undeniable menace. Anyone who dares provoke the Lin family henceforth, I will be the first to keep my distance. This is no fallen ancient clan, but a concealed colossus. Amidst the murmurs, Dao Yindadi no longer glanced at the Lei clan, but signaled Wan Lu, 4 streams of light, and sped toward the Lai Tianchong sect. The reckoning with the Lei clan concluded. Next were the Lai Tianchong sect and the Feng clan. The Wuxia emperor followed closely, casting a warning glance at the Lei clan before departing. The Lei clan members exhaled in relief, yet were suffused with resentment and humiliation. Not only had they lost 3 great emperors, but half of the 9-turn purple gold thunder tribulation liquid, an unprecedented disgrace since their inception. Meanwhile, elders and clan leaders of other factions, upon perceiving this through soul probes, immediately transmitted orders to their disciples. Henceforth, no clan member shall provoke anyone from the Lin family. S treasures. Desist at once. If you wish to live, do not provoke the Lin family. All fully comprehended that the previous assumption of the Lin family as a declining ancient clan was a grave misunderstanding. An entity capable of pressing at another's doorstep, forcing the surrender of their clan's most treasured artifact as recompense, and retreating unscathed could never be waning. This was an overwhelmingly formidable power that could effortlessly crush imperial clans. For a time, the entire boundless star sea was subdued by Dao Yindadi's words and the Lin family's might. Within the Feng clan's ancestral valley, Chongfenggu, an oppressive silence reigned, pierced only by subdued whispers of discontent among the clan members. In the central plaza, Feng Wuhai knelt on the cold stone slabs, shivering, head bowed low, scarcely daring to breathe. The surrounding Feng clan members gazed upon him with accusation and fury. Ordinarily, minor troubles caused by Feng Wuhai would be overlooked due to his talents. Yet this time, he had provoked Lin Chen, the very Lin family who had inflicted severe losses upon the Lei clan and compelled them to surrender half of their precious tribulation liquid. It's all his fault. Had he not incited the clan leader, how would the Feng clan have become entangled in the attempt to assassinate Lin Chen? You have seen the Lei clan's fate, with 4 Lin family ancestors suppressing 12 great emperors, and our Feng clan having fewer emperors than the Lei. Should conflict erupt, we would perish without even knowing how. These murmurs pierced Feng Wuhai's heart like needles. He wished to defend himself, but was utterly speechless. Indeed, he had harbored resentment toward Lin Chen for past conflicts and resource theft, speaking ill of him before the clan leader Feng Lin Shan. Feng Lin Shan stood upon the clan hall steps, his face dark with regret. The Feng clan harbored no great enmity with the Lin family, at most, minor disputes among juniors over resources. Yet when he and Shu from the Lai Tianchong sect promised the spoils of Lin family treasures upon Lin Chen's death, greed overcame him, and he consented to the conspiracy. Now, the Feng clan had gained nothing but invited a divine calamity. A classic case of losing the chicken while attempting to steal the rice. Clan leader, we cannot delay any longer. The Lin family may already be en route. We must find someone to answer for this, or they will not relent. An elder urged urgently. Feng Lin Shan's eyes flickered, settling on the kneeling Feng Wuhai. At this juncture, he could only designate Feng Wuhai as the scapegoat. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped Chongfenggu. Even the perennial winds ceased instantaneously. Who goes there? The Feng clan's great emperors ascended swiftly, their gazes wary toward the sky. Above Chongfenggu, a figure gradually materialized, clad in the eternal night star robe, left hand supporting the myriad stars, celestial instrument, whose starry phantoms slowly revolved. It was none other than the Lin Chen. His stellar radiance was as dense as a sea of stars, suffocating the Feng clan's great emperors. Lin Chen. The young Zhou Dadi's countenance changed abruptly as he stepped forward with a conciliatory tone. Brother Lin Chen, it is an honor to see you. What brings you to our Feng clan today? Let us speak amicably. There is no need for conflict. He had personally witnessed Lin Chen.'s terror. Previously, single-handedly subdued 3 great emperors and effortlessly dispelled the eternal oblivion curse of the Destroyer Emperor. Now that the Lei clan had fallen, Dao Yin and company might be on their way to the Feng clan. Should battle erupt, the Feng clan would suffer even more grievously. Lin Chen, without further ado, fixed his calm gaze on young Zhou Dadi and spoke directly. Surrender half of your Feng clan's 5-colored divine mud. 5-colored divine mud? Young Zhou Dadi's pupils contracted sharply, pain nearly bleeding from his heart. This was the Feng clan's most treasured heirloom, a fragment formed over tens of thousands of years within the chaos wind eye of their ancestral land. It contained the primordial chaotic wind essence capable of forging a flawless Tao foundation. When cultivators break through to the great emperor realm, even a trace could drastically reduce the likelihood of mental corruption. If body or soul were injured, applying this divine mud could instantly heal wounds, even gradually mending cracks in the imperial Tao. Furthermore, when used in forging weapons, the 5-color divine mud could endow them with sentience, creating supreme imperial arms. Its scarcity was extreme. The Feng clan had preserved only a fist-sized piece since ancient times. It was a strategic resource even the clan's great emperors hesitated to expend. Young Zhou Dadi wished to negotiate, yet recalling the Lei clan's fate, he swallowed his words. The Feng clan's foundation was likely shallower. Bargain. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and turned to soar toward the ancestral land of the Feng clan. He was aware that the ancestors of the clan must have sensed the aura of the divine mud. Their failure to emerge to obstruct him indicated their tacit acceptance of surrendering the divine mud. Moments later, the Emperor of Eternal Day returned, cradling a jade box. Upon opening it, he revealed a half-piece of the dazzling divine mud, which was enveloped in a faint chaotic aura, instantly refreshing the surrounding air. Reluctantly, he handed the jade box to the Emperor of Refining Stars, his tone tinged with bitterness. Brother Refining Stars, this is half of our Feng clan's divine mud. I kindly ask for your mercy this time. The Emperor of Refining Stars accepted the jade box and glanced inside, nodding in satisfaction. He had initially expected the Feng clan to bargain fiercely like the Lei clan or even resort to violence, but the situation unfolded smoothly. It appeared that the fate of the Lei clan had thoroughly intimidated these forces. Rest assured, as long as the Feng clan refrains from provoking the Lin family in the future, today's matter will be settled. The Emperor of Refining Stars spoke calmly, then, holding the cosmic star instrument, transformed into a streak of starlight and flew towards the Liaking gun sect. Dao Yin and the others should already be there. It was time to settle the score with the last clan. Watching the Emperor of Refining Stars depart, the Emperor of Eternal Day let out a long sigh of relief, yet felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Half of the divine mud was lost just like that, and he lacked the courage to resist. The surrounding members of the Feng clan also breathed a sigh of relief, but their gazes toward Feng Wuhe remained icy. Although the Lin family had retreated, the scapegoat still had to be penalized. In the skies above the realm of the Liaking gun sect, the 4 emperors, Dao Yin, Wan Fa, Wan Lu, and Lu Yuan, stood shoulder to shoulder, their imperial might intertwining, causing the very air of the star realm to feel slightly stifled. Below, a brilliant golden shield enveloped the entire sect, a formidable defensive formation known as the 10,000 Guns Break Formation. With countless flickering spear shadows emanating a fierce aura of slaughter, clearly a top-tier defensive array. Oh, it seems they intend to confront us head-on? Wan Lu Emperor's lips curled into a cold smile, his skull behind him slowly rotating. Just right. I am in need of a few spear cultivator emperor skulls as offerings. However, Dao Yin Emperor furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze sweeping over the protective formation. Although the array was fierce, it lacked a certain resoluteness, appearing more like a bluff. Just as he was about to speak, the protective formation slowly opened a gap, and a figure flew out. It was the Holy Spirit Emperor, devoid of any combat intent, and instead bowed respectfully. Esteemed guests, your journey has been arduous. The Liaking Gun sect harbors no intention of opposing the Lin family. But even the onlooking cultivators were stunned. No one knew that just before the arrival of Dao Yin and his companions, area of the Liaking Gun sect, we cannot engage in battle. The Lei clan has lost 3 of its 12 emperors and half of its Thunder Tribulation liquid. If we were to fight, we would only suffer a worse defeat. A white-haired elder, leaning on a long spear, solemnly stated, "In sense. But if we surrender our treasure, able to compete. Compete? Our emperors will suffer severe casualties, face annihilation. We have survived for over 10,000 years. Every one of us has crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Brave, and when to endure is the ancient wisdom of the cultivation world." The other elders nodded in agreement. Defeat would only lead to loss. It was wiser to compromise temporarily, preserve their foundation, and seek revenge when the opportunity arose. This debate ultimately led the Liaking Gun sect to abandon the idea of confrontation and send the Holy Spirit Emperor to seek peace. The 72nd chapter, You Recognize Your Place, began as Dao Yin Emperor observed the respectful demeanor of the Holy Spirit Emperor, understanding the situation clearly. He spoke directly, "If you wish for us to spare you." The Emperor's expression shifted slightly, yet he showed no hesitation, indicating he had prepared for this. The Wanling flame was no ordinary spiritual fire. It was a genuine treasure of heaven and earth. The founding ancestors of the Liaking Gun sect had obtained it by chance and revered it as the sect's most prized possession. Not only strengthened the body and infused cultivators with its power, but also enhanced the sharpness and resilience of weapons when used in forging. Moreover, a touch added during alchemy could double the efficacy of pills. It could even produce offspring flames for core disciples to cultivate, dramatically accelerating their progress. The Liaking Gun sect's ability to maintain its foothold among the imperial clans was largely due to the Wanling flame. Over tens of thousands of years, they had only nurtured it to the size of a fist, making it the lifeblood of the sect. Taking a deep breath, the Holy Spirit Emperor raised his hand, revealing a faint red flame that flickered unpredictably, sometimes transforming into a graceful golden dragon, other times into a roaring tiger, with the phantoms of myriad beasts surging within the flame. This was indeed the Wanling flame. He grit his teeth, splitting the flame in two, keeping half in his palm and sending the other half toward Dao Yin Emperor. Dao Yin Emperor, this is half of the Wanling flame. I ask that you do not pursue the Liaking Gun sect's past mistakes. Dao Yin Emperor caught the flame, feeling the pure spiritual power within, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. You recognize your place. He had already calculated that this Wanling flame would perfectly nourish the spiritual vein lying beneath the Lin family's land, benefiting their disciples in forging and alchemy. Truly a win-win situation. The Holy Spirit Emperor watched as Dao Yin stored the flame, feeling a heavy sense of indignation, yet daring not to express any dissatisfaction. He knew that preserving the remaining emperors and the sect was already a stroke of fortune. The other cultivators of the Liaking Gun sect lowered their heads, fists clenched, their eyes filled with resentment, silently vowing, "This humiliation shall be repaid in kind. Lin family, we shall see." Meanwhile, the onlookers were in an uproar. Goodness, the Liaking Gun sect is far too cowardly. They activated their formation and surrendered their treasure without a fight? Cowardly? Did you not see the fate of the Lei clan? If 12 emperors could not withstand them, how could the Liaking Gun sect hope to endure? The Lin family is truly terrifying. The Lei clan, Feng clan, and Liaking Gun sect, none could withstand their might. How many more emperors does the Lin family have hidden away? The 5 who appeared previously, plus those in the Forbidden Area who have yet to show themselves, could likely sweep through the entire Endless Star Sea. As the discussions continued, those top-tier forces that had previously harbored thoughts against the Lin family quickly retracted their intentions. With the 3 top imperial powers so easily subdued, any attempt to provoke the Lin family would only lead to a more dire outcome. No one knew how many fossil-level emperors lay buried in the Lin family's forbidden graveyard. In such circumstances, No one dared to provoke the Lin family's wrath. Dao Yin Emperor glanced at the Holy Spirit Emperor, refraining from further words. Return now and inform your sect leader to properly manage your disciples in the future and to refrain from provoking the Lin family again. With that, with one Fa and the others transformed into 4 streaks of light, flying toward the Lin family's imperial palace. The accounts with the 3 forces had been settled. It was time to return and present the spoils of war to Lin Chen. The Holy Spirit Emperor watched the 4 depart, releasing a long breath, yet feeling a weight upon him. When Dao Yin, Wan Fa, Wan Lu, forbidden area, the scene by the lake remained unchanged. The indistinct figure still leaned against the willow tree, holding a fishing rod devoid of a hook, while the wooden basin before him rippled with clear water as if it had never been disturbed. In the distance, the old monsters engaged in mahjong, and fishing merely cast a fleeting glance at them before resuming their tasks. Overwhelming the 3 great imperial clans was as mundane as a casual stroll. The matter has been resolved, Ancestor. Dayandati stepped forward, a liquid, and a Wanling Jian, his tone respectful yet unpretentious. The Lei clan, Foam clan, and Liesh and Chang's sect had all suffered losses and dared not mention troubling Chinner again. The indistinct figure did not accept the vial, simply waving a hand, his voice remaining ancient and calm. You may keep the items for Chunner's breakthrough or for the cultivation of the clan's disciples. Wan Ladati could not help but step forward, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Ancestor, we could have easily annihilated them at the Lei clan, lead to future trouble for Chinner. Upon hearing this, the other 3 also turned their attention to the indistinct figure, sharing the same concern, for with their strength, obliterating the 3 great imperial clans was far from a daunting task. The figure holding the fishing rod paused, as if his gaze pierced through the void of the forbidden land, gazing towards the distant direction of the Diguan, because the alien races at Diguan have recently become restless. He began slowly, his tone tinged with gravity. The forces of the boundless Star Sea were often embroiled in conflict. They united when faced with external invasions. Should we annihilate the Lei clan, and the aliens invade, the absence of several forces would leave us vulnerable. The group suddenly comprehended. The ancestors' consideration of the larger picture was to preserve the 3 great imperial clans for future resistance against the alien races. Wan Fadati nudged the ancient tome in his hands, softly inquiring, Ancestor, when can we venture over there? Although time in the Forbidden Land flows nearly to a halt and does not consume our lifespan, we yearn to leave. It is rather dull here. What is the rush? The indistinct figure chuckled, his tone lightening somewhat. It is not peaceful over there at present. Your current task is to remain near the Forbidden Land and ensure Chinura's safety. He is the most gifted child of the Lin clan in this generation, and no mistakes are to be made. Lian Dati, rarely vocal, spoke with a cold yet earnest tone. Ancestor, why not relocate the Lin clan there instead of leaving us in the boundless Star Sea? Because this is the origin of the Lin clan. The indistinct figure's tone grew solemn. This was established by our progenitor who founded the Lin clan in this star field, claiming it as the root of the Lin clan. No matter where the Lin clan develops in the future, we cannot stray from our origin. Thus, the children of the Lin clan spend their initial years here before venturing out to hone their skills, to draw upon the fortune of the origin. The group then understood the profound significance of the Lin clan's presence in the boundless Star Sea. Dayandati suddenly recalled something, leaning in with a somewhat ingratiating tone. Ancestor, the pantau you brought back from the Yaokai, sacred land last time, was truly delightful. After consuming it, I felt my spirit clear significantly, greatly aiding my cultivation. When we visit there again, could you bring me a few more? These are rare spiritual fruits I have specially reserved for you. Moisten your throat with them. The indistinct figure's hand holding the fishing rod trembled suddenly, nearly spilling the tea. He chuckled helplessly, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I have mentioned that those pantau are treasures of the Yaokai, sacred land. Last time, you secretly picked them with a few elders there, nearly getting discovered by the Yaokai people. Next time, I will have them stealthily procure a few more. Understood, Ancestor. Dayandati's expression brightened instantly, resembling a child who had just been given candy. The other 3 could not help but smile at his demeanor. The usually imposing Dayandati bore no airs before the ancestor. All right, you all must be tired. Return and rest. The indistinct figure waved his hand, turning his gaze back to the clear water in the basin. Remember, at all times protect Chen. As long as he is unharmed, the Lin clan shall remain safe. Yes. The four responded in unison, turning to head deeper into the Forbidden Land. In the dense forest surrounding the illusionary spirit ancient forest, Lin Chen, cradling Xiao, rubbed its head and called out to Lin Chen and Lin Shan, who were nearby organizing their storage rings. Stop tidying up. Let us go home. Lin Chen and Lin Shan exchanged glances and promptly replied. They had long wished to return to the Lin clan after hiding outside for so long. Lin Shan felt emboldened to depart because the system notification in his mind had completely ceased, indicating that the protective value was no longer increasing. This signified that the ancestors at home had surely settled accounts with the three great powers, and the turmoil had subsided. The trio and one beast boarded the small, flying vessel Lin Chen exchanged from a system, which transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Lin clan's imperial palace. Along the way, they encountered numerous patrolling cultivators and disciples of the Lin clan returning from training. Upon seeing Lin Chen on the flying vessel, they greeted him warmly. Brother Chen, you're back. We heard you ran into trouble. We were all on edge. Brother Chen is amazing. I heard the Lei clan got dealt with by the ancestors and even lost many treasures. Brother Chen, is this little dog your pet? So adorable. Lin Chen sat at the edge of the flying vessel, smiling and responding, feeling warmth in his heart. Previously, when the family circulated news of his demise, the clan members immediately armed themselves, ready to seek vengeance. This sentiment was more precious than anything. Xiaohei also poked its head out, barking a couple of times at the cultivators below, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Before long, the flying vessel arrived at the entrance of the Lin clan's imperial palace. The guarding cultivators, upon recognizing Lin Chen, hurriedly opened the palace gates and respectfully bowed. Brother Chen. Lin Chen nodded, leading Lin Chen, Lin Shan, and Xiaohei into the imperial palace, heading directly for the central hall. He knew that his father, Lin Jianshu, would surely be waiting for him there. Inside the hall, Lin Jianshu was seated at the main seat, handling clan affairs. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up just in time to see Lin Chen scampering over. And before he could speak, he heard a clear "Dad." Lin Jianshu set aside the jade slip in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his features. Though his gaze fell upon Xiaohei at Lin Chen's feet, puzzled, he inquired, "What is this?" "This is my pet. I named it Xiaohei." Lin Chen quickly lifted Xiaohei and presented it to Lin Jianshu. "It's very clever. It can even help me watch over the spirit herbs in my small world." Lin Jianshu glanced at Xiaohei, who tilted its head in response, its eyes sparkling. In the realm of cultivation, keeping pets is quite common. Some pets can even cultivate alongside their owners, becoming a force in battle. He did not press further, merely nodding. Take good care of it." Seeing this, Lin Chen promptly moved behind Lin Jianshu, offering a back rub, his tone laced with eagerness. "Dad, may I ask when the elder will emerge from seclusion? I wish for Xiaohei to learn formation techniques from the elder, especially the teleportation array inscriptions. In the future, should we face pursuit, we could have more means of escape." The discomfort of not having a teleportation array during the previous chase lingered in his memory, and now that Xiaohei was free, it was an opportune time for it to learn a skill. Lin Jianshu relished his son's back rub, the smile on his face deepening. Soon, the elder is in seclusion to stabilize his realm. He should emerge in no more than 3 days. I will mention it to him, then, ensuring he teaches Xiaohei well. "Thank you, Dad," Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully. Lin Jianshu patted his hand, his tone turning serious. "All right, no more rubbing. Go to the periphery of the Forbidden Land and visit the elders. They specifically emerged from the Forbidden Land for your sake and have not returned yet. It's a good time to greet them." Lin Chen's heart stirred. The rapid increase in his protective value previously was surely due to the elder's intervention, and it was time to express his gratitude. He quickly set Xiaohei down, patting its head. "Xiaohei, stay with Dad for a while. I'll be right back." Xiaohei obediently barked twice and sat by Lin Jianshu's feet. Lin Chen nodded to Lin Jianshu and turned to exit the hall, pondering, what words of gratitude should I convey to the elders? Should I bring some spiritual fruits from the little world for them? On the secluded path of the Lin family's forbidden area, Lin Chen trod upon the soft grass, making his way towards the lakeside. As previously mentioned by the esteemed Dao Yanlao Zhu, along the way, he spotted several ancestors scattered about, some were fishing by the lake, while others gathered around a stone table, engrossed in a game of mahjong. Rather than an eerie ambience, it resembled a leisurely paradise. Refining Star Lao Tzu. You are here as well. Lin Chen greeted the great Emperor Refining Star, seated beneath a willow tree, while simultaneously retrieving a wooden box from his storage ring. Inside lay plump spiritual fruits, handpicked from the vicinity of an abandoned mine. Though not of the highest grade, they were the sweetest batch he had specially selected. Please, taste these spiritual fruits. I saved them especially for you. They're juicy and soothing to the throat. Emperor Refining Star accepted the wooden box, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes as he nodded in appreciation. You are thoughtful. Lin Chen then rushed to Dao Yin Lao Tzu, presenting the spiritual fruits with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Dao Yin Lao Tzu, I heard from the clansmen on my way back that you were quite formidable over at the Lei clan. They say you effortlessly drew 3 great emperors into your domain, swiftly subduing them and even delivering a beating. What overwhelming presence. If I could possess even half of your prowess, I would never fear being hunted again. Dao Yin took the spiritual fruits, his face lighting up with joy from Lin Chen's flattery. Stroking his beard, he remarked, You little rascal. Your words are quite sweet. But fear not. With the ancestors here, no one will dare to bully you. As he spoke, he retrieved a pale blue talisman from his robe and handed it to Lin Chen. This is a space escape talisman, more stable than the previous one you used. When you wish to leave, simply crush it, and it will transport you to a safe location. Keep it for your protection. Thank you, Dao Yin Lao Tzu. You are truly too kind to me. Lin Chen hastily accepted the talisman and then hurried over to Wan Lu Lao Tzu, offering the spiritual fruits. Wan Lu Lao Tzu, I heard you recently collected 2 emperor heads as trophies. They are indeed the heads of emperors. Just thinking about it is impressive. I have long heard of your prowess in slaughtering the rebellious forces, and now, with this new achievement, your tale will surely be passed down in our clan for thousands of years. Wan Lu Lao Tzu took great pride in his spectral army and head trophies. Lin Chen's praise brought a smile to his otherwise ominous face as he retrieved a black bone whistle from a pile of skulls behind him. This is a necromancer's whistle. A single blow can summon 10 spectral guardians. It can shield you during critical moments. Take it. Thank you, Wan Lu Lao Tzu. Lin Chen accepted the whistle and then rushed to Wan Fa Lao Tzu, presenting the spiritual fruits with even more enthusiasm. Wan Fa Lao Tzu, I heard that during your battle with the Lei clan's great emperor, no matter what thunder techniques or secret arts they unleashed, as your own, your Wan Fa Gue Lu Ju is truly remarkable. Your intellect is astounding. In a fraction of your abilities, I will be able to handle battles with ease. Wan Fa Lao Tzu, flattered, chuckled as he stroked his beard. This is a treatise on secret arts analysis. Take it and study it. When you encounter unfamiliar secret arts, follow the methods outlined within, and you may glean some insight. Additionally, of concentrating spirit pills for your training. They will expedite your progress. Thank you, Wan Fa Lao Tzu. This treasure is incredibly useful, Lin Chen exclaimed, accepting the paper and the pills, his eyes squinting with delight. Finally, he approached Lu Yuan Lao Tzu, offering the spiritual fruits while continuing to extol his virtues. Lu Yuan Lao Tzu, I heard you severed the arm of the Lei clan's great emperor with your bone platform and incantations. Ruthless determination during your past campaigns against forces of rebellion remains unmatched. With you around, the Lin family will surely think twice. Though Lu Yuan Lao Tzu was not one for many words, Lin Chen's praise softened his demeanor as he produced a black command medallion from his waist. This is the Shaoling, shattered in times of peril. Keep it safe. Lin Chen gratefully accepted all the treasures, nearly overwhelmed by their abundance. To each ancestor. Thank you, esteemed ancestors, with the treasures you have bestowed upon me. Diligent training, ensuring I do not bring shame to the Lin family, nor trouble to the ancestors. The elders were amused by his exuberance, their gazes filled with affection for such a talented, sweet-tongued, and considerate junior. After conversing with the ancestors for a while longer, Lin Chen reluctantly bid farewell. Esteemed ancestors, I shall take my leave for now. I will bring you more treasures next time. Watching Lin Chen skip away, Dao Yin Di chuckled and shook his head. This lad, still as clever as he was in his youth. Emperor Refining Star nodded in agreement. With him around, the Lin family has a promising future. Lin Chen, clutching the multitude of treasures gifted to him by the ancestors, made his way to the lakeside beneath the willow tree. There, a hazy figure remained seated, rod without a hook, while the clear water in the wooden basin reflected the fragmented starlight, now imbued with a gentler glow. Ancestor. Lin Chen approached quietly and called out respectfully, his tone imbued with reverence, unlike his earlier exuberance with the other ancestors. The figure slowly turned, though its features remained obscured, settling upon Lin Chen, radiating the unique affection of a senior for a junior. Chen gently called. Yes, Lin Chen responded, settling down in the grass beneath the willow tree. The figure's gaze returned to the wooden basin, fingers lightly tracing the water's surface, creating ripples. Chen, do you know? A great era from the endless star sea is approaching. Lin Chen paused, curiosity piqued. What is a great era? It is the time when the hidden prodigies from various places will gradually enter the world. The figure's voice was calm, yet carried a weight of solemnity. There will be heirs from hidden powers, successors of ancient bloodlines, and talented individuals from other imperial clans. They will compete for resources, seize territories, and even engage in fierce battles for a mere chance encounter. Your current strength is commendable among your peers, but will be insufficient in the face of this great era. Lin Chen felt a tightening in his chest. Presently, he was only at the Yuanhua realm, and previously, he had relied on underhanded tactics to deal with those at the Shengxi realm. If he encountered even stronger prodigies, he would indeed be at a disadvantage. Instinctively, he called upon the system in his mind, searching for ways to rapidly enhance his strength. Soon, a new option appeared. Daily Comprehension Enhancement Card. Consuming 200,000 protection points activates to double comprehension for the day, allowing swift understanding of techniques and insights into Tao rhythms. Usable once daily, a welfare item, no additional cost. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he glanced at the system panel, showing over 380,000 protection points. It was evident that this accumulation stemmed from the surge of protective emotions among the ancestors during their dealings with the three major factions. 20,000 per use would last him quite a while, even if used daily. What should I do, ancestor? Lin Chen looked up at the figure, urgency lacing his tone, as he had no desire to be bullied in the great era. The figure chuckled softly, patting Lin Chen's shoulder. Do not fret. For now, Chen, refrain from wandering about. Return to your courtyard and focus on your cultivation. After a brief pause, the figure continued. The clan will provide you with the finest training resources. The 9-turn purple gold thunder calamity liquid and 5-color divine mud we procured from the Lei clan will also be allocated to you, helping to solidify your foundation and break through realms. Once your strength is sufficient, it will not be too late to venture out and experience the great era. Though Lin Chen felt somewhat reluctant, wishing to venture out in search of opportunities to earn protective values and unearth treasures, he eventually nodded, understanding that his elder was acting in his best interest. I understand, esteemed ancestor. I shall heed your advice and dedicate this time to diligent cultivation. He recognized that in a world teeming with opportunities, dangers lurked just as fiercely. Without sufficient strength, even the most fortuitous encounters could lead to peril or even death. Therefore, taking the time to enhance his abilities was the wisest course of action. The figure observing him nodded in satisfaction at his understanding and then retrieved a lustrous white pearl from within his robes, handing it to Lin Chen. This is the Ning Shunju, worn upon your person. It will aid you in dispelling distractions and prevent you from straying into madness during your cultivation. Take it. Lin Chen accepted the pearl, feeling its icy coolness, as a refreshing aura instantly coursed through his body, alleviating much of his previous impatience. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Chapter 75. The Great Emergence. Time swiftly passed, and 5 years, in the extended timeline of cultivators, was but a fleeting moment. Yet for the boundless sea of stars, these 5 years marked the prologue to a grand era. The once tranquil, celestial map began to stir with activity. First, various imperial clans and top-tier forces released their hidden prodigies. Concealed for hundreds or even thousands of years, Lei Clan S. Lei, Kinju, born with the ability to command the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, made his entrance with a late-stage life and death realm cultivation, effortlessly defeating 3 peers of the same realm and storming into the top 100 of the prodigy rankings. Feng Clan S. Feng Kinjeo, capable of manipulating chaotic winds, moved with unparalleled swiftness, eluding even seasoned prodigies. Lin Tian's spear sect, Chong, Yuming wielded a spear with extraordinary finesse, crossing mountains with a single thrust, and within just 3 months, he ascended into the top 50 of the prodigy rankings. Subsequently, talented rogue cultivators emerged one after another. Sure Man, who comprehended the Earth's principles within abandoned mines, could withstand sacred artifacts with his physical form. Yi Gaiying, who, through salvaged fragments of techniques, forge a path of devouring resonance capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of others for his own use. These rogue prodigies, unbound by any faction, acted with ruthless determination, causing frequent upheaval in the prodigy rankings within a mere year. Those who once held positions within the top 30 could be toppled by unknown rogues by the next day, necessitating daily updates to the list. Most astonishing of all, ancient families and sects that had remained hidden for thousands of years began to announce the opening of their doors to accept disciples. The ancient Jiang clan, descendants of Fuxi, and even the fabled Watchtower, guardians of the key to the Imperial Pass, publicly sought disciples with a singular requirement: age not exceeding 100 years. And cultivation, at least at the Yuanhua realm. Once this news broke, young cultivators across the vast sea of stars went into a frenzy, rushing toward these hidden forces, fearful of missing out on their fortunes. In no time, the sea of stars was awash with prodigies clashing, battles for resources within secret realms, and challenges for rankings in cities unfolding almost daily, with the air thick with the anticipation of the impending grand era. Throughout these 5 years, however, Lin Chen was seldom mentioned, not because he was forgotten, but because the Lin family publicly stated that he was in secluded cultivation. Coupled with the lingering awe of the Lin family patriarch's overwhelming dominance over the 3 great imperial clans 5 years prior, no one dared to inquire about his whereabouts. In the depths of the Lin family's forbidden grounds, however, a different scene unfolded. Within the spatial domain of Emperor Dayan, Lin Chen traversed through countless spatial rifts, for the voice of Emperor Dayan resonated from beyond the domain. Remember, a deep breath, guidance, attempting to attune himself to the surrounding spatial fluctuations. Gradually, his steps became more fluid. Together. Excellent, there's some progress. The voice of Emperor Dayan carried a note of approval. This again tomorrow, adding that he should learn to analyze secret techniques from Emperor Wanfang today. Wanfang, who spread out dozens of scrolls of secret techniques before him. Come, examine this scroll of the blazing flame heaven technique. Identify its flaw within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you fail, do not expect to receive today's gathering spirit pills. Lin Chen hurriedly focused his mind, activating his daily comprehension enhancement card. Over the past 5 years, he had invested heavily in protective values, dramatically enhancing his understanding. As his gaze swept across the scroll, the trajectory of the secret technique materialized in his mind. Soon, he pointed to a specific rune, exclaiming, "Esteemed ancestor, the fire attribute runes here are too densely packed. At the 3rd level, the spiritual energy will stagnate, risking backlash." Fang nodded, handing him a bottle of gathering spirit pills, quite astute. Tomorrow, you shall learn to analyze water attribute techniques. In addition to Dayan and Wanfang, Emperor Wangklu also instructed him in the fundamentals of necromancy, not to raise the dead, but to perceive their essence and evade traps. Emperor Liuan engaged him in practical combat daily, from basic hand-to-hand combat to weaponry. Even when Lin Chen emerged battered and bruised, he had to endure until he could withstand 3/10 of Emperor Liuan's strength. Emperor Lianxing brought him directly into the starry realm, teaching him to absorb stellar energy for cultivation and lending him the Wangxing Huan Tian instrument for observation, aiding him in comprehending the resonance of the stars. After 5 years, Lin Chen's cultivation had surged from mid-Yuanhua to late life and death realm, with an exceptionally solid foundation. With the 9 transformations of purple gold thunder liquid tempering his physique, the 5-color divine mud solidifying his path, and the authentic teachings of the ancestors combined with daily comprehension enhancements, his power was far beyond that of an average life and death realm cultivator. He felt confident in contending with even the top 30 prodigies on the rankings. That evening, Lin Chen sat beneath the starry river in the forbidden grounds, gazing at the distant glimmers of spiritual light that seemed to echo the battles of prodigies outside. Clenching his fist, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. It has been 5 years. The outside world must be bustling with activity. Once I solidify my realm a bit more, it will be time for me to venture out and witness it. Within the Lin family's great hall, the once solemn atmosphere had dissipated entirely. 8 elders gathered in the center, their voices raised in a cacophony of debate, audible even to those outside. The second elder, Lin Gahong, stroked his grizzled beard, pointing an accusatory finger at the third elder, Lin Chen, with disdain in his tone. Lin Chen, spare me your bluster. You are merely circling around your chicken coop. No matter how plump your 8 treasure chickens get, they cannot produce outstanding grandchildren. My grandson just comprehended a minor divine ability last month. He is undoubtedly superior to yours. You're talking nonsense. The third elder, Lin Chen, immediately erupted, his face flushed with anger. Everyone knew that, aside from cultivating spirit herbs, his most prized possession was his flock of 8 treasures chickens. Over the past 2 years, Lin Chen had refrained from pilfering them, resulting in an overwhelming surplus of chickens, with several coops even set up in the open spaces outside the hall. He retorted defiantly, "Well, my grandson, he has even managed to cultivate a millennium-old soul-condensing grass and can refine your inferior elixirs. Who are you calling inferior?" Lin Gahong fumed, his anger boiling as he exclaimed, "The elixirs I refine. Who in the clan does not scramble to obtain them? Can your grandson compare? Stronger than yours, weaker than mine." Their quarrel escalated, and before long, they resorted to physical confrontation, with Lin Gahong throwing the first punch aimed at Lin Chen's eye. Unyielding, Lin Chen retaliated with a kick aimed at Lin Gahong's knee, and the two soon found themselves rolling on the ground, grappling like street brawlers. Bang! Lin Gahong's fist struck Lin Chen's face, sending his glasses flying. Lin Chen, undeterred, seized Lin Gahong's beard and yanked it fiercely, causing Lin Gahong to howl in pain. Chapter 76. If he doesn't let go, neither will I. Stop! Stop! We are all family. The fourth elder rushed forward to intervene, attempting to separate the two. However, before he could reach them, he was grazed by Lin Gahong's fist, instantly leaving him with a blackened eye. Ouch! My eye! The fourth elder clutched his face in pain, his anger ignited. Lin Gahong, you dare strike me? He forsook his role as peacemaker and lunged at Lin Gahong's back with a punch, exclaiming, "I'll help the third elder teach you a lesson." Now it had turned into a 2-on-1 scenario, and Lin Gahong quickly found himself at a disadvantage, being overwhelmed by the combined assault of the two. The fifth elder, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, exclaimed that it was no skill to bully the few with the many, and rushed forward, grabbing the fourth elder's arm, declaring, "I shall assist the second elder. Let's be fair." Thus, the central hall transformed into a chaotic brawl of 2 against 2. Lin Gahong and the fifth elder formed one team, while Lin Chen and the fourth elder comprised the other. The 4 of them tumbled on the ground, pulling at each other's clothes and hair, engaging in a raucous scuffle, their elder robes torn to shreds. Meanwhile, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th elders did not intervene. Instead, they brought chairs and sat in a circle, watching the commotion unfold, occasionally cheering. "Second elder, are you up to the task?" That last punch lacked strength. "Aim for his waist," shouted the 6th elder, slapping his thigh. "Third elder, grab his hair. You can't hold his beard. Can't you at least catch his hair?" The 7th elder laughed, pointing at Lin Gahong's hair. "Fifth elder, don't just pull his clothes. Kick his knee. He snatched spirit herbs from me last time." The 8th elder seized the moment to settle a personal score. "Fourth elder, keep it up. If you win, I shall treat you to spirit wine." The 9th elder raised an empty wine jug, shouting encouragement. As Lin Jianshu and the Grand Elder Lin Tinglin approached the entrance of the hall, they witnessed this farcical scene. The 2nd and 3rd elders remained locked in their struggle, one tugging at the other's hair while the other clutched at his beard, both with flushed faces and unwilling to relent. The 4th and 5th elders sat nearby, one sporting a swollen eye and the other a bruise on his forehead, their garments resembling tattered rags, as if they had just crawled from a muddy pit. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th elders were stifling laughter. But upon noticing the arrival of the family head and the Grand Elder, they quickly composed themselves, feigning to adjust their robes. Lin Jianshu rubbed his forehead, his expression unperturbed. He had long grown accustomed to the elders' quarrels, which often escalated into physical altercations. Lin Tinglin, however, stepped forward helplessly and addressed the two grappling figures. Enough, enough. You are all grown men. Must you behave like children, tugging hair and pulling beards? But the second and third elders remained unmoved, responding in unison. I will not let go until he does. Left with no other option, Lin Chen stepped closer, grasping their wrists with both hands. With a slight exertion, two soft cracks echoed, and the second and third elders felt a tingling in their wrists, instinctively releasing their grips. Oof. The second elder, rubbing his disheveled hair, shot a glare at the third elder, only to freeze upon seeing the latter's appearance. Several of the third elder's beard strands had been yanked out, leaving his chin bare and looking both comical and disheveled. The third elder, noticing the second elder's unruly hair and the smudge of dirt on his face, could not suppress a laugh, quickly turning away to hide it. The fourth and fifth elders exchanged glances, one with a swollen eye and the other with a bruise. Unable to contain their laughter, the earlier anger dissipated. Observing their state, Lin Chen shook his head. Enough of this nonsense. You are all brothers. Soon enough, you will be toasting with spirit wine again. He knew these old comrades all too well. They would argue, bicker, and fight, but would soon forget and never hold grudges. Indeed, the second elder cleared his throat, producing a healing pill and tossing it to the third elder. Here, take this to mend your few broken beards. The third elder accepted the pill without hesitation, popping it into his mouth, and tossed back a muscle-toning pill. Here, remedy that messy hair of yours. Seeing them ease, Lin Chen turned to Lin Jianshu, his tone becoming solemn. Family head, the grand era of the endless star sea has commenced, and the prodigies of other factions are gradually entering the world. It is time for our Lin family's children to emerge from the secret realm and gain some experience. Is it not? Lin Jianshu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the elders in the hall. Yes, it is time. According to Lin family tradition, every batch of exceptionally talented prodigies would first be sent into the spirit refining secret realm for tempering. Within the realm, there were specialized spirit gathering formations to accelerate cultivation breakthroughs. There was also the heart and soul cliff, capable of simulating various perilous scenarios to hone mind. Even a battle soul arena existed, allowing them to engage with powerful figments within the illusion, refining both willpower and combat abilities. Many years. Only by solidifying their foundation could the prodigies avoid stumbling when entering the world. Immediately chimed in. Indeed, my grandson is said to have touched the threshold of the fourth stage of life and death realm. It is the perfect opportunity for him to compete with the prodigies of other factions and see how he measures up. The third elder, not to be outdone, added, my boy has cleared 7 levels in the heart and soul cliff. His mindset is quite stable. He will surely hold his own. The two, who had earlier been embroiled in conflict, now began to boast about their grandsons, eliciting laughter from the other elders. Lin Jianshu observed the lively scene, a smile creeping onto his lips. Then it is settled. Let the children emerge, rest for a few days, and then gradually enter the world. It will be time for the endless star sea to witness the strength of our Lin family's prodigies. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall arrange for the secret realm's opening and notify the clan's children to prepare. The elders in the hall buzzed with excitement. Their children were to enter the world. Leave, Grand Elder. When a secret realm opens, could I possibly have my grandson take more of the pills I refined? The outside world is perilous. It is better to be well prepared. To concentrated his spiritual power, gently pressing against the void. Scribed with runes, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, which cascaded into the center of the hall, transforming into a swirling vortex gate. Within, surrounding air field dance. Boom! As the vortex gate stabilized, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy spread throughout the Lin family, startling the disciples who were practicing and patrolling, prompting them to rush toward the hall. Soon, everyone craning their necks to look inside, voices rising in speculation. That must be the entrance to the spirit refining secret realm, right? Say the prodigies inside are due to emerge soon. Wonderful. Finally, we will see Fangu and the others. I wanted to ask them about their spear techniques. Chapter 77. The 9 Prodigies. Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement, and straight like a pine, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a subtle sharpness about him. He was none other than the Grand Elder's grandson, Lin Chen. As he emerged, he scanned the outside of the hall. He gradually stepped out, Lin Chen, the second elder's grandson, donned a crimson robe, his demeanor exuding a hint of arrogance. His spiritual power flickering as he moved. Lin Ruin, the third elder's grandson, wore azure garments, clutching a spirit herb freshly plucked from the secret realm. His temperament gentle, yet his eyes bright, indicating a keen intellect. Lin Xiao, the fourth elder's grandson, was particularly striking, tall and clad in black shorts, revealing muscular arms. The fifth elder's grandson sported jade glasses, holding a jade slip, reading as he walked, emanating a scholarly aura combined with composure. Lin Hebai, the sixth elder's grandson, wore a plain white robe, exuding a cool demeanor, his steps light, appearing particularly conspicuous amidst the crowd. The young maidens each exuded their own unique charm. Lin Qingjian, the granddaughter of the seventh elder, donned a delicate light blue dress. Her brows and eyes radiated a serene coolness, her long hair elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, and in her hand, she held a petite folding fan adorned with celestial imagery, embodying a gentle yet spirited demeanor. Lin Ruoku, the granddaughter of the eighth elder, sported a vibrant pink outfit, bouncing forth with lively energy, her large eyes sparkling with vivacity as she waved cheerily to the disciples outside the hall. Lin Yutang, the granddaughter of the ninth elder, wore a graceful green dress, carrying a bamboo basket filled with mystical fruits from the secret realm. Her sweet smile brought comfort to those who beheld her. The 9 young men and women stood in a line, their collective aura rich and refined, rivaling many seasoned prodigies from outside. Their strength was a testament to their own efforts within the secret realm, earning the respect of every member of the Lin family. It's fangirl, truly, through to the life and death realm. Incredible. Qingjian Jia, secret realm. Ruoku Jia, may I see the spiritual fruits in your basket? I have yet to witness the fruits from the secret realm. The 9 youths smiled at the greetings, but refrained from immediate responses. Greetings, family head. Greetings. They exhibited both youthful vigor and decorum, embodying the true essence of Lin family prodigies. The 9 elders discreetly studied their grandchildren. The second elder gazed at Lin Xiao, unable to suppress a smile. The third elder looked at Lin Ruin with eyes filled with pride. The seventh elder observed Lin Qingjian's elegant demeanor, nodding in approval. You have diligently cultivated in the secret realm for many years, and now you have finally emerged. For the next few days, take time to rest and familiarize yourselves with the outside world. In a few days, responded in unison, their voices brimming with anticipation. They had long heard the elders speak of the grand world outside, and were eager to engage with the other prodigies in competition. The disciples outside cheered, their eyes filled with envy and admiration for the 9 prodigies. With such talented individuals, the Lin family was sure to shine in the upcoming grand era. At the edge of the starry cliff, in the Lin family's forbidden zone, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on a smooth azure stone, technique taught by the great Emperor of Stars. Countless minutes star-like glimmers converged from the void, each breath imbued with the weight of stellar power. He gently closed his eyes, though a slight furrow marred his brow. Under the rigorous training from the ancestors, his cultivation had already surpassed the late stages of the life and death realm, even brushing against the threshold of its perfection. Yet, each day consisted solely of training and practicing techniques, leaving him feeling stifled. He occasionally caught wind of the news regarding the grand era from the conversations of the ancestors. May do so now. A gentle voice suddenly resonated beside him. Lin Chen opened his eyes wide in surprise to find a familiar, blurry figure standing behind him. Ancestor! Lin Chen exclaimed, springing to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. You permit me to go out? What's this? Do you not wish to venture forth? The figure replied with a chuckle. I do. I long to. Lin Chen nodded vigorously, nearly bouncing off the ground. I have yearned to explore for ages. It was only your forbid dance that held me back. As he spoke, his hands rubbed together in excitement. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall not cause trouble. I only wish to witness the grandeur of the outside world. Internally, he added a silent wish to earn some protective value on the side. The figure chuckled at his enthusiasm and waved a hand. Go, but be cautious. Do not allow anyone to bully you. Should you encounter an insurmountable issue, shatter the spirit-condensing pearl I previously gave you, and the ancestors will sense it. Understood. Thank you. Activate the technique he exchanged for with protective value. In an instant, his aura condensed, the pressure of the late life and death realm vanishing, replaced by the fluctuations of the mid-origin transformation realm. This technique, which he had acquired with protective value, was named the concealment and hiding technique, affectionately dubbed by him as the sixth technique, without thorough examination. Ah, now this will be interesting. Lin Chen mused, a mischievous glint in his eye. With the cultivation of the mid-origin transformation realm, he could play the fool while concealing his true strength. Just as he finished adjusting his realm, the image of Xiao He flashed through his mind. Since he entrusted Xiao He to his father 5 years ago, he had hardly seen the little creature, wondering if it had been well-fed, grown stronger, and if it still remembered him as its master. Chapter 78, Broken Universe Emperor. I must find Xiao He first, Lin Chen thought urgently, waving to the figure. Ancestor, I will seek out Xiao He first, and then venture forth in a couple of days. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the Forbidden Zone's exit, his pace several times faster than usual. It had been 5 years since their last meeting, and he longed to embrace Xiao He. Curious if that mischievous little creature still enjoyed scurrying about with spiritual herbs in its mouth. The figure watched Lin Chen hastily depart, shaking his head in exasperation. Yet his eyes sparkled with affection. This child remains as impulsive as ever. He raised his hand, pointing toward the void, silently merging into Lin Chen's being. With this protective talisman, he could ensure Lin Chen's safety even in the presence of an emperor. Meanwhile, at the Lin family imperial palace, Xiao He lay at the door of Lin Jianshu's study, basking in the sun and dozing. Over the past 5 years, it had been well cared for by Lin Jianshu, growing considerably and its fur becoming shinier. Occasionally, it would accompany Lin Chen's cousins to the spiritual herb garden, already becoming a little celebrity within the Lin family. Suddenly, its ears perked up, and it raised its head, gazing toward the direction of the Forbidden Zone. Lin Chen, returning. As Lin Chen flew out from the Forbidden Zone, racing toward the Imperial Palace, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention. Before he could react, a shadow darted from behind and leaped directly into his arms, the force nearly causing him to stumble as he struggled to regain his balance. Ouch! Lin Chen looked down and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Goodness, it's only been 5 years, and you've become so plump. In his embrace, Xiao He was no longer the tiny pup he once knew. It now resembled a fully grown wolfhound, against Lin Chen's arm, clearly well-fed. Xiao He nudged its head against Lin Chen's chest, and in a babyish yet proud voice, Master, I miss you so much. Why'd you take so long to return? Lin Chen trembled in shock, nearly dropping Xiao He. His face was a mask of disbelief. You can talk. He recalled Xiao He as merely an ordinary spiritual dog, capable of basic understanding at most. How was it that after just 5 years, it had learned to speak? Of course, Xiao He puffed up its chest, having leapt from Lin Chen's arms to stand proudly on the ground. I've learned quite a bit from the Great Elder. Not only can I speak, but I can also understand formations. Lin Chen was about to inquire further when Xiao He approached again, nuzzling his hand with its head in an affectionate manner. He smiled resignedly and reached out to stroke Xiao He's head, but unexpectedly, the nimble creature dodged skillfully and attempted to burrow into his embrace, displaying an endearing clinginess. Stop that. You're too old to be so clingy. Lin Chen caught Xiao He's ear gently and gave a slight tug. Ouch, ouch. Master, let go. Xiao He yelped pitifully, its ears drooping as it gazed at Lin Chen with a look full of remorse. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Only then did Lin Chen release his grip, though a thought nagged at him. Not only could Xiao He speak, but it had also become quite mischievous during his absence. His suspicions were correct. Ever since Lin Chen entered the Forbidden Zone, Xiao He, emboldened by being Chungu's treasured pet, had run amok within the Lin family imperial palace. Passing through the spirit herb garden, it would casually pluck a few herbs as snacks, seeing disciples practicing martial arts. It would paw at their weapons. It even dared to sneak into the elder's courtyard to steal the residual spiritual liquid from the second elder's alchemical concoctions. The clan's disciples all knew Xiao He was Lin Chen's cherished companion, so none dared to reprimand it seriously, merely laughing and coaxing it gently. Sensing this, Xiao He grew even more arrogant, bestowing upon itself the grandiose title of Su, Emperor. Roaming the imperial palace, it often boasted to other spirit beasts and young disciples. Do you know who I am? I am the Suiyu Emperor. With one paw, I can shatter half the universe. While Chenggu is away, you all must obey me. Though these words were dismissed as the boastful chatter of a puppy. No one imagined that Xiaohei had begun collecting protection fees under the guise of being Chenggu's pet. Whenever a disciple acquired valuable spirit stones or new artifacts, Xiaohei would approach, tilting its head and saying, "That looks good. Give it to the great emperor as protection fees, and no one in the palace will dare to bully you." The disciples, amused and charmed by its antics, often laughed and handed over a few spirit stones or a minor artifact. Xiaohei gleefully amassed these spoils, piling them in its little nest and counting them every night before sleep, brimming with pride. At that moment, Xiaohei clung to Lin Chen's side, chattering about its glorious exploits over the years, yet conspicuously omitting the extortion and self-styled imperial title. It knew well that if Lin Chen discovered these deeds, a severe reprimand would surely follow. Listening to Xiaohei recount its studies with the elders, learning formations from the first elder, and observing medicinal herbs with the third elder, Lin Chen nodded occasionally, but felt something amiss. Xiaohei's confident demeanor hardly resembled that of a well-behaved spirit dog. Just as he intended to question further, Xiaohei's eyes suddenly sparkled. Grabbing Lin Chen's trouser leg, it darted toward the spirit herb garden. "Master, I'll take you to some delicious food. The raises is plump now. I know which one's the tastiest." Pulled along by Xiaohei, Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile, watching the joyful figure bounding ahead. Regardless, it was heartening that this little creature still remembered his fondness for 8 treasures chicken, proving his affection had not been in vain. What Lin Chen did not realize was that the Suiyu Emperor's arrogance was far more outrageous than he imagined. If he ever caught Xiaohei collecting protection fees, a stern lesson would be inevitable. Xiaohei led Lin Chen to the foot of Spirit Herb Mountain, where rare medicinal herbs flourished, and behind which lay a fenced chicken coop housing third elder Lin Chen, his prized 8 treasures chickens. The sounds of clucking echoed from afar. Before Lin Chen could react, Xiaohei darted into the coop like a shadow, agile and swift. Standing still, Lin Chen was about to warn it not to be caught by third elder when he saw Xiaohei return, clutching 3 plump chickens, their wings pinned down by its paws, silencing their cries. "Impressive, better than when I used to steal chickens," Lin Chen teased, watching Xiaohei's expert handling. While he once waited for the third elder's midday nap to pilfer chickens, Xiaohei brazenly acted in broad daylight, proving its skills had truly sharpened over the years. Proudly wagging its tail, Xiaohei placed the chickens down. "Of course, I've made several trips just to get the best chicken for the boss's roast. I know third elder's schedule inside and out." Lin Chen chuckled, lifting the chickens and heading to a nearby stream. He found a flat stone, cleaned the chickens, and retrieved spirit wood skewers from his storage ring to prepare them over the fire. Xiaohei sat nearby, eyes wide and tail wagging incessantly, fixated on the roasting poultry. It had heard many disciples praise Lin Chen's 8 treasures chicken as the world's finest delicacy. Lin Chen had occasionally shared some before entering the Forbidden Zone, but Xiaohei had yet to taste it. Secretly, it vowed to have Lin Chen roast a large batch upon his return. As Lin Chen turned the chickens and other spices evenly, the moment the seasonings touched the hot oil, a rich aroma burst forth, drifting far and wide, even enticing fish in the stream to peek out. Unable to resist, Xiaohei swallowed hard, drooling so profusely it dripped unnoticed onto the ground. Lin Chen gently tapped Xiaohei's nose. "Hey Z, control your drool. If it keeps flowing, you'll fill the entire stream." Startled, Xiaohei hurriedly wiped its mouth with a paw, scratching its head sheepishly. "Master, it smells just too good. I can't help it." Soon, the chickens turned golden and glossy, their skin crisp while the meat sizzled juicy inside. Lin Chen took the first bite, savoring the perfectly balanced flavors, eyes closing in contentment. Xiaohei wasted no time, lunging at the remaining chickens, gnawing eagerly while muffledly exclaiming, "Delicious! So delicious! 100 times better than third elder's stew." In no time, it devoured the chickens down to the bones, using both paws and mouth. Lin Chen, finishing his portion and wiping his hands, Reach for the last chicken, only to find the plate empty save for a few bones. Well, hey Z, you ate it all. Lin Chen laughed, flicking Xiao Hei's head playfully. Licking the grease from its paws, Xiao Hei grinned. Who could resist when Master-S cooking is so good? Noticing Lin Chen raise an eyebrow, it quickly shifted the topic, waving a paw to cast a faint azure magic that tidied the bones and seasoning packets, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this, Lin Chen ceased teasing and lay down on the grass, gazing at the drifting clouds above. Xiao Hei nestled its head against Lin Chen's leg, tail lazily sweeping the ground, utterly content. By the way, hey Z, Lin Chen suddenly said from now on, don't call me master anymore. Call me boss. Perhaps influenced by certain films from his past life, Lin Chen found being called master by a large black dog awkward. Vigorously. Sure, boss. That sounds much more imposing. It suits my Suiyu Emperor status perfectly. Besides, you just roasted me 2 chickens. You're my benefactor. I'm happy to call you that. Lin Chen smiled, stroking its head and pondering. After a brief rest, he would venture into the mortal realm with Xiao Hei to explore the vast and bustling Star Sea. With such a talkative, combative, and chicken-stealing companion by his side, the journey would certainly never be dull. Lying on the grass, Lin Chen regaled Xiao Hei with anecdotes from his Forbidden Zone training, how Elder Zhan taught him spatial footwork and he nearly fell into a spatial rift, and how Elder Wan Lu's skull relic had haunted his nightmares. Xiao Hei listened intently, occasionally tapping the ground with a paw in amusement. Chener! Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from afar. Lin Chen raised his head and saw the Grand Elder Lin Tinglin leading a group of disciples towards the stream. Among them were the 9 distinguished prodigies who had recently emerged from the secret realm. Lin Chen pondered in confusion. I have diligently cultivated in the forbidden area for 5 years without causing any trouble. So why is the Grand Elder bringing so many people to seek me out? Beside him, Xiao Hei immediately bristled, its ears perked upright, tail tucked between its legs as it silently retreated behind Lin Chen, daring only to peek out with its dark head, its eyes warily fixed on the approaching figures. It was anxious, fearing that the matter of collecting protection fees and stealing chickens had reached the Grand Elder's ears. If Lin Chen found out, it would surely face a severe beating. Lin Chen stood up and greeted them with a smile. Grand Elder, what brings you here? His gaze swept over the disciples and the 9 prodigies, feeling even more puzzled, though he spoke with a hint of unease. Is there something you need with so many people? Xiao Hei held its breath behind him, its ears standing tall, its paws gathering strength, ready to bolt at the slightest mention of Emperor Su or protection fees. Lin Tinglin approached Lin Chen, observing his vibrant demeanor, and nodded with satisfaction. Just emerged from the forbidden area? You look well. He paused, pointing to the 9 prodigies behind him. I called you over so they could greet you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qinfan, Lin Qinjian, and the other 7 stepped forward in unison, clasping their hands in respect and calling out together, Brother Chen. Their voices were vibrant and filled with youthful vigor, leaving Lin Chen momentarily stunned. He then scratched his head in embarrassment. He was several years younger than these 9 prodigies, yet they addressed him as Brother Chen, which brought back amusing memories. In his childhood, Lin Chen often felt that the prodigies were more imposing than him and would cling to them, insisting that they call him Brother Chen. Initially, the 9 prodigies were reluctant. They were the key talents nurtured by the Lin family. And although Lin Chen held a noble status, his age did not warrant such informal address. However, Lin Chen was persistent. When Lin Qinfan was cultivating, he would squat nearby and call out, Brother Fan, if you call me Brother Chen, I will bring you sweets. When Lin Qinjian was reading, he would lean over and say, Sister Qinjian, call me Brother Chen, and I will help you pick spirit fruits. After more than half a month of such persistence, they found themselves unable to resist and eventually called him Brother Chen. Unexpectedly, once they did, it became a habit, and even as Lin Chen grew older, the nickname remained unchanged. Your calling me Brother Chen is quite embarrassing, Lin Chen chuckled, waving his hand. I have heard that you all have made significant progress after emerging from the secret realm. It is only fitting that I should call you brothers and sisters now. This remark from Brother Chen felt a bit distant. Lin Xiao laughed, patting his shoulder. We are accustomed to calling you that since childhood. It is hard to change now. Moreover, you're the one most favored by our ancestors in the Lin family. Addressing you as Brother Chen is certainly not a loss. Lin Qinjian also smiled gently. Brother Chun, you must have endured considerable hardships in the forbidden area these past few years. Your cultivation might even surpass ours. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. The Lin family had always been united, though these elder brothers and sisters were prodigies. They had never acted superior and had always cared for him. Xiao He, hiding behind, noticed that the Grand Elder had not mentioned its embarrassing incident and quietly breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously peeking out to wag its tail at Lin Tinglin, appearing obedient. Lin Tinglin had already noticed it and teased with a smile. Xiao He, I have heard that you command quite an impressive reputation in the clan, even declaring yourself Emperor Suiyu. Xiao He instantly froze, its ears drooping as it hurriedly buried its head behind Lin Chun's legs, thinking to itself, it's over. Lin Chen was taken aback and looked down at Xiao He with a puzzled expression. Emperor Su? Hey Z, you have this title as well? Xiao He shrank its neck, too afraid to speak, cursing the informant in its mind repeatedly. Seeing this, Lin Tinglin chuckled to ease the tension. It's just playful banter among children. Do not frighten it. He turned to Lin Chen, his tone growing serious. I called you over because I wanted to take them into the world this time. You possess more experience. It would be beneficial for them to learn how to navigate external affairs with you. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Taking them along will make the journey lively. Xiao He, secretly glancing up at Lin Tinglin with a grateful expression, thinking, Grand Elder, I will share a chicken with you in the future. Just then, as Lin Chen was enthusiastically conversing with Lin Qinfan and the others, the family communication jade talisman on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Lin Jianshu. Even Xiao He, who had been eavesdropping, saw the mini communication talisman around its neck flicker, clearly indicating that all core family members had received the message. Let us go to the Great Hall. Lin Tinglin decisively led the way towards the Imperial Palace. Hucked in trouble. The group swiftly arrived at the Great Hall, where many people had already gathered. All 9 elders were present, who had just come out of the forbidden area, was seated in a side guest seat, resting with closed eyes. Once everyone was in position, Lin Jianshu emerged from the rear hall and took his seat at the main position. Assembly with a solemn expression and spoke gravely. I have summoned everyone urgently today to announce a matter of great significance concerning the prodigies of the endless star sea. He paused, raising his hand to point at Dao Yanlezu beside him, just now while Dao Yanlezu was deducing the heavenly fortunes. He detected unusual movements in a particular secret realm. The Qian Ku Ling Jing in the Yong and Star domain is about to open. Qian Ku Ling Jing? The second elder Lin Gahong furrowed his brows. Wasn't he that secret realm sealed long ago? No one has dared to enter it for over 10,000 years. Lin Chen, elders mentioned this secret realm, only knowing it was a perilous place without further details. Lin Jianshan nodded, slowly explaining. Qian Ku Ling Jing is an ancient secret realm. There are countless remnants of ancient powers and the embodiments of their malevolent thoughts before their demise. These remnants and malevolent thoughts are exceedingly powerful and corrosive. Once contaminated, to their Tao heart, or worse, become a puppet. According to common understanding, over the course of 10,000 years, energy within the secret realm has gradually depleted. Even if those remnants and malevolent thoughts did not dissipate, they should have fallen into silence by now. And it should not be opening at this time. Dao Yanlezu suddenly opened his eyes and added, during my deductions, I discovered that this opening is not a natural occurrence, but rather someone manipulating events from the shadows, forcefully breaking the seal of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in a clamor. Someone maliciously opened it? Who has such audacity? If those remnants and malevolent thoughts escape, the entire Yong and Star domain will be in peril. Moreover, the timing is unsettling, as the great era has just begun and the prodigies are all seeking opportunities. Lin Chun's heart stirred as he instantly grasped the implication. This was clearly aimed at the prodigies of the endless star sea. Lin Jianshu raised his hand to quiet the crowd, his tone growing increasingly grave. Dao Yanlezu suspects that the intention behind this is likely to lure the prodigies into the secret realm. Those remnants and malevolent thoughts require the essence and Tao hearts of living beings to grow stronger, and the prodigies, with their high talents and pure Tao hearts, are the finest nourishment. Grand Elder Lin Tinglin's expression darkened. In other words, someone intends to use the prodigies as bait to nourish the monsters within the secret realm? It is highly probable. Lin Chen nodded, and the timing chosen by the other party likely serves purposes beyond mere nourishment. It may also be an attempt to weaken the powers of the prodigies from various factions. After all, the prodigies of all clans are the future pillars. If they were to perish within the secret realm, it would be a devastating blow to any faction. It is well known that within the Qian Ku Ling Jing lies a grand opportunity, an allure that is anything but ordinary. The 9 prodigies of the great heavens exchanged wary glances. Having just emerged from a secret realm, they sought a place for further cultivation. Should the Qian Ku Ling Jing open, numerous prodigies might be enticed by its promise, recklessly venturing inside, with consequences potentially dire beyond imagination. Lin Chen glanced down at the small black beside his feet. Black looked up at him, eyes brimming with vigilance. The secret realm sounded perilous. Yet, judging by the expressions of all present, it seemed inevitable that they would proceed. Lin Jianshu regarded everyone's reactions and spoke slowly. The clan's plan is for Chen to lead the 9 prodigies to explore the Yong and Star region. Firstly, to ascertain the precise situation within the Qian Ku Ling Jing. Secondly, to seize any opportunities and treasures they might find. He looked at Lin Chen with trust in his gaze. Chen, with your rich experience and the protective treasures bestowed by our ancestors. Lin Chen immediately straightened and cupped his hands in salute. Rest assured, clan leader, I will protect everyone with my life. Confident that with the support of the fragmented universe emperor, he could help keep watch over dangers for his master. The elders within the hall nodded in agreement. The second elder handed Lin Chen a storage pouch. Inside are numerous healing pills and protective talismans. Take them all. If you encounter danger, do not engage recklessly. Crush the communication talisman, and we will come to your aid as soon as possible. Lin Chen accepted the pouch, warmth swelling in his heart. With the clan as his backing, no matter how perilous the secret realm, he felt assured he could face it. Chapter 81. Preparing to depart, Lin Jianshu intended to remind everyone of the secret realm's dangers. But suddenly, the sky outside darkened abruptly. A dazzling golden light surged forth from the Yong and Star region, tearing through the clouds and scattering streams of radiant light across the heavens. Visible even in the Star region where the Lin clan resided. This spectacular phenomenon was ostentatious, the golden light interwoven with faint spiritual energy fluctuations, as if proclaiming to all cultivators in the endless star sea, a secret realm has opened here, containing supreme treasures. Lin Jianshu sighed helplessly, having already spoken so plainly. The prodigies from various factions, upon seeing this portent, would undoubtedly rush madly toward the Yong and Star region. Clan leader, Lin Chen was the first to react, stepping forward with urgency and a hint of caution. Are there any ancestors secretly accompanying us to provide protection? His own safety was paramount, especially considering he had earned 3 to 4 million protective points previously. After 5 years of cultivation in the Forbidden Land, exchanging daily enlightenment cards, most had been spent. This journey to the secret realm was an opportunity to earn more protective points, but only if security was guaranteed. Lin Jianshu looked at his son's cautious demeanor with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Rest assured, Washi, Lianxing, Dayan, and other elders will conceal their presence and follow from the shadows. Unless there is an ambush by a great emperor or heir, they will intervene immediately. Lin Chen's heart settled instantly, a broad smile spreading across his face. With several elders backing him, no matter how perilous the secret realm, it would be manageable. This journey would be both a trial and a chance to earn protective points, a perfect combination. By the way, the Qian Ku Ling Jing enforces a realm restriction. Lin Jianshu added solemnly. The secret realm is an independent space. Cultivators above the Sage realm attempting to enter will be forcibly repelled by spatial forces or even shredded outright. Therefore, only clan members at the Sage realm or below may join this expedition. The assembly nodded in agreement. Such thresholds were common in secret realms to maintain internal balance and prevent higher realm cultivators from disrupting the rules. Lin Jianshu's gaze swept over the elders and ultimately settled on the 4th elder, Lin Zizeo. 4th elder, you are at the peak of the Sage realm and possess abundant experience. You shall lead the team, selecting a dozen or so ordinary Sage realm elders to accompany you, responsible for protecting Chun and the prodigies. Understood. Lin Zizao immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands. His face bore a hint of excitement. Having been inadvertently injured by the second elder in the main hall earlier and holding a grudge, this was a perfect chance to get out and about and witness the excitement within the secret realm. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zizao was known for his caution and strength within the clan. With him leading the team, daily security would be assured. The elders would handle any large-scale emergencies. Such an arrangement was near flawless. Prepare yourselves. Gather at the Imperial Palace Plaza in half an hour for departure. Lin Jianshu instructed as he rose. Understood. Lin Chen, the 9 prodigies, and the 4th elder responded in unison. Lin Chen turned to leave and pack, but Black suddenly tugged at his trouser leg, looking up and whispering, "Boss, does the secret realm have any delicious food? Like roast chicken?" Lin Chen glared down at him. "I knew you'd be thinking about food. If you dare steal spirit bird from other factions there, just wait and see how I deal with you." Though he said this, he retrieved a few spirit crystals from his storage ring and handed them to Black. "Here, take these as snacks for the journey. Don't even think about stealing chickens." Black promptly stuffed the crystals into his pocket, grinning slyly. "Got it, boss. I'll behave." The 9 prodigies couldn't help but smile at the playful interaction between the man and his dog. With Lin Chen and Black present, this perilous journey into the secret realm seemed to carry a hint of joy. At the Lin Clan Plaza, already arranged a teleportation array about a meter square. The array's patterns shimmered with pale, blue spiritual light. Runes interwoven into a complex design. Several top-grade spirit stones were embedded at the center, radiating intense spiritual energy. People gradually gathered. 4th Elder Lin Zhou stood with a dozen Sage Realm Elders at one side. Lin Qinfan, Lin Qinjian, and the 9 prodigies stood solemnly side by side, and several dozen other talented clan youths. Only Lin Chen arrived breathless, with a lively Black bounding behind him. Motion lightened the otherwise solemn atmosphere. "Qinji, we've been waiting for you." Lin Xiao waved cheerfully, eyes bright with anticipation. Lin Chen scratched his head bashfully and hurried onto the teleportation array, pulling Black along. Coming. I was just feeding Black a few spirit fruits. Got delayed a bit." Black wagged his tail, pulling a spirit fruit from his pocket and nibbling leisurely, utterly at ease. Once everyone had assembled, the Grand Elder raised his hand and channeled several streams of spiritual power into the array. The formation activates. "Remember, upon arrival, rendezvous immediately. Do not act alone." "Understood," came the unified response. With the infusion of spiritual power, the array's light surged brilliantly, enveloping everyone. In a flash, the entire group vanished, leaving only the faintly warm spirit stones at the array's center. Meanwhile, outside the Qianku Lingjing in the Yong and Star region, the area was already bustling with voices. The secret realm's entrance lay in a desolate valley, surrounded by throngs of cultivators from various factions, Imperial clan heirs in uniform, wandering independents traveling in groups, and descendants of secluded sections. Each burned with fierce anticipation, eyes fixed on the barely visible secret realm barrier deep within the valley, eager to rush in at the first opportunity and seize the advantage. Rumors whispered that the Qianku Lingjing concealed the legacy of an ancient great power, promising instant ascension to those who obtained it. Don't be foolish. There are lingering souls and malevolent energies inside. One false move could cost your life. What's there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. Besides, with so many factions here, danger can be confronted together. Amidst the murmurs, none noticed that in the distant starry sky, a colossal black starship was slowly approaching, covered in intricate thunder patterns and enveloped in faint violet golden lightning. It radiated an imposing aura. "That is the Lei Clan's starship." Someone recognized first and exclaimed in astonishment. Despite being crushed by the Lin family years ago, suffering the loss of 3 emperors and relinquishing half of the Jiao Zuan, Zijin Lei, Ji, the Lei clan has maintained a low profile for quite some time. Nevertheless, no one dares to underestimate them. The withered camel is still larger than a horse. The Lei clan's profound heritage remains intact, and they continue to be one of the premier forces in the boundless Star Sea. The starship gracefully descended onto the clearing outside the valley. As the hatch opened, a dozen youths clad in garments adorned with thunder patterns emerged first, each radiating a refined aura, the weakest among them at the Yuanhua realm. Leading them was a young man enveloped in a dominating thunderous power, his handsome visage marred by a hint of arrogance. It was Lei Boyu. A gasp arose from the crowd. Had he not been in seclusion? How could he have arrived? Chapter 82, Endurance. Lei Boyu, the most exceptional prodigy of the Lei clan in this generation, naturally possessed the Thunder Dominance body. In his youth, he ascended to the 5th position on the prodigy ranking with his Yuanhua realm cultivation, earning widespread acclaim throughout the boundless Star Sea. However, he suddenly withdrew into seclusion and ceased competing for the rankings, eventually being overshadowed by newly emerging prodigies. To everyone's surprise, he had personally come to the opening of the Qian Kuling realm. Following the youths, a dozen cultivators garbed in gray robes emerged. His gaze filled with disdain. In his eyes, none of the prodigies from other factions were worthy of his attention. And he coldly inquired of his clansmen, "Has the Lin family not yet arrived?" "We have yet to see anyone from the Lin family. Perhaps they are too afraid to come." After all, silence. Lei Boyu interrupted, his expression darkening. Since his seclusion ended, the most he had heard were murmurs about the Lei clan being suppressed by the Lin family and their emperors being inferior. All of this pointed to a young man named Lin Chen. Over time, resentment towards Lin Chen had festered in his heart. This time, defeat Lin Chen and cleanse the Lei clan's humiliation. Lin Chen clenched his fists, the thunderous power surrounding him pulsing restlessly. "I shall see if you, the one who has brought shame upon the Lei clan, dare to show yourself. If I encounter you, I will ensure you experience the might of the Thunder Dominance body." He raised his head, defiantly tilting his chin, his gaze fixed upon the distant starry sky. He awaited the arrival of the Lin family, particularly that Lin Chen. At that moment, a faint blue light from a formation suddenly illuminated the clearing. The runes upon the ground seeming to come alive as they swiftly intertwined and spun, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Which faction's teleportation formation is this? The pattern resembles that of the Lin family. The Lin family? They have come as well? This will be interesting. I wonder if Lin Chen will show up. If he does, and encounters the Lei clan, a clash is inevitable. Amidst the murmurs, the formation's light surged, and figures gradually coalesced within the brilliance. When Lin Chen, Xiao He, and the members of the Lin family fully appeared, the crowd erupted in a stir. Is Lin Chen truly Lin Chen? All eyes turned toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen was notorious for holding grudges. Previously, Lei Zhao Ran of the Lei clan had merely provoked him. Not only his being sold off, but also the Lei clan suffering the loss of 3 emperors and relinquishing half of the Jiuzhuan, Zijin Lei, Jieyi, nearly bringing them to ruin. Now that the Lei clan had just arrived, Lin Chen was here, creating a scenario that was bound to ignite tensions. As soon as Lin Chen steadied himself, he felt a gaze laden with hostility lock onto him. He looked up to see Lei Boyu from the Lei clan glaring intensely in his direction, his right hand clenched into a fist, purple lightning crackling ominously around it. Clearly enraged, the moment Lei Boyu laid eyes on Lin Chen, the fury within him surged. This was the youth who had brought disgrace upon the Lei clan, whose complaints and mockery he had heard even during his seclusion. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have charged forward immediately to subdue Lin Chen with his Thunder Dominance body. Boyu remained calm. Just as Lei Boyu prepared to take a step, an elder in gray robes behind him reached out, gently grasping his wrist. His voice, low yet commanding, conveyed undeniable authority. "There are too many people here. All factions are watching. Acting rashly will only provide ammunition for others to ridicule the Lei clan." Lei Boyu's body stiffened, turning to face the elder with an expression of dissatisfaction. "Elder, are we to simply watch him?" "Patience," the elder replied with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping across the distant barrier of the secret realm. "The realm is about to open, and its terrain is complex, filled with hidden places. Once we enter, we can find a less populated area to take action. Even if we eliminate him, we can attribute it to the remnants and malevolence within the secret realm. Who could dispute that?" In an instant, understanding dawned upon Lei Boyu, his eyes brightening. Striking outside would create too much noise and allow other factions to seize the opportunity against them. Yet inside the secret realm, where fate lay in the hands of chance, killing Lin Chen would not only avenge the humiliation, but also leave no trace. It was a perfect plan. He took a deep breath, slowly relaxing his fists. I shall heed the elder's counsel. Pay. The elder nodded in satisfaction, patting his shoulder. Remember, impulsiveness is the devil. Our Lei clan's prodigies must not only possess strength, but also understand the virtues of patience and strategy. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already sensed Lei Boyu's hostility, Lei Boyu's direction, waving his hand in a provocative manner. Xiao Hei chimed in, barking playfully at the Lei clan, its tail wagging furiously as if mocking Lei Boyu for his hesitance to act. Boss, him once we enter? Lin Chen chuckled, lightly patting its head. No need. Let us first observe how things unfold. If he wishes to make a move, we shall oblige him, providing a perfect opportunity to stretch our muscles and earn some protection points in the process. He had already devised a plan, knowing that Lei Boyu's initiative to seek trouble was an excellent opportunity to trigger a system task. After all, his protection points had dwindled to near exhaustion, and he felt uneasy without a means to replenish them. Elder C, Lin Shijiao, also noticed the commotion from the Lei clan, approaching Lin Chen and whispering a caution. His thunder dominance body is formidable, and he was once a top contender on the prodigy ranking. Exercise caution. Do not fret, Elder C. I am well aware of my limits, Lin Chen replied with a smile, though he took the warning lightly. Guarding from the shadows, and Elder Lu concealing his strength, Lin Chen was confident in his ability to handle Lei Boyu. Perhaps he could even take advantage of the situation to feign weakness and outmaneuver his opponent. Chapter 83. You Electric Beast. Lei Boyu suppressed the fury boiling within him. He stepped forward, paces away from Lin Chen, raising his chin slightly, his gaze haughty as he condescended to inquire, "You are Lin Chen?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused for a moment, then regarded Lei Boyu with a look of incredulity, as if he were a fool. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Has your brain been fried by lightning? Can you not see that this young master stands right here? Asking such a question when you already know the answer? With that kind of intellect, you dare call yourself a prodigy? I spit. Go back to the children's table and spare us all the embarrassment. As the words left his lips, Lei Boyu found himself at a loss. The fierce retorts he had prepared, warning Lin Chen not to be too arrogant, evaporating in an instant. His complexion turned an ashen hue, and the electric energy surrounding him crackled with agitation, almost erupting uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom how Lin Chen could audaciously belittle him so, rendering him utterly worthless and leaving no room for rebuttal. You, Lei Boyu stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Chen, his body quaking with fury, yet unable to conjure a more cutting remark. All he could manage was a menacing warning. Be careful in the secret realm. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Yuchen and Lin Shanshan, standing behind Lin Chen, stepped forward in unison, brandishing their fingers at Lei Boyu and launching into a tirade. How dare you, electric beast? Have you no sense of your own worth to threaten Brother Chen? Remember how the Lei clan was thoroughly subdued by him back in the day? What audacity you have to show your face again. Indeed, what thunderous might you claim to possess? I see only a pitiful display. You can't even articulate a decent retort, yet you presume to be a paragon of excellence? You should scurry back to the Lei clan. Their voices rose in volume, rapid and fierce, clearly harboring pent-up frustration. Previously, within the Lin family, they had relished boasting about their adventures with Chen in the secret realm, deeming the protection of Lin Chen as a paramount duty. Now that someone dared to provoke him, they were the first to leap into the fray. Lei Boyu's face flushed crimson and pale in turn as he stood there, the jibes striking him like arrows. His mouth opened and closed in vain, unable to muster a single counterargument. Meanwhile, the core disciples of the Lin family behind Lin Chen were restless, their hearts pounding in frustration at having missed their chance to shine. They had long idolized Lin Chen and yearned for an opportunity to showcase their loyalty in front of him. Electric Beast, enough of this charade. If you possess the courage, challenge Brother Chen in the secret realm. If not, spare us your futile bluster. Indeed, even the emperors of the Lei clan were left weeping at the hands of our ancestors. You, a mere child, dare to posture before Brother Chen? I see not a thunderous giant, but rather a thick-skinned fool. You can't even defend yourself. How embarrassing. The chorus of insults escalated, each disciple taking turns to hurl their barbs with fervor, leaving the onlookers in awe. What a spectacle! Not only were the Lin family members formidable in strength, but they also exhibited a remarkable zeal in their verbal onslaughts. The commotion was more lively than any brawl. Standing aside, press their own embarrassment. They understood the intent was to defend Lin Chen, thinking that Lei Boyu had instigated the confrontation, defend their own. Surrounded and berated by a throng, Lei Boyu trembled with rage, the crackling energy around him creating a cacophony. Yet he found himself incapable of uttering a single word. An elder from the Lei clan attempted to intervene, by another elder who recognized the precariousness of the situation. With so many eyes upon them, any act of aggression would only diminish their standing. The entire clan rallies to their defense. Lei Boyu was indeed unfortunate, having aimed to provoke Lin Chen, only to find himself besieged without a chance to retaliate. It appears unwise to provoke the Lin family. Not only are their ancestors fierce, but their younger generation is equally protective. Leaning against Xiaohe, Lin Chen reveled in the unfolding verbal skirmish. Yet his disciples had risen to the occasion, rendering Lei Boyu utterly speechless. The satisfaction he felt surpassed that of engaging in the fray himself. Xiaohe joined in the commotion, barking twice at Lei Boyu, nearly provoking Lei Boyu to the brink of explosion. Ku-Ling realm began to settle. A sudden spatial disturbance rippled through the air, and dozens of figures descended like meteors beyond the valley. Leading them was a youth clad in dark brocade, tall and striking, with power that exuded an intangible pressure, momentarily stifling the surrounding air. Look, it's the people from the Meteorite Shen clan. Were more significant than anticipated. Isn't that Shen Weimian? The formidable 7th on the talents ranking. Whispers of admiration filled the air as all eyes gravitated towards Shen Weimian, prodigy of this generation. 3 opponents of equal standing. Solidifying his position on the talents ranking. Unfazed by the murmurs around him, Shen Weimian cast an indifferent glance over the assembled powers. His gaze momentarily lingered on Lei Boyu before dismissively shifting away, clearly unimpressed by this former 5th on the ranking. However, when his gaze landed upon Lin Chen, against Xiaohe, was jesting with Lin Yuchen about Lei Boyu's earlier humiliation. Sensing he was being watched, he instinctively looked up. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen felt an imperceptible chill emanating from Shen Weimian, pricked at him like fine needles. Though not overpowering, it was laden with unmasked malice. Shen Weimian, backed by the unexpected encounter with Lin Chen, raised an eyebrow, quickly suppressing his emotions and stifling the hostility. Yet, the coldness in his gaze remained, disdain, as if assessing an eyesore. Lin Chen arched an eyebrow, puzzled. Have I crossed paths with Shen Weimian before? Able to recall any incident that might have provoked the wrath of the Meteorite Shen clan. Ready to engage. Turning to Lin Chen beside him, he nudged the latter's arm and whispered, Sean. Why does he look at me as if he wishes to devour me? Lin Chen leaned in closer. Don't you remember? Last time our ancestor confronted the Feng clan, he seized half of their 5-color divine clay. And Shen Weimian's mother is the daughter of Feng Ling Shan, the Feng clan's leader. Realization dawned upon Lin Chen as he slapped his forehead. Oh, clan. Understanding the connection, Lin Chen smirked. The Feng clan had been robbed by the Lin family, losing their treasured possessions. As Shen Weimian was the grandson of the Feng clan, for him to direct his ire toward Lin Chen, given that the ancestors acted to protect him. With clarity on the matter, Lei Boyu already on his radar. Fell swoop. Lin Chen stroked his chin. Better not expect leniency once they enter the secret realm. After all, it would be prudent to take them both down in one fell swoop, thus eliminating future complications. Hostility was suppressed. Yu was glaring fiercely at him, clearly still seething from the earlier reprimand. Boss, Chen's ear. Shall I sneak in and add something to their drinks? Patting its head. There's no need for such trouble now. We'll confront them openly and boldly. Fruits of my training over the past few years, and perhaps earn some protective merit in the process. Adversaries, preventing them from engaging in any treachery. Turning to meet him eye to eye again. This time with no attempt to conceal the coldness in his eyes. His lips moved, and in a voice only the two could hear, he said, Lin Chen. I will settle the score with the Feng clan personally. Lin Chen grinned, forming a provocative shape with his mouth. I'm always ready. Lin Qinfan, Chun and whispered a warning. Brother Chun, Shun Wymian is not to be trifled with. His meteoric star technique is exceedingly powerful. Troll. Lin Chen replied with a nod, confidence gleaming in his eyes. If he wanted to settle scores, Lin Chen was more than willing to engage him. Who was afraid of whom? At that moment, the fissure at the entrance of the secret realm suddenly widened, releasing a dense aura of spiritual energy mixed with a faint scent of decay. Eerie howls could be heard emanating from within. The Qian Kuling realm had officially opened, and shouted, igniting a frenzy among the surrounding cultivators, who rushed towards the entrance, exchanged a knowing glance with the members of the Shen clan, and was the first to soar towards the entrance. Before departing, Lei Boyu followed closely behind with the Lei clan members, snarling as he passed Lin Chen. Secret realm. Lin Chen observed their retreating figures and turned to his companions with a smile. Let's go. We shall enter as well, and watch each other's backs in case of danger. As for those who wish to trouble us, we shall not hold back. All right. The Lin clan members echoed in unison, following Lin Chen towards the entrance. Xiao He wagged its tail excitedly, contemplating, when the boss takes care of those two, I must also show my prowess, so they understand the might of the Shattered Universe Emperor. As various factions continued to enter the secret realm, the number of onlookers outside the valley dwindled, leaving only the elders of several factions, their expressions grave as they stared at the entrance. Deadly dangers, praying for their prodigies to emerge safely. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, occasional piercing howls echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Invaders dressed in various attires knelt in unison, their expressions reverent and tinged with fear. In this barren expanse, they restrained it completely, clearly wary of something formidable ahead, a vague silhouette of a soul. Air around it. The soul within the black mist cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling saints below, although it bore no tangible gaze. The mere presence of it caused the 20-odd saints to tremble and shudder, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The elder with a white beard, trembling, spoke with reverence, Master. His face was lined with wrinkles, but his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Wind instrument, very good, excellent. It paused, its tone tinged with urgency, hoping that this time a few suitable vessels would arrive. Otherwise, to burn its essence and obscure the heavenly secrets to deceive those old-timers into forcibly opening the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the saints below dared not raise their heads. They understood that this master before them was a remnant soul of a great being sealed within the secret realm during ancient times, having orchestrated everything to escape confinement, with them merely being pawns in the grand scheme. After a moment of hesitation, the white-bearded elder mustered the courage to ask, Master, the prodigies of the top-tier factions are accompanied by numerous protective elders. If they sense something amiss and unite in resistance, that is of no consequence, the soul interrupted, confidence radiating from its voice. The Qian Kuling realm has existed for over 10,000 years. The internal space has long been unstable. Over the years, I have secretly guided this instability, intensifying the repulsive forces of the space. It is now the case that only cultivators below the reincarnation realm can enter the depths of the secret realm. Should a saint realm individual step foot inside, they will be torn apart by the spatial forces, likely to be severely injured or even perish. Those protective elders will only be able to operate around the periphery, incapable of delving into the core area. This is indeed a boon for me. As the soul concluded, the black mist began to throb violently, as if agitated, causing its silhouette to blur slightly. Once I lure those prodigies to the core area, I can select the most compatible vessel and seize it to be reborn. By then, not even those protective elders, let alone those ancient monsters of the Emperor realm, will be able to stop me. A glimmer of greed flashed in the white-bearded elder's eyes, though he dared not reveal it, quickly affirming, Master, you are brilliant. With a suitable vessel, you will surely be able to regain your former glory. The other saints chimed in with exaggerated praise, each harboring their own ulterior motives. They followed this soul, only hoping to gain some ancient inheritance and benefits upon its rebirth. Should it fail, they could withdraw at any moment. The soul seemed to see through their thoughts, but chose not to expose them, merely snorting coldly. Rest assured, As long as you assist me in accomplishing this task, there will be ample rewards for you. However, if you dare to play tricks before it could finish. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, suffocating the 20-odd saints as if they were about to be crushed into oblivion. We would not dare. They all quickly bowed, fear evident in their voices. Satisfied, the soul withdrew its pressure, and from the black mist emerged a pitch-black bone spear, etched with strange runes and emanating a dense aura of death and blood. Merely approaching it caused one's scalp to tingle with apprehension. This is the soul-eating bone spear, a great saint-grade weapon, just a step away from advancing to a quasi-emperor artifact. The soul's voice carried an icy, murderous intent. Use this to deal with those protective elders. If they remain obstinate and attempt to breach the depths of the secret realm, let their holy blood serve to consecrate this weapon, allowing it to fully ascend. The white-bearded elder promptly accepted the bone spear with both hands, feeling its icy chill, as if gripping a piece of millennia-old ice. He respectfully stated, "Thank you, Master. We shall not disgrace our mission." The other saints gazed at the spear with envy, yet dared not covet it, fully aware that while this weapon was formidable, it was also a death sentence. Failure to complete the task would only lead to a more dire fate. With a wave of its hand, the soul's tone turned indifferent. "Go now, execute the plan, and lure those prodigies to the core area. Remember, do not make any missteps. My time is limited." "Yes." The 20-odd saints responded in unison, rising to take flight towards the periphery of the secret realm. The white-bearded elder, clutching the soul-eating bone spear, led the way, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. For the sake of gain, even the protective elders of the top-tier factions would have to be sacrificed. Once the crowd dispersed, the soul within the black mist began to thrash violently, its shadow gradually becoming more distinct, revealing an aged yet menacing visage. "Just wait," it hissed. "Endless sea of stars will soon welcome a new sovereign." Its voice reverberated across the desolate plains, infused with a mad ambition and a thirst for blood, adding an eerie and terrifying ambience to the lifeless terrain. At that moment, as Lin Chen followed the flow of people into the entrance of Qian Kuling Jing, he felt a sudden disorientation, as if an invisible force was tearing at him, causing the surroundings to blur and the cacophony of sounds to vanish, leaving only the howling wind. When he steadied himself and shook off the dizziness, he found himself standing on unfamiliar ground. The four elders, including Lin Qianfan and the other 9 prodigies who had been by his side, had vanished without a trace. Only Xiao He, Lin Yuchen, and Lin Shan remained at a distance, similarly bewildered as they rubbed their heads in confusion. "Chingu!" Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan were the first to react, their faces lighting up with joy upon spotting Lin Chen as they hurried over. "What a coincidence! We actually teleported together." Xiao He also wagged its tail, rushing to Lin Chen's feet and nudging his pant leg, murmuring, "Boss, that was so dizzying, as if I was tossed around." Lin Chen surveyed the area, confirming that only the 3 of them and 1 beast remained, and explained, "It's normal. Many secret realms operate this way." He paused, recalling the ancestral knowledge pertaining to secret realms, and added, "The Qian Kuling Jing is inherently unstable, and with someone forcefully activating it, it surely has its own diversionary restrictions, randomly transporting entrants to different areas. This is to prevent congestion at the entrance and to test the capability of individuals to survive independently, as the trials in these realms demand self-reliance." Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan soon grasped the situation. Although they had heard of the dangers of secret realms, they had not anticipated being separated upon entry. However, with Lin Chen present, they felt reassured, knowing that with him around, they could face any danger that might arise. Curiosity sparked within them as they began to examine their surroundings, increasingly astonished. "Hey, this Qian Kuling Jing doesn't resemble what we imagined at all." They had heard rumors that it was an ancient, abandoned secret realm, characterized by its eerie wasteland filled with desiccated bones and an air thick with decay. Yet, the scenery before them utterly contradicted their expectations. Surrounded by towering trees, with trunks so robust that several individuals could scarcely encircle them, they were enveloped in dense foliage. The layered leaves obscured the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through. The ground was carpeted with vibrant moss and an array of unknown wildflowers, and the occasional sweet chirping of birds filled the air as if they had stepped into a thriving primordial forest devoid of any signs of desolation. Indeed, this is rather strange, Lin Chen said, crouching down to touch the moist moss, which emanated a faint spiritual energy. It was said that this place was devoid of spiritual essence, yet this moss appears to thrive, and the spiritual energy seems abundant. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, a sense of unease brewing within him. The activation of the secret realm was already suspicious, and now even the environment contradicted the rumors. There was certainly something amiss. He extended his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, but found that it was obstructed by an invisible force just a few dozen meters away, preventing any deeper exploration. Our spiritual sense is being blocked, he concluded, retracting his hand with a more serious expression. It seems this realm is even more complex than we anticipated. Everyone, be cautious and avoid touching anything around us. Xiao He, sensing the gravity of the situation, perked up its ears, vigilantly watching the depths of the forest while sniffing the air. Boss, the aura in this forest is peculiar. It has spiritual energy mixed with a faint deathly essence, as if something is lurking. Chapter 86. Cooking meat? Lin Chen and Lin Chen immediately tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. Although they had accompanied Lin Chen through many trials, they dared not let their guard down in this unknown realm. Lin Chen took a deep breath and addressed both of them in Xiao He. Right now, we have no idea where the others have been teleported to, nor can we contact them. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the situation here. Let us proceed in one direction and see if we can find any other clan members or clues about the secret realm. Remember, if you encounter any danger, signal immediately. Do not act recklessly. Understood. Lin Chen and Lin Chen responded in unison. Xiao He also barked twice, as if expressing its determination. Without hesitation, the three companions and one beast ventured towards the brighter area of the forest. The moss beneath their feet was slippery, and they tread cautiously, the only sounds being the rustling of leaves and their footsteps. Occasionally, the distant howls of unknown beasts pierced the air, adding an eerie undertone to the seemingly vibrant forest. As Lin Chen led Lin Chen and Lin Chen through the woods, stepping on the soft moss and listening to the leaves rustle. Colorful butterflies one moment, and then prancing back to Lin Chen, its tail held high as it boasted, "Yanzi, you don't know, I collected protection fees from dozens of people back in the Lin family. They all had to call Misu Dadi when they saw me." Lin Chen chuckled, teasing, "Oh really? Then why didn't you scare away the Lei Bo you just encountered?" Xiao He puffed out its chest. "That was because the boss hadn't given the word. If the boss tells me to, it is lightning away with a single paw." Just as the two were joking, a sudden rush of wind swept through the area, with fierce expressions. Their aura radiated from the Yuanhua realm, with the leader being a burly man bearing a scar, his presence indicating he was at the pinnacle of the Yuanhua realm. Lin Chen halted, casting a glance at the encroaching figures, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. With such cultivation, they dared to obstruct his path? It was akin to offering themselves as mere experience fodder. Lin Chen and Lin Chen also suppressed their laughter, tightening their grip on their swords, standing protectively beside Lin Chen as they scrutinized the assailants. The scarred leader scrutinized Lin Chen and his companions, his gaze lingering on their luxurious garments and the storage rings at their waists, revealing a glint of greed. "Huh! Run into the offspring of major factions right as we enter the secret realm. What luck!" His eyes finally settled on Lin Chen, a grin breaking across his face. "Lin Chen, I recognize you, the young master of the Lin family, the one who caused quite the uproar with the Lei clan. Alas, you are merely a lamb awaiting slaughter." Wang Xiao He suddenly leaped forth, pointing at the scarred man with its paw. "You better kneel and surrender upon recognizing our boss. I'll tell you, our boss is the young master of the Lin family. If you dare lay a finger on him, the Lin family will surely turn you to dust. If you don't want to die, kneel quickly," nearly doubling over. "A mere mutt dares to speak? This is too amusing." His laughter faded, the expression on his face twisting into a sinister sneer as he fixated on Xiao He, licking his lips. "Even if I kill you all, who would know it was me? In this secret realm, dangers abound. Any excuse can be pinned on lingering souls and malicious thoughts." He paused, his gaze settling on Xiao He, malice creeping into his words. "And you, chubby little mutt, look quite succulent. I'll make a stew out of you to nourish my brothers." daring only to peek out with its head. Boss, he wants to eat me. You must deal with him. I am Suyadadi. I cannot be stewed. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, patting Xiao Hei's head to reassure it. Do not fear. As long as I am here, no one will stew you. His gaze turning icy as he looked at the scar-faced man, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you truly think that with just a few of you at the Yuan Hua Jing level, you can act recklessly before me? Do you really believe that this secret realm is your slaughterhouse? The scar-faced man was incensed by Lin Chen's demeanor, his expression darkening. Stop pretending to be formidable. Lin Chen, I know you relied on your ancestor in the past, but now you stand alone, your cultivation merely at the mid-level of Yuan Hua Jing. And you dare to challenge us? If you know what's good for you, hand over your spatial rings and leave that mutt behind. I might spare your lives. The dozen or so people behind him echoed his sentiments, brandishing their weapons and inching closer, demanding, hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Don't waste time talking to them. Just attack and seize it. In the secret realm, if we kill them, no one will find out. Lin Shan's faces flushed with anger as they prepared to charge, but were held back by Lin Chen. Lin Chen observed the group of oblivious fools before him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was just right. His protective value was running low, trembling. Don't come any closer. I am the young master of the Lin family. If you harm me, the Lin family will not let you go. Seeing Lin Chen's apparent fear, companions. A flurry of blades and swords surrounding them. Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan stepped forward, shielding Lin Chen behind them, threatening their assailants. As Lin Chen noticed his protective value rising slightly, he soon realized that the rate of increase had begun to slow. Yuchen and Lin Shan's expressions shifted and they were about to strike. Lin Chen's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The next moment, echoed as several of the frontline attackers were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground, staring incredulously at Lin Chen. How can your speed be so incredible? Aren't you at the mid-level of Yuan Hua Jing? Lin Chen dusted off his hands, casting a disdainful glance at him. Mid-level of Yuan Hua Jing? You have knowing my true cultivation level? You just mentioned cooking that little black dog? Now, black is not obedient. Seeing Lin Chen take action, Xiao Hei immediately poked his head out from behind him, baring its teeth at the scar-faced man. Exactly. How dare you think of cooking this great emperor? My master will beat you to death. Only then did the scar-faced man realize he had kicked a steel plate, his face turning pale as he turned to flee. Retreat. Quickly. But Lin Chen would not grant them that opportunity. With a swift movement, he darted through the crowd like a specter, each strike sending an assailant crashing to the ground, their screams echoing. Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan quickly joined in, laughing as they pummeled the remaining attackers. For Brother Chen, dealing with these Yuan Hua Jing cultivators was a mere trifle. In no time, all the attackers lay on the ground, wailing in pain, utterly immobilized and filled with terror. Spare me. Young Master Lin, spare me. We were blind to not recognize the mountain. Please forgive us. Lin Chen looked down at him coldly, letting out a snort. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Still wishing to cook Xiao Hei? Now you know to beg for mercy? Xiao Hei trotted up to the scar-faced man, tapping its paw on his face, boasting. Now you know the might of this great emperor, right? If you dare to plot against my master again, it won't be just a beating next time. Lin Chen surveyed the fallen assailants and instructed Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan. Collect their spatial rings and then cripple their cultivation. Leave them here for the beasts. Pay the price. All right. Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan responded eagerly, beginning to rummage through the spatial rings. Their faces alight with joy. Although these individuals were not highly cultivated, their spatial rings surely contained plenty of treasures, marking their first harvest since entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stroked Xiao Hei's head, feeling pleased as he noted a significant increase in his protective value during the confrontation. Finished dealing with the obstructors, they turned to delve deeper into the forest, their pockets filled with bulging spatial rings. However, a chorus of wolf howls erupted behind them, followed by blood-curdling screams that sent shivers down the spines of Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan. Brother Chen, it seems there's a pack of wolves behind us. Lin Shan glanced back, a hint of fear in his expression. Those individuals were likely to face dire consequences. Lin Chen, however, remained unperturbed, patting Xiao Hei beside him with a smile. Xiao Hei sensed them long ago. Just now. Inform me of a group of low-tier wolves nearby, and it's perfect to leave these guys as a snack for them, saving us from getting our hands dirty. Xiao proudly lifted its head, its tail wagging fervently. Absolutely. This great emperor's nose is quite keen. I can smell them from afar. Those scoundrels who sought to rob us should indeed be fed to the wolves. Lin Chen and Lin Chen then looked at Xiao with newfound admiration. Realizing that this seemingly mischievous little dog was quite clever, able to detect the wolf pack in advance and help them avoid future troubles. As they continued on their way, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something he had heard from the Great Elder and couldn't help but glance at Xiao casually asking, Xiao the Great Elder mentioned that you have good talent and learned the Tao pattern teleportation array from him. Is that true? Upon hearing Tao pattern teleportation array, Xiao ears drooped instantly, its gaze evasive as it shook its head, mumbling, No, I didn't learn it. The symbols the Great Elder taught were too complicated. I couldn't remember them. I tried several times, but couldn't master it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, understanding in his heart. The Great Elder had clearly told him that Xiao had a talent for formations, and although it learned a short-distance teleportation array that couldn't compare to the Great Elder's, it should still be able to teleport freely over short distances. Why had it turned into a claim of not learning anything in Xiao words? Observing Xiao guilty expression, Lin Chen quickly guessed the reason. This little fellow had likely learned it, but was afraid of being asked to work, such as using the teleportation array to travel or find someone, and thus pretended not to have learned it. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao had indeed put its lazy thoughts into practice. However, as they currently had no need for the teleportation array, and since Xiao wished to keep it a secret, he had no intention of exposing it, allowing the little creature to relax for a few more days. If you haven't learned it, then so be it. Lin Chen feigned belief, patting Xiao head. If you want to learn in the future, I'll have the Great Elder teach you. There's no rush. Xiao relieved that Lin Chen did not press further, quickly shifted the topic, bouncing ahead and pointing at a tree laden with red wild fruits. Master, look at those fruits. They are bright red and seem edible. Following its pointing, Lin Chen saw the wild fruits hanging from the branches, emanating a faint spiritual aura, indeed resembling spiritual fruits. He stepped closer, plucking one to smell it, confirming it was not poisonous before handing it to Xiao Give it a taste. If it's good, we can gather more for snacks. Xiao eagerly snatched the wild fruit, crunching down on it, its eyes lighting up instantly. Delicious, sweet, and filled with spiritual energy. Master, you should try some too. Lin Chen and Lin Chen also picked a few, praising them after tasting. These fruits were excellent, sweeter than the spiritual fruits in their clan, and rich in spiritual energy, making for perfect travel rations. As the four of them continued gathering wild fruits, the atmosphere in the forest lightened once more. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled their previous encounter with Lei Boyu and curiously asked, Brother Chen, if we encounter Lei Boyu and Shen Weimian again, should we just take action against them to prevent them from plotting behind our backs? Lin Chen took a bite of the wild fruit, leisurely replying, There's no rush. We still don't know the circumstances of the secret realm. Acting rashly could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Once they had grasped the nuances of this place, they would seek a secluded spot to settle accounts, allowing them to savor the taste of treachery. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Moreover, this secret realm undoubtedly harbors other formidable forces. Perhaps we could leverage their hands to create some trouble for Lei Boyu and Shen Weimian, thus allowing us to reap the benefits without exerting ourselves. Lin Shan's eyes brightened. Brother Chen speaks wisely. Let them engage in their own dog-eat-dog conflict. We shall strike when the time is right, conserving our strength. Xiao nodded in agreement, his mouth stuffed with wild fruits, speaking indistinctly. Yes, let them fight, and we will collect the treasures. Lin Chen followed Lin Chen and Lin Chen, delving deeper into the forest for about half an hour. The moss underfoot gradually became slippery, and the surrounding mist thickened, imbuing the daytime with an inexplicable sense of oppression. He furrowed his brow, instinctively slowing his pace. Since entering this Qian Ku Ling Jing, an unsettling sensation had lingered, not an explicit danger, but rather an invisible scrutiny, as if unseen eyes were silently observing their every move. Chapter 88. A sense of malice. Lin Chen had always trusted his sixth sense during his early days in the mines. It was this keen intuition that had several times kept him from fatal peril. Now, That strange feeling intensified, prompting him to become vigilant. He raised his hand to signal Lin Chen and Lin Chen to be cautious, his gaze sweeping the dense forest as he lowered his voice. Something feels off. Everyone, stay alert and do not let your guard down. Although Lin Chen and Lin Chen had not sensed any anomalies, they had always trusted Lin Chen's judgment and nodded in agreement. The two stepped forward in unison, placing Lin Chen securely between them, gripping their weapons at their waists, their eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp focus. Even though they knew Lin Chen's strength far surpassed theirs, their protective stance appeared entirely natural. Lin Chen observed the tense profiles of his companions, a warmth blossoming in his heart. The unity of the Lin family was not mere words. He patted their arms and smiled. There is no need to be so tense. Just stay vigilant. If real danger arises, I can handle it. Despite his reassurances, the sentiment of being protected pleased him greatly. The sideline Xiao He, dissatisfied, barked softly, trying to inch closer to Lin Chen, only to be gently restrained by Lin Chen. Ziozi, you're small. Stay behind and don't cause any trouble. Xiao He pouted, but could only wag his tail and follow closely behind the three, pricking up his ears to attentively listen to the sound around them. Above the Qian Ku Ling Jing, in a realm imperceptible to ordinary beings, a star radiating a soft glow hung, suspended in the air. If one were to gaze upward from within the secret realm, they would merely perceive it as an ordinary star in the sky, entirely unaware of its significance. Inside the star refining emperor donned an imperial robe embroidered with star patterns, one hand cradling a miniature Wan Xing Han Tian, while the other rested behind him. His gaze penetrating through the star, clearly fixed upon Lin Chen and his companions. The stars on the celestial instrument flickered gently. Chun's every action with exquisite clarity, from his detection of anomalies to the protective stance of Lin Chen and Lin Chen. Every detail did not escape the discerning eyes of the star-refining emperor. Very good. The star-refining emperor regarded Lin Chen's composed demeanor, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Nodding gently, the years spent honing his skills in this forbidden land were not in vain. Not only had his strength grown, but his temperament had also stabilized, and he had learned to keep his companions vigilant, unlike his previous impulsive self. It is worth noting that the Qian Ku Ling Jing exudes a repelling force against cultivators at the Saint Realm and above, making it difficult for other emperors to penetrate its depths. Only the star-refining emperor could harness the power of the Wan Xing Han Tian to blend his aura with the stars, concealing himself in the realm above, evading spatial repulsion while simultaneously monitoring Lin Chen's safety. His gaze swept over the dense forest surrounding Lin Chen, his brow subtly furrowing. The sense of unease that Lin Chen felt was not mere illusion. Indeed, within the depths of this secret realm, a faint yet palpable malice lurked, though it had yet to reveal its presence. Rest assured, with me here, I will ensure your safety. The star-refining emperor murmured softly to himself, lightly tapping the celestial instrument. A single star flickered to life, a subtle spiritual light silently descending upon Lin Chen, enveloping him in an imperceptible protective shield. Let us allow you to experience some trials first. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, I will intervene in due time. The mist surrounding them thickened further, and the star-refining emperor withdrew his gaze, continuing to observe the movements within the secret realm through the celestial instrument. He understood that as the prodigies delved deeper, the hidden plots and dangers would soon surface. His role was to guard from the shadows, ensuring Lin Chen could navigate the trials of this secret realm with peace of mind, while also keeping an eye on the lurking mouse and its schemes. The star-refining emperor watched the cautious figures of Lin Chen and his companions as they advanced, his fingertips gently tracing the star patterns on his imperial robe. After a moment of contemplation, he mused aloud. Since Chun'er has sensed something amiss, it seems the mouse in this secret realm is well concealed. Very well. I shall perform a divination to ascertain which parties are conspiring in the shadows. As his words fell, the Wan Xing Han Tian, hovering before him, trembled slightly, the star patterns on the instrument igniting with radiant light. The star-refining emperor raised his hand to form a seal, reciting an obscure incantation for divination. His voice deep and authoritative, imbued with a hint of power over the heavens and stars. As the incantation resonated, he concentrated a silver-white spiritual light in his palm. rich with the essence of stellar energy, akin to a condensed galaxy, twinkling with myriad points of light. The star-refining emperor flicked his fingers, and the spiritual light shot forth like an arrow, instantly entering the central hub of the Wan Xing Hun Tian. Buzz! The moment the spiritual light entered the instrument, the Wan Xing Hun Tian erupted in a blinding radiance, its disk spinning rapidly. The speed escalated, and the stars upon the disk came alive, flashing wildly and shifting positions, weaving intricate star maps, causing the surrounding void to ripple with the velocity of its rotation. The star-refining emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed sharply on the swiftly rotating celestial instrument, his eyes as keen as an eagle's. With his cultivation, aided by the power of the Wan Xing Hun Tian, even ancient secrets could be divined. The mere conspiracies within this secret realm should be easily discernible. However, moments later, the speed of the celestial instrument began to wane, and the images emerging at its center caused the star-refining emperor's brow to furrow slightly. The disk revealed no distinct figures, only a swirling mass of impenetrable black mist, undulating like a pestilential worm, thoroughly shrouding a particular area. No matter how the stellar energy surged against it, it could not penetrate the black fog to unveil the truth within. The star-refining emperor exclaimed softly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It can actually obstruct my divination? It appears the adversary has invested considerable resources to conceal their movements. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. This black mist was no natural phenomenon. It was clearly a deliberate concealment technique, someone having burned their essence and expended precious resources to concoct it. The intent was to evade the scrutiny of an emperor, indicating that they had foreseen the possibility of imperial attention on the secret realm. Such a hefty investment in concealment suggests significant ambitions. A cold smile crept onto the star-refining emperor's lips, a glint of frost flashing in his gaze. Yet, no matter how deep you hide, the moment you make a move, I shall discern your schemes. He raised his hand to gently press the celestial instrument, halting its rapid rotation. The light gradually receded, returning to the size of a palm, slowly settling back into his hand. Given that the adversary had employed precious resources to obscure the divination, continuing to expend energy would be futile. It would be wiser to conserve strength and monitor Lin Chen from the shadows. The moment the enemy reveals a flaw, an opportunity to act will present itself. Chapter 89. Not searching for treasures anymore? The great emperor of star refinement once again cast his gaze upon Lin Chen in the secret realm. Observing their cautious approach towards a radiant area, he gently nodded, and, with a flick of his finger on the celestial instrument, a more concealed power of the stars quietly emanated, enveloping Lin Chen and amplifying the surrounding aura of danger. It is essential for him to discern the lurking threats on his own, yet I shall not allow him to fall into dire straits. Engage in your training well, Chener, the great emperor murmured. Below in the secret realm, Lin Chen was crouched behind a thicket, scrutinizing the luminous area ahead. It revealed a valley adorned with white blossoms, radiating a gentle luminescence, exuding a sense of purity and beauty. Brother Chen, this flower valley appears quite enchanting. Could there be treasures hidden within? Lin Chen inquired softly. Lin Chen, bending low, meticulously surveyed the flower valley, his fingertips brushing against the softly glowing white flowers. He examined the soil beneath and the surrounding vegetation, ultimately concluding that this seemingly peculiar valley posed no abnormality. There were neither concealed formations nor residual malevolence. Only a few low-grade spiritual herbs nestled in the corners of the flowers, their spiritual fluctuations weak and typical. All is well. There is no danger here. Merely some ordinary spiritual flowers and low-tier herbs. Lin Chen straightened up and called out to Lin Chen and Lin Shan behind the thicket. The two promptly emerged, with Xiao He darting towards the few herbs, scratching the ground eagerly and looking up at Lin Chen, wagging his tail. Boss, let me dig these herbs. I promise to leave them spotless. He produced a small jade shovel, previously acquired from the third elder, specifically for unearthing spiritual grasses, which now proved useful. Xiao He skillfully circled the herbs, carefully avoiding their roots. In no time, he had unearthed several herbs intact, wrapping them in leaves and stowing them in his small storage pouch. His movements fluid and practiced, a clear sign of experience. Watching his adeptness, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, then set aside his playful thoughts and said solemnly, "We must hasten to reunite with Fan Ge and the others. I cannot shake this ominous feeling. I sense that something is concealed within this secret realm, and our separation poses too great a risk." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan grew anxious and stepped forward, rubbing his hands together. "Brother Chun, are we truly not seeking treasures? This Qian Ku Ling Jing is an ancient secret realm. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it might harbor valuable items." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I once heard the elders mention that many ancient powerhouses were imprisoned here in years past. Before their demise, they might have concealed treasures in hidden places, heavenly riches, lost techniques, ancient weapons. If we could find even one, it would be immensely profitable." Lin Chen nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with eagerness. "Yes, Brother Chun, we can search for Fan Ge while also keeping an eye out for opportunities. We cannot let this trip to the secret realm be in vain." Initially focused on reuniting quickly, Lin Chen found himself invigorated by their words. He truly did not wish to miss the chance for fortune within the secret realm. After all, his protective value had yet to be secured. Finding treasures, whether for personal use or for exchanging for protective value, would be quite advantageous. Moreover, searching for companions while seeking treasures would not impede their progress. You both present valid points. We cannot overlook the potential for fortune. Lin Chen clapped his hands with a smile. "Then let us split into two groups, no? The three of us will venture deeper into the secret realm while keeping an eye out for Fan Ge's whereabouts and searching for hidden treasures. Should we encounter other tribesmen, we will regroup. This way, we ensure safety while also seeking treasures, achieving two objectives in one effort." Xiaohei, having just finished collecting the herbs, sprang forward at the mention of treasure, his tail wagging excitedly. "Yes, treasure hunting. My nose is keen. I will surely scent the treasures first." He pounded his chest, exuding the confidence of a treasure seeker, as if he would locate ancient relics in the next moment. Lin Chen and Lin Shan exchanged amused glances, their faces brimming with excitement. The prospect of reuniting with their companions and seeking fortune transformed their expedition into a thrilling adventure. Without further delay, Lin Chen, relying on his previous judgment of the secret realm's direction, selected a path rich in spiritual energy and led the way forward. Xiaohei dashed ahead, intermittently lowering his head to sniff, muttering, "Where are the treasures? Come out and let this great emperor find you." This drew laughter from Lin Chen and Lin Shan. After about an hour of travel, the trees around them gradually became sparse, revealing a broad area of scattered boulders. Fragments of broken stone tablets lay strewn about, etched with faintly discernible ancient characters, exuding an air of antiquity. "Brother Chun, look at those stone tablets." Lin Chen pointed toward the rocky expanse, his eyes gleaming. "They seem to bear inscriptions. Perhaps they are remnants of an ancient site." Lin Chen halted, scrutinizing the stone tablets with a furrowed brow. The inscriptions appeared archaic and obscure. He could only recognize a few scattered characters, seemingly related to sealing residual souls. Could this be one of the locations where ancient powerhouses were once imprisoned? At that moment, Xiaohei suddenly bared his teeth at the depths of the rocky area, his fur standing on end. "Boss, there's a presence inside. It feels human and somewhat fierce." Lin Chen, along with Lin Chen, Lin Shan, and Xiaohei, crouched behind the boulders, cautiously inching forward with the concealment of the tablets. They moved with utmost care, even moderating their breathing, fearful of disturbing the ominous presence Xiaohei had sensed. Only Xiaohei, with his short legs, poked his head out intermittently, nose twitching with vigilance and seriousness. However, after moving cautiously for a quarter of an hour, all they found were scattered stone tablets and overgrown grass. Not a single figure was in sight, let alone the source of the ominous aura. Lin Chen paused, turning to glance at Xiaohei, who was still sniffing around. He lightly patted the dog as head and teased, "Xiaohei, could your emperor-level nose be malfunctioning? After all this time, not a shadow is in sight." Xiaohei immediately halted, lifting his head, ears perked straight, and defiantly retorted, "Boss, what jest is this? My nose cannot fail. Back in the Lin family's spiritual herb garden, I detected the millennium ginseng buried in the soil, and the last time we collected protection fees, I could smell the hidden spiritual stones from afar." As he bragged, he pounded his chest, claiming feats of discernment, wishing to have the title of the world's greatest nose conferred upon him. His proud demeanor drew suppressed laughter from Lin Chen and Lin Chen. Chapter 90. A Hidden Abode? Lin Chen shook his head in exasperation, about to speak again when, at the far end of the rocky expanse, a towering stone wall suddenly appeared. The wall was overgrown with deep green vines, interspersed with scattered purple flowers, creating a lush and impenetrable barrier. On either side of the wall, the mountains extended endlessly, clearly leading to a dead end. There lies a stone wall ahead, a dead end, Lin Chen pointed, giving Xiao He, who was still boasting, a light tap on the head. You claim your nose is keen? Yet we have reached the end of the path. Sensed must be a figment of your imagination. Ow! Xiao He yelped, cradling his head with both paws, squatting down in a pitiful manner. His round eyes brimmed with grievance. Boss, why did you hit me? It hurts. I truly sensed it. A fierce aura, as if hidden somewhere. I swear I'm not lying. As he protested, he rubbed against Lin Chen's pant leg, resembling both a petulant child and a dog asserting his correctness. His woefully adorable demeanor elicited another round of laughter from Lin Chen and Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, Xiao He. Perhaps you mistook the scent of the stone tablets for that of danger. Lin Chen crouched with a smile, gently stroking Xiao He's head. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Perhaps the aura is deeply concealed. We just haven't found it yet. Lin Chen chimed in playfully. Exactly. Our Xiao He is the Emperor Su. His nose is undoubtedly keen. Maybe there's something suspicious behind that stone wall. The aura might be hiding there. Upon hearing this, Xiao He's eyes instantly brightened. He sprang up, darted to the stone wall, circled the vines twice, and sniffed vigorously. Then he called out to Lin Chen, Boss. They're right. The aura seems to be right behind the stone wall. There's definitely something wrong with it. Lin Chen observed Xiao He's confident demeanor and examined the impenetrable stone wall before him, feeling a pang of doubt. Although Xiao He was prone to boasting, his sense of smell had helped them evade danger multiple times. Perhaps there truly was something concealed behind the wall. He stepped forward, brushing aside the vines covering the wall. His fingertips touched the cold stone as he carefully explored. Indeed, faint and delicate patterns appeared on the stone surface. These were unlikely natural formations, but seemed like deliberate carvings. This stone wall indeed harbored secrets. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he addressed the three companions. Step back a little. I'll see if I can open it. Promptly retreated several paces, standing about 9 meters away, gripping their weapons and vigilantly scanning the surroundings and debris. Xiao He swiftly dashed behind them, tucking his head behind Lin Shan's arm, only his eyes peeking out nervously. Comrades. His gaze fixed on the patterns, he inhaled deeply. Clenching his right fist, spiritual energy surged around him. He had painstakingly honed in the forbidden realm, the stellar phenomena fist. With a low shout, Lin Chen unleashed a punch. The force enveloped in countless miniature star apparitions, crashing against the stone wall like a rushing galaxy, his intent overwhelming and destructive. Shattered, stones scattering and dust filling the air. Once the dust settled, a dark hollow was revealed behind the wall. Approximately 2 human heights tall, its depths unfathomable. A faint spiritual energy emanated from within. Xiao He immediately cast aside his fear. Darting from behind Lin Chen to the hole's entrance, chest puffed proudly, tail held high. He tapped the edge with his paw and boasted to Lin Chen, Boss. My nose is absolutely reliable. He strutted proudly, resembling a victorious rooster. And Lin Chen approached, scrutinizing the entrance, reaching out to sense the spiritual energy emanating from within. He nodded thoughtfully. It seems this stone wall is merely a facade, deliberately concealing this cave. The spiritual energy inside, though not intense, is pure. This is not a natural formation, but an artificially arranged cultivation site. Lin Chen and Lin Chen leaned in, peering into the darkness. Nothing was visible. Lin Chen rubbed his hands eagerly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother Chen, could there be treasures or ancient legacies hidden inside? We're going to strike it rich this time. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Let's enter cautiously. There might be traps, Lin Chen cautioned. He retrieved several luminous pearls from his storage ring, infused them with spiritual energy, glow, illuminating the passage inside. The corridor stretched straight ahead, flanked by smooth stone walls, clearly man-made. Let's proceed and see. Lin Chen led the way, followed closely by Lin Chen and Lin Chen. Xiao He bounced along at the rear, occasionally sniffing the air, muttering. They traversed the passage for about the duration of an incense stick's burn. The corridor seemed endless. Roaded. Lin Chen and Lin Chen walked in the center, whispering and chuckling quietly. They speculated about the quantity of spiritual stones hidden within and joked about how to divide any ancient weapons they might find. This comical mix of slyness and excitement was utterly amusing. Lin Chen listened to their murmurs, shaking his head in resignation. These two were utterly fixated on treasures. It was their sole ambition. Without knowing their nature, one might suspect they were plotting some nefarious scheme. Just as they prepared to advance, Xiao He abruptly halted, ears perked sharply, baring his teeth at the darkness ahead. His fur bristling, he exclaimed to Lin Chen, "Boss, wait, there's something wrong up ahead." Lin Chen halted immediately, eyes alert. "What's wrong? What did you find?" His gaze grave. "There's a subtle aura of a formation ahead. It's faint but perceptible. It seems to be a maze formation, shrouded in darkness." Rubbing his hands together, he asked Xiao He, can you dismantle this formation? If not, we'll have to consider other methods." Upon hearing this, handle this? Simple. First, or else, no deal. Lin Shan's expression instantly stiffened, as if he had swallowed a fly, frowning with distaste. Being compelled to call a dog Lord He was exceedingly unpleasant. Seeing Lin Shan silent for a long time, Xiao He deliberately cleared his throat and patted his chest with a paw, eyes gleaming with pride. Lin Chen, standing aside, struggled to suppress a laugh, teasing softly, "Say it, call him Lord He so he can break the formation. We're waiting to find the treasure." He's rear, his tone tinged with resignation. "Xiao He, stop fooling around." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiao He immediately abandoned his haughty demeanor, turning to Lin Chen with a fawning smile. For this emperor." With that, he trotted to the front of the group, whining and weaving as if alive, gradually forming a complex formation pattern. Faint spiritual light shimmered within the design, causing Lin Chen and Lin Chen to widen their eyes in astonishment. Soon, a half-human-high spectral formation emerged before Xiao He, resonating with the hidden formation aura ahead. Xiao He studied the apparition for a moment, then abruptly struck it with his paw, flying forward a few steps before colliding with an invisible barrier and dissolving into countless sparkling particles. The air. Simultaneously, a faint cracking noise arose from the darkness ahead, and the lingering formation aura vanished entirely without a trace. Xiao He bounced back to Lin Chen, still wearing a cheeky expression, head held high as if claiming credit. "Boss, it's done. This formation is ancient. Its spiritual energy has long dissipated. Its power is barely a tenth of its original strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily broken." Lin Chen chuckled as he affectionately patted the dog's head, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. "Not bad, He Zi. Your training with the Grand Elder on formations has certainly paid off. You are becoming increasingly formidable." Beside him, Lin Chen, He Zi, breaking the formation, completely set aside his previous disdain and approached the little black creature with a flattering grin, rubbing his hands together. "Lord He, you are truly remarkable. That display of formation prowess earlier left me utterly dazzled. No wonder you are known as the Emperor of Shattered Universe. Your skills are indeed extraordinary." He was secretly calculating that with such formidable abilities, He Zi would undoubtedly prove useful in the future, be a worthy investment. However, He Zi was not impressed. He shot Lin Chen a sidelong glance, letting out a soft huff, and turned his head away. "Now you wish to call me Lord He? When I asked you to do so earlier, you looked as if you had swallowed poison. It's too late. This emperor does not acknowledge you." Lin Shan's smile faltered momentarily, and he awkwardly scratched his head, eager to say more, but was pulled back by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, suppressing a laugh, with a mere dog. Lin Chen observed this scene, shaking his head in resignation, and addressed the group. "All right, the formation is broken. There may be other items within." With that, he led the way deeper into the passage, with He Zi trotting alongside him, make faces at Lin Chen, who was fuming in response. He muttered to himself, "Just wait until I find the opportunity. I'll show you how to deal with a proud dog." As the group advanced, the light at the end of the passage gradually brightened, and they could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Lin Chen quickened his pace, and upon turning a corner, he was met with a breathtaking sight. Before them lay a vast cavern, at the center of which was a crystal-clear spiritual spring, surrounded by numerous rare spiritual herbs. Ancient paintings adorned the cavern walls, appearing to be relics from a bygone era. Wow, so many spiritual herbs, exclaimed Lin Chen and Lin Chen, their eyes lighting up as they rushed towards the spiritual spring to meticulously harvest the herbs. Hazy also scampered over, sniffing the spring's water, and called out to Lin Chen, "Boss, this water is from the Ling Sui Spring. Drinking it can enhance our cultivation. We should hurry and collect some." Rather, it seemed as though someone had taken great care of it. Could it be that someone still resides here? After thoroughly inspecting the cavern, from the herbal clusters by the spring to the ancient paintings on the walls and even the crevices in the corners, he ultimately confirmed that there were no hidden traps or lingering auras. It seemed to be merely an abandoned abode of an ancient cultivator. Since there were no other treasures, the spiritual spring was indeed a valuable find, convenient for cultivation. Lin Chen contemplated, raising his hand to point into the void, a flash of spiritual light appearing before him. A translucent barrier manifested. This was his small world, mirroring the landscapes of the outside realm, now proving quite useful. He stepped into his small world, followed curiously by Lin Chen, Lin Chen, and Hazy. Inside, the small world was lush with vegetation, the spiritual energy denser than in the outside realm. Lin Chen walked directly to a clearing backed by a cliff, surrounded by towering ancient trees that shielded the area from view while providing tranquility, an ideal location for the spiritual spring. "This will do," Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to form a seal. Spiritual energy surged around him as he pressed down firmly onto the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and stones flew as a pit approximately 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep formed instantly, its walls smoothed and polished as if meticulously carved. Lin Chen and Lin Chen stared in astonishment, while Hazy bounced around the pit excitedly, exclaiming, "Boss, you're amazing. With such a large pit, we could take baths here." Lin Chen ignored him, instead retrieving a heap of spiritual stones from his storage ring. They were both high-grade and mid-grade stones, densely layered at the bottom of the pit, covering it with 3 full layers, the spiritual energy radiating from the stones enveloping the entire pit in a soft glow. Sufficient spiritual energy was necessary to keep this spiritual spring active. Lin Chen clapped his hands and stepped out of the small world, returning to the cavern's spiritual spring. He formed another seal, extending his hands toward the spring, causing the water to rise as if it possessed a life of its own, to a stream that he directed into the small world, pouring it atop the cliff. Chapter 92. Transplantation with a wave of his hand. A recess appeared at the cliff's summit, where the spiritual spring settled securely. The water flowed gently from the recess, cascading down as a crystalline waterfall into the pit below. It needs to be even purer, Lin Chen thought, retrieving more spiritual stones from his storage ring and embedding them around the top of the cliff. The spiritual energy from the stones seeped into the spring, enriching the water's spiritual glow, and as it flowed down, it carried a faint fragrance. In just a short while, the pit filled with water, the waterfall continuously pouring in, creating ripples that caused the spiritual energy to rise like mist, enveloping the entire area in an ethereal aura. Lin Chen admired his creation with great satisfaction, then turned to a large stone nearby, waving his hand. The bold characters Qin Xiao Ten emerged prominently on the stone, surrounded by a gentle spiritual glow, as if they were alive. "This will be our temporary cultivation ground. The spiritual spring will serve us well for some time," Lin Chen declared with a smile. He approached the pool's edge and scooped up a handful of spring water, taking a sip. The water was sweet and refreshing, transforming into rich spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians, leaving him feeling considerably more invigorated. Lin Chen and Lin Chen also approached the pool, eagerly tasting the spring water, while Hazy jumped directly into the pool, splashing around and exclaiming, "Wow, this feels so good. From now on, this emperor will bathe here." Watching the antics of the three and the dog, Lin Chen smiled. Although the secret realm was fraught with dangers, discovering such a treasure was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, he understood that they could not linger here for long. They needed to quickly locate Lin Qinfan and the others to explore the secret realm together. For there is safety in numbers. All right, enough playing. Let us gather the spiritual herbs from the cavern and continue on to find Brother Fan, Lin Chen instructed the group. "Hey Z, You've muddied the pristine Qing Chiotan that I just created. He lifted the splashing Hei Zi and playfully swatted its round backside a few times, not with the intent to hurt, but more as a playful warning. Hei Zi stuck out its tongue and grinned, nudging Lin Chen's arm with its head, as if to say it would do it again next time. This amused Lin Chen, who relented and set the dog down at the shore, wiping his wet hands. Enough of the shenanigans. It's time to work. He turned to Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan, instructing, Yuchen, go and uproot all the herbs and spiritual trees in the cavern garden and transplant them by Qing Xiutan. The spiritual energy here is ample, perfect for them to take root and thrive. Also, bring over the spiritual herbs stored in the small world for centralized care. It will be more convenient for future use. Got it, Brother Chun, Lin Yuchen eagerly replied, turning to exit the small world, already eyeing several promising spiritual herbs for close inspection during the transplantation. Lin Chen then looked at Hei Zi and Lin Shan, pointing towards the direction of the cavern. You two, thoroughly scour that cavern. Bring back everything of value, whether it's the paintings on the stone walls or the inconspicuous bottles and jars in the corners. Not a single item should be left behind. Don't worry, Brother Chun. I'll make sure it's all cleaned out, Lin Shan assured, his eyes sparkling with excitement, relishing the opportunity to hunt for treasures. Xiao Hei nodded in agreement, wagging his tail energetically. Leave it to me, Your Majesty. Even if the spirit stones are hidden within crevices, I shall unearth them. The two men and the beast turned to depart from the small realm, while Lin Chen remained by the shore of King Kaiutan, observing Lin Yuchen meticulously transplanting the medicinal herbs. The clearing beside the pond was soon adorned with a diverse array of spiritual grasses and trees, common ones like concentration grass and marrow-cleansing flower, alongside several rare sacred herbs. Think of withering began to revive as they neared the spring-s waters, their leaves gradually unfurling and emanating a faint spiritual radiance, as if life had been instantaneously restored. The spiritual energy in the vicinity also grew noticeably richer. Satisfied with his choice of location, Lin Chen nodded approvingly and gently brushed the leaf of a sacred herb, sensing the vibrant life force within. He contemplated, once we return, I shall catch a few spirit fishes from the secret realm and release them here. They will purify the spring and serve as a food reserve, two benefits in one. He found a clean stone to sit upon and watched as Lin Yuchen methodically tended to the herbs, adding soil and watering them. Occasionally, Lin Yuchen would pause to admire a few rare herbs with admiration, secretly relocating his favored plants to the prime spots nearest the pond. Lin Chen observed this quietly, choosing not to speak up. He had always permitted everyone to select their treasured finds, provided it did not interfere with their main objectives. A small indulgence was acceptable. About half an hour later, Lin Shan and Xiao Hei returned, dust-covered yet beaming with pride. Lin Shan carried several bulging storage bags, while Xiao Hei held a jade box cracked with age, trotting up to Lin Chen. Boss, look, we found so many valuable items. Lin Chen opened the bags to find them filled with spirit stones, broken magical instruments, ancient jade slips, and several well-preserved calligraphy and paintings. Though most were mundane, a few bore faint traces of spiritual energy, making them respectable acquisitions. He then accepted the jade box from Xiao Hei and opened it to reveal a translucent jade pendant inscribed with intricate runes, subtly emanating spatial fluctuations. It was a simple storage pendant, small in capacity but excellently concealed. Weighing the pendant in his hand, Lin Chen smiled at the trio and beast. Well done. Your thorough search was not in vain. Lin Shan chuckled and produced a delicate purple leaf spirit grass from his pocket. Brother Chun, I found this purple pattern grass in a rock crevice within the cave mansion. It enhances soul power. I thought you might find it useful, so I saved it for you. Xiao Hei also stepped forward, presenting a plump spirit bead. Boss here. It contains spiritual energy and can serve as a snack. Lin Chen felt a warm glow in his heart as he accepted the gifts and smiled. Thank you. Don't be shy. Choose your favorite treasures among what you found, and we'll gather the rest together. Great. Lin Shan and Xiao Hei cheered instantly. Lin Yuchen set aside his work to join in selecting treasures, enlivening the area by King Kaiutan. Lin Chen watched their joyful expressions and smiled softly. Though the secret realm was fraught with dangers, having such companions brought a certain delight. Yet, he did not forget their mission. Once the treasure division concluded, he spoke. All right, we've gathered enough. It's time to move on. Let us strive to find Brother Fan and the others soon, then explore the deeper parts of the secret realm together. Chapter 93. There are still treasures left unclaimed, just as Lin Chen was about to lead Lin Chen and Lin Shan out of the cave mansion. Xiao Hei's urgent bark stopped them. "Boss, wait." They halted and looked toward Xiao Hei, who crouched in the center of the mansion, nose to the ground, brow furrowed. "I'm serious. The ferocious aura hasn't dissipated yet. There is still something here left unclaimed. I smell a faint spiritual energy, well concealed." Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan exchanged glances and began scrutinizing their surroundings. The mansion had been thoroughly ransacked. The spring water relocated, the herbs uprooted, calligraphy and paintings on the walls. Jars and corners, all packed into storage bags. Even the rubble on the floor had been kicked over by Lin Shan. Not a single treasure nor a drop of water remained. It was spotless enough to reflect light. "Xiao Hei, are you sure you didn't misread the scent?" Lin Shan approached and kicked a stone, sighing, "Look at this place. Even a rat would starve and retreat. Where could anything be left?" Lin Yuchen nodded. "Indeed, Xiao Hei, we've even pried into the crevices. There's truly nothing left. Perhaps that spiritual energy is residue from the spring?" Xiao Hei shook his neck resolutely. "Impossible. My nose never errs. That energy is unique, not from the spring. The ferocious aura remains, hidden somewhere in this mansion, just very well concealed." Lin Chen regarded Xiao Hei's steadfast expression and recalled how its keen senses had uncovered abnormalities before. Though the mansion appeared empty, Xiao Hei's intuition was reliable. Perhaps something was truly hidden. He gestured to Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan. "Since Xiao Hei insists, let us search more meticulously. Leave no corner unchecked." Though puzzled, the two obeyed. Lin Yuchen climbed the stone walls, tapping each block to listen for hollow sounds. Lin Shan crouched, prying open floor tiles with his sword sheath to check for secret compartments, sweeping away cobwebs and corners. After considerable effort, they found nothing. Lin Shan stood, wiping sweat from his brow, and said helplessly to Xiao Hei, "There's really nothing here. Are you sure you didn't mistake the wall's spiritual energy for treasure?" Xiao Hei anxiously paced the mansion, muttering, "It's definitely here, right here." Lin Chen then scanned the mansion with his divine sense, penetrating stone walls and floor tiles, but detected no energy fluctuations or hidden doors or mechanisms. He frowned, doubting if Xiao Hei's nose had deceived them. Yet, recalling Xiao Hei's infallible perception of malevolent aura, if it said the aura persisted, there must be something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to employ a secret technique. During his early cultivation in the Forbidden Land, Dao Yin ancestor had taught him the Zhongzhen Eye, a skill that reveals illusions, disguises, and even energy flows within the void, perhaps capable of detecting anomalies. Closing his eyes, Lin Chen quickly formed hand seals as a faint golden light surged from his brow into his eyes. Upon reopening them, intricate golden runes shimmered within his pupils like stars. Scanning the mansion, the surroundings transformed before him. Traces of lingering spiritual energy in the air, hidden energy veins within the stone walls, all vividly displayed. His gaze slowly swept every corner until it fixed upon a wall deep within the mansion. Under the Zhongzhen Eye, the stone patterns there starkly differed from the rest. Beneath the seemingly ordinary stone grains, a faint energy barrier pulsed, behind which lingered a subtle black aura, the very malevolent energy Xiao Hei had sensed. "Found it." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he addressed the others, pointing at the wall. "The problem lies behind this wall." Stepping forward, he summoned golden light in his palm, the power of the stars swirling about his fist. Since the Zhongzhen I had revealed the anomaly, there was no need for further hesitation. With a commanding shout, with the stone, cracks spiderwebbed rapidly across its surface, and stone fragments cascaded down. Again, Lin Chen's eyes sharpened as he struck the densest cluster of cracks once more. A tremendous rumble echoed as the entire wall collapsed, shrouding the air with dust. Amidst the haze, a jet-black figure emerged, startling all before them. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Yuchen and Lin Shan finally discerned that behind the wall lay not a secret chamber, but a solitary, pitch-black long knife, embedded at an angle in a stone pedestal. The blade was enveloped in a faint black mist, from which faint, sorrowful weeping sounds could be discerned. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the black mist was comprised entirely of accumulated grievances, chilling to the bone, as if capable of penetrating one's very marrow. Goodness! Lin Chen approached, fixated on the long knife, marveling at its ominous aura. How many lives must have been taken for such a dense accumulation of resentment? Most weapons would have crumbled under such malevolent energy, yet this knife remains remarkably intact. He brushed his fingers across the blade's surface, feeling an icy chill. The blade was smooth as a mirror but lacked any reflective quality, instead revealing faint, ghostly visages of severed limbs within the black mist, sending shivers down one's spine. His gaze shifted to the hilt, where two ancient characters were inscribed, Shi Yuan. So this is the Shi Yuan Dao, Lin Chen mused. Given its material and the intensity of the grievances, it must have once been a fearsome weapon. However, as he sensed the weak fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the blade, he realized it had once been of imperial caliber, but due to the ravages of time, its sentience was nearly extinguished. Now, it could barely be classified as a top-tier sacred artifact. If left unchecked, it would inevitably lose all consciousness and degrade into a mere pile of scrap metal. Lin Chen and Lin Chen had already gathered around, their eyes fixed on the Shi Yuan Dao. Despite its sinister nature, it was undeniably a top-notch weapon. Even in its diminished state, it would outperform their current weapons by several folds. Who wouldn't desire it? Xiaohong, too, squatted nearby, wagging its tail fervently, its eyes brimming with longing, clearly wishing to claim the formidable blade for itself. Observing the covetous expressions of the three beings, Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. He had no need for weapons. While the Shi Yuan Dao possessed great strength, its heavy grievances required mental fortitude to suppress, making it less than ideal for him. It would be better to let it go to those around him. If you all wish to have this blade, then decide its rightful owner amongst yourselves. Lin Chen stepped back, smiling as he spoke. I have no interest in it, so feel free to negotiate. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Lin Chen exchanged glances, both recognizing the unwillingness in each other's eyes. They were evenly matched in strength and both desired the knife, leaving them momentarily uncertain about how to compete for it. Xiaohong, feeling the tension, hurriedly interjected, pawing at the ground. Don't forget about me. This emperor also wants that knife. Just imagine how majestic it would be to wield it. It was only then that Lin Chen and Lin Chen remembered Xiaohong. They exchanged a glance, finding it somewhat absurd to allow a dog to wield such a fearsome weapon. Yet they couldn't outright refuse. Lin Chen stroked his chin and proposed, why don't we settle this in the most straightforward manner? Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner claims the knife. What do you say? Lin Chen nodded in agreement.